I'm uploading copyrighted content on Patreon at Cultivation Audiobooks*. You can follow and request any novel you'd like. Please like, follow, and comment on the videos of this YouTube channel. It's free for you and a great motivation for me. Chapter 784. A sudden rise in points. The only tip the Heaven Alliance could give anyone to break through the 56th checkpoint was, get through it in one sitting. It was as simple as that because the hornet nests on this checkpoint were densely distributed. There was a nest for about every 1,000 meters. Most of the areas with hornet nest overlapped one another. There was no safe route where they could actually avoid fighting the combat hornet demons. Therefore, getting through the checkpoint in one sitting could significantly reduce the chances of encountering the combat hornet demons. However, Lin Huang's main intention was not to get through the checkpoint. Instead, he wanted to collect points. At this moment, he was engaged in a tough battle as what he intended to do was different from the rest. Bloody, the first wave of reinforcement is arriving. There are 8 hornet nests that have joined the reinforcement. The 8 reinforcements have at least 2,000 of them and probably 4,000 at the most, Lin Huang whispered to Bloody, sharing what he observed according to the discovery of his divine telekinesis. In less than a minute after Bai and the rest began to clear the first hornet nest, a few of the hives nearby discovered that there was a battle going on and immediately sent reinforcements. Lin Huang was not surprised though, as he knew earlier that it was only natural of the combat hornet demons to do so. On the 56th checkpoint, all the combat hornet demons were the future generations of the Hornet Queen. Although they were living in different hives, they did not classify themselves according to the different nests but followed the entire hornet group instead. Realizing that one of the nests was being attacked, they would immediately send reinforcements to defend against the enemies. In the beginning, the hives would send about 1/10 of the total number of combat hornet demons in the nests as backup. If the reinforcements were unable to help the besieged hornet nest, the second wave of combat hornet demons reinforcements would swarm out, leaving only about 10% of the combat hornet demons to guard their home nest. The rest of the combat hornet demons would join the army, fighting the invaders at full strength. Apparently, they understood that mutual dependence was needed for survival. Once the hornet nest nearby was being attacked, it indicated that their hive would soon be attacked. Therefore, before their nest was attacked, sending reinforcements to kill all the invaders was the most cautious solution to get rid of the danger. Unfortunately, the hornets were going up against Lin Huang and the rest. Ghastly, your task is to create chaos, activating an illusion to cover a wide area. Walk around the entire battleground and try your best to set the combat hornet demons up. Lancelot, activate sword manipulation with extensive coverage. Each attack doesn't necessarily have to kill. Causing severe injuries is good enough. Kylie, you are the fastest. Assist Lancelot and hit the combat hornet demons that haven't died after being attacked by Lancelot's sword manipulation. Bai and the rest that were led by Bloody launched a one-sided massacre. Lin Huang's stairway points increased tremendously. He initially had about 24 million points when he was ranked first on the leaderboard. When he entered the secret forest and encountered the first hornet nest, his points had exceeded 60 million within half an hour. The points were now increasing at an even terrifying rate. 60 million, 70 million, 80 million, just. As the sky was turning dark, Lin Huang's points had exceeded 200 million. Nobody had ever racked up points like that before, and it immediately became a hot topic among the members of the Stairway Tree who were now online. Is there something wrong with the system? He has accumulated 200 million points in just a day. If there's nothing wrong with the system, it means that even the Stairway Tree system can't detect when Lin Xie is cheating. I'm saddened by Lin Huang's cheating. He has broken the rules of the Stairway Tree and has even violated the fairness and justice of the leaderboard on the Stairway Tree. He has disregarded everyone's else efforts. What I wanted to say is, bro, please count me in. There were only a small number of people who believed that Lin Huang had collected the points with his own ability. The monster with the highest combat strength on the 21st checkpoint is on immortal level rank -4. Killing each of the monsters can only earn 80 points. Lin Xie managed to accumulate 8 million points in one night. He's now on the 56th checkpoint where the monster with the weakest combat strength is on immortal level rank 7. He'll gain 640 points by killing such a monster. He can even obtain 2,560 points for killing an immortal level rank -9. It's not impossible to accumulate 200 million points in a day. If anyone else collected 200 million points in a day, I'd have thought that the person was cheating, but Lin Xie might have gotten the points with his own capabilities. He's incredible. Lin Huang knew nothing about their comments. He was busy fighting the combat hornet demons. Many of them believed that Lin Huang had cheated because even people like Chando would not want to offend the combat hornet demons. There were at least 20,000 combat hornet demons in a regular hive. Although Chando was strong, he did not have a monstrous physique like Tyrant and the rest. Furthermore, he was not immune to poison like Kylie. He could only deal with about 3,000 combat hornet demons at the same time. He might die if he were to handle more than 3,000 combat hornet demons. It was impossible for him to kill hundreds of thousands of combat hornet demons in a single afternoon. The reason why Lin Huang had managed to wipe out the hornets with 10 summoning monsters was that the monsters that he had chosen were capable of controlling the combat hornet demons to a certain extent. In addition to the bloodlines they possessed and the distribution of work almost being perfect, he could fight the combat hornet demons with ease. Of course, if Lin Huang were to fight them alone, he would be unable to collect points in this way. At about 6:30 p.m., the sky was turning dark. It's getting darker, and the monsters on the stairway tree are coming out to hunt for food. Bloody whispered to Lin Huang, if we were to continue collecting points, we're not only going to face the combat hornet demons. 2 other types of monsters are way more powerful. We won't encounter monster hordes like this by then. It's going to be a massive monster horde consisting of tens of millions of monsters. As the sky turned dark, the stairway tree would be a paradise for the monsters. All the monsters above checkpoint 55 and below checkpoint 66 would head over to the human gathering point on checkpoint 55. I'd suggest to exit first and continue tomorrow, Bloody added. Lin Huang frowned, stroking his chin. Soon, he made up his mind and said, the auction will begin 3 days later. I'm going to meet Yi Zheng tomorrow, so I guess I don't have much time left tomorrow. If I were to give up collecting points at night when there'll be monster hordes, I only have 1 day left. I guess we can give it a try even though it's riskier at night. We can go back to the secret forest, since it's rather spacious over there. When the monster horde appears, they'll become smaller in size. The monsters will scatter all over the place, and we can take advantage of that to hide. If the outcome of the detection happens to be undesirable, I'll recall all of you back into your card forms right away and log out of the Genius Union. Chapter 785. Gorilla. At about 7 p.m., the sky was pitch black. All the monsters on the stairway tree looked like they had consumed stimulants as they got ready to hunt for food. On each of the checkpoints with monsters, a variety of creatures headed towards the human gathering point. There were 3 checkpoints with monsters between checkpoints 55 and 63, namely checkpoints 56, 58, and 61. The monsters that occupied checkpoint 56 were the venomous combat hornet demons. They lived in a large swarm and were extremely difficult to handle. The mutated serpent, a unique snake monster, occupied checkpoint 58. Almost all mutated serpents would go through a genetic mutation when they were young, causing each of them to be different from one another. Some of them were huge, some of them could release venom, some of them were terribly fast, while some of them could even control the elements. Even twins would be utterly different from each other after the mutation. As for checkpoint 61, it was occupied by the Luna Beast. The Luna Beast was a type of monster with long ears, looking somewhat like a rabbit. It had red fur all over its body, fangs, and sharp claws which looked like the cat's claws. Its body was usually 2 to 3 meters long. It had explosive power and speed, and at the same time, it possessed immense strength. It had a very powerful defensive ability and was adept at close-range attacks. It could also absorb moonlight, going on a rampage whereby its combat strength would be multiplied. All 3 types of monsters were not easy to handle. Still, Lin Huang decided to fight the monster hordes. Just as Lin Huang returned to the secret forest on checkpoint 55 along with Bloody and the rest while waiting for the arrival of the monster hordes, the people at the gathering point on checkpoint 55 started discussing when they saw that Lin Huang's name was still lit up on the leaderboard. The sky has turned dark, and the monster hordes are arriving. Has Lin Xie not logged out yet? According to the points he has just gained, he must be on checkpoint 56. He hasn't returned to the gathering point yet. Could it be that he wants to fight the monster hordes on his own? He must have cheated. Why didn't he come back and fight the monster hordes with us? He didn't want us to see him cheating. The people from Heaven Alliance soon noticed that something was wrong. What's Lin Huang doing? The monster hordes are arriving, and he's still there to collect points. Perhaps he's surrounded by the hornets and is unable to get rid of them. If he dies, he's going to have to bear the loss. He'll lose half the points from the 200 million points that he just gained. As the creatures from the outside entered the secret forest on the 55th checkpoint of the stairway tree, their bodies would be reduced 1,000 times smaller. Lin Huang and the rest had many places to hide, like behind the grass, the flowers, or even the splits in the bark. This made their hunting much more convenient. At that moment, Lin Huang and the rest were hiding in one of the bark fissures, patiently waiting for the monster hordes to appear. At about 7:20 p.m., the sky had turned completely dark. Lin Huang knew that the monster hordes would come very soon. After almost half an hour, Lin Huang heard a buzzing sound from far away. The sound was fast approaching. It's the combat hornet demon. It seems like after their body size has been reduced, they scattered everywhere. There aren't many hornets, less than 50,000 of them. I guess they're from the same hive. Lin Huang could tell what was happening a few kilometers away with his divine telekinesis. No other monster hordes are discovered so far within the area covered by my detection. However, we need to be fast. The monster hordes behind will catch up soon. Let's get ready to fight and give your all. Try to kill all the enemies at the fastest speed possible. After killing the hornets, we've got to move. Bloody had discussed with Lin Huang earlier that it was not practical to launch a frontal attack on the monster hordes that consisted of tens of thousands of monsters. Therefore, they planned to launch guerrilla attacks according to the topography of the secret forest. They would move after the fight and try to get rid of the monsters. I'll be aware of what's happening out there. If there's any monster horde that approaches us, I'll judge whether if it's going to be harmful to us. If it is, I'll recall of you back into your card forms whether or not the hornets have been cleared. I'll then leave the battleground immediately. The same goes for the rest of the battles. Lin Huang and Bloody whispered to each other and came up with a strategy. Bai and the rest had no objections. They clearly knew that their abilities were far from being capable of handling all the monster hordes. After a short while, the hornets appeared in front of Lin Huang and the rest. Fight! Bai and the rest immediately rushed towards the hornets after receiving the instruction from Bloody. Charcoal had returned to its original size. Despite it being reduced to 1,000 times smaller, it still looked gigantic at about 4 meters tall. Black dragon flames gushed out as it opened its mouth. The hornets fled. It was not easy to put the flames out once the dragon flames tainted them. Charcoal was a high-level dragonkin. With its dragon flames, even an imperial level would not dare to offend it. Perhaps even the chief of the Heaven Alliance, Chan Do, would not want to get tainted by the dragon flames. Lancelot had fully activated its sword manipulation as well. Thousands of black swords accompanied by powerful sword intent penetrated through the swarm of hornets like swimming fish. If it were not on immortal level rank 4 with its ability being restricted, perhaps it could fight the hornets with ease. Bai's attack was like an artistic performance. No extra movements were needed. As it flowed, it managed to cut a few of the combat hornet demons into half without a second attack. Despite it only being on immortal level rank 4, encountering the immortal level rank 9 combat hornet demons, the fight was like slicing vegetables to it. Ghastly was probably the most relaxed one compared to the rest. He made it through the combat hornet demons leisurely, creating chaos wherever he passed. Not only could they not see Ghastly at all, but they had also gone insane and even attacked each other. Other than Bai and the rest, even Lin Huang joined the fight so that they could get rid of the swarm of hornets as soon as possible. 3 supreme telekinetic weapons and thousands of telekinetic flying daggers whistled in the air. Controlled by his divine telekinesis, they penetrated through the combat hornet demons' bodies. Lin Huang was unable to dominate the ancient telekinetic weapons without using the transformation card. Despite the fact that the power of his flying daggers was much weaker than before, they were capable of killing the immortal level rank 7s and rank 8s. Even if he could not kill the immortal level rank 9s in one hit, the monster would be severely injured, and it would be much more convenient for Kylie and the rest to kill. The battle lasted for about 20 minutes. Before it ended, before completely obliterating the combat hornet demons, Lin Huang suddenly raised his head and frowned, looking towards the border of the forest. Luna Beast. Using his divine telekinesis, he could see that at the crossing point of checkpoints 55 and 56, a large number of Luna Beasts were heading towards the secret forest. Chapter 786, Outstanding Bait, Please Hurry. The Luna Beast is entering the secret forest, Lin Huang immediately informed Bloody and the rest just as he detected. Don't worry, we're 3.3 kilometers away from the border of the forest. Under normal circumstances, the Luna beast can travel a distance of 3 to 4 kilometers in a blink of an eye. However, since they'll be compressed to 1,000th of their usual size, the Luna beast will need at least 40 minutes to reach here. Bloody felt that they had sufficient time to fight. I know, but it'll be better for us to get rid of the hornets as soon as possible. The more time we have, the better we can prepare ourselves. Lin Huang nodded. The Luna beasts are actually much stronger than the combat hornet demons. Apart from that, there are more of them than the combat hornet demons. At least 50,000 of them to be more precise. If we don't have any plan and were to fight them face to face, perhaps it'll be difficult for us to clear all of them. That's true, Bloody agreed with what Lin Huang said. Although the ability of the Luna beasts would be slightly weaker than that of the Hornet Guardians, they were much stronger than the ordinary combat hornet demons. Even if it did not go on a rampage, a Luna beast was capable of fighting 3 combat hornet demons. If it did go on a rampage, one Luna beast could fight 10 combat hornet demons. In addition to their strong defenses, killing them would be much more difficult than killing the combat hornet demon. I'm thinking to ask the clown to set several traps. However, it'll need some time to set those traps up. 40 to 50 minutes might not be enough for it, Lin Huang revealed his plan. However, he could not confirm whether if his plan could achieve the desired outcome. Do you have any better suggestions? Your plan is too time-consuming. Besides, if Ghastly were to set a large number of traps, the damage caused will be limited. If Ghastly were an immortal level rank 9, it could easily kill the Luna beasts. He's now only an immortal level rank 4. Bloody immediately scrapped the plan and gave its own suggestion. It doesn't have to be so troublesome. There are many dangerous places in the secret forest. We've avoided all those areas, and it's time to make good use of it now. We can actually lure the monster hordes to those places. Right after their strength has been drained, we can then capture all at once. Do you think that the Luna beasts will be tricked? Lin Huang was still worried. The Luna beasts aren't smart, and they're monsters that are all brawn and no brains. As long as we try to bait them, they'll bite, Bloody said confidently. Bait. Lin Huang frowned when he heard what Bloody said. Bloody did not continue talking, shifting its gaze towards Kylie, who was attacking the hornets instead. Lin Huang immediately understood what Bloody's plan was and kept quiet. Only Thunder and her speed can compare to that of the Luna beasts. Aside from their speed, the Luna beasts possess terrifying explosive power within short distances. They can even go on a rampage so that their speed can be multiplied. She is more suitable than Thunder to be bait. Still, Bloody did not mention Kylie's name. Lin Huang remained silent as usual. Regardless of how fast Kylie's speed was, it would be risky for her to be the bait alone. She would be surrounded by the monster hordes even if only a small mistake was made. She would be ripped into pieces by tens of thousands of Luna beasts. Moreover, if she were to lure the Luna beasts to the danger zone, she had to enter the danger zone as well. I'll be the bait. Kylie appeared in front of the both of them all of a sudden. What she said had clearly expressed herself. Bloody had not secretly contacted Kylie. Instead, she had heard the conversation between the both of them. Seeing Lin Huang's indecision, she then spoke out. As Lin Huang was still keeping quiet, Kylie added, "I'll be fine." "All right, then," Lin Huang finally said, "I'll relinquish the task to you. Please be careful." Kylie nodded and did not say anything else. She then returned to the battleground, killing the remaining combat hornet demons. "Where are you going to lure the Luna beasts to?" Lin Huang turned his head back, looking at Bloody. "There's a fiendish osiri about 2 kilometers away from us." Bloody had a plan. A fiendish osiri? That's too dangerous. Lin Huang frowned, lifting his head and gazing in the direction where Kylie was. He was still worried about her. "We don't have any other choice. We need to bear some of the risks. Within 5 kilometers, the fiendish osiri is the most suitable area to fight the Luna beasts. The fiendish osier looks like an ordinary willow, and no energy fluctuation will be alarming to the Luna beasts. They're quite smart. If the prey doesn't go deep into the forest, they won't simply launch an attack. Right when the Luna beasts realize something is wrong, perhaps the entire monster horde would have already entered the forest. The fiendish osier's abilities can restrict the Luna beasts. The splitting of the tree branches can restrict the movements and the strength of the Luna beasts to a great extent. However, with Kylie's speed, as long as she doesn't go too deep into it, it's not difficult for her to escape. Lin Huang nodded and did not say anything else. After a short while, they cleared the swarm of hornets. Lin Huang gathered Bai and the rest again. Bloody pulled Kylie aside and whispered to her. After the conversation between them had ended, only then did they join the team. Kylie, please stay. The rest of you, please follow me and lie in wait outside the fiendish osiri. I'll explain the details later when we're on our way. Bloody did not say anything else. It nodded its head at Lin Huang, transforming into a vine and wrapping around his left arm. Follow me. As soon as Lin Huang uttered these words, he activated his double acceleration and headed towards the fiendish osiri. Bai and the rest immediately followed after him. Kylie was the only one who stayed there, watching the rest leave. Right after Lin Huang and the rest had disappeared from her sight, Kylie then transformed into a black glow and headed in another direction. After half an hour, Lin Huang and the rest finally arrived where the fiendish osiri was. Seeing the peaceful fiendish osir, even Lin Huang's divine telekinesis could not sense anything strange. The fiendish osir was like an ordinary willow. If the fiendish osir had not been introduced in the information provided by the Heaven Alliance, perhaps not only Lin Huang, even Bloody might not realize the specialty of this forest. Scanning the forest, Charcoal then said, "It looks like an ordinary plant. Be careful." According to what has been recorded in the information provided by the Heaven Alliance, at least 50 people have died in this forest ever since it has been discovered. They were sent back to the first checkpoint on the stairway tree. Bear in mind that humans who reach here are supreme geniuses that have made it through 55 checkpoints on the stairway tree, Lin Huang reminded. After listening to what he said, the facial expressions on Bai and the rest became serious. In the Genius Union, those who managed to reach checkpoint 55 were at least immortal level rank 7s. The geniuses of these combat strength were a step away from achieving imperial level. Although Bai's ability was on par with the geniuses that were 3 levels higher, it was much weaker than them, let alone the other monsters. Kylie has approached the Luna beasts. We should do something now. Let's move and do what I've told you to do earlier. Bloody was monitoring Kylie with its leech pods. Several kilometers away, Kylie had launched an attack as soon as she discovered the Luna beasts. She summoned lightning to cover the entire region, striking hundreds of Luna beasts. They growled from the pain they suffered. Although not a single Luna beast was killed, she had successfully triggered their rage. Hundreds of her victims then led the rest of the Luna beasts to pursue her. Chapter 787. Bloody's misjudgment. Kylie's speed and explosiveness in short-distance flight surpassed all the monsters Lin Huang owned. Even Thunder that was good at flying could only excel Kylie in long-distance flight. Encountering Luna beasts with extremely high explosiveness, it was apparent that Kylie could make better bait than Thunder. In fact, Kylie did an impressive job. Kylie was about 10% faster than the Luna beasts all the way. The Luna beasts had made several attempts to accelerate, but Kylie sped up only when they were less than a meter away from her, maintaining her speed at 10% faster than the Luna beasts. Some of the Luna beasts had gone on a rampage, but they were still trailing behind by Kylie. Kylie maintained a speed at which the Luna beasts could see her but were unable to attack her. Lin Huang and Bloody were monitoring the situation on Kylie's side all the while. They felt relieved, seeing Kylie's performance. All of a sudden, Lin Huang frowned. The Luna beasts are slowing down. It seems like they're giving up on Kylie. Bloody was surprised. The Luna beasts had terrible tempers, and they were monsters that held grudges. They were not intelligent, and under normal circumstances, they would chase after their enemies non-stop and would not choose to retreat. It seemed like the Luna beasts had lost their patience upon realizing that the possibility of chasing after Kylie was low. They were not going to bug her anymore. She's made it through half the journey. What should we do now? Lin Huang raised his head and looked towards Bloody. Ask Kylie to attack them, Bloody suggested. Would it work, since they've already found out that they can't possibly chase Kylie? Lin Huang doubted. I guess it'll work this time, but I'm not sure if it'll still work the next time. Bloody did not expect the Luna beasts to retreat after being fooled by Kylie. After getting the confirmation from Bloody, Lin Huang immediately contacted Kylie with his divine telekinesis and told her what to do next. A few kilometers away, Kylie then turned back to the Luna beasts after listening to what Lin Huang told her. She then realized that the Luna beasts were actually slowing down. She scoffed and again, she activated her lightning control. Hundreds of beams of black lightning rained down from the sky. The attack covered a broader range compared to the first attack launched by Kylie. Besides that, it was much stronger as well. More than 500 of the Luna beasts let out a howl of pain. Their fur was burnt and singed. Still, Kylie was unable to kill any of the Luna beasts. Nevertheless, it was quite effective. The Luna beasts lost their rationality and began to chase after Kylie insanely. Seeing what Kylie did, Lin Huang flashed a thumbs up. They're now bearing a huge grudge. Don't count your eggs before they hatch. While it's effective, it's still unknown whether Kylie can lure them to this place. Bloody pointed out pessimistically. Lin Huang kept quiet for a moment, and something seemed to have dawned on him. Does it mean that the effect will be reduced each time Kylie attempts to aggravate them? Yes, it does. Although the Luna beasts aren't intelligent and can be easily triggered, they won't be tricked repeatedly. Since they've already confirmed that they are unable to catch up to Kylie, they'll be wise enough to give up their target. Once attacked, they'll temporarily lose their rationality. The more they're attacked, the less likely they'll act irrationally and the higher the possibility that they'll give up their target. Bloody nodded while giving a detailed explanation. Also, the Luna beasts will regain their rationality in a shorter period this round. Soon, they'll realize that it's useless to chase after Kylie. What should we do? Lin Huang's eyebrows knitted together. He now understood why Bloody had expressed its doubt on whether Kylie could successfully lure the Luna beasts to this place. The best way is to change baits. Obviously, Bloody had a plan. They've lost confidence in chasing Kylie, and it's time for us to change their target. They'll regain the thrill of the chase once they have a new target. They can then complete the second half of the journey. Do you mean that we need Thunder to be the bait? Lin Huang knew who Bloody was referring to. Other than Kylie, it'll be the most suitable one. Bloody nodded. No, we can't. Thunder is too huge, and its agility is nowhere near Kylie's. If it happens to enter the fiendish ossuary, it's difficult for it to survive through it, Lin Huang rejected. Compared to Kylie, Thunder's size would make it an easy target. Moreover, Kylie's agility would allow her to avoid sudden attacks, whereas Thunder was much weaker than her and it would be easier for the fiendish ossuaries to attack it. Once it became the fiendish ossuary's target, it would be in great danger. Do you have any other plan? It was already risky for Kylie to enter the fiendish ossuary. If Thunder was the one that entered the fiendish ossuary, the probability of it surviving was close to zero. A pet monster was different from humans. If it died on the stairway tree, it would die in reality instead of returning to the first checkpoint on the stairway tree. Bloody kept quiet for a long while after listening to what Lin Huang asked. This isn't how you'd look like if you're running out of ideas. Lin Huang knew that it was not because Bloody had no other plans. It was because of some reason that it was reluctant to tell. Just spit it out. Other than Kylie and Thunder, there's actually someone who can be the bait, Bloody then said slowly, shifting its gaze towards Lin Huang. Lin Huang was stunned. After a couple of moments, he then pointed at himself and asked, "Me?" After confirming that Bloody was referring to him, a thought suddenly ran through Lin Huang's mind. Oh, right, the transformation card. How could I forget about it? Lin Huang had almost forgotten that he could actually use the provisional transformation card, transforming into Kylie or Thunder. As long as he changed into how they looked like, he would have all of their abilities, including their speed. I'll first transform into Thunder and become bait. As soon as I enter the fiendish ossuary, I'll transform into Kylie and get out of there as swiftly as possible. Bloody was unwilling to reveal its plan. It did not want Lin Huang to take the risk, but it was running out of solutions. Setting the Luna beasts up was risky business. Alright, I'll take on the task. Lin Huang accepted without thinking twice. It's too dangerous. Bai, who had kept quiet all the while, frowned as he said. It turned back and looked at Bloody. Is there any other way? Bloody shook its head helplessly. Changing the bait is the only way to solve the problem. It's uncertain whether any other solutions are going to work. Don't worry, after using the transformation card, my combat strength will level up to immortal level rank -4. My abilities will be stronger than any of you. Lin Huang patted Bai's shoulder reassuringly. I didn't really make any contribution for the whole day. It's time to move and do some exercise. That's it, I'm going to back Kylie up. Chapter 788. Falling into the trap in the secret forest, a charcoal gray silhouette flashed through the tree branches quickly. The silhouette was extremely fast. The immortal level rank 8 and rank 9 monsters only managed to detect that a black shadow passing through. When one actually throttled down the speed of the silhouette 100 times slower, one could actually see that it was a charcoal gray bird with an intricate golden pattern on its body. It had a slender body that looked elegant yet powerful. The bird that looked almost eerily similar to Thunder was, of course, Lin Huang. Lin Huang could not get used to Thunder's body in the beginning. Unlike Bai and the rest that were humanoid monsters, he felt awkward having his hands change into wings. However, in less than an hour, he had gotten used to the body and even liked flying by flapping his wings. Feeling excited for only a few minutes, Lin Huang started to calm himself down. Sensing that Kylie was approaching him at a breakneck speed with his territory skill, he slowed down. While waiting for Kylie to appear, he started practicing some skills that could trigger the anger of the Luna beasts. After a short while, he saw a black shadow flying towards him at lightning speed. There was a massive monster horde that followed the black shadow. Lin Huang immediately fluttered his wings and stopped moving forward, staying in one place. Kylie caught a glimpse of Lin Huang and brushed past him without slowing down. This was what Lin Huang had instructed Kylie earlier. She had to pretend that she did not know Lin Huang and continued to flee, leaving the rest of the act to Lin Huang. Obviously, Kylie did what she had been told. She did not even greet him. She directly grazed Lin Huang and flew away. It went so smoothly as though it had been practiced countless times. She simply just left, Lin Huang thought to himself. The Luna beasts, of course, noticed Lin Huang in the first place. He now looked exactly like Thunder, and its body was a few times bigger than Kylie's, so it was hard not to steal the attention. Seeing the monster horde chasing after him, Lin Huang did not immediately turn back and flee. He flapped his wings, and his body began to glow purple. His body was flickering in a purple electric arc, creating peculiar patterns. As Lin Huang opened his mouth wide, a purple glow accumulated within his mouth. The dazzling purple light glowed even brighter as Lin Huang flapped his wings. In just a short while, the intensity of the beam of purple light had reached its peak, becoming much more resplendent. At that moment, Lin Huang let out a screeching bird cry, accompanied by the purple glow shooting out from his mouth. The fist-like purple sphere lingered in midair. While it expanded, it rotated quickly. The purple sphere expanded to the size of a fitness ball in just one breath, and it was still increasing in size. Just when the Luna beasts were less than 10 meters away from Lin Huang, the sphere that consisted of the purple thunder exploded. A dazzling purple beam was instantly released. Nobody could gaze directly at the brilliant beam of light. Countless beams of purple electric arcs were gushing out like snakes, spreading in the form of a fan towards the direction where the monster horde was. It was like casting a net into a lake full of fish. The attack which Lin Huang had deliberately launched covered a much wider region compared to Kylie's. It covered almost half of the monster horde. The purple electric arc struck tens of thousands of Luna beasts. Although it could do no harm to the Luna beasts, they would still experience numbness and pain. Reacting to the assault, the Luna beasts roared in pain. Despite the range of attack being much more comprehensive than Kylie's, the force was relatively weak. Lin Huang knew very well that the attack would not be able to kill any of the Luna beasts, but it was the most suitable skill to trigger them. Lin Huang turned back and fled after the attack without a moment of hesitation. The angry Luna beast soon targeted Lin Huang and started pursuing him. Although his agility was incomparable to Kylie's after transforming into thunder, Lin Huang had his way of getting rid of the Luna beast's attack. He did not fly in a straight line, but he flew in a Z shape instead. He was like a drunkard, flying up and down. He became much more provoking to the Luna beasts. The insult level had been 100% initially, but it had now risen to 120%. The group of Luna beasts had forgotten entirely that they were previously chasing Kylie. The evil bird was now their target. The outcome is pretty awesome. As the bait-changing plan was working, Lin Huang felt relieved. Kylie was flying at her maximum speed and had already disappeared from his sight. Lin Huang then leisurely led the Luna beasts forward. Perhaps because the attack had triggered a large number of Luna beasts or because Lin Huang looked much easier to defeat than Kylie, the Luna beasts did not give up on him easily. Lin Huang then managed to bring the Luna beasts to their destination. Sensing that Bloody and the rest had hidden well and were ready, Lin Huang grinned and looked towards the fiendish osiri. He then accelerated and headed towards it. The Luna beasts were so naive, and they did not realize that the fiendish osiri was dangerous. They thought that Lin Huang wanted to get rid of them using the forest. Therefore, they sped up and followed him. Of course, they did not realize that Bloody and the rest were hiding there. The monster horde followed Lin Huang and entered the terrifying fiendish osiri. After entering the fiendish osiri, Lin Huang immediately looked back at the Luna beasts. He was worried about the Luna beasts finding out and retreating at the very last minute. The group of Luna beasts was obviously not as alert as he thought. They went into the fiendish osiri without hesitation. Success. Lin Huang was exhilarated. As the Luna beasts got into the fiendish osiri, 80% of the hunting plan had succeeded. He knew that he could gain tens of millions of points with extreme ease. Although more than half of the plan was turning out well, Lin Huang did not let his guard down. He did not immediately leave the fiendish osiri. Instead, he continued leading them deeper in. He knew that nobody could retreat after entering the fiendish osiri. If he did so, the fiendish osiri would immediately block his way, and the Luna beasts would definitely be startled by them. In addition to the monster horde not going deep enough into the fiendish osiri, if they found out that something was wrong, it was highly possible that they could get rid of the controlling willow forest. Once they managed to get rid of the fiendish osiri's control, Bai and the rest would not be able to stop such a large number of monsters. The plan would definitely fail. It's best for me to go 43 meters deep into the fiendish osiri. The Luna beasts will follow me at least 30 meters deep. Lin Huang was doing the calculations in his mind so that he would not make any mistakes. The best distance was, of course, calculated by Bloody based on its understanding of the Luna beasts and the fiendish osiri. It was the distance where the Luna beasts could be controlled, and at the same time, it was also the safest distance for Lin Huang. 35, 40, 41, 42, 43. As soon as it reached the depth calculated by Bloody, Lin Huang immediately flapped his wings, turning back and flying right towards the Luna beasts that were chasing after him. Chapter 789. The uncatchable prey. Lin Huang had caught the fiendish osiri's attention the moment he turned back. It began extending its osiri, reaching out for Lin Huang. The fiendish osiri in the fiendish osiri were really patient. If their prey did not go deep enough, they would patiently wait until they were confident enough to control their prey before launching any attack. However, as for those who wanted to leave after breaking into the fiendish osiri, they would immediately attack, forcing their victim to stay. As Lin Huang retreated, he undoubtedly triggered the fiendish osiri's instinct, which was to extend their osiri to stop him immediately. Hundreds of osiri headed out for Lin Huang from all directions. 10 tentacles with the circumference of an adult's arm extended from the tip of each of the osiri. Although I've seen this earlier, it's kind of disgusting to see it at such a close distance, Lin Huang thought to himself. The tentacles were green in color and looked somewhat sticky like a slug. It was like a future generation of the earthworm and the slug that had gone through some kind of mutation. Not only was it 10 times bigger, but it was also hundreds of times uglier. One would indeed find them disgusting. Lin Huang's mentality was considered stable, but still, he felt sickened seeing those tentacles. Thousands of tentacles wriggled in midair, heading out for Lin Huang. At the same time, the Luna beasts in front of Lin Huang were in trouble as well. The fiendish osiri extended their osiri, and there were millions of tentacles going after the Luna beasts. Since they had already revealed themselves, the fiendish osiri was not going to wait any longer. If they did not take any action to make the Luna beasts stay, perhaps the Luna beasts could escape from the fiendish osiri very quickly with their speed, which was the reason why the fiendish osiri attacked without hesitation. As the group of fiendish osiri went on a rampage, Lin Huang did not feel panicked at all. What happened right in front of him was entirely within his expectations. Tens of thousands of tentacles did not stop chasing him. There was an ocean of tentacles right in front of him. Lin Huang flapped his wings and distanced himself from the tentacles. Seeing that he was about to enter the ocean of tentacles, he immediately crushed a provisional transformation card. His immensely colossal body immediately shrank and transformed from thunder to Kylie. He did not stop and sped up instead as he flew towards the Luna beasts. He then entered the region where there were countless tentacles. The Luna beasts that were chasing after Lin Huang were caught in a frenzy as the fiendish osiri was suddenly attacking them. At that moment, only then did they know that they had fallen into a trap. The Luna beasts could no longer go after Lin Huang as the fiendish osiri attacked them. They were alarmed. A majority of the Luna beasts knew that they had to flee in the direction where they had come from in order to leave the fiendish osiri as soon as possible. A small number of them were confused, and soon, they were captured by the fiendish osiri's tentacles. Those who fled in the correct direction were entangled by the fiendish osiri as well. They had no way of getting rid of them. Despite being able to break the tentacles with their fangs and sharp claws repeatedly, the fiendish osiri's tentacles could regenerate on their own endlessly. Their energy and life power were being drained, resulting in many of the Luna beasts being caught. Regardless of how fast the Luna beasts were, how powerful its explosiveness was, and how sharp its fangs were, they were vastly outnumbered by the fiendish ogre's tentacles, putting them at significant risk in the battle. Their destiny was like a script written in advance whereby the outcome had already been determined. Lin Huang, who had transformed into Kylie, approached the ocean of tentacles as well. There were 12 pairs of black wings on his back, fluttering at a horrifying frequency. He was traveling through the ocean of tentacles at an extremely fast speed. Like a swimming fish in the ocean, he was moving forward with ease. The tentacles attempted to capture him several times, but still, he managed to avoid the capture perfectly by flapping his wings. Lin Huang could clearly sense that the movements of all the tentacles that were covered by his territorial skill. In addition to Kylie's speed and her explosiveness, he could easily sense the attack coming from any of the tentacles. He managed to dodge the attacks in advance and could even use flicker when necessary. This allowed him to travel in the danger zone without obstruction. Moreover, the Luna beasts had caught the fiendish ogre's attention. Lin Huang was not worried that he might be unable to leave the fiendish osiri at all. The ogres of the fiendish ogre spasmed, extending their tentacles towards their enemies. If one of the tentacles tangled the Luna beast, it was fated that it would be unable to break free from the entanglement of the tentacles. This was because if it happened to pause for just a moment, the rest of the tentacles would twist around it one after another. Nothing would work even if the Luna beast struggled to rip them apart. After breaking one of the tentacles apart, more than 10 others would replace it. The broken tentacle could even regenerate at the speed that was visible to the naked eye. The Luna beasts were being wrapped like dumplings. The fiendish ogre soon realized that there was a prey that they were unable to capture. It was much smaller than the Luna beasts. Upon closer inspection, it was a humanoid monster with 12 pairs of wings. It seemed as if any of the tentacles that approached him at a certain distance could complete the capture at the next second. However, he always managed to dodge the capture. Most of the time, he was capable of avoiding the attack of the tentacles by moving a little as though he could foresee things. You must have discovered the weird guy with 12 pairs of wings on its back. One of the fiendish ogres realized that Lin Huang was different from the rest as it failed to catch him after several attempts. Soon, the information spread everywhere, and tens of the fiendish ogres nearby could receive the incoming message. He might be a human. He has strange movements as though he can foresee the trajectory path of our attack. One of the fiendish ogres next to it found out that something was weird about Lin Huang. Humans used to be evil. It's normal if they invented some movements to restrict our attack. Seemingly, the fiendish ogre had dealt with humans before and did not have a positive experience. I don't think that he can dodge all of our attacks. After finishing its words, it immediately launched another attack on Lin Huang. More than 20 ogres headed towards Lin Huang and hundreds of tentacles gushed towards him. It's not easy to encounter such an interesting prey. Let's see who has the ability to capture him, another fiendish ogre suggested. Many of the fiendish ogres agreed with his suggestion. After reaching a consensus, most of them had given up capturing the Luna beasts. Lin Huang was their primary target, and they were giving their all to catch him. Lin Huang knew nothing about the discussion between the fiendish ogres. The only thing he knew was that the fiendish ogre was quite smart, but he did not know that this type of monster could actually communicate with each other. He unconsciously became the target of tens of the fiendish ogres. Despite not knowing that they were talking about him, he soon noticed that something was wrong because there was a larger number of tentacles that attacked him. What's happening? Are they afraid that I'll be able to leave this place, so they're all turning on me? Lin Huang soon realized that the tentacles of the fiendish ogres had ignored the Luna beasts that were not far away from him. Not a single tentacle was extended towards them. Instead, the tentacles were all coming at him. Chapter 790. The insane fiendish ogre seeing the tentacles coming for him multiply many times over, Lin Huang frowned. The events that had just transpired were far beyond his expectations. Although he was faster than the Luna beasts and according to Bloody's calculations, there would still be half the number of Luna beasts remaining when he would escape the fiendish ogre. Theoretically, it would target the larger group of Luna beasts who were clustered in a group and would be more easily captured. However, they seemingly had a greater interest in Lin Huang instead of the Luna beast group. Bloody, what's wrong with the fiendish ogres? Why would they give up attacking the Luna beasts and come after me? Lin Huang was under a lot of pressure and asked Bloody with his divine telekinesis. Bloody kept quiet for a moment before answering. the information we have on the fiendish osiers is very limited. I didn't notice it previously as I used to think that they're just demonic plants that are rather evil when they hunt. However, it seems like I've underestimated the fiendish osier's intelligence. Most of the triple mutated monsters are those who are weaker or limited by intelligence. They hunt for survival. However, it seems like the fiendish osiers are beyond that and are more intelligent. Not only are they hunting for food, they're also hunting for higher level needs fun. You've probably become their main target because your unusual behavior drew their attention. Hunting for you has become a game to them, and whoever that managed to capture you will be the winner of the game. Just like how a well-fed cat will hunt for mice. They're not going to eat it, it's just for fun. Lin Huang soon understood Bloody's explanation. I'm now the fiendish osier's mouse. You're right, Bloody nodded. So before I get caught, it's less likely that they'll give up such an interesting prey, right? Lin Huang knew the predicament he was in. Yes, it is. Before getting bored of you, a well-fed cat will definitely not give up their prey that easily. Bloody was not panicked though. You're halfway through the 43-meter flight. You'll be able to make it through the remaining 20 meters in your current condition. You just need to be extra careful. Alright, I got it. Don't worry and get ready to attack. Immediately launch an attack as soon as I get rid of the fiendish osier. After contacting with Bloody and knew what was actually happening, Lin Huang felt relieved. The fiendish osier was behaving like how a cat was trying to fool a mouse. They extended their tentacles, attempting to capture Lin Huang. However, they failed. Lin Huang flew past countless tentacles and accelerated from time to time. At times, he slashed his sword to get away from the tentacles and occasionally moved his body aside to dodge the attacks. Flicker would also be used to get rid of the tentacles at times, regardless of how many tentacles there were, the angle he was being attacked from, and the speed the attack, they were unable to even touch the edge of Lin Huang's clothes. However, there were several hits when they managed to cordon the area off, but still, Lin Huang managed to break through it with ease with Flicker. Seeing countless criss-crossed tentacles before him attempting to wrap him up, he grinned. It seems like the fiendish osiers have no idea what they can still do now. They've used the same attack over and over again, but they've been rendered useless. Still, they're using the same skill to attack. Just as the thought ran through his mind, Lin Huang's body reacted. He flapped the 12 pairs of black wings on his body abruptly and soon, he completely disappeared. When he reappeared, he had already passed through the big net formed by the tentacles, appearing at a location where there were no tentacles at all. However, when his body became visible, something had put him on alert. He immediately activated Flicker and again, he disappeared. At almost the same time that he disappeared from his original position, a big net made of tentacles emerged from the ground, enveloping the area where Lin Huang was initially at. Lin Huang, who was dozens of centimeters away, saw what just happened and was glad that he believed his instinct, so he managed to avoid the danger. Lin Huang had his guard up after figuring that there was a trap. It seems like the fiendish osiers are much more intelligent than what has been described. There's less than a third of the distance remaining. Don't be careless anymore. I didn't even notice that they've set a trap underground with their roots. Despite their intelligence being inferior to triple mutated monsters, it's on par with the intelligence of a 10-year-old child. If you happen to underestimate them again, you're possibly going to bear some losses. Bloody reminded, it was mere luck that you managed to overcome the danger with your instinct. However, bear in mind that your instincts are not there to help all the time. In order to survive in such a dangerous place, abilities and cautiousness are of utmost importance. In fact, I was too careless. I didn't expect the fiendish osier to be actually able to attack with their roots. Lin Huang admitted his carelessness. The fiendish osiers are totally depraved. They set me up by using their roots that I've never seen before. I was almost tricked by them. Another thing that you need to be aware of is that breaking the fiendish osier tentacles might not be as easy as it seems despite how unassuming it looks. I've been monitoring the battle between the fiendish osiers and the Luna beasts and realized that only a small number of Luna beasts managed to break free from the tentacles after being captured. Most of the Luna beasts struggled for a couple of moments before they gave up, looking sluggish. I suspect that the tentacles contain a poison that can restrict the activities of their prey. Got it, I'll be careful. Lin Huang was focused on fleeing from the fiendish osier but did not notice this point. The information regarding the fiendish osiers, he had made no mention of their poisonous tentacles. However, according to what had been observed by Bloody, Lin Huang believed that it was true. Lin Huang did not know that he had triggered the fiendish Ozier's rage when he managed to escape earlier. How can he possibly get away from us? He's really good at escaping. His movements aren't the best. It's his ability to foresee the future. He can accurately predict our attack and dodge it in time. That's the scariest part. Did you realize that he's only immortal level rank -4? If he advances to immortal level rank 9, what's going to happen? All the fiendish Oziers that joined the discussion then kept quiet. After a short while, one of the elder fiendish Oziers said, after leveling up, perhaps he'll come back and take revenge on us. We won't be the ones attacking him by then. For the sake of our safety, I think we should make him stay. I agree too. The rest of the fiendish Oziers agreed with it as well. Since there are no objections, inform the rest of the members who are still able to reach him with their attacks, we don't need to catch him alive. All the fiendish Oziers did not treat it as something fun now. Instead, they treated Lin Huang as their greatest enemy. Although Lin Huang knew nothing about it, he was on alert after nearly being trapped by them. After the discussion, the fiendish Ozier's killing intent immediately grew, and Lin Huang could sense that the atmosphere was somewhat strange. The next second, the battle escalated. The fiendish Ozier gave up hunting for the Luna beasts. Millions of tentacles were now heading out for Lin Huang. Lin Huang was shocked. Although he had no idea what was happening, his body had already responded to the attack. He activated Flicker, transforming into a silhouette and disappeared from his original position. Just as the silhouette appeared, countless tentacles ripped it into pieces. Are they crazy? Lin Huang mumbled, feeling that it was ridiculous. Get out of the fiendish Ozier as soon as possible. Stop bugging them. Bloody had no idea what was happening as well. What they had to do now was to make sure that Lin Huang could get rid of the region covered by the fiendish Ozier's attack. Okay. Just as Lin Huang answered while nodding his head, the tentacles pounced towards him again. The number of tentacles was about the same. The entire dimension was being vacuumed as a large number of tentacles moved. No noise could be heard. However, Lin Huang knew it earlier and again, he activated Flicker and was several meters away. He was less than 8 meters away from the border of the fiendish Ozier. After stabilizing himself, the fiendish Oziers performed another attack. They knew that they had very few chances left to kill him. Their opponent could escape for another 3 times at most before getting away from the area within the fiendish Ozier's attack range. Seeing countless tentacles come after him, Lin Huang activated Flicker again. However, as soon as his figure could be seen, a huge net immediately emerged from the ground. Just as it was about to wrap Lin Huang up, Lin Huang disappeared again after slightly moving his body aside. The next moment, shots scattered through the air and surrounded Lin Huang within a 10-meter wide area as soon as his body appeared. He fixed his gaze on the fiendish Ozier and noticed them exploding abruptly, transforming into countless daggers that flew in all directions. A majority of them did not take aim at Lin Huang. There's nowhere else you can escape to, and the only thing you can do is to attack while teleporting. Bloody could clearly see everything that happened with his leech pods from the top. The fiendish Ozier's daggers had covered an area with a circumference that spanned about 13 meters. The attacks of the daggers were irregular and there were no more safe places. Lin Huang nodded his head. The next moment, he activated Dark Mirror. The daggers then hit the dark sphere that covered Lin Huang's body, creating ripples on the surface of the sphere before they were reflected. After the activation of Dark Mirror, Lin Huang decided to test the attack power of these daggers. Again, he took a step forward and appeared a few meters away. The fiendish Oziers must have gone insane. They'd rather harm themselves to kill me. As soon as he showed up, his dark mirror was attacked by countless daggers. Lin Huang smirked as he was now only 2 meters away from the border of the fiendish Ozier. He'll completely get rid of our control if he were to teleport again. Don't let him run away. After listening to this, all the fiendish Oziers went into a frenzy. On the Oziers, countless catkins were dispersed by the wind and instantly enveloped an area dozens of meters wide. Just as Lin Huang was feeling terrified, the catkins exploded and transformed into flares. Seeing himself being surrounded by dozens of catkins that were about to explode, Lin Huang took a leap and soon disappeared. Chapter 791. It is here, these demonic monsters are really crazy. As Lin Huang showed up in the next moment, he had already left the area of the fiendish Ozier that was within the Ozier's control. He then turned back to look at the continuous explosions of the catkins that were scattered through the air. A third of the region near the fiendish Ozier was now shrouded in flames. It's not that out of the ordinary for demonic monsters to do something crazy like this. Bloody slowly floated toward Lin Huang. The mentality of those demonic monsters is controlled by their negative emotions. When they're triggered, their negative emotions will multiply, causing them to lose all ability to think rationally and consider the consequences of their actions. But why would they hurt themselves to kill me? Lin Huang felt amused when he saw the fiendish osiri shrouded in flames with most of the osiers left with nothing. Neither the daggers nor the bombs were usually used by the fiendish osiers. Those abilities were usually reserved for self-protection, and once activated, it would remain unusable for the next 3 months. The fiendish osiers had given their all in their attempt to kill Lin Huang. It's almost time to attack. Although the explosion did directly affect the group of Luna beasts, some of them may have been severely injured. If we don't attack them now, the fiendish osiers might kill them. Bloody reminded, if they're killed by the fiendish osiers, you won't get any points. Lin Huang nodded his head and shifted his gaze in the direction where Bai and the rest were. It's time to show up. After saying that, a few shadows flashed by, and at the next moment, Bai and the rest appeared standing next to Bloody. I relinquish the task to you. Lin Huang then allowed Bloody to take charge of the situation. Bloody nodded slightly and called out the first name, Charcoal. As soon as Bloody's voice was heard, Charcoal rapidly returned to its original body size. It knew very well what it was doing because Bloody had already planned a strategy to fight when they began setting up the trap. Charcoal only had to follow what had been planned. It opened its mouth wide as black flames shot out in waves, engulfing the fiendish osiers and some of the Luna beasts. The Luna beasts that were caught in the attack groaned as they struggled. They wanted to break free from the fiendish osiers' entanglement and escape from the fire. However, the fiendish osier waved their osiers, extending their tentacles in Charcoal's direction to rip Charcoal into pieces. In the beginning, Charcoal would still flutter its wings so it could fly to a higher position. It feared getting tangled by the fiendish osiers, but soon, it realized that the height Bloody told it to fly it had already exceeded the fiendish osiers' range, so it did not need to worry about attacks from the fiendish osiers. Kylie. Bloody's voice was heard before the first attack was over. Kylie, who was in her black armor, then picked up her spear, pointing the tip of her spear toward the sky. A purple electric glow began flickering on the spear. All of a sudden, dark clouds were formed in the air, and purple lightning was quickly formed on top of the cloud layers. After a short while, endless thunder rumbled in the sky and lightning bolts struck the ground like a storm was coming. The lightning, accompanied with the purification power, was a poison to the fiendish osiers. In addition to the injuries caused by Charcoal's dragon flames, many of the fiendish osiers were burned and died on the spot. Despite there being a small number of fiendish osiers that were still alive, they were severely injured and were already on the verge of death. As for the Luna beasts, the fiendish osiers had almost taken their lives away. After experiencing the explosion of the catkins, the dragon flames, and the lightning strikes, it was not easy for them to stay alive. They did not have the energy to run away now, let alone engage in a fight. Bloody did not seem satisfied with the battle's outcome, so it did not immediately ask the rest of them to enter the fiendish osiri. Instead, it called Lancelot. Lancelot nodded its head before it brandished its saber, pointing toward somewhere in the fiendish osiri. A strange force wave could be felt coming from the sky. A black saber was then formed out of nowhere. Its blade was narrow, long, and was about a meter long. As soon as the first saber appeared, a second and third saber with the same length began to form. In a blink of an eye, tens of thousands of black sabers that looked exactly the same appeared in front of Lancelot. The tips of the sabers were all pointed in the same direction as the saber Lancelot was holding, the fiendish osiri. Kill. A deep voice was then heard, accompanied by tens of thousands of sabers that streaked across the sky with a whistling sound. The streaking sabers raced toward the fiendish osiri like a torrential rain, passing through the bodies of the fiendish osiers. Lancelot's sword manipulation was not that strong and could only be compared to a random attack from an immortal level rank -8. Usually, it could do no harm to the fiendish osiers. However, its attack was the final straw that would spell the doom of the fiendish osiers. The ones that were already knocking on death's door could no longer defend themselves against their enemy. Soon, they succumbed to their injuries after the onslaught of the sabers. The fiendish osiers finally died after 3 attacks from Charcoal and the rest. Less than a tenth of them managed to survive the onslaught. The Luna beasts were rather pitiful. Each attack from Lancelot's dominating saber was a fatal strike, especially since the Luna beasts had depleted their life power earlier. The onslaught of Lancelot's sabers only added to their casualties. However, due to a limited range attack, it only managed to cover a 20th of the fiendish Osiri. Charcoal, Kylie, Lancelot. Continue assisting the fight. Attack the rest of the areas in the fiendish Osiri. You don't need to care how many Luna beasts and fiendish Osirs are killed. I'll ask the rest to complete the remaining task. After instructing Charcoal and the rest, Bloody turned its body around and looked toward Bai. Bai, please lead the rest to continue clearing up the monsters. Kill the remaining fiendish Osirs and Luna beasts that are still alive after the first wave of attack. Don't go to places where Charcoal and the rest haven't been to. Just go after them and complete the kill. Bloody intentionally glanced at Ghastly after finishing its words as if it wanted to warn Ghastly. Ghastly grinned as if it did not mind at all. I'll look after it. Bai took a glance at Ghastly and whispered to Bloody. After taking a leap, a voice was heard, "Follow after me." Tyrant and the rest immediately followed after Bai, and Ghastly was no exception. However, it followed at the back of the team, looking relaxed without even an ounce of nervousness despite the fact that the battle was about to begin. Soon after, the battle began as instructed by Bloody. The battle was not as intense as expected by Lin Huang. After 3 rounds of attacks launched by Charcoal, Kylie, and Lancelot, they no longer had the strength to fight back, be it the fiendish Osirs or the Luna beasts. This made it much easier for Bai and the rest to complete the kills. It was certainly a one-sided fight, and Lin Huang's points kept increasing every second. In the fiendish Osiri, Bai and the rest were busy with the fight while Ghastly walked leisurely as if it was on a vacation. It did help to attack the fiendish Osirs in the beginning. However, it began to slack off after a while. Since it did not influence the overall efficiency of the team, Bloody did not bother scolding it. Ghastly walked before one of the fiendish Osirs for about 5 times, having observed it for a long time. Then, as it made up its mind, it waved its right hand that wore a white glove. Soon, a gigantic arm was formed out of nowhere, grabbing the fiendish Osir's trunk and easily uprooting it. Ghastly then dragged it toward the sky and disappeared from sight. Bloody and Lin Huang saw everything that just happened clearly. Ghastly, what are you doing? Bloody frowned as it asked. Killing all of them is just a waste. I want to catch a few of them alive so that I can do some experiments. Ghastly was being frank with Bloody. Although the instruction given was to kill, Ghastly did not actually go against Bloody by catching a few of them alive. Bloody did not say anything else. It's fine, just let it be. Lin Huang then whispered to Bloody. He did not mean to spoil Ghastly. In fact, there was nothing wrong with Ghastly's decision to catch them alive. Despite Ghastly slacking all the while, the battle ended very quickly. After less than 10 minutes, they were about to end the fight. They managed to wipe out all the Luna beasts and almost 2/3 of the fiendish Osirs had sacrificed themselves in the battle. Just as Bloody was about to give the last instruction to clear up the fiendish Osiri, its body suddenly became stiff. At almost the same time, Lin Huang, who was standing next to Bloody, had a shocked expression. Lin Huang's neck was stiff as he turned his head around to look at Bloody. Bloody's face had a shocked expression as well as both of them exchanged glances with each other. They knew they had seen. It seems like it has discovered us. Bloody was feeling worried. Yes, in fact, it's already staring at me. Lin Huang shook his head, forcing a smile. I felt like something was wrong right at the moment when she entered the area covered by my territory. I checked what's actually happening out there with my divine telekinesis. However, it activated its telekinetic skill as well, and the power it was on par with mine. It then managed to locate me after getting into contact with me. Lin Huang told Bloody what had just happened. I've hidden thousands of leech pods throughout the journey, and it has destroyed all of them in an instant. I was wondering how it did it earlier, but after listening to what you said, I finally understood. It's because of its telekinetic skill. Bloody felt relieved as it was really frightened by its opponent. It's really strong even without its telekinetic skill. Its aura can be compared to that of Chan Do. It's the strongest immortal level monster that I've ever encountered. Lin Huang's face contorted. Should we leave? Bloody asked. Yes, we should. Lin Huang quickly nodded his head. The ability of the Hornet Queen is incredible. Also, there are 12 Hornet Guardians that have abilities that are almost at the Imperial level, as well as millions of combat Hornet Demons. With our current abilities, we're incapable of fighting them. Moreover, I've earned enough points. Lin Huang smirked as he looked in the direction where the Hornet Queen was leading a swarm of hornets at several kilometers away. Keep the rest of the fiendish Osirs alive, let's get them into trouble. Chapter 792. 3 demigod relics. Seeing the points of the first name on the leaderboard constantly increasing, the people on the stairway tree started feeling bored. Lin Huang's points had never stopped rising. However, as it reached 287 million points, it suddenly stopped increasing, catching the attention of many. Lin Xia's points have stopped changing since 10 minutes ago, but the name on the leaderboard shows that he's still online. Is he looking for a place to hide? The monster horde has just begun for a while, but he can already no longer fight them. It seems like he isn't as strong as we think. I thought that he could fight the entire night. You said that it has just been a while, but to be exact, it's been 2 hours. Lin Xia had the courage to stop the monster horde in the secret forest, and still, he didn't die after the 2-hour fight. This has indeed proven his ability. Those who think that Lin Xia isn't that powerful, why not enter the secret forest and see if you can stay alive for 2 hours? Lin Xia did not bother about the discussion that went on in the Genius Union at all. Instead of logging out, he entered the Stairway Mall. There are a total of 287 million points. 263 million points are usable, which equals 263 billion life crystals. The outcome is completely out of my expectations. Lin Huang laughed. He thought that he would be fortunate enough if he could earn tens of millions of points in 2 days, as he already had 24 million points previously. He did not expect using that Bloody's battle strategy. The points he gained would far exceed his expectations. It's not worth directly exchanging your points for life crystals here, Bloody reminded. Before returning to checkpoint 55 on the stairway tree, he had recalled Bai and the rest back into their card forms. He only brought Bloody along with him to the Stairway Mall. I know. That's why I brought you along, to see if there's anything that's worth exchanging here to be sold at a premium out there. Of course, Lin Huang would not directly exchange his points for life crystals. It was terribly silly to do so. The rarer the item, the higher the offer price at the auction. With your points now, your first choice will be to purchase a demigod relic. Among the demigod relics, demigod level swords and sabers have the highest demand, followed by armors. If you were to sell these demigod relics at the auction, you don't need to worry that nobody will buy it, Bloody laughed as it suggested. Although 263 million points seem like a lot, we can only afford to buy a few demigod relics. The cheapest demigod relic at the Stairway Mall costs 10 million points. Lin Huang had skimmed through the prices of the demigod relics. He was now screening through the items again, looking at the big screen at the Stairway Mall. The cheapest demigod level saber costs 16 million points. It's 15 million points for the sword and 19 million points for armor. Lin Huang realized that they were much more expensive than what he had seen previously. Perhaps the cheaper items might have already been purchased by others. Check the details. Bloody was staring at the screen as it said. Not many demigod relics were left at the Stairway Mall. The weapon which was in abundance was the saber. They had 28 of them. The item they had least was armor, with only 17 of them remaining. There were 23 swords as well. Lin Huang and Bloody soon read through the detailed information of these 3 types of items. The items with the highest price are the best quality ones. If I were to sell them at the auction, perhaps the increment in price will be lower than that of the lower priced items. Lin Huang was quite well versed with this matter. Should we buy the lower priced items? Have you seen the list of items for sale at the auction? What's the last item to be sold off on the last day of the auction? Bloody asked, not suggesting anything right away. Yes, the 2 items to be sold off on the last day are a demigod level saber and a demigod level combat sword. Are there only 2 of these demigod relics for sale? Yes, there are only 2 of them. The demigod relics aren't cabbage. It's considered an attractive thing to have these 2 items sold off on the last day. Lin Huang nodded. How's the quality of the 2 demigod relics? Bloody asked again. According to the information provided, their quality is about the same as these 2 items. Lin Huang then selected a demigod level sword and a demigod level saber on the screen. The price of the sword was 22 million points, whereas the saber cost 23 million points. Since that's the quality of their last item for sale at the auction, we should try giving them a chance to change the items for sale on the last day of the auction. Bloody chuckled. Do you mean that we should look for a demigod relic that's of an even better quality so that it'll be the last item for sale at the auction? Yes, you're right. Since they've announced the last item for sale in advance and the price has already been fixed, they can offer a better price if we were to send them items that are even better in quality. Since people can compare these items in terms of quality, the bidders will spend more in order to bid for a higher quality demigod relic. Bloody already had the entire plan in its mind. But they've already promoted those items. Even if I were to send these items in today, it's a bit too late to do so. Are they still going to offer me the best price? Lin Huang was still worried. Don't worry, they're experts in this field and they will have their way. We just need to send them the items and they'll do the rest, Bloody assured confidently. Choose this for the saber. It costs 31 million points. It has a better quality than the saber that costs 23 million points. Choose the sword that costs 29 million points. After Bloody had finished its words, it then picked out a set of armor which cost 33 million points. These 3 items, right? Lin Huang confirmed. Yes, these 3 are enough. Having 3 different types of items, we can target 3 different customer groups. This is the only armor being sold and it will definitely excite the bidders. There's already 1 saber and sword being sold at the auction. Therefore, buying 1 sword and 1 saber will be enough. They'll feel that it isn't valuable if we have more. The rest of the demigod relics have very low demand and we can hardly sell it off at a good price. There's no need to get those items, Bloody explained. The Heaven Alliance members would receive 30% off their purchase. Lin Huang spent 65.1 million points purchasing the 3 demigod relics that Bloody had chosen. He saved about 28 million points, which was almost equivalent to buying 2 items and getting 1 free. Initially upset, he felt much happier now. After purchasing the 3 demigod relics, Lin Huang then logged out of the Genius Union after leaving the secret forest for about half an hour. On the stairway tree, many people were staring at the points on the leaderboard, wondering if something had happened to Lin Huang. After half an hour, Lin Huang's points never changed right until the light on his name dimmed. Lin Huang has logged out. His points never changed for half an hour. He's just started playing. How can he log out at this moment? What is he doing? Is he fooling us? Could he have encountered some scary monsters or a massive monster horde and was escaping from them? Many people agreed with this hypothesis because one would not be able to instantly log out from the stairway tree. There was a 2-second delay. If the person was distracted during the 2 seconds delay, he or she would not be able to log out. If monsters were chasing Lin Huang the past half an hour, then everything would make sense. Just as everybody was discussing on the stairway tree, Lin Huang had dressed himself up in a disguise and rushed towards the auction in Wanbao City. Chapter 793. A unique disguise card is activated. Please choose your disguise. Please choose the race that you would like to disguise as. Human race. Please choose a gender. Male. Please choose a combat level that you would like to disguise as. Demigod level. Please proceed with a detailed character design. Random. Starting to create the body of the character randomly. Appearance and attire loading. The character has been randomly created. Would you like to confirm your disguise? If your answer is no, a face will be randomly chosen again. Yes. A skinny and tall man was then randomly created. He had a height of about 1.92 meters with long limbs. Even the size of his palm far exceeded an ordinary man's. However, all these did not draw Lin Huang's attention. What stunned him was his reflection as he fixed his gaze at the mirror. He had a sinister yet handsome face. Pairing his gloomy face with a pair of bloodshot eyes, he looked extraordinary. From his face, one would know that he was definitely not a kind person. Looking into his eyes, anyone would wonder how many people's blood was on his hand. Lin Huang smirked as he looked at the mirror. As he opened his mouth wide, a chill spread everywhere. He shivered as he saw his own reflection and he immediately dropped his smirk. I look scary. He practiced some expressions and movements in front of the mirror, familiarizing himself with the new body. Lin Huang then donned a black robe. It was a long robe which completely covered his body. It was difficult to even detect his body shape after putting on the robe. His head was covered by a hat, and his hairstyle could not be seen at all. His face was barely visible as the shadow of the hat masked it. One could hardly see him clearly. The attire makes me look even scarier. Lin Huang smirked in mockery. After preparing himself well, Lin Huang then left and headed towards the Wanbao auction. The Wanbao auction was open for 16 hours a day from 8 a.m. to 12 a.m. When Lin Huang logged out of the Genius Union, it was not even 10 p.m. yet. It was just slightly after 10 p.m. when he arrived at the auction, which was lively as usual. A week before the auction officially began, the small dealers had very brisk business because many people from different footholds went there to seek good deals. They wanted to find treasures that people might possibly miss out on. As he entered the auction, the liveliness of the place was out of Lin Huang's expectations. He thought there would not be that many people at this hour. However, he seemed to have entered the wet market area where it was incredibly crowded. As he gazed around the auction square, Lin Huang walked towards a lady in a uniform. From the uniform that she was wearing, it was not difficult to identify that she was neither a seller nor a buyer. She was an auction staff. "I have something to sell. Please bring me to meet your boss," Lin Huang said as he approached the lady. He did not bother whispering. May I know what kind of item you have?" Seeing Lin Huang's pair of red eyes, the uniformed lady was frightened and stammered immediately. She tried not to distance herself from him while forcing a smile. "Demigod relics," Lin Huang spoke audibly. Despite the fact that it was noisy at the auction, complete silence fell over the hall as soon as he uttered his words. Most of them then looked towards Lin Huang, who grinned as this was precisely the effect he wanted. He wanted as many people as possible to know that he had demigod relics for sale. Therefore, many of them would know that there would be more than 2 demigod relics on sale on the last day of the auction. They would then prepare more credits for the relics. However, many of them did not size Lin Huang up immediately. The moment when they saw his pair of eyes, they quickly shifted their gazes as they did not have the guts to look at him. A minority of them checked him out, but they did not fix their gaze on Lin Huang any longer. They tagged Lin Huang as an extremely dangerous person. Only a small number of people could bear the effect of deterrence and secretly observed Lin Huang. They wanted to know if they could get some clues from him. Lin Huang did not mind at all. He stared at the staff, patiently waiting for her reply. Demigod relic." The staff was terrified and still. She spoke with a stutter. Her lips moved slightly as if she had something else to say. However, Lin Huang interrupted her. "Stop wasting my time. Bring me to meet your boss." Lin Huang's character was meant to be rude and unreasonable. A person like his character would certainly not have the patience to listen to her. The staff's body shivered slightly. Fearfully, she brought Lin Huang to meet her boss. She had completely forgotten that she did not have the right to bring anyone to meet the boss. Under normal circumstances, if someone requested to meet the boss, she had to inform the manager, who would have the power to bring the guest to meet the boss. After a short while, the staff brought Lin Huang in front of a door. "This is the boss's office." After completing the task given by Lin Huang, the staff felt relieved and no longer spoke with a stutter. "Is he in at this hour?" Lin Huang wondered, as it was about 10 p.m. In order to disguise himself, he had even removed his territorial skill as he was afraid that someone would notice that something was off. He dared not simply activate his divine telekinesis either. He knew nothing about what was happening behind that door. He should be in at this hour. The auction is about to begin. The boss is in the office almost 24 hours a day. The staff nodded her head. Lin Huang did not ask her to go, and she also did not dare to leave. Just as Lin Huang was about to push the door open, a voice was heard coming from behind the door. "The VIP is here. Please come in." After finishing his words, the door opened on its own accord. Lin Huang grinned and strode into the room without any hesitation. He looked around the room as he entered. It was a room with a clean and simple renovation, but one could tell that it was an extremely luxurious room just by looking at the room details. The office table was made of ink lightstone, which was a scarce type of mineral. Seemingly, the entire ink lightstone had been used to make the office table. Based on its weight, Lin Huang estimated its price to be comparable to an ancient relics. On the other hand, the office chair was built using dark gold. Dark gold was an alloy, and it was one of the primary materials used to make ancient relics. The chair was made of quality materials, and its price could also be compared to an ancient relic. The cost of the sofa was high. Just by looking at the sofa legs and arms, it was apparent that its frame was made from the bones of monsters. The leather that wrapped around the sofa was from the black-scaled dragonkin, while its back and seats were made of skin with leopard print. Lin Huang could roughly recognize that it was the skin of a monster called the sapphire coral. As for the leather, it should be made from the skin of the thin-scale night dragon. Both of them were imperial-level monsters. Therefore, Lin Huang guessed that the bones of the monster must belong to the bone of an imperial-level monster as well. As for the price of the sofa, it should be equivalent to the price of an ancient telekinetic weapon. The both of them sat up straight on the sofa. Chapter 794, Glorious exit. The duo sitting on the sofa did not release any aura that was suppressing to Lin Huang. However, they did not bother to restrain the aura that exuded from their body. Lin Huang had dealt with Imperial levels several times, so from their aura, he could easily identify that the both of them were on Imperial level. While the both of them were sizing Lin Huang up, Lin Huang returned the favor. The one sitting on the left side of the sofa was quite tall, and he was wearing a navy blue suit. It was evident that he had recently just shaved, as he had a mild green tint on his face. However, one could also see the growing stubble on his face. Right at this second, he was sitting up straight like a ramrod and his facial expression was stern. He looked at Lin Huang like he was scrutinizing him. The man sitting on the right was very lanky too. However, he was thinner than the man sitting next to him. He had long brown hair that was tied back in a ponytail. He had a mustache and a beard that he shaved very often. He looked much more relaxed than the one sitting next to him. However, he did not completely lie back on the sofa as he was still on his guard. He did not scrutinize him though, but he looked at him curiously. After studying up, Lin Huang then took off his hat, revealing his hidden face. He did not worry that both of them might discover that something was amiss. Xiao He had told him before that only a true god could see through the effects of the disguise card. Even a virtual god would not realize anything wrong if they were to look at him close up, let alone the two Imperial levels. Just as Lin Huang took off his hat, the disguised aura of the demigod was released. Although there was only a slight release of the aura, the two Imperial levels could clearly sense the combat level screened by Lin Huang at such a close distance. Their pupils immediately dilated, and they exchanged glances with each other. They stood up from the sofa at almost the same time and bowed deeply to Lin Huang. "Sir, a demigod had the most powerful combat strength on this land and was undoubtedly one of the strongest people even if they were to go to the land of origin in Division 1. Many of the old and well-known families at the core zones and the leaders from various organizations were also on demigod level. The man with the ponytail and the man in the suit were respectful not just due to the difference in combat strength, but also the disparity in status. The status of all demigods on this land, including those who trained themselves without joining any organization, could be compared to the elders from the royal families. Both of them ought to respect the elders. Of course, Lin Huang knew about this and did not feel strange when they paid him their respects. He waved his hand slightly and walked towards the sofa. He then moved one of the single-seater sofas and sat down. He did not say anything, while sizing up the man with the ponytail. After a moment of silence, the both of them felt nervous and the man with the ponytail finally initiated the conversation. "May I know if you're a buyer or a seller? I have a few items for sale, but I'm not sure if you know much about them." Lin Huang sounded as if he was lecturing his juniors. "Don't worry, we have 28 professional appraisers. 25 of them are grade A appraisers and the other 3 are grade S appraisers. The man next to me and I are both grade S appraisers." An appraiser could not be blasé when examining the grade of an item. A true appraiser had to be capable of clearly determining the ingredients of each item, its raw materials, the price of each raw material, and the difficulty of the finishing process of the product. Only then could the appraiser make an accurate estimate of its price. An appraiser had the right to set the call price of each item. The grade of each appraiser was highly dependent on their combat strength. The reason being was that the appraiser would need to insert life power into the relic in order to know the exact function of the relic, the conversion rate of the life power of the relic and other details. For example, anyone below a mortal level would be unable to activate an ancient relic. Therefore, in order to examine an ancient relic, one would need to fulfill the requirement whereby their combat strength had to be at least on a mortal level. The so-called grade A appraisers were on a mortal level. They could accurately evaluate an ancient relic. At the same time, they had the right to set a price for the ancient relic, so the auction could refer to the price provided to fix the call price. As for the grade S appraisers, they basically had to be on Imperial level and they must possess the ability to examine a demigod relic. Of course, they had the right to set a price for the demigod relic. Lin Huang was surprised. Despite not having been to many of the auctions, he knew that as the largest auction house in Division 7, the Kyoto auction house only had 3 grade S appraisers. The Wanbao auction could only obtain the 10th place among all the auction houses in Division 3. It was no better than the Dark auction house which was ranked 11th. Basically, the Wanbao auction could possibly be replaced at any time by the Dark auction. However, Such an auction house would be on par with the first auction house, the Kyoto auction house in Division 7. This is a core zone for real. Other divisions are incomparable to it, Lin Huang thought to himself. However, he acted as if there was nothing exciting. Are the both of you grade S appraisers? Lin Huang glanced at the both of them with a scrutinizing gaze. The man with the ponytail smiled while projecting his certificate as an appraiser. Sir, this is my certificate. The man in the suit who stood next to him immediately projected his certificate without any facial expression. It was a card with only some brief information about the appraiser. There was information like photos, names, certificate ID, and registration time. Information such as items that had been examined and the detailed evaluation reports was hidden. The appraiser would need to authorize others in order for the rest to have access to it. Lin Huang did not need to know all this. It was not necessary for him to look at their certificates though. To prove his arrogance, he doubted their identity, behaving in a manner he should be. Glancing through both of their certificates, Lin Huang immediately shifted his gaze back to the man with the ponytail and smirked. Your name is Tang Shu. Are you from the Tang family? Among a few of the royal families in Division 3, the Tang family was one of them with 2 demigods from the Tang family. Before coming to the Wanbao auction, Lin Huang had no idea that the auction house was actually run by the Tangs. Please don't laugh at me. Tang Shu smiled, nodding his head. Lin Huang nodded and did not ask further about Tang Shu's identity. It's quite reliable, I guess, since the auction house is part of the Tang family's business. After finishing his words, Lin Huang took out the demigod saber chosen by Bloody from his emperor's heart ring. He then gradually drew it from the scabbard. As soon as the saber was pulled out of the scabbard, a blood intricate lit up on the blade of the saber, releasing a faint bloody glow. Soon after, the bloody glow surrounded the entire blade of the saber. Demigod relic. Right after the saber was being drawn out of the scabbard, the both of them fixed their gazes on the saber. What do you think about this saber? Lin Huang grinned as he asked both of them. It's an incredible saber. It's much better than the one that we intend to sell on the last day of the auction. Tang Shu excitedly grabbed the saber from Lin Huang and took a closer look at it. He was in love with the saber. The man in the suit who stood next to him carefully looked at each and every inch of the saber as well. Offer me a price. Lin Huang did not show them the other 2 demigod relics. He patiently waited for the both of them to have a better look at the saber before he requested them to offer him a price. The call price of this saber is 30 billion, the man in the suit offered. What do you think? Lin Huang seemed to be unhappy with the price, turning his head back and looking at Tang Shu. 30 billion is a pretty reasonable price. Tang Shu kept quiet for a moment before responding to him. However, the price can be a little higher since the saber can be sold off on the last day of the auction. I'll fix the price at 33 billion then. After setting the price, Tang Shu noticed that Lin Huang's facial expression remained unchanged. He then continued, Sir, the call price doesn't have to be too high. If the price being set is too high, you might scare some of the potential bidders away. What's the call price of the item that you just mentioned which you intend to sell on the last day of the auction? Lin Huang asked. 25 billion. The price is slightly higher than usual. If it weren't the last item for sale at the auction, the price wouldn't be higher than 23 billion. Tang Shu was honest. Alright, I'll accept the offer then. Lin Huang grinned. Since the price of the saber is 33 billion, I suppose that the other 2 demigod relics of similar quality will be offered almost the same price, right? Can the both of you please have a look at them? After having his words uttered, Lin Huang then took out the other 2 demigod relics where he had a combat sword and a set of armor. Tang Shu and Tang Yi were startled. Lin Huang had set them up. The price of the saber was actually set slightly higher than normal price. They did not expect Lin Huang to have another 2 demigod relics. However, both of them were soon attracted by the other 2 demigod relics. Spending almost 20 minutes to complete the evaluation, both of them then decided the final price of the relics after a short discussion. The quality of the sword is almost the same as that of the saber as it can be sold during the last day of the auction as well. The call price will be 32 billion. As for the set of armor, since it's the only demigod level armor we have at the auction, it can be priced slightly higher at 38 billion. Sir, do you agree with the price offered? Okay. Still, Lin Huang answered without any facial expression. In fact, he was feeling great inside. He was expecting to earn about 90 billion from the 3 demigod relics. However, the price offered had exceeded. 100 billion. Under normal circumstances, a 5% administration fee will be charged by the auction house. I'll give you a Supreme member card and only 3% administration fees will be charged. If you feel like buying anything from the Wanbao auction, you'll get 20% off on all items. Tang Shu then paused for a moment, lowering his voice and added, including the illegal items. Also, the card will be valid for a lifetime as long as our auction house does not go bankrupt, Tang Shu said as he took out a golden card the size of half a palm from his Emperor's Heart ring and passed it to Lin Huang. Scan it with your Emperor's Heart ring and it'll be in sync with your identity. Our system will be able to detect your Emperor's Heart ring on its own then. Lin Huang took the card from him and fiddled around with it. Does it mean that the card can no longer be used after scanning it with my Emperor's Heart ring? Yes, it is. You can only sync one Emperor's Heart ring to one card. You no longer need to use the card after it's in sync with your identity. You can do whatever you like to the card. Does it mean that I can give it to anyone as long as I don't connect it to my Emperor's Heart ring? Lin Huang asked again. Yes, it is. However, only the Emperor's Heart ring that's in sync with the Supreme member card will be eligible to enjoy those offers. Alright, I know. I'll leave the items here and I'm not going to the auction. My apprentice will be attending instead. You shall just pay the final amount of money for the items sold to him. He'll bring along this card when he attends the auction. Lin Huang was preparing himself for what was going to happen soon as he had to come along with Yi Zheng and he could not attend the auction by wearing a disguise. It's sad that you can't attend the auction on your own. However, we'll treat your apprentice well. Please remind him about the underground auction as well. I think he has something to buy, Lin Huang deliberately urged him. He knew that an invitation was required in order to join the underground auction as there were many illegal items that could not be sold in public. They had to restrict the buyers to avoid getting into trouble. Okay, I got it. Don't worry, I'll make arrangements for you. Tang Shu nodded his head as he did not feel strange about it. I'm done with it. You may continue with your work. Thank you for your hospitality. After finishing his words, Lin Huang's body was akin to the breaking of glass as it decomposed swiftly and faded away. The duo was stunned when they saw what just happened. They only regained their senses when Lin Huang's body had disappeared entirely. The skill of a demigod is fantastic, Tang Shu exclaimed. I can't even recognize if it was a unique body movement or a cloning skill. Tang Yi was feeling surprised. There's a monitoring system in my office. The scene should have been recorded. Tang Shu looked in the direction where the surveillance snail was being hidden. I guess we should show this to the elders. Perhaps they'll know who he is. Tang Yi suggested. That's what I was thinking too. Hundreds of meters away from the hotel, Lin Huang grinned. In order to create such an astonishing departing effect, Lin Huang sent his clone to meet the both of them. The clone was created with his cloning card. The clone then wore a disguise with the disguise card, putting his consciousness into the clone. His real body had been sitting on the hotel sofa since the very beginning. Just as he wanted to use the disguise card, Lin Huang pondered how he could leave the auction house without being followed so that his identity would not be revealed. Regardless of how well he could disguise himself, his combat strength was only on holy fire level. If he were followed by an imperial level, he would be unable to get rid of them. After a long while, only then did he come up with this plan. He met them with his clone, making such a glorious exit. Nobody could follow after him and he could even deter the people from the auction house. Lin Huang even asked Xiao He to turn his Emperor's Heart ring into a card. The card was recalled right as the clone left. As for the Supreme member card, Lin Huang had already stored it into his Emperor's Heart ring. Putting on his Emperor's Heart ring that gradually formed in his hand, Lin Huang took a deep breath and said, I'm glad that there were no mistakes. Chapter 795. Yi Zheng is here. Late August marked the beginning of autumn at Wanbao City. The temperature was about 27 degrees Celsius and it was much more comfortable than the climate a week ago. Framing both sides of the road were jingui trees with stunning blossoms and its fragrance permeated the air. It was named the jingui tree because its flower was golden in color. It glowed as the sun shone on it, looking luxurious. The plant was somewhat similar to the sweet osmanthus on earth. However, it was lightly scented and did not overpower the senses. Contrary to its reserved scent, the jingui tree was larger and taller than the sweet osmanthus on earth. Most of the trees were 15 meters to 25 meters tall. A few of them reached 30 meters and above. Those with a height of 50 meters and above were known as jingui kings. They were rare and their price could be compared to that of an ancient relics. Lin Huang had taken his bath early in the morning. He leisurely walked toward the portal located at the center of Wanbao City. He went to a cafe opposite the portal and sat by the window. He then ordered a set of breakfast with a black coffee, patiently waiting for Yi Zheng to arrive. He even captured a photo of his breakfast and posted on his social media. There were a few comments and likes less than 3 minutes after the photo was posted. "Are you waiting for my brother?" Yi Yayu was the first person who commented. She seemed to be tracking all of her friends' activities constantly. "Why are you taking pictures of food? You should have taken pictures of the beautiful ladies." Li Lang posted the second comment. Lang Yuexin liked the post without commenting on anything. Lin Xin commented with an emoji showing bared teeth. On his way, Yi Zheng saw his post as well and he commented, "I departed without eating breakfast. I'm ravenous now, Xiao Yu, comfort me, please. Boo-hoo." However, Yi Yayu's reply was, "FCK off." Lin Huang did not expect Mr. Fu to comment as well. However, his comment was, "Does it taste good?" After chatting with his friends for a while, Lin Huang browsed the news on his Emperor's Heart ring since it was still early. By default, the Emperor's Heart ring would show the local news. Unless he changed its default homepage, the news that first popped up would be the local news regardless of where he was. As he tapped the webpage open, he was startled to see the news headlines. The headline was, "Wanbao auction will have 3 secret items to be auctioned off on the last day of the auction." Lin Huang immediately tapped it open to read the contents. The news reported that there was a demigod who secretly visited Wanbao auction house at night, leaving 3 items to them and left. The news did not mention what those 3 items were. However, it did say that the 2 demigod relics that they intended to sell on the last day of the auction would be shifted to the first day of the auction instead. Right after the news was published, many people began commenting. "The 3 items have replaced the demigod relics. Could they be god relics? They might be god relics or god items. Items offered by a demigod must be at least on demigod level. The quality of these items must be better than the previous 2 demigod relics in order to be able to replace them. The 3 secret items are definitely worth looking forward to." The people from different royal families and organizations panicked after reading the news early in the morning. There might be the appearance of virtual god items at the auction. "I need more cash." Regardless of the probability of having a god relic or a god item at the auction, as long as there's a gleam of hope, we have to be well prepared and get them all. The last time there was a god relic at the auction was 31 years ago. As for the god item, the last time they had such an item for sale was at the land of origin 46 years ago. If there really is a god item or a god relic at the auction, we're getting it by all means. Lin Huang was the culprit who had caused all this to happen. He was now leisurely reading the news while drinking his cup of coffee. At 9:26 a.m., Lin Huang received a voice message from Yi Zheng. "I'm here. Where are you?" "Exit from the south door. I'm in the cafe opposite." Lin Huang then finished his last sip of coffee and strolled out of the cafe. Just as he stepped out of the cafe, he saw Yi Zheng walking towards him from the south door of the portal. He waved his hand and Yi Zheng walked towards him with a smile. "I haven't seen you in half a year. You've grown taller." Yi Zheng patted Lin Huang's shoulder. "Is it?" Lin Huang asked as he raised his brows. He had been in Division 3 for more than 4 months using Lin Xia's fake identity most of the time and he did not realize the changes in his body. "You're almost the same height as I am," Yi Zheng compared. The difference between their heights was probably less than a centimeter and was hardly detectable. He was 183 centimeters tall. Half a year ago, when the both of them entered the grade 5 ruins together, they were about 5 centimeters different in height, which was apparent. "Perhaps I've really grown taller." Lin Huang realized that they were now at the same eye level. "Let's go back to the hotel. You haven't taken your breakfast. Don't you want to eat something first?" Lin Huang turned his body slightly, pointing at the restaurant that he had just taken his breakfast at. "They serve pretty good food. It's okay. I've taken my breakfast. I was just teasing Xiao Yu just now." Yi Zheng smiled, shaking his head. "All right, let's go back to the hotel then." Lin Huang immediately summoned the dimensional portal without a moment of hesitation. The both of them then strode into it. In the next moment, they arrived at the hotel where Lin Huang was staying. "The room looks cozy," Yi Zheng teased as he glanced around the room. "This is your room. Mine is to the right of yours." Lin Huang pointed at his room. "I've done the check-in process for you, so you're all set. I'll send you the key card now. After finishing his sentence, Yi Zheng then received the electronic key card from Lin Huang. Do you want to take a rest first and walk around the stalls later after lunch? Or do you want to go now? Lin Huang asked. I think we shall go now. The auction begins tomorrow. I need to familiarize myself with the place first. Let's see if we can find something worth buying, Yi Zheng said in excitement. Before the auction officially began, sellers peddled a variety of items outside the auction house. Not every one of them would set up a stall. Some of them had their own platform to display the items for sale. However, everybody had already gotten used to calling them stalls. Most of the people who wanted to attend the auction would usually walk around these stalls before the auction officially began. They hoped to buy something that others could have possibly missed out on. Alright, then let's walk around the stalls first. Lin Huang had actually visited these stalls on the very first day that he arrived at Wanbao City. However, there was nothing worth buying. Seeing Yi Zheng's excitement, he did not want to disappoint him. Chapter 796. A healthy sibling relationship. The hotel which Lin Huang was staying at was less than 300 meters away from the auction house. He left the hotel with Yi Zheng. They walked along the street and soon, they arrived at the auction house. There were many sellers outside the auction house. Yi Zheng then joined the crowd excitedly and visited each of the stalls. Lin Huang followed after him. He took a glance at the stalls and he clearly detected everything through his divine telekinesis. Most of them were just selling worthless stuff and there were many counterfeit goods as well. Lin Huang scanned through tens of stalls with his divine telekinesis. Not a single transcendent item could be found. Although Yi Zheng did not possess divine telekinesis, he had been brought up in a royal family. Despite not being an appraiser, he was definitely an expert in this field. They spent the entire morning visiting hundreds of stalls. Soon, Yi Zheng's facial expression changed as he found nothing to buy. I'm overthinking. There are just a few transcendent items which aren't really great in terms of quality, but they're being sold at an exceptionally high price. The stalls have been here for more than a week. Many immortal and imperial levels have visited these stalls. If there were items that were really valuable, they'd have bought them earlier. Lin Huang raised his brows and said with a simper, are you really expecting to find something valuable here? That's too good to be true. Let's go in and walk around. Yi Zheng did not want to give up yet. Lin Huang had no choice but to follow him into the auction house. It was much more crowded inside. Yi Zheng had regained his enthusiasm and soon, he followed the crowd. Lin Huang accompanied him for a while but was quickly left behind. Although Lin Huang could easily locate his position with divine telekinesis, he could not follow him closely as the auction house was now jam-packed. He was too lazy to make his way through the crowd, so he decided to follow the crowd while detecting the stalls nearby with his divine telekinesis. He had to admit that the items the stalls in the auction house sold were of a higher quality compared to the items being sold outside. Lin Huang scanned through more than 20 stalls with his divine telekinesis, and almost every stall had transcendent items available for sale. Most of the sellers were on holy fire level and there were even some immortal levels as well. However, those transcendent items came at a steep price as they were at least 20% more expensive than the market price. As Lin Huang glanced through the stall, he noticed a few supreme relics as well. However, none of them managed to attract his attention. Among the supreme relics he owned, he had 2 combat swords, 3 sets of telekinetic daggers and 2 sets of armor that were still new. As for ancient relics, he had a sword, an armor, and 3 sets of daggers. Of course, he would not be interested in the items sold at these stalls. With his divine telekinesis, he detected that Yi Zheng had stopped in front of one of the stalls not far away from him. He was looking at a supreme relic that was in the shape of an umbrella. Soon, he began to bargain with the owner. Lin Huang felt that it was strange and he contacted him, why do you want to buy this? Since I'm here in Division 3, I'll need to buy some New Year gifts for Xiao Yu. The umbrella looks pretty, I think that she'll like it, Yi Zheng answered. Lin Huang was speechless. He could buy an umbrella like this anywhere. Moreover, the one that Yi Zheng was holding was not an umbrella. It was a unique type of weapon that appeared like an umbrella. The process of making of that particular umbrella was very complicated. The market price of this item was at least 50% much more expensive than a sword of the same grade. The stall owner was quoting him double the cost of a supreme relic. Nevertheless, Lin Huang did not stop him. From a short distance, he saw Yi Zheng purchase the umbrella at a price that was 1.8 times higher than the price of a sword of the same quality. He's a siskin for real, Lin Huang mumbled. The face of a short-haired girl with bangs then flashed through his mind. Xin Lin Huang had a rather soft gaze as he thought about Lin Xin. What New Year gift should I buy for her? It was about 1 p.m. after he visited all the stalls. Lin Huang did not buy anything while Yi Zheng's only purchase was the umbrella. Let's eat something first. I know a seafood restaurant nearby that serves delicious food, Lin Huang suggested as they walked out of the auction house. Okay, let's talk over lunch. I'm interested in what you've been through over the past few months. Yi Zheng respected Lin Huang to some extent. He had left home at the age of 18 and trained in the core zone alone. It seemed like he had been doing exceptionally well there. They then arrived at the restaurant and ordered some food. Yi Zheng initiated the conversation. What do you want to buy at the Wanbao auction? An ancient relic. He could sense that Lin Huang's combat strength had advanced to gold flame level. That being said, he was actually close to immortal level. No, I have an ancient relic. I'm here to sell off some of my stuff and have a look at the underground auction. I want to buy God Crashers. Lin Huang did not hide his intention from Yi Zheng since they had discovered the God Crashers together. God Crashers? Yi Zheng frowned as he heard that. Have you used up all the God Crashers? Lin Huang grinned, nodding his head, and he did not say anything else. It seems like the past few months have been hard on you. Yi Zheng knew that Lin Huang definitely would not have used the God Crashers if it was not an extreme emergency. He had encountered danger for more than once since he had used up all the God Crashers. Division 3 is a complicated place. You have to be careful if you are to train here. Lin Huang did not explain any further and warned Yi Zheng. He then changed the topic. How's Yeyu? As usual, she still slacks off at training. Yi Zheng looked resentful. She's actually way more talented than I am. As long as she's willing to put more effort into her training, she'll be able to surpass me very soon. Will you be worried if she beats you? Lin Huang teased. As a siskin, it was his nature to protect his sister. If Yi Yeyu happened to be stronger than him and no longer needed his protection, he would probably be upset. Yi Zheng was stunned when he heard that. He kept quiet for a couple of moments before changing the topic again. Tell me what you've done in the past few months so that I can learn from your experience. Knowing that you've used up all the God Crashers, I worry if I'll die in Division 3. If I die during the training, Xiao Yu might engrave stuff I wouldn't want to see on my grave, such as the weak person who died from choking on his saliva, the fool who died from slipping on a watermelon rind. Both of you sure have a healthy sibling relationship. Lin Huang thought to himself. Chapter 797. The long-awaited Wanbao auction officially began on the 1st of September. Slightly after 7 o'clock in the morning, Lin Huang knocked on Yi Zheng's door as his room was just next to his. After a short while, Yi Zheng opened the door and was stunned when he saw Lin Huang. He then shook his head helplessly. I'm not used to seeing you in this guise. I've no choice but to temporarily use this identity in Division 3 to avoid getting into trouble. Lin Huang shrugged his shoulders as he had already disguised himself as Lin Xie. You'll get used to it soon. He had told Yi Zheng about his fake identity the night before. He even showed him how he looked like after putting on his disguise. It was Yi Zheng's second time seeing this face, but he still could not get used to it. Your name is Lin Xi, isn't it? Yi Zheng confirmed with Lin Huang again. Lin Huang had already told him the night before, but he was afraid that he might recall wrongly. You're right. Lin Huang nodded his head. I'll address you as Lin Xie from now onwards. In order to avoid calling him the wrong name, Yi Zheng decided to start addressing him as Lin Xie. I guess you should get a pseudo-relic in the future. It'd be best if it were an ancient relic which can cheat most imperial levels, Lin Huang then said. It's very complicated in Division 3 with so many underworlds. Some of the footholds are ridiculously confusing. There's almost half a year left to the new year. You'll face some trouble. Sometimes, when you don't feel like getting involved at all, trouble will come to you too. Having a pseudo-relic can save you from that hassle. Yi Zheng was not weak and he was just as experienced as Lin Huang. Lin Huang was telling him all this not because he doubted Yi Zheng's ability and experience. Instead, he was worried that Yi Zheng did not realize how dangerous Division 3 was. He would die if he were to be careless, especially in places like Division 3. I've got it, don't worry, I won't put my life at risk. Yi Zheng's facial expression became serious. As for the pseudo-relic, I'll get myself one soon. In fact, before meeting up with Lin Huang, Yi Zheng did not take training seriously. He used to think that he was now on a mortal level and nothing could possibly endanger his life. He thought that the half-year training program could not be compared to the training at home. However, after listening to what Lin Huang said regarding the distribution of various organizations and some of the incidents between the organizations in Division 3 the night before, he suddenly felt that he had entered an ancient forest. There were cruel, carnivorous monsters that could kill him at any time. After chatting for a while, they then entered the floating staircase and had their buffet breakfast on the first floor of the hotel. It was just 7:30 a.m. After leaving the hotel, they leisurely headed towards the auction house. Soon, they arrived. Many of the stalls had been set up at the plaza in front of the auction house. Some of the crowd was casually walking around the stalls, but most of them were there for the auction. The auction began at 9 a.m. and they could only enter at 8:30 a.m. They had to wait for another hour. Since they had gone there early, they could only walk around to kill time. "Let's walk around," Yi Zheng asked, turning his head back at Lin Huang. "There's nothing to see here. Let's enter the auction house." Lin Huang then walked towards the entrance of the auction house. "We're only allowed to enter at 8:30 a.m. Seeing the two guards in uniform stationed in front of the entrance, Yi Zheng whispered to Lin Huang. He could sense that the both of them were at least on immortal level rank 7. "I'm a member, so I'm allowed to go in earlier." Lin Huang did not stop and continued heading towards the entrance of the auction house. Yi Zheng had no choice but to follow after him. As they reached the entrance, the guards blocked their way. "The auction hasn't started yet. Only members and supreme members are allowed to enter. Please show us your member card." Lin Huang then projected the supreme member card that had been synced to his Emperor's heart ring. A beam of red light shone out from the Emperor's heart ring of the guard on the left. A notification sound was then heard. "Beep. Identity is verified. Identity. Supreme member. You're allowed to bring 3 people along. A gold flame level supreme member." Both of the guards secretly exchanged glances with each other and moved aside. They then allowed Lin Huang to enter. "Welcome." Although Yi Zheng did not say anything, he looked at Lin Huang with a strange expression. As they entered the auction hall, a tall female staff approached them. "Please follow me." The female staff then led them to a closed floating staircase and said, "Please scan your member card at the detector." Lin Huang projected the supreme member card and scanned it on the detector built into the floating staircase. The number 3 then lit up on the upper part of the floating staircase. Soon after, the floating staircase began to move. Lin Huang could clearly tell that the floating staircase was moving upward. After reaching a certain distance, it began to move horizontally. After a short while, the floating staircase stopped moving and the door opened. He then noticed that the floating staircase had actually stopped right in front of a room. The female staff led them out of the floating staircase and entered one of the big halls. The rooms on the 3rd floor are VIP rooms for the supreme members. There are a total of 8 VIP rooms. We'll arrange it according to the sequence the VIP members arrive. VIP room number 1 is now full and this is VIP room number 2. Is this the hall? Seeing the luxurious design of the hall, which was more than 500 square meters, he felt that it resembled a small palace. Yes, it is. The Grade S VIP room for all the supreme members has been renovated with the highest standard of design. The total area of each of the VP rooms is more than 3,000 square meters. Aside from its living room, bedroom, kitchen, toilet, and other basic functions, it's also equipped with a training room, game room, cinema, bathhouse, swimming pool, balcony, and other facilities. Of course, the most important facility will definitely be the stage that enables them to have a full view of the auction. Building the VIP room must cost a lot. Is the room left vacant when there's no auction? Lin Huang, who followed after the female staff, asked. Perhaps the price of building the VIP room would far exceed the price of an ancient relic. No, the VIP rooms normally serve as a hotel. This isn't only an auction house, but it's also one of the 3 most expensive hotels in Wanbao City. However, the Grade S VIP room will never be open to the public. Only members and supreme members are eligible to check into the hotel. Non-members are only allowed to check into the Grade A VIP room. Also, during the auction, the VIP room won't accept any check-ins. We'll provide a free stay for members and supreme members. When there's no auction going on, even supreme members will need to pay for their stay. The guests in VIP room number 1 came 3 days ago. They have to pay for their stay up until last night. He's eligible for the free stay starting from tonight. There are other guests in the grade S VIP room too. However, because of the auction today, all of them have checked out yesterday. So, the hotel business is quite profitable. Lin Huang raised his brows. Yes, it is. We're booked out until next June. Are there many of them who book the grade S VIP room as well? As for the grade S VIP room, the bookings are full until next September since the number of rooms available is relatively few. The female staff laughed as she said. I'm wondering if we should check out from our current hotel, Lin Huang thought to himself. The female staff guided Lin Huang and Yi Zheng to walk around the room. It took her about 50 minutes to finish introducing all the functions available in the VIP room. Dear customer, if you need anything else, you may visit the check-in webpage of the hotel on the Emperor's Heart ring and click on the bell-shaped button. We'll then make the arrangements for you. After telling them what to do, the female staff then left the room. The auction is about to start. Let's go to the stage and have a look. Lin Huang glanced at the clock. It was about 8:30 a.m. The stage in the VIP room spanned about 20 meters. There was an artificial periosteum that was akin to a huge, arc-shaped, transparent glass which separated the VIP room from the auction hall. It was as clear as glass if one were to look at the auction hall from the stage. However, from the auction hall, it seemed like everything behind it was covered by a huge black curtain. The both of them then sat on a sofa in front of the stage. Lin Huang unsealed an alcoholic beverage, pouring it for himself and Yi Zheng. They then gulped the drink, slowly finishing their beverages. Yi Zheng, who had been keeping quiet all the while, then turned his head back and looked at Lin Huang. I've been wanting to ask you in the beginning. What did you offer them for sale to the point that you're now the supreme member of Wanbao Auction? To be honest, I've no idea what we should do in order to become a supreme member of Wanbao Auction. However, I know that there are 2 ways to become their ordinary members. The first one is to spend more than 100 million life crystals and the other is to sell items that worth more than 500 million life crystals. That being said, even if you were to sell an ancient relic, you need to sell at least 10 of them. Yi Zheng paused for a moment. He then added, of course, it's okay if you don't feel like telling. I'm just asking out of curiosity. There's nothing that I can't tell. Lin Huang then downed the other half of his drink, turning his head back with a smile as he looked at Yi Zheng. I'm just selling off a few demigod relics. Chapter 798. The Death Knight and the Fallen Knight. After the first item was sold at a high price of 62 million life crystals, it seemed like none of the following items was priced higher than that. A few of the ancient relics were put up for sale, but there was no saber type of weapon. Yi Zheng was not interested in the sale, let alone Lin Huang. Everyone would expect better quality items later in the auction. The show only began especially on the last day of the auction. Soon, the first day of the auction ended. There was nothing appealing and it made most of the crowd sleepy. Some of them could not bear it any longer and left early. Just as the first day of the auction was about to end, the auctioneer suddenly dropped a bombshell. The last item for sale today won't disappoint you. Many of you know that we have 3 secret items to be sold off on the last day of the auction. Therefore, one of the 2 demigod items that we initially intended to sell on the last day of the auction will be the last item for sale today. As the red cloth was unveiled, it revealed a long, golden scabbard which exuded a powerful aura. Without a doubt, it was a demigod relic. In the auction hall, everybody obsessed over it as soon as they saw the saber. Even Yi Zheng, who sat next to Lin Huang, had his eyes fixed on it. This is the saber of legends. Although Lin Huang could tell that he was dying to get his hands on the saber, he was not going to lend Yi Zheng his money. Only an imperial level would be capable of activating a demigod relic. Yi Zheng would have no way of using it despite buying it now. He had just made it to immortal level rank -1. Lin Huang had no idea how long Yi Zheng would have to wait until he could level up to imperial level. Instead of buying a demigod relic, he would be better off buying equipment that he could use in training guides that were useful for him to improve his abilities. It's called the Dragon Slayer. Its master used to be a demon slayer who achieved imperial level about 100 years ago. The saber was originally obtained from killing a triple mutated white gold ranked silver-winged rockfiend. It was then modified and reforged with 99 sets of Dragunkin's teeth and 3 Dragunkin's vertebrae as auxiliary materials. On the auction stage, Yu Bo was putting a lot of effort to introduce the particular item and hype it up. After listening to him for a while, Lin Huang then ignored him and began searching for the Demon Slayer online. After a short while, he went through all the information about this item's previous master. The Demon Slayer's original name was Zhang Yi, who was an imperial level in Division 3 more than 100 years ago. About 80 years ago, he was severely injured after he explored one of the underwater ruins in the peaceful ocean. Less than half a year after he returned to Division 3, he died from an incurable illness. The Dragon Slayer he owned then became his son's legacy. However, after tens of years, none of his descendants managed to break through to imperial level. None of them could use the saber and it was then abandoned. However, Lin Huang had no idea why the saber would appear at the auction house. Since the auctioneer dared to reveal the actual information about the saber, it had to be a legitimate item. Otherwise, they could only sell it at the underground auction instead of selling it in public. As one of the top auction houses in Division 3, the Wanbao auction knew the unspoken rules of the business very well and it was impossible for them to make such a silly mistake. While Lin Huang was pondering to himself, Yu Bo, who was on the auction stage, had completed the introduction. "I'll stop bullshitting now, let's begin the last round of bidding. Dragon Slayer. Its starting price is 20 billion life crystals. The price increment mustn't be less than 500 million life crystals each round, 25 billion. Just as the auctioneer finished his sentence, the bidder in the VIP room on the second floor placed a bid at a price that was 5 billion higher than the starting price. Seeing the silver figures light up abruptly on the black screen, most of the onlookers at the auction house were surprised. He increased the price by 5 billion without thinking twice. "I can't even spare 50 life crystals for a bowl of noodles. It's great to be rich. As peasants, we wouldn't know how it feels like." To the rich man on the second floor, "Are you looking for a son-in-law?" As the black screen on the second floor lit up for less than 2 seconds, the black screen on the third floor lit up as well. The figures were bigger and brighter this round, and they were golden in color. 30 billion. The bidder on the third floor raised the price for the second time and again, it was an increment of 5 billion. The bidding price had immediately risen up to 30 billion. At the auction house, everybody appeared stunned. Nobody would expect such an aggressive bid for the second time. To the rich man on the third floor, "Are you looking for a son-in-law? Or do you need a houseboy? I'm an excellent bedwarmer." Seeing the one who said this was a muscular man who was more than 2 meters tall, the crowd gagged. Yi Zheng, who was in VIP room number 2 on the third floor, was shocked as well. "Why are the pros in Division 3 so rich? I used to think that I was wealthy enough with hundreds of millions of life crystals." "You aren't considered rich with hundreds of millions of life crystals." Lin Huang laughed, shaking his head. "The cheapest ancient relic costs tens of millions of life crystals. Those on white gold rank basically cost at least hundreds of millions. As for those on purple gold rank, the starting price is at least 200 million. Not forgetting the telekinetic weapons whereby the lowest ranking is on black gold rank and costs at least 100 million. You aren't even qualified to bid for the purple gold rank telekinetic weapon if you don't have at least 2 billion life crystals. The price of the demigod relic is even higher. Any of them will start from 10 billion life crystals. If they're of really premium quality, they don't accept life crystals but divine stones instead." Divine stones. Yi Zheng had just arrived at Division 3 and it was his first time coming across this term. A divine stone is a rare ore that comes with God's energy. A divine stone is equivalent to 100 million life crystals. However, almost none of them will exchange divine stones for life crystals. The God's energy within the divine stone can be absorbed by demigods. This is a high-ranking currency only used by the demigods to trade. Lin Huang heard the information regarding the divine stone from Mr. Fu, who had casually mentioned it and he could remember it up until that day. On the auction stage, the price of the Dragon Slayer had increased to 38 billion. The number of bidders had increased from 2 to 5 as well. Each time, the increment of price would either be 500 million or a billion. Among the 5 bidders, 3 of them were supreme members on the third floor whereas the other 2 were members on the second floor. None of the people in the auction hall had placed any bids and they were just sitting there, watching what was going to happen next. It was not strange though, since only an imperial level was capable of activating a demigod relic. The strongest person in the auction hall was only on immortal level rank 7. The bidding lasted for more than 10 minutes and the Dragon Slayer was finally sold to somebody else. The member in No. S4 VIP room bid 43 billion crystals. 43 billion going once, 43 billion going twice. Anyone wants to place another bid, otherwise, you might not have the chance anymore. Alright, 43 billion going thrice. Sold. 43 billion, Yi Zheng was so envious of him. Lin Huang then thought to himself, if the saber can be sold at 43 billion, I guess I can sell mine at 55 billion and above. The first day of auction then ended. Lin Huang and Yi Zheng went back to the hotel empty-handed. After having their dinner, just as Lin Huang and Yi Zheng were about to walk around the night market, Kylie's card suddenly vibrated in his body. I just thought of something else I have to deal with. You go first and I'll meet you at the night market after getting my things done. After sending Yi Zheng off, Lin Huang went back to his room and summoned Kylie. What happened? The 2 dark knights that you placed in my mini-world have completed the evolution and awoken the bloodline. Let's have a look. Before coming to Wanbao City, Lin Huang had advanced the 2 dark knight cards that he just obtained, transforming them into 2 cocoons. Nothing happened after that, but they finally managed to break free from their cocoons. Lin Huang could not wait any longer to enter Kylie's mini-world. Soon, he saw the 2 dark knights that had been transformed. The 2 of them used to be exactly the same, but after the evolution, they were now completely different. However, the change was out of Lin Huang's expectations. They look formidable. Sensing the aura of the 2 knights, Lin Huang frowned and immediately checked their information in detail. Monster card, rarity, legendary, monster name, Death Knight, type of monster, spirit type, unique bloodline, death beginner combat level, immortal level rank 4 inches skill 1, immortal, skill 2, dead eye, skill 3, disastrous ring, skill 9, death punishment, summon authority, activated, card remarks, trainable, monster card, rarity, legendary, monster name, fallen knight, type of monster, undying species, unique bloodline, master of the abyss beginner combat level, immortal level rank 4 inches skill 1, triple inferno, skill 2, instant kill, skill 3, cursed ring, skill 9, falling abyss, summon authority, activated, card remarks, trainable. They're really powerful, Lin Huang exclaimed after looking through their information. Having 9 beginner skills were the maximum of what a triple mutated monster could have. Many other skills could be derived from beginner skills, forming a massive skill tree. However, many of the derived skills and advanced skills could not be used yet and were gray in color. Lin Huang knew that the 2 monsters had great potential just by briefly looking at their information. The immortal skill is incredible. It has full blood revival 3 times. After the 4th death, it'll transform into a strong, immortal egg. Deadeye is a spirit-type attack skill that can directly burn its opponent's spirit. Disastrous Ring deters creatures in a specific region, depriving the opponent's intent to fight to various extents, lowering the opponent's ability to fight. The skills of the Fallen Knight are impressive too. Triple Inferno allows it to recover its total blood volume to 50%, 30%, and 10% 3 times in a row when it's on the edge of death. Its ability will be multiplied each time as its blood is restored. The Cursed Ring can weaken its opponent and includes curse effects in its skill to lower its opponent's ability. In addition to that, the Falling Abyss contaminates most of the creatures, demonizing them and gaining control over them. I suppose this is the ability of a parasite. Even Lin Huang was envious of some of the skills. He then took out a bottle of mineral water from his Emperor's Heart Ring to wash his hands and face after that. After preparing himself in a spiritual way, Lin Huang mumbled, Buddha, Jade Emperor, Guan Yin, Monkey King, Xuanzang, Pig God, please bless me with 2 solid skills. As Lin Huang mumbled his words, he opened the skills that he had obtained. Skill extraction has been completed. Congratulations, you have obtained a skill, Night Death Knight. Congratulations, you have obtained a skill, Integration Fallen Knight. Seeing the 2 skills, Lin Huang had no idea what to say. The 2 skills were possessed by both the Death Knight and Fallen Knight. They were not weak and were even considered powerful. However, Lin Huang was not interested in becoming a knight. He was more inclined to get into a solo fight. Knight. The user of the skill is allowed to ride on any non-human monsters. On a ride, the mount's combat strength will be 1 to 3 ranks higher, depending on the grade and combat strength. At the same time, the user and the mount can share all the skills that the both of them possess, which increases the skill power anywhere from 3 to 5 times stronger. Remarks. A knight without a mount is not a complete knight. Integration. The user of the skill can integrate with any mount, pet, or summoning monster. After the integration is completed, one's combat strength can increase anywhere from 1 to 3 ranks higher, based on the one with a higher combat strength. The leader possesses all the skills of those one has integrated with. Remark 1. Integration can only be done upon agreement of both parties. Otherwise, integration can't be completed. Remark 2. The skill can be used to overlay with the effect of the knight skill. However, after carefully reading the skill descriptions, Lin Huang noticed that both of the skills could be used to compensate for his greatest weakness, which was his weak combat strength. If I were to use knight and integration at the same time, Bai's combat strength will be considered the initial combat strength, which is immortal level rank -4. I can level up to at least 2 ranks higher, reaching immortal level rank 6. If 3 provisional combat strength upgrade cards are used, my combat strength will be upgraded to immortal level rank 9, and I can even save my transformation card. I didn't expect that the 2 skills that I'm not interested in are much more practical than the skills I've been longing for. Lin Huang was just skimming through the skill description of the 2 knights. He did not analyze them carefully as to which would be the most beneficial to him. He only noticed a few of the skills that he was eager to obtain. After obtaining the skills, he then realized that it was not necessary for the skill to have amazing effects. The best ones would be those that suited him the most. He still had a few skill extraction cards whereby he could extract the skills for the second time. However, after obtaining 2 of the new skills, 20 of his skill slots had been filled. He had to wait until he got to immortal level for more vacant skill slots. My combat strength can only be upgraded to immortal level rank 7 at the most with my transformation card and provisional combat strength upgrade cards. It's a limit that I can never break through. However, with the 2 new skills, it's no longer difficult for me to upgrade my combat strength to immortal level rank -9. I'm now capable of killing black gold rank and crimson gold rank enemies. I can finally compensate for my weaknesses. Chapter 799. The 5th day after the first item was sold at a high price of 62 million life crystals, it seemed like none of the following items was priced higher than that. A few of the ancient relics were put up for sale, but there was no saber type of weapon. Yi Zheng was not interested in the sale, let alone Lin Huang. Everyone would expect better quality items later in the auction. The show only began especially on the last day of the auction. Soon, the first day of the auction ended. There was nothing appealing and it made most of the crowd sleepy. Some of them could not bear it any longer and left early. Just as the first day of the auction was about to end, the auctioneer suddenly dropped a bombshell. The last item for sale today won't disappoint you. Many of you know that we have 3 secret items to be sold off on the last day of the auction. Therefore, one of the 2 demigod items that we initially intended to sell on the last day of the auction will be the last item for sale today. As the red cloth was unveiled, it revealed a long, golden scabbard which exuded a powerful aura. Without a doubt, it was a demigod relic. In the auction hall, everybody obsessed over it as soon as they saw the saber. Even Yi Zheng, who sat next to Lin Huang, had his eyes fixed on it. This is the saber of legends. Although Lin Huang could tell that he was dying to get his hands on the saber, he was not going to lend Yi Zheng his money. Only an imperial level would be capable of activating a demigod relic. Yi Zheng would have no way of using it despite buying it now. He had just made it to immortal level rank -1. Lin Huang had no idea how long Yi Zheng would have to wait until he could level up to imperial level. Instead of buying a demigod relic, he would be better off buying equipment that he could use in training guides that were useful for him to improve his abilities. It's called the Dragon Slayer. Its master used to be a demon slayer who achieved imperial level about 100 years ago. The saber was originally obtained from killing a triple mutated white gold ranked silver-winged rockfiend. It was then modified and reforged with 99 sets of Dragonkin's teeth and 3 Dragonkin's vertebrae as auxiliary materials. On the auction stage, Yu Bo was putting a lot of effort to introduce the particular item and hype it up. After listening to him for a while, Lin Huang then ignored him and began searching for the Demon Slayer online. After a short while, he went through all the information about this item's previous master. The Demon Slayer's original name was Zhang Yi, who was an imperial level in Division 3 more than 100 years ago. About 80 years ago, he was severely injured after he explored one of the underwater ruins in the peaceful ocean. Less than half a year after he returned to Division 3, he died from an incurable illness. The dragon slayer he owned then became his son's legacy. However, after tens of years, none of his descendants managed to break through to imperial level. None of them could use the saber and it was then abandoned. However, Lin Huang had no idea why the saber would appear at the auction house. Since the auctioneer dared to reveal the actual information about the saber, it had to be a legitimate item. Otherwise, they could only sell it at the underground auction instead of selling it in public. As one of the top auction houses in Division 3, the Wanbao auction knew the unspoken rules of the business very well and it was impossible for them to make such a silly mistake. While Lin Huang was pondering to himself, Yu Bo, who was on the auction stage, had completed the introduction. "I'll stop bullshitting now, let's begin the last round of bidding. Dragon Slayer. Its starting price is 20 billion life crystals. The price increment mustn't be less than 500 million life crystals each round, 25 billion. Just as the auctioneer finished his sentence, the bidder in the VIP room on the second floor placed a bid at a price that was 5 billion higher than the starting price. Seeing the silver figures light up abruptly on the black screen, most of the onlookers at the auction house were surprised. He increased the price by 5 billion without thinking twice. "I can't even spare 50 life crystals for a bowl of noodles. It's great to be rich. As peasants, we wouldn't know how it feels like." To the rich man on the second floor, "Are you looking for a son-in-law?" As the black screen on the second floor lit up for less than 2 seconds, the black screen on the third floor lit up as well. The figures were bigger and brighter this round, and they were golden in color, 30 billion. The bidder on the third floor raised the price for the second time and again, it was an increment of 5 billion. The bidding price had immediately risen up to 30 billion. At the auction house, everybody appeared stunned. Nobody would expect such an aggressive bid for the second time. To the rich man on the third floor, "Are you looking for a son-in-law? Or do you need a houseboy? I'm an excellent bedwarmer." Seeing the one who said this was a muscular man who was more than 2 meters tall, the crowd gagged. Yi Zheng, who was in VIP room number 2 on the third floor, was shocked as well. "Why are the pros in Division 3 so rich? I used to think that I was wealthy enough with hundreds of millions of life crystals." "You aren't considered rich with hundreds of millions of life crystals." Lin Huang laughed, shaking his head. "The cheapest ancient relic costs tens of millions of life crystals. Those on white gold rank basically cost at least hundreds of millions. As for those on purple gold rank, the starting price is at least 200 million. Not forgetting the telekinetic weapons whereby the lowest ranking is on black gold rank and costs at least 100 million. You aren't even qualified to bid for the purple gold rank telekinetic weapon if you don't have at least 2 billion life crystals. The price of the demigod relic is even higher. Any of them will start from 10 billion life crystals. If they're of really premium quality, they don't accept life crystals but divine stones instead." Divine stones. Yi Zheng had just arrived at Division 3 and it was his first time coming across this term. A divine stone is a rare ore that comes with God's energy. A divine stone is equivalent to 100 million life crystals. However, almost none of them will exchange divine stones for life crystals. The God's energy within the divine stone can be absorbed by demigods. This is a high-ranking currency only used by the demigods to trade. Lin Huang heard the information regarding the divine stone from Mr. Fu, who had casually mentioned it, and he could remember it up until that day. On the auction stage, the price of the Dragon Slayer had increased to 38 billion. The number of bidders had increased from 2 to 5 as well. Each time, the increment of price would either be 500 million or a billion. Among the 5 bidders, 3 of them were supreme members on the third floor whereas the other 2 were members on the second floor. None of the people in the auction hall had placed any bids and they were just sitting there, watching what was going to happen next. It was not strange though, since only an imperial level was capable of activating a demigod relic. The strongest person in the auction hall was only on immortal level rank 7. The bidding lasted for more than 10 minutes and the Dragon Slayer was finally sold to somebody else. The member in No. S4 VIP room bid 43 billion crystals. 43 billion going once. 43 billion going twice. Anyone wants to place another bid? Otherwise, you might not have the chance anymore. Alright, 43 billion going thrice. Sold. 43 billion, Yi Zheng was so envious of him. Lin Huang then thought to himself, if the saber can be sold at 43 billion, I guess I can sell mine at 55 billion and above. The first day of auction then ended. Lin Huang and Yi Zheng went back to the hotel empty-handed. After having their dinner, just as Lin Huang and Yi Zheng were about to walk around the night market, Kylie's card suddenly vibrated in his body. I just thought of something else I have to deal with. You go first and I'll meet you at the night market after getting my things done. After sending Yi Zheng off, Lin Huang went back to his room and summoned Kylie. What happened? The 2 dark knights that you placed in my mini-world have completed the evolution and awoken the bloodline. Let's have a look. Before coming to Wanbao City, Lin Huang had advanced the 2 dark knight cards that he just obtained, transforming them into 2 cocoons. Nothing happened after that, but they finally managed to break free from their cocoons. Lin Huang could not wait any longer to enter Kylie's mini-world. Soon, he saw the 2 dark knights that had been transformed. The 2 of them used to be exactly the same, but after the evolution, they were now completely different. However, the change was out of Lin Huang's expectations. They look formidable. Sensing the aura of the 2 knights, Lin Huang frowned and immediately checked their information in detail. Monster card, rarity, legendary, monster name, Death Knight, type of monster, spirit type, unique bloodline, death beginner combat level, immortal level rank 4 inches skill 1, immortal, skill 2, Deadeye, skill 3. Disastrous ring, skill 9, death punishment, summon authority, activated, card remarks, trainable, monster card, rarity, legendary, monster name, fallen knight, type of monster, undying species, unique bloodline, master of the abyss beginner combat level, immortal level rank 4 inches skill 1, triple inferno, skill 2, instant kill, skill 3, cursed ring, skill 9, falling abyss, summon authority, activated, card remarks, trainable. They're really powerful, Lin Huang exclaimed after looking through their information. Having 9 beginner skills were the maximum of what a triple mutated monster could have. Many other skills could be derived from beginner skills, forming a massive skill tree. However, many of the derived skills and advanced skills could not be used yet and were gray in color. Lin Huang knew that the 2 monsters had great potential just by briefly looking at their information. The immortal skill is incredible. It has full blood revival 3 times. After the 4th death, it'll transform into a strong, immortal egg. Deadeye is a spirit-type attack skill that can directly burn its opponent's spirit. Disastrous ring deters creatures in a specific region, depriving the opponent's intent to fight to various extents, lowering the opponent's ability to fight. The skills of the fallen knight are impressive too. Triple inferno allows it to recover its total blood volume to 50%, 30%, and 10% 3 times in a row when it's on the edge of death. Its ability will be multiplied each time as its blood is restored. The cursed ring can weaken its opponent and includes curse effects in its skill to lower its opponent's ability. In addition to that, the falling abyss contaminates most of the creatures, demonizing them and gaining control over them. I suppose this is the ability of a parasite. Even Lin Huang was envious of some of the skills. He then took out a bottle of mineral water from his Emperor's heart ring to wash his hands and face after that. After preparing himself in a spiritual way, Lin Huang mumbled, Buddha, Jade Emperor, Guanyin, Monkey King, Xuanzang, Pig God, please bless me with 2 solid skills. As Lin Huang mumbled his words, he opened the skills that he had obtained. Skill extraction has been completed. Congratulations, you have obtained a skill, Knight Death Knight. Congratulations, you have obtained a skill, Integration Fallen Knight. Seeing the 2 skills, Lin Huang had no idea what to say. The 2 skills were possessed by both the Death Knight and Fallen Knight. They were not weak and were even considered powerful. However, Lin Huang was not interested in becoming a knight. He was more inclined to get into a solo fight. Knight. The user of the skill is allowed to ride on any non-human monsters. On a ride, the mount's combat strength will be 1 to 3 ranks higher, depending on the grade and combat strength. At the same time, the user and the mount can share all the skills that the both of them possess, which increases the skill power anywhere from 3 to 5 times stronger. Remarks. A knight without a mount is not a complete knight. Integration. The user of the skill can integrate with any mount, pet, or summoning monster. After the integration is completed, one's combat strength can increase anywhere from 1 to 3 ranks higher, based on the one with a higher combat strength. The leader possesses all the skills of those one has integrated with. Remark 1. Integration can only be done upon agreement of both parties. Otherwise, integration can't be completed. Remark 2. the skill can be used to overlay with the effect of the knight skill. However, after carefully reading the skill descriptions, Lin Huang noticed that both of the skills could be used to compensate for his greatest weakness, which was his weak combat strength. If I were to use knight and integration at the same time, Bai's combat strength will be considered the initial combat strength, which is immortal level rank -4. I can level up to at least 2 ranks higher, reaching immortal level rank 6. If 3 provisional combat strength upgrade cards are used, my combat strength will be upgraded to immortal level rank 9, and I can even save my transformation card. I didn't expect that the 2 skills that I'm not interested in are much more practical than the skills I've been longing for. Lin Huang was just skimming through the skill description of the 2 knights. He did not analyze them carefully as to which would be the most beneficial to him. He only noticed a few of the skills that he was eager to obtain. After obtaining the skills, he then realized that it was not necessary for the skill to have amazing effects. The best ones would be those that suited him the most. He still had a few skill extraction cards whereby he could extract the skills for the second time. However, after obtaining 2 of the new skills, 20 of his skill slots had been filled. He had to wait until he got to immortal level for more vacant skill slots. My combat strength can only be upgraded to immortal level rank 7 at the most with my transformation card and provisional combat strength upgrade cards. It's a limit that I can never break through. However, with the 2 new skills, it's no longer difficult for me to upgrade my combat strength to immortal level rank -9. I'm now capable of killing black gold rank and crimson gold rank enemies. I can finally compensate for my weaknesses. Chapter 800. God's figurine. After giving a vague introduction where nothing could be referred, the auctioneer then shouted its starting price. The starting price is 20 million life crystals. The price increment must be at least 500,000 life crystals each round. The starting price was not considered to be high as it was the equivalent price of an ancient relic of a lower grade. However, it was an item with unknown functions. Aside from its hard material, there was nothing special about it. Most likely, it could only be used for decorative purposes. Under normal circumstances, anyone would be reluctant to spend money on it. Even the auctioneer was worried that nobody would place a bid on it and that it would remain unsold. However, it seemed like he had been worrying too much. The moment the starting price was announced, someone hit the bid button, 21 million. However, the price was not offered by Lin Huang. It was a member from VIP room number 1 on the 3rd floor. Lin Huang was stunned as he thought that nobody would bid for it. He moved his head slightly and caught a glimpse of the room next to him. He then pressed the bid button to 30 million. He raised the price to 30 million and his message was unmistakable: I want it. Just as the bid was placed, the person next to him responded. The increment offered was not low though, 50 million. Lin Huang frowned. He pondered the response of the member in VIP room No. 1. He wondered if the person simply wanted to retaliate or if he knew that it was a valuable item. Although he was in doubt, Lin Huang hit the bid button without a moment of hesitation. 100 million. Just as the bid was placed, a racket instantly came from the people in the auction hall. What's happening up there? Are the 2 supreme members confronting each other? It's a bidding war between members in VIP rooms number S1 and S2. Did the neighbor just fight? What about neighborhood harmony? That's interesting. I wonder how they're going to end this. Many of the members in the VIP room on the 2nd floor started studying this scenario. Some of them raised their suspicions. Is it possible for the wood carving to be something valuable? Obviously, the bidding price of 100 million did not scare him away. After a moment of silence, the bidder in VIP room number 1 placed another bid, 300 million. Lin Huang smirked, looking in the direction where the VIP room was. Again, he pushed the bid button hard. 1 billion. If he continues bidding for the wood carving, most probably he knows the actual function of the statue. Lin Huang frowned, looking at the statue on the auction stage. He did not expect this to happen as it was his first time bidding. Since he had bid for it at a price of 1 billion life crystals, the bidder would know that placing his next bid with a small increment in price would be useless. If he were really eager to buy the statue, he would need to increase the price by a large margin. If he were just trying to fight back, it would be ridiculous to spend 1 billion life crystals buying a decorative item with unknown functions. A supreme member of the Wanbao auction would not be so irrational. Moreover, the identity of all the guests in the VIP rooms had to be kept secret. Even if he lost the bid, there was nothing embarrassing about it because nobody would know who he was. The price of the statue had risen from 20 million to 1 billion in less than a minute. It was exactly 5 times higher than its starting price. The people felt that it was strange, and at the same time, they hoped that the bidder in VIP room number 1 could place a higher bid. However, the member in VIP room number 1 decided to remain silent. In the rest of the VIP rooms on the second and the third floor, many of the members and supreme members speculated if there were any hidden secrets. However, the price had already increased to 1 billion life crystals. Nobody dared to continue bidding for it purely based on speculation. 1 billion life crystals, sold. As the auctioneer knocked the hammer, the final decision had been made, signifying that Lin Huang had successfully become the owner of the statue. "I've bought the statue. Can you please tell me what the god's figurine is?" Lin Huang secretly contacted the stone tablet. "Do you know the Protoss?" The stone tablet asked. "Yes, I do. What does it have to do with the Protoss?" Lin Huang was eager to know more. "The god's figurine is the dead body of the Protoss. To be exact, it's the remnants of the Protoss's body after its death." "Are you sure you're not kidding me?" Lin Huang could not believe it at all. "It's a palm-sized statue and it's obvious that it's made of wood. You're telling me that it's the remnants of the Protoss?" The reason why it's only the size of a palm is that after the death of the Protoss, the particles of its body collapsed and reshaped, turning into the state of a god's figurine. Just like when a dead star collapses and becomes a white dwarf, there'll be a substantial decrease in size. The reason why it looks wooden is that wood was the main attribute of the god's figurine before its death. The explanation made sense to Lin Huang. However, something suddenly crossed his mind. "No, a friend of mine told me before that a Protoss has a perfect human figure. However, the god's figurine looks like a mutated monster." "Your friend is right. However, all Protoss actually have 3 bodies. The first body is in the human state, which is known as the mortal body. The second body is in the state when it's born, we call it the source body. Lastly, it's called the god's body when its body is in the form of energy. They'll normally appear in the form of a mortal body in their daily life. When they're engaged in a fight, they'll return to their energy form, transforming into God's body, which is normally huge. The stronger it is, the larger it is. Some of their sizes are on par with whole galaxies. All Protoss are strongest when they're in the form of their source body. Under such conditions, they can maximize their abilities with ease. However, there's a drawback for transforming its body into this form. The Protoss can reshape themselves after the death of their mortal body and God's body. However, if the source body dies, they'll die for real. The god's figurine basically rings the death of the Protoss's source body. This is how they originally looked like." Lin Huang could finally believe the stone tablet's explanation after he heard this. "The god's figurine is only as big as my palm. What can it be used for?" he immediately asked. "As long as it possesses divinity, it can be reactivated." "Reactivated? Do you mean that you want to revive it?" Lin Huang's eyes widened. "No. The reactivated god's figurine no longer has consciousness. It's just like a puppet. So, as long as I'm able to reactivate it, it means that I have a Protoss that can fight." Lin Huang comprehended. That could be true. However, its combat strength won't be on the god level that it used to be. It depends on the strength of the soul inserted into it. If you were to insert a soul of demigod level into it, its combat strength would be on demigod level. If a virtual god level soul is inserted into it, its combat strength would be on the virtual god level, and so on, the stone tablet explained in detail. When Lin Huang heard this, he suddenly recalled that when Zhu Xing was killed, he had obtained Wu Ji's combat soul card. Obviously, it could be used now. However, he then thought that he would need the combat soul when he advanced to a mortal level so that he could forge his life furnace. He suddenly had a headache. According to its description, the god's figurine can be used as a life furnace to store the divine fire in your body. Xiao Hei's voice was suddenly heard. It was apparent that it managed to sense what Lin Huang was worrying about. Storing the divine fire. That's something spiritual. Other than the god's soul, only the spiritual god's relic and god's item can store the divine fire, isn't it? Since the god's figurine is the remnant of the Protoss, it'll be used to store the soul of the Protoss in the past. You're supposed to be able to use it as a container that stores divine fire. You can give it a try when you get it. After Xiao Hei had finished its sentence, it kept quiet again. Lin Huang began pondering how the god's figurine should be used. Chapter 801. God's figurine. After giving a vague introduction where nothing could be referred, the auctioneer then shouted its starting price. The starting price is 20 million life crystals. The price increment must be at least 500,000 life crystals each round. The starting price was not considered to be high as it was the equivalent price of an ancient relic of a lower grade. However, it was an item with unknown functions. Aside from its hard material, there was nothing special about it. Most likely, it could only be used for decorative purposes. Under normal circumstances, anyone would be reluctant to spend money on it. Even the auctioneer was worried that nobody would place a bid on it and that it would remain unsold. However, it seemed like he had been worrying too much. The moment the starting price was announced, someone hit the bid button, 21 million. However, the price was not offered by Lin Huang. It was a member from VIP room number 1 on the 3rd floor. Lin Huang was stunned as he thought that nobody would bid for it. He moved his head slightly and caught a glimpse of the room next to him. He then pressed the bid button to 30 million. He raised the price to 30 million and his message was unmistakable: I want it. Just as the bid was placed, the person next to him responded. The increment offered was not low though, 50 million. Lin Huang frowned. He pondered the response of the member in VIP room No. 1. He wondered if the person simply wanted to retaliate or if he knew that it was a valuable item. Although he was in doubt, Lin Huang hit the bid button without a moment of hesitation. 100 million. Just as the bid was placed, a racket instantly came from the people in the auction hall. What's happening up there? Are the two supreme members confronting each other? It's a bidding war between members in VIP rooms number S1 and S2. Did the neighbor just fight? What about neighborhood harmony? That's interesting. I wonder how they're going to end this. Many of the members in the VIP room on the 2nd floor started studying this scenario. Some of them raised their suspicions. Is it possible for the wood carving to be something valuable? Obviously, the bidding price of 100 million did not scare him away. After a moment of silence, the bidder in VIP room number 1 placed another bid, 300 million. Lin Huang smirked, looking in the direction where the VIP room was. Again, he pushed the bid button hard. 1 billion. If he continues bidding for the wood carving, most probably he knows the actual function of the statue. Lin Huang frowned, looking at the statue on the auction stage. He did not expect this to happen as it was his first time bidding. Since he had bid for it at a price of 1 billion life crystals, the bidder would know that placing his next bid with a small increment in price would be useless. If he were really eager to buy the statue, he would need to increase the price by a large margin. If he were just trying to fight back, it would be ridiculous to spend 1 billion life crystals buying a decorative item with unknown functions. A supreme member of the Wanbao auction would not be so irrational. Moreover, the identity of all the guests in the VIP rooms had to be kept secret. Even if he lost the bid, there was nothing embarrassing about it because nobody would know who he was. The price of the statue had risen from 20 million to 1 billion in less than a minute. It was exactly 5 times higher than its starting price. The people felt that it was strange and at the same time, they hoped that the bidder in VIP room number 1 could place a higher bid. However, the member in VIP room number 1 decided to remain silent. In the rest of the VIP rooms on the 2nd and the 3rd floor, many of the members and supreme members speculated if there were any hidden secrets. However, the price had already increased to 1 billion life crystals. Nobody dared to continue bidding for it purely based on speculation. 1 billion life crystals, sold. As the auctioneer knocked the hammer, the final decision had been made, signifying that Lin Huang had successfully become the owner of the statue. I've bought the statue. Can you please tell me what the god's figurine is? Lin Huang secretly contacted the stone tablet. Do you know the Protoss? The stone tablet asked. Yes, I do. What does it have to do with the Protoss? Lin Huang was eager to know more. The god's figurine is the dead body of the Protoss. To be exact, it's the remnants of the Protoss's body after its death. Are you sure you're not kidding me? Lin Huang could not believe it at all. It's a palm-sized statue and it's obvious that it's made of wood. You're telling me that it's the remnants of the Protoss? The reason why it's only the size of a palm is that after the death of the Protoss, the particles of its body collapsed and reshaped, turning into the state of a god's figurine. Just like when a dead star collapses and becomes a white dwarf, there'll be a substantial decrease in size. The reason why it looks wooden is that wood was the main attribute of the god's figurine before its death. The explanation made sense to Lin Huang. However, something suddenly crossed his mind. No, a friend of mine told me before that a Protoss has a perfect human figure. However, the god's figurine looks like a mutated monster. Your friend is right. However, all Protoss actually have 3 bodies. The first body is in the human state, which is known as the mortal body. The second body is in the state when it's born, we call it the source body. Lastly, it's called the god's body when its body is in the form of energy. They'll normally appear in the form of a mortal body in their daily life. When they're engaged in a fight, they'll return to their energy form, transforming into God's body, which is normally huge. The stronger it is, the larger it is. Some of their sizes are on par with whole galaxies. All Protoss are strongest when they're in the form of their source body. Under such conditions, they can maximize their abilities with ease. However, there's a drawback for transforming its body into this form. The Protoss can reshape themselves after the death of their mortal body and God's body. However, if the source body dies, they'll die for real. The god's figurine basically rings the death of the Protoss's source body. This is how they originally looked like. Lin Huang could finally believe the stone tablet's explanation after he heard this. The god's figurine is only as big as my palm. What can it be used for? He immediately asked. As long as it possesses divinity, it can be reactivated. Reactivated? Do you mean that you want to revive it? Lin Huang's eyes widened. No, the reactivated god's figurine no longer has consciousness. It's just like a puppet. So, as long as I'm able to reactivate it, it means that I have a Protoss that can fight. Lin Huang comprehended. That could be true. However, its combat strength won't be on the god level that it used to be. It depends on the strength of the soul inserted into it. If you were to insert a soul of demigod level into it, its combat strength would be on demigod level. If a virtual god level soul is inserted into it, its combat strength would be on the virtual god level, and so on, the stone tablet explained in detail. When Lin Huang heard this, he suddenly recalled that when Zhu Xing was killed, he had obtained Wu Ji's combat soul card. Obviously, it could be used now. However, he then thought that he would need the combat soul when he advanced to immortal level so that he could forge his life furnace. He suddenly had a headache. According to its description, the god's figurine can be used as a life furnace to store the divine fire in your body. Xiao Hei's voice was suddenly heard. It was apparent that it managed to sense what Lin Huang was worrying about. Storing the divine fire. That's something spiritual. Other than the god's soul, only the spiritual god's relic and god's item can store the divine fire, isn't it? Since the god's figurine is the remnant of the Protoss, it'll be used to store the soul of the Protoss in the past. You're supposed to be able to use it as a container that stores divine fire. You can give it a try when you get it. After Xiao Hei had finished its sentence, it kept quiet again. Lin Huang began pondering how the god's figurine should be used. Chapter 802. Items to be sold off at the end of the auction. After lunch, the second half of the auction then began. The auction got livelier in the afternoon. Almost every item sold was exquisitely made. A majority of them were ancient relics of similar levels. All of them were sold at a price of at least 100 million life crystals. Lin Huang had lost his focus as he kept on thinking about the god's figurine and the divine fire in his body. Yi Zheng found that Lin Huang had been exceptionally quiet in the afternoon and asked about his moodiness. Lin Huang just told him that he was thinking about something. Since he did not want to share much, Yi Zheng did not ask any further. At about 5:40 p.m., 48 items had been sold. Since the 49th item had not been brought up to the stage after a long while, the crowd knew what was going to happen soon and they were excited. Yu Bo remained quiet for a few moments as well. He then said, "Perhaps many of you know that right up to now, we have 3 more items left available for sale. I guess many of you have been waiting for this to come for a long time. I'll stop here and now for our staff to unveil the first secret item." After finishing his sentence, 2 muscular staff brought something that was as large as a wardrobe up on stage. Almost every person in the auction hall held their breaths, fixing their gazes on the item covered by a red cloth. They were secretly guessing what the item under the red cloth was. The first secret item is, Yu Bo paused for a moment. He then pulled the red cloth away. A transparent cabinet was unveiled. A long saber with a scabbard was floating in the middle of the cabinet. The handle of the saber was burgundy in color. The blade of the saber along with its scabbard emitted a faint, red glow. The oppressing aura of the demigod relic spread throughout the auction hall. In order to give it a grandiose display, the Imperial level had temporarily activated it before bringing it up on the stage. Since it was one of the items sold at the end of the auction, they treated the saber which Lin Huang had sent in a completely different way. After it was activated, all of them could clearly sense the immense power of the demigod relic. It's such a terrifying oppression. I seem to be able to smell the scent of blood. Everybody was discussing it and they could clearly sense how bone-chilling the demigod relic was. Many of the members on the second and the third floor had fallen into deep thought. It seems to be a saber that drinks blood. Yu Bo finally revealed where the 3 secret items came from and they were all curious about it. Perhaps some of you might have discovered that it's a bloodthirster. It's forged through blood sacrifice. The bloodthirster can grow and might even create saber spirit after engulfing sufficient blood. We're unsure about the history of the saber. However, based on the evaluation done by the Grade S appraiser, it should be remnants from the old era. The main material used is the bones of unknown demigods. Most likely, they're monsters that existed in the ancient times and have gone extinct now. Although we don't know much about this saber, the person who sent this saber in is a demigod for real. 2 days before the auction began, a demigod visited us late at night, sending 3 items in for sale. The saber is one of them. The first item to be sold off at the end of the auction is the bloodthirster. The starting price is 33 billion. The price increment must be at least 1 billion life crystals each round. After finishing his words on the auction stage, 3 bids lit up at almost the same time from the VIP room on the 3rd floor. 35 billion, 38 billion, 40 billion. The black screen suddenly glowed continuously and large numbers were displayed. The crowd in the auction hall exclaimed as it was the first time they were witnessing such intense bidding since the last 5 days. The bidder in VIP room number 26 has offered a price of 40 billion life crystals. Is there anyone? Before the auctioneer could finish his words, the black screen on the 3rd floor lit up again. 45 billion. The bidder from VIP room No. S8 has offered 45 billion. In less than 5 seconds, the bid rose from 33 billion to 45 billion. The people were surprised by what they just saw. In less than 5 seconds, the price has exceeded the final bid price of the demigod relic sold on the first day of the auction. Yi Zheng looked towards Lin Huang. How do you feel? I don't feel anything. Lin Huang remained calm as it was completely within his expectations. The quality of the bloodthirster is better than the demigod relic sold on the first day. The saber can be further enhanced, so that's why it's normal for it to fetch a higher price. After Lin Huang explained his opinion, the bid had exceeded 50 billion. It was the highest price offered so far among all the items sold. However, it was not the end. 55 billion. The member from VIP room No. S3 has offered 55 billion. Again, he's just broken the record. Is there anyone going to place a higher bid for it? Seeing that nobody continued to place a bid, Yu Bo grinned. I'm now putting my job at risk to reveal some information. The bloodthirster is the last saber for sale at the auction. It's the saber with the highest quality. If you're majoring in saber, perhaps you'll have to wait for another year if you miss out on this chance. Soon, the black screen on the 3rd floor lit up again. 60 billion. It was offered by the member in VIP room No. 6. The member from VIP room No. S6 has offered 60 billion. 65 billion. At the next second, the black screen glowed again. The member from VIP room No. S8 has raised the price by 5 billion. The bid price is now 65 billion. Is the guest from VIP room No. S8 going to own the bloodthirster? Yu Bo's gaze swept through the rest of the VIP rooms on the 3rd floor. Despite the price exceeding his expectation, he still wanted to know if the price could go even higher. However, at a price like this, the true value of the bloodthirster was on the low side. Those who majored in saber knew about this and the rest of the guests in the VIP room remained quiet. Yu Bo waited for a few seconds. Since no one else continued bidding for it, he then shouted, 65 billion, going once. 65 billion, going twice. There goes the last chance. Yu Bo lifted his hammer and waited for another 2 seconds, then he shouted, 65 billion, going thrice. At the same time, he knocked down the hammer. Sold. A smile finally plastered across Lin Huang's face, who was in VIP room number 2 on the 3rd floor. That's great. It's higher than my expected price. His expected price was about 55 billion and he did not expect the final bid price to be 10 billion higher. Selling the first item went more smoothly than expected. The final bid price had exceeded his expectations as well. He was much happier now, forgetting about the god's figurine. He began to anticipate the bidding of the next two items. Soon, the second item was brought up to the stage. It was the demigod-level combat sword Lin Huang provided. As soon as it was unveiled, the combat sword that floated in the middle of the crystal-clear cabinet released a faint, golden glow, appearing very powerful. Bloody had intentionally chosen a golden sword. Not only did it have beautiful arcs on the blade of the sword, but the blade and the sheath of the sword were also delicately made. The golden engraving on the sheath looked remarkably artistic. It's a demigod-level combat sword forged about 200 years ago. Based on the arcs on its blade and the degree of fineness of the blade and the sheath, it must be the work of Master Jing. Master Jing is the only female forgemaster in this era who can forge a demigod relic. She's also a demigod. There's only a small number of her artworks and it's rare to own a demigod relic forged by her. There are only 3 demigod relics available in the market so far. The combat sword must be the 4th one and it's also the first demigod-level combat sword she has ever forged. Even Lin Huang did not know about the information provided by Wanbao Auction House. He was shocked as he heard it from the VIP room. Obviously, they had put in a lot of effort to raise the bid price of the item. It makes me feel like buying it, Lin Huang mumbled. You majored in sword, why don't you keep it for yourself? It's just a matter of time for you to get to imperial level, Yi Zheng asked. If I want a sword, I can get a better one at any time, Lin Huang said, raising his brows. He felt that the stairway tree was an amazing place. What he said startled Yi Zheng. However, Lin Huang did not seem to be lying. Seeing the doubt on Yi Zheng's face, Lin Huang did not say anything else. However, a thought crossed his mind. I must look for a chance to ask Yi Zheng to join the Genius Union. Yi Zheng's abilities were on par with a genius. If Lin Huang were to recommend him, he could definitely join the Genius Union. There was no harm asking him to join the Genius Union. On the auction stage, Yu Bo announced the starting price of the combat sword. The starting price is 32 billion life crystals. The price increment must be at least 1 billion life crystals each round. An intense bidding war began immediately. 35 billion, 40 billion. 5 minutes later, the combat sword was sold at a price of 62 billion. The final buyer was the guest in VIP room number A3 on the second floor. He showed his determination in buying the sword throughout the bidding process. He raised the price by 1 to 2 billion each time. The 2 bidders on the third floor gave up bidding for the item as they did not want to increase the price by such a large margin anymore. After the bidding of the combat sword had ended, there was only one last item remaining and everybody was excited to know what the last item was. Chapter 803. The last auction item. Is the last auction item a god's relic? The demigod-level sword and saber have been sold. Will the last auction item be a god's item? The crowd was anticipating for it in suspense until the last auction item was then brought to the auction stage. The last item for sale today, which is also the last item to be sold off at the auction, is here. Yu Bo was not in a hurry to unveil the red cloth. Do you want to know what it is? Stop dragging. Just show it. Please be quick. I'm going home to breastfeed my baby. A man with chest hair shouted, exposing his pecs to Yu Bo. Hurry up. I have the urge to pee. I can't stand it anymore. I'm going to the toilet after this. The auction hall was now bustling with chatter. Many of them even neglected the point that the friendly young man was actually an immortal level rank -9. He was only one step closer to imperial level. I feel like hitting someone. Yu Bo did not expect the crowd to react in such a way. He used to imagine that they would be like primary school kids and would all yell, yes. In fact, the adult world was much more complicated. His emotions then completely returned to normal as he uncovered the last item. The combat armor that Lin Huang provided was displayed. The black combat armor floated in the transparent cabinet and exuded a faint, black mist. 2 beams of bloody light glowed at the helmet visor, resembling a humanoid monster floating on the auction stage that scrutinized everyone in the auction hall. Everybody kept quiet as soon as the combat armor appeared. The moment when they saw the bloody glow, their bodies stiffened and they had goosebumps. They felt like an extremely powerful monster was glaring at them. Yu Bo grinned as the effect was within his expectations. Despite him being on immortal level rank 9, he had goosebumps too when he saw the item for the first time. Most of them in the auction hall had not reached immortal level yet, so they were very cautious of the appearance and aura of the combat armor. The demigod level combat armor is the only combat armor available for sale at this auction. The 3 grade S appraisers evaluated that the demigod relic wasn't formed from an ancient relic. It wasn't made of the flesh of the demigod level monsters as well. Instead, it was dropped by the demigod level monsters after their death. The monster type that dropped the combat armor remains unknown. However, it can be confirmed that it's an abyssal monster, and it's highly possible that it's an abyssal monster in the 3rd layer of the abyss brink. It's in perfect condition with no damages found. The starting price of the combat armor is 38 billion life crystals. The price increment must be at least 1 billion life crystals each round. After having uttered his words, the black screen on the 3rd floor lit up abruptly. 68 billion. The member from VIP room number 3 raised the price by 30 billion. Obviously, he was eager to buy the set of combat armor. The crowd at the auction hall exclaimed when they saw the bid price. Did he accidentally enter an extra zero? I'm pretty sure that he didn't. It's the strategy of bidding. He's not giving others the chance to bid by raising the bid price to 30 billion higher. The bidder in VIP room No. S3 is amazing. Perhaps 68 billion isn't too expensive for him. Even Yu Bo was stunned. He thought that he had seen the wrong figure. Before Yu Bo had the chance to mention the bid price, the black screen, which was a certain distance away, lit up again. 75 billion. The bidder who offered it was the member in VIP room No. 5. He had never placed any bid for the previous 2 demigod relics. Is it going to be sold at an extremely high price? Can it reach 80 billion? I heard that none of the items sold at the Wanbao auction has ever exceeded 80 billion in the past 30 years. Yu Bo's heartbeat started racing fast. He was waiting for the others to place another bid so that the bid price could exceed 80 billion. The highest bid in the past 30 years was 78 billion, and it had happened 13 years ago. If he managed to break the record of the highest bid price at the auction that he hosted, he would definitely be rewarded by the top management. He might even have the opportunity to be upgraded to imperial level. Yu Bo then calmed himself down. Just as he was about to say something to trigger the bidder's buying intention, a figure lit up on the black screen on the 3rd floor again. 85 billion. Again, it was offered by the bidder in VIP room No. 3. Seeing the figure, Yu Bo was overjoyed. It's broken the record. The next second, the member in VIP room number 5 placed another bid. An even higher bid price was achieved. 95 billion. The crowd felt that the members in the 2 VIP rooms on the 3rd floor had gone insane. What's happening? It's reaching 100 billion. I guess 95 billion should mean a lot to those on the 3rd floor. I used to think being rich makes me happy. Right until this moment, I realized that I've no idea what the happiness of a rich man is like. As an auctioneer, when Yu Bo saw the bid price of 95 billion, his breathing turned into a mess. He had just been trying to break the 30-year record. However, it seemed like it had broken the 50-year record now. After calming himself down, Yu Bo was preparing himself for what to say next. Again, the black screen on the 3rd floor glowed. 120 billion. The golden figure lit up abruptly on the black screen in front of VIP room No. 1. Everybody exclaimed in surprise. Nobody expected that with just one bid, the bidder from VIP room number 1 would manage to outbid the bidders in VIP room number 3 and number 5, who had been fighting over the item for a long while. Seeing the bid price, Yu Bo was feeling lost as he mumbled, 120 billion. Soon, he recovered from his thoughts and tried to figure out when was the last time when the bid price had exceeded 120 billion. I think the last time the bid was higher than 120 billion was 117 years ago. The highest bid price for a demigod relic was 130 billion. Within 100 years, the highest bid price for a demigod relic was 110 billion, which happened 81 years ago. Does it mean that the current bid price has broken the 100-year record? Yu Bo could imagine his status at Wanbao auction house in the future. If everything goes well, the position of the principal auctioneer will belong to me. After the bid of 120 billion was announced, the members from the rest of the VIP rooms remained silent. Yu Bo then knew that that would be the final price of the item. However, he was still ambitious, hoping to push the bid higher. The bidder from VIP room No. S1 has bid 120 billion for it. This is, by far, the highest bid price over the past 100 years. Congratulations to the member in VIP room No. S1 for breaking the 100-year record of Wanbao Auction House. I've something else to say about this item. Many of you know that the items dropped by monsters can be refined, and there's no exception for the demigod relic. This demigod relic is just an intermediate grade item. However, it's like a raw material that has never been carved to the expert refiners. There are chances that it can be upgraded to an expert grade item. Everybody knows that there are only 3 demigod level combat armors that are of expert grade in Division 3. This could possibly be the 4th one. Yu Bo wanted to share this earlier. However, he did not have the chance to do so, but this was a good time. Many of them could finally understand why it was priced at a much higher price compared to the previous 2 weapons. A majority of them used to think that the Supreme members on the 3rd floor were just trying to fight one another as they bid like crazy. Apparently, they were bidding for the potential value of the combat armor. They were all clever ones. It suddenly dawned on Yi Zheng, who then looked at Lin Huang and asked, "Are there grades for demigod relics?" "Yes, but the difference between them isn't obvious." Lin Huang nodded his head and explained in detail. A demigod relic is classified into beginner grade, intermediate grade, expert grade, and ultimate grade. The difference between the beginner and intermediate grade demigod relics isn't significant. However, an expert grade demigod relic is much more powerful. As for the ultimate grade demigod relic, a minority of them can be compared to a god's relic without instincts. By looking at the price itself, a beginner grade demigod relic can be sold within a price range of 10 to 30 billion life crystals. Some of them can be sold at a price of 40 billion and above. However, under normal circumstances, it won't exceed 50 billion. The price of an intermediate grade demigod relic starts from 30 billion life crystals and usually ranges from 30 to 80 billion. Normally, it won't exceed 100 billion. The starting price for an expert grade demigod relic will be 100 billion, and its highest bid price can go to 300 to 400 billion. It won't exceed 500 billion. The starting price for the ultimate grade demigod relic will be 300 billion. On the auction stage, Yu Bo waited for a few seconds. Since nobody placed another bid, he shouted, 120 billion, going once, 120 billion, going twice. Is there anyone who's going to bid for it? Otherwise, the combat armor will belong to the member in VIP room No. S1. Obviously, 120 billion had exceeded the acceptable price range of the rest of the members on the 3rd floor. They knew very well that a subtle increase in price meant nothing to him, and that they would suffer great losses if they were to increase it substantially. Therefore, they decided to give up bidding for it. Yu Bo gazed at the VIP rooms on the 3rd floor. He knew that nobody would place another bid. Therefore, he had to knock the gavel. 120 billion going, thrice. Sold. Chapter 804. Leveling up to immortal level. The last auction item was sold at 120 billion life crystals, and the 5 days of the auction had finally ended with a speech from the top management of Wanbao Auction House. In Lin Huang's VIP room, the doorbell rang. Yi Zheng opened the door and a female staff entered. She nodded her head at Yi Zheng and walked straight to Lin Huang. Then, she took out 2 items from her Emperor's heart ring. One of them was the god's figurine which Lin Huang had bid for in the afternoon, and the other thing was a thumb-sized crystal card. Mr. Lin, this is the item that you bid for in the afternoon, and the payment for the items sold. 3% of the processing fees and the money you spent buying the auction item has been deducted from the payment in the crystal card. Please check. Lin Huang took the 2 items from her. He put the god's figurine into his storage and immediately inserted the crystal card into his Emperor's heart ring. The total amount for the 3 demigod relics was 247 billion. After deducting 3% of processing fees and the 1 billion life crystals which he had spent bidding for the auction item, the remaining amount was 238.59 billion life crystals. Making sure that it was the right amount, Lin Huang then completed the transaction. He removed the crystal card and stored it in his storage space. The transaction crystal card that could only temporarily store life crystals had its limit and was not valuable. Therefore, the auction house would give it to their customers each time after a transaction. It's exactly the right amount of money. Lin Huang nodded his head at the staff. The 2 invitation cards of the underground auction will be emailed to you before 10 p.m. Please take note, the female staff reminded, the auction begins tomorrow at 8 p.m. It starts from 8 p.m. to 12 a.m. for 3 consecutive days. For further details, please check the invitation card after you've received it. Is there anything else I can help you with? Is there a list of items for the underground auction? The list will be attached in the invitation email. However, that's just for your reference as the list is subject to change, she explained. One more thing. During the auction, can we stay at the VIP room for free? Lin Huang came up with a shameless request. He had enjoyed staying there for the past few days. No, you can't. Wanbao auction has already ended to the outside world and the VIP rooms will serve as hotel rooms again. All the VIP rooms will be cleaned up today and we'll start our usual business tomorrow. Moreover, the underground auction won't be held here. It's at another underground area. Okay. Lin Huang nodded. As the staff left, the speech on the auction stage had ended as well. The majority of them had left the auction hall. Should we leave now or should we stay for a while? Yi Zheng felt that it was too crowded down there and felt like leaving only when it had subsided. What are we waiting for? Don't you know that they're about to clean up this space? Lin Huang stood up, tossing a red berry into his mouth and walked towards the floating staircase. Yi Zheng then had to follow after him. The both of them entered the floating staircase and went down to the first floor. They left the auction hall together with the crowd. They then returned to the hotel they used to stay at, which was just a short distance away from the auction hall. After bidding Yi Zheng goodbye, he then returned to his room. The first thing he did was to summon Kylie and entered her mini world. Lin Huang was so excited to take the god's figurine out in her mini world. The god's figurine was only the size of an adult's palm. It looked like a statue made of redwood. However, on it was the carving of a creature that Lin Huang had never seen before, and it had never appeared in the monster guide either. It was a humanoid monster that looked feminine and wore a red dress that looked like an inverted rose. Its upper body was completely naked. It looked like it did not have arms and there were two pairs of butterfly-like wings on its back. There were scales all over its body and it had a vine-like tail which extended from the lower edge of its dress. The tail behind its dress hung low on the floor. After briefly looking at the shape of the god's figurine, Lin Huang shifted his gaze towards its face. It had a very beautiful face that looked like a lady from the West. Its head was slightly lowered with its eyes closed and it had waist-length hair that was a bit messy. Perhaps because it had no arms, Lin Huang felt that it looked sick and weak. You're lucky enough. It's a matured petal devil. Its previous combat strength was at least on the high-ranked true god level. The stone tablet's voice was heard. Is it called the petal devil? Is it powerful? Lin Huang asked. The petal devil isn't a monster that's skilled at fighting. However, the abilities of a matured petal devil can be compared to the Protoss that's good at fighting. I said that you're lucky simply because they're monsters that possess the wood attribute. They're the favorites of nature. In the true spirit guide that I gave you, there's a divine tree called Fuzang which is also known as the Sun Tree. It has been said that the strongest sun tree stretches across the Milky Way. The stars and black holes are pretty much its food. It's unbreakable and immortal. The petal devil and the sun tree originate from the same monster. With the god's figurine of the petal devil as a medium, visualizing the sun tree's combat soul can be accomplished with ease. Lin Huang was excited when he heard this. It was a sun tree that stretched across the Milky Way and could even engulf the stars and black holes. If he could form a combat soul like this, he would have the courage to fight someone stronger than the true god. However, after calming himself down, he felt that what the stone tablet said was deceiving. You said that the combat strength of the sun tree is even stronger than the true god, right? Have you seen it before? I've never seen the sun tree stretching across the Milky Way before. However, I've seen the engulfment of the stars and black holes for real. I've seen the sun tree extend its branches and twist around the stars. It spent 33 days to engulf everything completely. What it said startled Lin Huang and he could not say a word for several moments. Don't think of creating a sun tree that can engulf the stars. As long as you can form a demigod-level plant, it's probably sufficient to defeat all the demigods in the gravel world. Lin Huang forced a smile, shaking his head. He then took a deep breath, fixing his gaze back on the god's figurine. His divine telekinesis surrounded the god's figurine, slowly dragging it into the world in his body. If anyone saw what was happening to him, one would see the palm-sized wood statue slowly being dragged towards Lin Huang's chest and disappearing. After storing the god figurine into his body, Lin Huang dragged it to the divine fire of the first life wheel. The palm-sized god's figurine was instantly engulfed by the flames. Lin Huang kept his focus on the internal changes that were happening to his divine fire. Soon, a huge whirlpool was formed in the flames that were tens of thousands of meters tall. Its size then began to shrink rapidly. At the same time, the life power that was initially full in his life wheel was being overwhelmed entirely by the whirlpool. It did not happen to only the first life wheel, instead, the life power in the rest of the 9 life wheels was being depleted. Lin Huang could roughly guess what was happening. He immediately used 3 life power refill cards to replenish his life power, inserting it into the whirlpool. About half an hour had passed and all the life power in Lin Huang's body had been emptied. Even the divine fire in his first life wheel had completely disappeared. Only the palm-sized god's figurine remained. Lin Huang waited for it excitedly yet patiently. He was not worried about his life power having already been depleted. About 2 to 3 minutes later, the eyes of the god's figurine opened abruptly. 2 black divine fires shot out of its eyes. The red flower-like dress that it was wearing initially became black as if it was dyed by ink. At almost the same time, the size of the god's figurine began to grow. It was initially the size of a palm, but it continued to grow until it was more than 2 meters tall. After its size had finally stabilized, the god's figurine slowly closed its eyes. However, the color of its dress was still black in color and did not return to its original color. The god's figurine's black dress blew upwards a little with the circles of life power. It began to refill his first life wheel, followed by the second one, the third one. After all 10 of his life wheels were being restored, it began to pass through Lin Huang's veins and arteries, muscles, bones, and soul. Lin Huang was exhilarated. He could clearly sense that the life power in his body was transforming. His body and the strength of his soul were transforming as well. It can really help me to level up to immortal level rank -1. Lin Huang inspected his own body. The only difference between an immortal level rank -1 and I is that I don't have a combat soul in my body. Under normal circumstances, one would need to kill an immortal level monster and hunt for a monster soul in order to advance from holy fire level to immortal level. The monster soul would then be used as a life furnace that stored life fire. The process was known as lighting up the life lamp. However, since the life fire in Lin Huang's body originated from a divine pod whereby it belonged to the true divine fire, only a true god level monster soul could store it. Therefore, he had to choose a spiritual god item or god relic to store the divine fire. The god's figurine was a spiritual god's item. It could be used as a container to store his divine fire, allowing Lin Huang to light up his life lamp. Theoretically, Lin Huang knew that it would work. Therefore, he gave it a try and ended up successfully upgrading to immortal level. What I shall do next is to visualize the Sun Tree's monster soul to create a combat soul. Lin Huang knew what his next step was. However, I don't think that it can be achieved in such a short period of time. Chapter 805. Getting Kidnapped. Congratulations, you've leveled up to immortal level. There's an upgrade in some of the authorities. 1. Summon authority of pseudo-mythical level card is activated. 2. The number of summoning increases from 10 to 15. 3. Personal skill slots increase from 20 slots to 30 slots. 4. The maximum limit of the combat strength of the monster cards is immortal level rank -9. 5. Activation of new cards. Duplication card, forge card, modification card. 6. Change of cross-ranking reward rules. You'll only obtain a cross-ranking reward by killing an imperial level. You can no longer obtain a cross-ranking reward by killing an immortal level. When on the beginner level of an immortal level, from rank -1 to rank 3, you'll obtain 10 card draws by killing a black gold rank. You'll obtain 20 card draws by killing a crimson gold rank. You'll obtain 40 card draws by killing a yellow gold rank. You'll obtain 80 card draws by killing a white gold rank. You'll obtain 160 card draws by killing a purple gold rank, and you'll obtain 320 card draws by killing a demigod. When on the intermediate level of an immortal level, from rank 4 to rank 6, you'll obtain 10 card draws by killing a crimson gold rank. You'll obtain 20 card draws by killing a yellow gold rank. You'll obtain 40 card draws by killing a white gold rank. You'll obtain 80 card draws by killing a purple gold rank, and you'll obtain 160 card draws by killing a demigod. When on the expert level of an immortal level, from rank 7 to rank 9, you'll obtain 10 card draws by killing a yellow gold rank. You'll obtain 20 card draws by killing a white gold rank. You'll obtain 40 card draws by killing a purple gold rank, and you'll obtain 80 card draws by killing a demigod. Remark: you can't use a function card to assist in a cross-ranking kill. I can't use a function card. I guess I'm not cheating if I were to use the knight skill and integration skill to achieve an upgrade in my combat strength, right? Lin Huang mumbled with an evil smile, I can first upgrade the combat strength of the monster that I'm riding on to immortal level rank -9. With the overlaying effect of the Knight and integration skills, my combat strength can be upgraded to at least black gold level or even crimson gold level. That's too much. According to the strength of your body and soul, black gold rank is your limit. If you were to advance it to crimson gold level forcefully, your body and soul will probably collapse in an instant. Therefore, given the restriction of the system, you'll only be able to obtain the minimum overlaying effect of Knight and integration, and your combat strength will only reach black gold rank. There'll be an exception if you level up to the intermediate level of the immortal level. Black gold rank. That's great. Lin Huang did not feel upset at all. With my abilities on black gold rank, it won't be difficult for me to fight crimson gold and yellow gold ranks. Bai and the rest of their combat strength can be upgraded to immortal level rank 9 too. Furthermore, I have 2 pseudo-mythical level monster card, Evil Spirit type and Regal Sword Killer. Despite not being able to use the combat strength upgrade card, they can fight in a team and see if they can kill white gold rank monsters. There was actually a significant increase in Lin Huang's abilities as he leveled up to immortal level. Nevertheless, he knew that there was still room for improvement. Training the monster soul could allow him to own the combat soul. The training of the seamless skill would enable him to create more telekinetic threads, expanding the region covered by his telekinesis. The training of his sword Dao that had begun to plateau could be further improved. Also, the tremendous improvement in his combat strength unsealed many of the memories inherited. As he thought of this, Lin Huang knew that he had a lot of things to do. After returning from Kylie's mini world to the hotel room, it was already 10 p.m. He felt strange as he could detect with his territory that Yi Zheng was not in the room. Did he go for supper? Lin Huang did not think too much about it since he had entered Kylie's mini world after they got back from the auction hall. Most likely, because he had seen that he was not in, Yi Zheng had gone out for supper on his own. After taking a shower, Lin Huang began reading the news on the sofa. After reading all the news and browsing through social media, it was about 11 p.m. but Yi Zheng had not come back yet. Lin Huang began to worry about him. He thought for a while. Then, he opened the communication page and decided to call Yi Zheng. Soon, the call was connected. However, after waiting for a long while, only a beeping could be heard. Until the sound ended after a minute, nobody picked up the call. What happened to him? Lin Huang frowned. After calming himself down, he texted him. I called you just now but nobody picked up. Where are you? Please get back to me soon when you see this message. After the message had been sent, 1 minute passed, then 2 minutes, 3 minutes, nobody replied to him and Lin Huang panicked. The Emperor's heart ring was different from the usual mobile phone on Earth. It was worn directly on the finger and would not be taken it off even when they were taking their shower. As long as they received a call or text message, it would vibrate. It was impossible that they could not sense it. Even if they were too busy to pick up the call, replying a voice message would only take them a few seconds. Yi Zheng had grown up in the military and he used to be really efficient at work. Normally, he would reply to text messages within seconds. Since he did not reply Lin Huang after so long, it indicated that something had happened to him. After making such a conclusion, Lin Huang immediately entered Yi Zheng's hotel room. It was so clean and tidy inside the room and there were no traces of any scuffle or conflict. Lin Huang scanned the area with his divine telekinesis several times but he discovered nothing apart from the balcony door being open. However, no evidence was found at the balcony. Yi Zheng normally closes the balcony door before going out and locks it. Standing at the balcony, Lin Huang checked if he had missed out on anything. That guy must be strong. He managed to control Yi Zheng in an instant as soon as he entered from the balcony and kidnapped him. When did he get targeted by the kidnapper? Lin Huang frowned as he carefully recalled whether somebody had been following after them or spying on them. However, he discovered nothing. Regardless of who his target is, if somebody is following me, I'll be able to detect it with my territory. If the opponent is using a spiritual detection skill, I'll be able to detect it easily with my divine telekinesis. However, nothing has been detected in the past few days when Yi Zheng was with me. Lin Huang could not understand it. He had no idea when they got targeted by the kidnapper or why would this happen. Just as Lin Huang was in doubt, his Emperor's heart ring suddenly vibrated. A message came through. He immediately tapped open the communication page and unexpectedly, the sender was Yi Zheng. he replied. Lin Huang was stunned. However, it was 20 minutes ago when he had sent the message to Yi Zheng. He did not expect him to reply at this moment. Did I overthink? As he read the message, Lin Huang's pupils dilated. If you want to save him, come to Yangui Tower before midnight. Bring along all the auction items you bid from the auction hall and come here alone. If you don't bring all the items you have or you have someone following you, you have to bear the consequences. Someone has caught him. Surprisingly, Lin Huang felt relieved after receiving the message. Firstly, the person was using Yi Zheng's Emperor's Heart Ring to send him the message. That being said, Yi Zheng was still alive and it was good news. Secondly, the reason why he kidnapped Yi Zheng was obvious. It was because of the auction items. Therefore, it was less likely that the person would kill Yi Zheng before the deal had been made. Yi Zheng and Lin Huang had a total of 5 auction items. The 4 items that Yi Zheng bought were ancient relics. It was not worth doing so for those items. The only item Lin Huang got was the god's figurine. Lin Huang smirked as he understood everything that had happened and could roughly guess the identity of the kidnapper. He's coming after the god's figurine. During the auction, the only person who bid for the god's figurine was the member in VIP room number 1 on the 3rd floor. Most probably, he knows the truth about the god's figurine and that's the reason why he's giving his all to get it. If I'm not mistaken, he's the kidnapper. Chapter 806. Given Yi Zheng's abilities, if he got kidnapped without having the ability to fight back, it meant that the kidnapper was probably an imperial level. Had it happened last time, Lin Huang would have feared him. However, he felt smug now and was excited to fight him. He hardly had the chance to fight an imperial level. Furthermore, he was just estimating his abilities based on theory. In order to know how powerful his abilities were, he had to engage in a real battle. Since the opponent came to him first, Lin Huang was thrilled. As for Yi Zheng who got kidnapped, let's fight the kidnapper first, he thought to himself. After making the decision, Lin Huang flew up to the sky from the balcony, transforming into a black meteor and headed towards the west of the city. Guiyan Tower was an abandoned building site at the west of Wanbao City. The buildings used to be part of a temple during ancient times. However, the temple had turned into a rubble of debris and broken bricks now. Only the lower half of the tower remained. When the abandoned site was first discovered, the Union government had sent people in to inspect the site. However, they only managed to dig out some of the books and bones of ordinary people. They then concluded that it was just an ordinary temple. In the past 100 years, many people came to explore this place. However, nothing was discovered and the number of people who came here subsequently decreased. In addition, it was too far from the center of Wanbao City. It was more than 2,000 kilometers away and it covered only a small area. Considering the extremely pathetic visitation rate of the ordinary tourists, the Union government did not make it a tourist spot. Therefore, it was now an abandoned land. Aside from visiting a few of the tourist spots, Lin Huang had not been to other places ever since he came to Wanbao City. Of course, he had not been to Guiyan Tower. If the kidnapper had not mentioned it, he would have forgotten that there was such a site during the old era. Activating his double acceleration, it took him about 20 minutes to arrive at the west of the city. He could see the abandoned site with a half-burnt tower and broken bricks all over from afar. He could obviously sense that there were 2 figures on the first floor of the abandoned tower in the region covered by his territory. A person was leaning against the wall while another stood, lifting his head and looking in his direction. Obviously, he had been discovered. Lin Huang gradually landed on a hillside with broken bricks all over it. It was about 20 meters away from the abandoned tower and he could maintain a safe distance. I came as promised. Can you come out? Lin Huang remained calm and both of them in the tower heard his voice clearly. At the entrance of Yangui Tower, a pale, skinny man appeared along with Yi Zheng. As the moonlight shone on him, Lin Huang could evidently see how the kidnapper looked like. He looked so pale and ill. He was like the classic vampire described in most novels. He was about 1.8 meters tall, and had a skinny and slender body. With very ordinary looks, he could hardly stand out from the crowd. Without sensing the strength of his aura, Lin Huang would think that he was just an ordinary person. You're really an imperial level. The first rank of an imperial level, black gold rank. After sizing him up, Lin Huang had a rough estimate of his combat strength. He then shifted his gaze towards Yi Zheng. Yi Zheng's life power had been emptied and must have been sealed by some sort of secret skill. However, It seemed like the kidnapper had not tortured him as he still looked fine. However, his face turned ghastly as he saw Lin Huang. He's an Imperial level. You shouldn't have come. You didn't answer my call and reply to my text. What could I do? Lin Huang smiled with his palms up. If I don't do anything and you die here, I've no idea how to explain this to your sister. The conversation shall end here. The pale man pressed his hand against Yi Zheng's shoulder. Yi Zheng groaned and stopped talking. Give it to me and I'll let him go. The man lifted his head and looked at Lin Huang threateningly. What's that? You have to tell me clearly, Lin Huang challenged. Stop bullshitting me. You know that I want the god's figurine. Indeed, he knows what the god's figurine is. Lin Huang's heart sank. However, nothing strange could be picked up from his facial expression. I really have no idea what the god's figurine is. You've no idea. Why did you bid for it at the auction? The man narrowed his eyes. I've just scanned through his memory. Don't think that I don't know both of you were the members in VIP room number 3 on the 3rd floor. You're the one who bid for it. I bid for it. Oh, are you talking about the wood carving? Lin Huang looked like he was suddenly enlightened. I just found out that it's called the god's figurine. As an Imperial level, you kidnapped my friend because of the wood carving. It seems to be something valuable. Stop talking nonsense. Give it to me. The man was impatient. If you give it to him, the both of us will die, Yi Zheng said calmly. I'm not allowing you to talk. The man pressed against Yi Zheng's shoulder hard with his left hand and the sound of the bone being broken echoed. It was so painful that sweat dripped from Yi Zheng's forehead. He was startled and kept quiet. Don't fight first. I'm not saying that I won't give it to you, Lin Huang immediately said. I can give it to you, but I have one condition. Let him go first. I'll let him go after you've given it to me, the man said without any facial expression. No, I can't do so. I don't trust you. My friend was right. You might probably kill us after getting what you want, Lin Huang insisted. He's the brother to a female friend of mine. If he dies, his sister will definitely blame me. Even if I die, she'll hate me forever. Let him go and I'll stay. You know that the item is with me and not him. As long as he can leave here safely, I'll give it to you. If you want to break your promise, just kill me. As long as he's still alive, his sister won't blame me for not taking good care of him. She'll miss me every day because I sacrificed my life for his brother. Thinking of her long legs, it's worth dying for. Lin Huang acted like a drooling pervert. Lin Huang, you're thinking about dating my sister all the time. Yi Zheng glared at Lin Huang. He was so angry and accidentally called out his real name. Do you think that I'm treating her like a friend? Lin Huang raised his brows. There's no pure friendship between a man and a lady. It's general knowledge that all adults should know. Yi Zheng was too mad to the point that he could not say anything. Humans really are boring and low-class creatures, the pale-faced man mumbled. He lifted his head and looked at Lin Huang again. All right, I promise you. However, I have another request. I want to have a look whether you've really brought what I want. I'll let him go immediately upon confirmation. All right, keep your promise. Lin Huang grinned. The man was staring at Lin Huang's hand movement. However, he was laughing on the inside. Keep your promise. Such an innocent fella. If it weren't because I'm not sure whether you brought the god's figurine along, I wouldn't have talked so much nonsense to you. After confirming that the item is with you, both of you must die. The only thing I need is the Emperor's heart ring. Chapter 807. Lin Huang versus the Imperial level. Lin Huang extended his right arm with his palm facing up. A palm-sized god's figurine instantly appeared on his palm, floating a few centimeters off his palm. Can you see it now? Seemingly, Lin Huang was not worried that he would snatch it away. He did not put it away after showing him the god's figurine. Can you let him go now? That's great. The pale man grinned. Since you've brought it along, there's no use keeping both of you alive. After finishing his sentence, the man gradually faded away from his original position and appeared right in front of Lin Huang without a trace. He penetrated through Lin Huang's chest as he struck a blow at him. At that moment, his facial expression changed as Lin Huang's body distorted slightly and disappeared. Kylie, bring Yi Zheng away. In front of Yi Zheng, two figures appeared abruptly. One of them was Lin Huang whereas the other one was Kylie. Kylie grabbed Yi Zheng's arm and the both of them instantly disappeared. Seeing Yi Zheng being brought to Kylie's mini-world, Lin Huang grinned. He lifted his head, looking at the pale man with an insulting expression. An illusion, you did a great job. The man soon responded to him coldly. It's just a trick. Not worth mentioning though, Lin Huang said calmly, as if fooling an imperial level with his ocular skill was just a small matter. Why didn't you run away? Do you think that I won't kill you? The man did not panic when Yi Zheng was evacuated. Make another guess. Lin Huang smiled. The man squinted and glanced at Lin Huang for a while. You look confident. It's either a big bluff or you have a trump card in hand which makes you think that you're capable of fighting me. You're smarter than I can imagine. Hearing the answer, Lin Huang smiled again. However, I need to correct you. I'm not thinking that I'm capable of fighting you. Instead, I know that I have the ability to kill you. That's a funny joke. I don't feel like killing you now. If I were to make you my pet, you could tell me jokes when I'm bored. The man tilted his head slightly, looking at Lin Huang. Let it be. It's too troublesome to have a pet. I shall just kill you to make a new leather bag. A leather bag? Lin Huang could not understand his rationale. However, before he could ask further, Kylie walked out from her mini world. Your pet is back. I've been waiting for her. After uttering his words, an invisible wave spread out from his body, passing through Lin Huang and Kylie and spread further away. Lin Huang could instantly feel that it was causing their surroundings to freeze. He took a glance at where Kylie was at and the same thing seemed to happen there. Is it a dimensional territory? Lin Huang raised his brows, looking at the pale man. You've got 20/20 eyesight. He stared at Lin Huang and grinned. To stop you from running away like what you did just now, I purposely waited for the return of your pet before sealing the dimension. Nothing is affected as the entrance is still open, Kylie contacted Lin Huang through her mind. Lin Huang grinned. Even if Kylie had not told him about it, he knew that his effort of sealing the dimension would be rendered useless. Kylie's mini-world was left on this land by someone who was at least on the virtual god level. Regardless of how powerful the imperial level's territory was, it was impossible for it to affect it. Would you believe me if I tell you that I'm not going to run away? Lin Huang spoke the truth with a smile. It doesn't matter whether if I trust you or not. You're going to regret what you said. The man's killing intent immediately grew. He was not going to secretly attack Lin Huang as he was going to kill him from the front, snatching his emperor's heart ring away. Such a strong intent to kill. You're scary. Lin Huang sounded like he was teasing him. However, he was really careful. From the aura he released, Lin Huang could sense that he was not an opponent that was easy to deal with. Come out, Charcoal. Lin Huang then summoned Charcoal, whose height had been reduced to only 5 meters tall. A non-humanoid monster was needed to activate the night skill. Seeing the appearance of Charcoal, the pale-faced man squinted. A dragonkin, and the concentration of its blood isn't low. Sensing Charcoal's blood purity, instead of being fearful, the man got more excited. He extended his tongue, licking his own lips. I can't wait to taste the delicious monster. Although he was just mumbling to himself, Charcoal, who had just been summoned, could hear everything clearly. He immediately targeted the pale man, spitting black dragon flames towards him. The black dragon flames gushed out like the tide, instantly enveloping the area where the man stood. Right at this moment, Lin Huang's pupils dilated. He immediately grabbed Kylie's wrist and rode on Charcoal's back. Night. Integration. The two skills were unleashed simultaneously. Kylie then transformed into a beam of black light and penetrated through Lin Huang's chest. Lin Huang's combat strength then began to advance. Immortal level rank -1. Immortal level rank 2. Immortal level rank -3. Immortal level rank -9. Charcoal received a similar upgrade in its combat strength. The entire process sounded long, but it actually happened within seconds. After the upgrade in combat strength, a figure appeared on top of Lin Huang. Impressively, it was the pale man who was shrouded in the dragon flames earlier. That's your trump card. He then struck a blow from the sky. A black, gigantic claw that was formed by his life power went after Lin Huang and Charcoal. The gigantic claw could be compared to the size of about 4 basketball courts. Lin Huang and Charcoal had nowhere to flee. Seeing the gigantic claw on top of him, Charcoal's bloody eyes flashed with a trace of fury. Just as it was about to spit its dragon flames, on its back, Lin Huang swiftly dashed his sword forward. A black glow that resembled a crescent moon streaked across the sky, crashing into the black, gigantic claw in an instant. In the next second, the huge claw was sliced into half like tofu, revealing a smooth surface. After slicing through the gigantic claw, the glow of the sword that was akin to a crescent moon did not collapse. Instead, it went towards the pale man who was in the sky immediately. Witnessing what had just happened, a flicker of fear flashed through his eyes. For the first time, he had a serious expression on his face. The glow of the sword arrived right in front of him in an instant. Just as the sword was about to strike him, he grabbed the blade of the sword. Exerting force on the black glow with 5 of his fingers, the black glow collapsed into pieces like broken glass. Although he managed to dodge Lin Huang's attack without getting injured, he did not look fine. He had to admit that the young man in front of him was really capable of fighting him. He was not being naive or swashbuckling. Chapter 808 Midair, Lin Huang was standing on Charcoal's back. It was his first time combining the two skills, the night skill and the integration skill. He was quite satisfied with the effect. Charcoal was on immortal level rank 5 and the combat strength of the two skills could only be upgraded 3 levels higher. However, there were some uncertainties about the advancement of the combat strength as it could increase anywhere from 1 to 3 levels higher. However, Lin Huang combined the two skills and his combat strength was 4 levels higher. He managed to reach his pinnacle, immortal level rank -9. It was his first time fighting an imperial level with the combat strength he currently possessed. Lin Huang could confirm that the estimation he made for his ability was correct in just one blow. The pale man who was on black gold rank was pinned down by him. Despite the fact that it was also his first time engaging in a fight while standing on Charcoal's back, the both of them could communicate really well with the help of the night skill. Lin Huang felt that Charcoal was an extension of his body. Apart from being able to instantly express what he wanted to Charcoal without saying anything, he could even see how the world looked like from Charcoal's point of view. It was unbelievable that the combination of the integration and night skills could result in such an effect. After combining with Kylie, not only did she share her abilities and skills with Lin Huang, but she also shared them with Charcoal too. Aside from possessing Kylie's speed and agility, Charcoal had perfectly inherited all the skills she owned as well. Lin Huang felt that he had never been so powerful before. However, the pale man did not have a good time there. He was familiar with Lin Huang's identity as an imperial censor and could tell that Lin Huang might have had a provisional upgrade in his combat strength. He knew this clearly because he had seen Yi Zheng's memory before. However, he did not expect Lin Huang to be able to level up from immortal level rank -1 to rank 9. It was unbelievable that Lin Huang, who was on immortal level rank 9, was capable of fighting him and even possessed the ability to suppress him. He had underestimated him previously as he used to think that he could pin him down easily. However, he now had to go through a big obstacle getting the god's figurine. "I've underestimated you," the pale man admitted unwillingly. He then glanced at Lin Huang vengefully. "You're hiding your skills well." "I didn't, it's just that you've underestimated me." Lin Huang laughed. Everybody thinks that an immortal level rank 1 is just an ant to the imperial level and that they can be easily defeated. However, they never knew that ants could kill too. Regardless of how powerful your combat strength is, your time is limited. After that period of time that you receive an upgrade in your combat strength, I can still do whatever I want to you. Despite the fact that Lin Huang's ability had surprised him and he was in disbelief about it, the sallow man still had good control over the battle as he was not blinded by fear. Regardless of what upgrade you've experienced in your combat strength, you're just an immortal level rank -1. That's my greatest advantage. After finishing his words, a monster soon formed in front of the man. Soon, there were 7 monsters and each of them was on imperial level. Seeing what just happened, Lin Huang frowned. His opponent was not an imperial censor and the monsters that appeared were not summoning monsters. Instead, they were combat souls. Their combat strength had been upgraded from immortal level rank 9 to imperial level. Of course, they would have 9 combat souls. After getting to imperial level from immortal level, the combat souls would transform as the souls were strengthened, leveling up to imperial level. The combat souls would again be the greatest assistance to the imperial level. The pale man had excellent control over them, the reason being regardless of how many ranks higher Lin Huang's combat strength could reach, he was just an immortal level rank -1. He would only have 1 combat soul. 7 imperial level combat souls were summoned and there were 2 more that had not been summoned yet. Lin Huang could not confirm if the 2 remaining combat souls were the strongest ones or if they had been destroyed and could no longer be summoned. However, it was difficult for him to kill the 7 combat soul monsters. Among the 7 combat souls, 2 of them had gone through their 3rd mutation. There were also 2 undying species that could hardly be killed. 7 of them had appeared at the same time. Even Lin Huang felt that it was difficult to defeat them. Lin Huang would, of course, had a higher number of summoning monsters. After getting into immortal level, his summoning authority had been activated. The number of summoning monsters he was allowed to summon increased from 10 to 15. However, most of his summoning monsters were on immortal level rank -5. They could not join the fight. A thought suddenly ran through Lin Huang's mind and he decided not to summon Bai and the rest. Charcoal. Lin Huang shouted and soon, Charcoal received Lin Huang's instruction in detail in his mind. Flapping its wings, its huge body then strangely disappeared from its original position. In the next moment, a human and a monster then appeared on top of the monsters. Dragon flames. At almost the same time, Charcoal and Lin Huang opened their mouths wide. Dragon flames then spewed out of their mouths. The two flames did not repel each other. Instead, they grew stronger rapidly, gushing towards the 7 combat souls and the pale man. Black flames then engulfed the 8 of them like a tsunami, spanning tens of kilometers from where they were and turning the entire region into a black ocean. Unexpectedly, the force that resulted from Charcoal and his dragon flames did not just double. Instead, it went far beyond that. Its damage and power had multiplied many times. Although the effect might not be as powerful as what Charcoal could achieve when it officially leveled up to Imperial level, the effect was similar. It's less likely that they can get rid of our attack as the range of attack is very wide. Most probably, they'll be forced to fight back. If that happens, even if we can't kill the 7 combat souls, they'll be severely injured, Lin Huang thought to himself. This was also the reason why he had activated this skill. He wanted to reduce the number of enemies that could threaten him. It would be terribly disastrous to be besieged by 7 Imperial levels. Despite the fact that they were merely combat souls with no real bodies, their abilities were not much weaker than those with physical bodies. He would feel more relieved even if only one of the combat souls got injured. The spitting of dragon flames lasted for several minutes. Lin Huang and Charcoal had no means of stopping. Under normal circumstances, as a dragonkin, Charcoal would not spit dragon flames in such a way. The spitting of dragon flames lasted for just a couple of seconds each time, the longest one lasting for only about 20 seconds. It never lasted longer than half a minute. It was because the use of dragon flames depleted a large portion of its life power. The life power in its life wheel drained drastically every second like a tidal wave. It was very important for a dragonkin to rationally distribute the use of its life power. If the time it took to spit dragon flames got too long, its life power would be exhausted and it would become a drawback. If the dragon flames were unable to kill its enemy, it would be killed by its opponent. However, it was not a problem to Lin Huang as he possessed divine fire in his body. Compared to the rest of the people, the speed at which his life power could be restored was like the difference between a nuclear power plant and a hydraulic power plant. After possessing the divine fire, the life power in his body was inexhaustible. He could constantly channel it to Charcoal. Spitting dragon flames for a month would not be a problem to him, let alone a few minutes. Of course, their jaws would feel tired if they were to spit dragon flames for a month. Charcoal got to enjoy the satisfaction of spitting dragon flames for the first time after getting a constant supply of life power from Lin Huang. Nobody could imagine its delight of spitting dragon flames. Its brutish nature and its desire to destroy things could finally be satisfied. It was like a husky, which had been kept indoors for a long period of time, happily tearing apart a leather sofa that cost tens of thousands of life crystals, 3 pairs of Armani jeans, a Louis Vuitton bag, and an iPad. Chapter 809. Lin Huang had a headache. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds, the pale man was secretly counting the time Charcoal took to spit the dragon flames. As time passed, his face turned ghastly. When Lin Huang and Charcoal spat the dragon flames, he thought of sacrificing 2 combat souls to interrupt the spitting of the flames. The area covered by the dragon flames was too vast and it was unavoidable. There were only 2 ways to deal with such an attack. They had to either interrupt it or dodge it. However, he knew that the time for a dragonkin to spit dragon flames would be limited. He only needed to bear it for about 20 seconds as it would drain a huge portion of its life power. The depletion of its life power had far exceeded the life power consumed by his defensive skill. It would be beneficial to him if a large amount of its life power became exhausted. Therefore, he chose to fight against them. However, half a minute had passed and the flames did not weaken. He could clearly sense that apart from the 2 triple mutated combat souls, there were some problems with the defense layer of the 5 combat souls. Hold on a little longer. Their life power won't last that long. He had miscalculated. 1 whole minute had passed and the dragon flames were still as powerful as ever. He began to panic. The defense layer of the 5 double mutated combat souls was shaking and could collapse at any time. Despite the demigod level armor which he was wearing completely isolating him from the dragon flames, he was pressured as the armor was constantly exhausting his life power. It's lasted for a minute. The sallow man then looked at the combat souls in front of him. Only the 2 triple mutated combat souls could still bear the dragon flames and were moving against them. The closer they were to the origin of the dragon flames, the higher the damages and the temperature. The combat soul might become destroyed if they were to go against the dragon flames. As he thought of this, the man ground his teeth and decided to bear it. According to the consumption of life power of the dragon flames, I don't think it can still last any longer. 1 minute and 10 seconds, 1 minute and 15 seconds, 1 minute and 20 seconds, he continued calculating the time. Every second was a torment to him. After 1 minute and 23 seconds, the defense layer of the first combat soul had collapsed. The life power of the combat soul was being depleted, turning into ashes in less than 2 seconds after being burned by the dragon flames. After 1 minute and 26 seconds, the defense layer of the second combat soul collapsed as well. After 1 minute and 32 seconds, the third combat soul was destroyed. After 1 minute and 36 seconds, the fourth. After 1 minute and 42 seconds, the fifth. As for the 2 undying species, after their life power was drained, there was no way of reviving them and they were burnt to ashes as well. The defense layer of the 2 remaining triple mutated combat souls began to collapse. A third of the life power of the pale man remained. He had made many mistakes in this battle and suffered great losses. The spitting of dragon flames had lasted for more than 1 minute and 40 seconds. Still, the flames did not weaken to his utter shock. He could not understand why the dragon flames were now stronger than what he had seen coming from Lin Huang's mouth earlier. At that moment, he felt regret instead of shock. He regretted not interrupting the spitting of dragon flames. He regretted choosing to fight Lin Huang in terms of life power consumption. If he had made the right decision, there would still have been losses, but not to such an extent. Seeing the 2 triple mutated combat souls about to collapse, he had a steely determination in his eyes. 2 palm-sized statues suddenly appeared in his hand. Mumbling, he looked at the 2 statues in his hand. God Master, I've ruined your treasure. I'll offer my apology with death when I return. After finishing his words, he pressed the 2 statues against his chest. In a short while, 2 figures appeared in front of him. They were 2 mutated monsters. Their aura barely managed to cover the aura of the 2 triple mutated monster souls. One of them looked like a cat but had a wry skeleton-like face. It had sharp teeth that looked like steel nails. Its body was long and it looked like a magnified cheetah with stripes all over its body. The second one was a snake-headed monster and its lower body looked like a hoofed mammal. However, it had metallic scales all over its body and 4 extremely huge hooves that could be compared to a basin. Most of the monsters feared being trampled on by the hooves. Lin Huang had no idea what the name of the 2 mutated monsters was. They were standing in the middle of the ocean of dragon flames without any defenses. Seemingly, they were completely fine in the ocean of flames. Stop the spitting of the dragon flames. After receiving the instruction from the pale man, the 2 mutated monsters then looked into the sky. Soon, they could locate where Lin Huang and Charcoal were. The 2 figures then blasted off into the sky, heading towards the dragon flames. The black dragon flames that possessed terrifying destructive power and extremely high temperature surged towards the 2 mutated monsters. However, it did no harm to their bodies as if they were completely immune to the dragon flames. Of course, Lin Huang and Charcoal realized this. The dragon flames were like a huge territory to them and they could sense whatever that happened within it easily. Lin Huang could clearly see the pale man take the 2 statues out. How is it possible for him to have 2 gods figurines? Lin Huang's face turned grim as he saw the man pressing the 2 gods figurines against his chest. In fact, it was within his expectations when he integrated the gods figurine with his combat soul, summoning 2 combat souls with the figurine. The tablet had told Lin Huang about the characteristics of the god's figurine. Although the combat strength of the combat soul would not increase after the integration of the god's figurine with his combat soul, the combat soul would obtain a god-level body. It would be impossible for any force below God level to leave any trace on its body, let alone destroy it. The physical defense of such a combat soul could be completely immune to forces below God level. This was also the reason why the two combat souls could resist the dragon flames without the use of any life power. They could easily go against the dragon flames. The two mutated monsters gushed out of the dragon flames and pounced towards Charcoal and Lin Huang. The second Lin Huang saw that, he immediately took out his sword. His attack transformed into a crescent moon-shaped black glow and struck the two mutated monsters. The two mutated monsters howled, but they did not dodge the sword attack and went after it. Just as they collided with the sword, the glow of the sword that was capable of fighting a black gold rank collapsed. The two mutated monsters dove towards them without any obstacles. Lin Huang's life power immediately sheathed the blade of the sword and it turned completely black. Lin Huang leapt down from Charcoal's back and headed for the two mutated monsters. Bang! A loud thud was heard just as the blade crashed with the claws of the mutated monsters. The impact stirred the atmosphere. Lin Huang could feel that there was a force flowing through the blade of the combat sword. The aftershock of the force had far exceeded all the forces he had ever encountered in his life. His combat sword almost detached from his hand when they crashed into each other. The blade shrouded by his life power immediately collapsed and the cracking of bones could be vaguely heard coming from his arms. The next moment, Lin Huang's body flew away and landed on the ground very far away. Of course, the two mutated monsters were not completely fine. Although their bodies were strong and nobody could break through their defenses, they were not completely immune to the impact that resulted from Lin Huang's sword. They flew away as well and two huge pits were formed on the ground. Charcoal immediately stopped spitting dragon flames. It flapped its wings and soon, it appeared on top of Lin Huang. Worriedly, it gazed down at the ground where a pit was formed. I'm fine. Thanks to his divine regeneration, Lin Huang's broken arms were recovered in the blink of an eye. His injuries resulting from the aftershock were almost recovered as well. He then got onto Charcoal's back. The pale man returned to the sky as well after getting rid of the dragon flames. He then recalled the two triple mutated combat souls back into his body. Although they had not collapsed, their life power was almost depleted and they could no longer fight. Apparently, Lin Huang had won the fight as he managed to deal with 7 combat souls with just one skill. Seeing the two monsters that got out of the pits without any injuries and appeared right in front of the man in a flash, Lin Huang felt a headache coming on. Chapter 810. To catch bandits, first catch the ringleader. The greatest advantage of the god's figurine was that it had an unbeatable body. As long as the opponent's damage was unable to destroy the god's figurine body, or the Protoss body, it would be immune to all kinds of injuries. The Protoss was at least on the true god level. One could imagine how strong its body was. Nobody in the gravel world could destroy a god's figurine combat soul, let alone Lin Huang. Fortunately, only the physical body of the god's figurine combat soul could be strengthened, but its combat strength would still depend on that of the combat soul. The combat strength of the two combat souls was only on the first rank of Imperial level, Black Gold rank. They were not invincible. The problem was how could he get rid of the two god's figurine combat souls. The pale man was happy on the inside. He clearly saw that Lin Huang was injured. As he fought the god's figurine combat soul, the dragon flames no longer work and you can no longer engage in close combat. I'd like to see what you can still do. The pale-faced man dominated the two god's figurine combat souls and again, he pounced towards Lin Huang. However, Lin Huang had learned from the first lesson. He did not use any sword skill to deal with the two god's figurine combat souls anymore. Instead, he activated his dark mirror. The defense power of the dark mirror was 10 times mightier than Lin Huang's strongest attack. Moreover, it possessed a 100% reflection effect. The attack power of the two gods' figurine combat souls would not exceed the dark mirror's maximum defensive power. Therefore, regardless of what kind of attack they were going to launch, their attacks would be reflected by the mirror. Although Lin Huang would be affected by the aftershock, it was much better compared to the aftershock he faced from the front. The consumption of his life power was relatively lower as well. Noticing that the attacks launched by the god's figurine combat souls in midair were rendered useless, the pale man's face turned grave. Soon, he noticed that even he himself and the god's figurine combat souls would be unable to break through Lin Huang's defensive skill. He stared at Lin Huang for a moment and soon, he shifted his gaze from Lin Huang to Charcoal. In order to control Lin Xie, the both of you must first kill the dragonkin. Sensing that he was unable to break through Lin Huang's defense, the pale-faced man decided to attack Charcoal. I don't think that your defense skills can protect the Dragonkin. After receiving new instructions from the pale-faced man, the two gods' figurine combat souls soon changed their target and gave up fighting Lin Huang. Charcoal was now their hunting target. The pale man then pounced towards Lin Huang. He knew very well that the ability of his close combat was incomparable to that of Lin Huang. However, as long as he was not going to fight him face to face, it should not be a problem to gain a little control over him. Watching the man who was advancing towards him, Lin Huang laughed. You choose to come to me by yourself. Just as Lin Huang wondered how he could approach the while being bugged by the two gods' figurine combat souls, he did not expect the man to come to him by himself. Catching a glimpse of the direction where the two gods' figurine combat souls were heading, Lin Huang instantly knew his intentions and he grinned. The pale man went right in front of Lin Huang at lightning-fast speed. He opened his hands wide and his sharp claws were about to seize Lin Huang's head. The hellish claws gathered by his black life power then grabbed Lin Huang's head with a deadly aura. Lin Huang picked up his sword and his black life power immediately enveloped the entire blade of the sword. A black beam with a crescent moon-like glow then instantly gushed out of the blade of the sword, streaking across the sky. The crescent moon-like glow then ripped the sky apart, instantly colliding with the claws midair. Just as they crashed into each other, the terrifying claws were ripped apart. It was akin to a paper that was rent into half in a split second. It then collapsed, turning into black ashes, and faded away. The Wan man did not dodge. A flash of fury flashed through his eyes and he struck several blows with his claws. He completely ignored Lin Huang's sword attack. On the other hand, the two gods' figurine combat souls launched an attack towards Charcoal. The snake-headed monster pounced towards Charcoal, raised its hooves up high and was about to stomp hard on Charcoal's head. The wry-faced monster was agile as it quietly went next to Charcoal. It lowered its body, extending its sharp claws and aimed for Charcoal's abdomen. Charcoal's eyes flashed with mockery. Just as the monster's attacks were about to strike it, two dark mirrors were instantly formed. The two gods' figurine combat souls were stunned when they saw the dark mirrors. However, it was too late for them to stop their attacks. The snake-headed monster stomped hard with its hooves and it struck the mirror. An immense force reflected and struck its hooves, sending it flying away. The wry-faced monster encountered the same thing as well. As it stealthily attacked Charcoal with its sharp claws, its attack was reflected by the mirror and it sailed away. Not far away, the pale man who was engaged in a fierce fight with Lin Huang could sense the situation of the battle on the gods' figurine combat souls side. His face turned grave. In order to control Lin Huang, he had put on demigod-level combat armor to battle him. He did not defend against his attack and was continuously attacking Lin Huang. However, Lin Huang still barely managed to pin him down. He did not expect that the control he had over Lin Huang could do nothing to him. He initially wanted to make use of the two gods' figurine combat souls to get rid of the Dragonkin. However, the Dragonkin had similar defensive skills to what Lin Xie possessed, so the two gods' figurine combat souls could do no harm to it. After the failed attempt, it was meaningless to fight Lin Huang any longer. The sallow man stomped in an attempt to get away from the fight. Trying to run away, it's too late. Lin Huang smirked. The next moment, the man felt that there was a force dragging his ankles down. He saw nothing as he looked downwards. After several moments, his facial expression changed drastically. Telekinesis. Although he could not see it, he could feel that both of his ankles were being tangled by at least tens of threads. He then detected the terrifying scene with his spiritual strength. Aside from his ankles, his wrists, neck, knees, elbows, and other joints were entangled by countless telekinetic threads. There were more than thousands of them. If Lin Xie wanted to do so, he could turn the pale man into his puppet. The man's back was drenched in sweat as he had not realized that at all. Did you just understand the situation you're in? Lin Huang smiled calmly. With my demigod-level combat armor, even if you're able to control me, you can't kill me. There's a time limit for the advancement in your combat strength. As long as the upgrade in your combat strength ends, I'll still be the winner. The man still did not think that Lin Huang was capable of killing him. It's true that I can't break through the defense of a demigod relic. What if the life power in your body is depleted? Daggers gushed out from his sleeve like swimming fishes. They were all arranged in a row in front of him, totaling to about 7,000 daggers. Witnessing what just happened, the pale man was upset. He knew very well that his life power would be consumed in order to maintain the defensive power of a demigod relic. The consumption of life power would increase each time when he was being attacked. Once his life power was drained, the demigod relic would return back into his body as it no longer had any energy supply. His body would need to endure all of Lin Huang's attack by then. Without any life power to protect himself against those attacks, he was as weak as tofu when he was attacked by a sword that carried imperial level power. Chapter 811. The Pale Man's Trump Card. There were 3 ways to kill the God's Figurine Combat Soul. The first way was to kill the God's Figurine. However, only a true God could do so. The second way was to kill the monster soul inside the God's Figurine. However, the strength requirement to kill the combat soul was extremely high. Since the Pale Man's combat soul was on black gold rank, only a combat soul that was at least 2 ranks higher, which was yellow gold rank, would be capable of killing it. As for the third way, it was to exhaust the life power of the God's Figurine. This method was very time-consuming. Since the God's Figurine defense was exceptionally strong, it could sustain the attacks with its body and its life power would not be consumed at all. Therefore, in order to deplete the God's Figurine life power, the only way was to let the God's Figurine attack continuously so that their life power would be constantly used during the fight. Another way was to kill the owner of the God's Figurine in the combat soul. As long as the owner of the God's Figurine in the combat soul died, the combat soul inside the God's Figurine would collapse. Consequently, the God's Figurine would return to its initial form, which was a palm-sized statue. Lin Huang was unable to execute the first 2 methods. The third method was way too time-consuming. Therefore, he chose the fourth method. Lin Huang was still thinking how to get rid of the 2 God's Figurine combat souls and approach the Pale Man. He did not expect him to instruct the 2 God's Figurine combat souls to surround charcoal and come to Lin Huang by himself. It was a fantastic chance and, of course, Lin Huang would not miss it. The 2 God's Figurine combat souls would certainly fail to kill charcoal. To avoid the Pale Man from running away after the failed attempt, he secretly set up everything with his telekinetic threads, so the man did not discover anything. This explained everything that had happened up till now. The man's limbs and neck got entangled by thousands of telekinetic threads. He was now being strung up in midair like an insect trapped in a spider web. He could not break free from it at all. I don't know where you're from and I don't need to know either. Lin Huang stared at the man coldly. It's because there'll only be one type of person who'll hurt me and the people around me, which are the dead. After finishing his words, Lin Huang pointed in the direction where the Pale Man was. The telekinetic daggers then sped towards the Pale Man, resembling piranhas that were attracted by the smell of blood. The man became a live target as he was entangled by the telekinetic threads. The daggers struck the Pale Man like swimming fishes and the sound of colliding metal could be heard. The sound could be heard so frequently as if it was a torrential downpour. As he was protected by the demigod relic, he did not sustain any injuries. Still, he looked upset because he could clearly sense that the life power in his body was gushing out uncontrollably in an attempt to restore the life power of the demigod relic. I can't let this continue. It can last for 5 minutes at the most and my life power will be drained. He immediately contacted the 2 God's Figurine combat souls, issuing a new instruction. The 2 God's Figurines got out of the deep pit, appearing right in front of the man in a flash. One of them surrounded its sharp claws with life power, striving to tear the telekinetic threads apart. Another one stood right in front of the man, blocking all the attacks. You're really naive. Lin Huang was amused. He moved his fingers slightly and the telekinetic threads then headed out for the wry-faced monster. It immediately dodged the threads and was unable to assist the man. Again, Lin Huang snapped his fingers. The trajectory path of the telekinetic daggers began to change. They avoided the snake-headed monster that was blocking the front of the man and continued attacking him without any obstacles. The man's plan had failed again. He was furious. Don't worry about me. Activate ranged attack and destroy all the telekinetic daggers. After receiving a new instruction, the 2 God's Figurine combat souls did as they were told. The snake-headed monster lifted its hooves up and stomped hard on the telekinetic daggers surrounding it. The wry-faced monster extended its sharp claws as well, attempting to destroy the telekinetic daggers. Although it's stupid, it's still acceptable. Lin Huang guffawed when he saw that. He had a plan in store. After patting Charcoal's head, Lin Huang and Charcoal opened their mouths at almost the same time. Black dragon flames rushed out of their mouths again, enveloping the entire area where the Wan man was. Although the spitting of dragon flames looked the same as the last time, in fact, Lin Huang and Charcoal had hidden a spiritual attack within the flames. They wanted to avoid affecting the impact of the telekinetic threads and the telekinetic daggers. They did not intend to attack with the spitting of dragon flames. Instead, they wanted to create an environment that was beneficial to them. Of course, this sped up the consumption of the pale man's life power as well. Seeing the arrival of the dragon flames from midair, the man had an urge to criticize and curse out loud. The next moment, everything in front of him turned dark. He could not even see the two gods' figurine combat souls. He could sense that they were not far away from him. Still, the two gods' figurine combat souls who were drowned in flames stood there without any defenses. Aside from the black flames, both of them could not see anything. They were unable to attack the telekinetic weapons now. The black daggers moved freely in the flames. It was hard to even trace these black daggers as they were covered by the dragon flames. However, the coverage of the dragon flames was akin to a huge territory whereby he could sense everything that happened inside. The same went for the pale man's position. The daggers managed to accurately strike his body each time. In addition to the burning effect of the dragon flames, the consumption of life power in the body of the pale man did not slow down, it sped up instead. The energy reaction of the dragon flames had far exceeded the telekinetic power. Although they were very close to each other, as long as it was not visible to the naked eye, the two gods' figurine combat souls would be unable to sense the existence of the telekinetic daggers. They seemed completely blind. They could occasionally sense the position of the daggers that were slightly nearer to them. However, before they could react, the daggers had disappeared into the dragon flames. Sensing the condition of the two gods' figurine combat souls, the pale man had to admit that he was doomed. Lin Xie, I admit defeat now. Please let me go and I promise that I'll not get you into trouble in the future. Admit defeat. Lin Huang raised his brows when he heard that. Do you think that you're playing a game now whereby you can replay after you've lost the game? What do you want? Are you asking for compensation? The pale man looked in the direction where Lin Huang was through the dragon flames. Make me an offer. It seems like you have a bad memory. It was obvious that Lin Huang was not going to let him go. I've made everything clear just now. Only the dead will attack me and the people around me. You kidnapped Yi Zheng and even attempted to kill me in order to snatch away the god's figurine. It's enough for you to die twice. Are you sure you want every one of us to die? The man's tone became calm. In fact, he could not see Lin Huang, but could roughly tell where Lin Huang was, shifting his gaze towards him. Just use whatever skills you have since you don't have much time left. Lin Huang was not worried that the man could threaten him. If I'm not mistaken, you have 1 minute left and your life power will be completely drained. You won't have any chance by then. I'll do as you wish then. I hope that you won't regret it later. After finishing his words, the man's life power that was depleting was restored abruptly. Lin Huang could even feel that there was a breakthrough in the pale man's combat strength. His aura grew stronger and stronger. Just as his aura reached the pinnacle of black gold rank, it lasted for about 3 seconds and again, he made a breakthrough in his combat strength, leveling up to crimson gold rank. His aura continued to grow and it had no means to stop. Lin Huang was stunned as he sensed the changes. He felt even more surprised by what he had just seen. A claw that looked like a sharp blade extended from the head of the pale man. Looking from the top, it seemed like a sharp claw had penetrated through his head. The blood stains could still be seen clearly. As the claw penetrated through the man's head, it moved down slightly, resembling a paper cutter cutting a piece of paper. Lin Huang frowned when he saw this. The sharp claw continued to move downwards and blood spurted wherever it passed. The claw stopped cutting when it reached his abdomen, retracting back into the man's body. After a moment of silence, the squishing of the flesh could be heard. Blood began to ooze out from the man's wound. The shape of his body began to change as if there was something struggling in his body. He looked like he was in so much pain as he let out some weird sounds that no normal human being could. Lin Huang's eyes were wide open as he fixed his gaze on the tremendously terrifying scene. The man's wound was being stretched open by an invisible force and there was blood all over his body. A ferocious monster then gradually crawled out of the wound on his body. The man had died, turning into bloody flesh as if he had lost his skeleton. Chapter 812. the defensive system of Grade A foothold. As the moonlight shone on it, Lin Huang could clearly see the monster's features. It was a humanoid monster that was more than 3 meters tall. There were blood stains all over its body. It had 4 limbs like a human and could stand straight on both of his legs. However, unlike humans, it had no skin. It also had no scales or feathers like the rest of the animals. It looked like a human specimen with its skin ripped off. There were countless disgusting pustules on its body. It had a peculiar head. There were no human organs, and the only organ it had was a ferocious mouth that occupied almost half of its face. Steely fangs crowded in its mouth. If one were to describe it, it was like an egg with a wide mouth and pustules all over it. Lin Huang had seen many ugly monsters in the monster guide. However, this was the ugliest one he had ever seen. It has no winky for real. It's too ugly to be loved, Lin Huang thought to himself. Soon, his facial expression became serious. The moment it got out of the pale man's body, its combat strength had increased 3 ranks higher to yellow gold rank. Regardless of how it looked, it was undoubtedly strong. After sizing it up, Lin Huang's face suddenly turned solemn. His change in mood was not because of its combat strength but because of the disgusting yet devilish aura it exuded from its body. Lin Huang hated it as soon as he sensed the aura, just like how an ordinary person would detest seeing a cockroach. However, his hatred was hundreds of times stronger. An abyssal monster, Lin Huang knew where the monster came from the moment he sensed its aura. It was not his first time fighting an abyssal monster. He had the same feeling each time, but it was rather obvious this time. The dragon flames on the ground had stopped burning. The skinless monster staggered before it managed to balance itself. At that moment, a beam of dazzling red light struck from the sky, and the position of the skinless monster was the center point. The area with a circumference that spanned hundreds of meters was enveloped by the red light. At the same time, a red warning page popped up on Lin Huang's Emperor's heart ring, and a short buzzing sound like an alarm was heard. Warning. It's suspected that an Imperial-level monster has invaded Foothold No. 3A5. Preliminary inspection shows that it's an abyssal monster of yellow gold rank. Target has been identified. Please head over to this location and kill it. It was a message sent by the defense system of the Great Foothold. The defense system would inspect all the safe zones every minute. If it happened to sense any unusual aura from monsters, they would immediately mark down its coordinates and send a warning message to those who had authority over it. The skinless monster was on Imperial level. Therefore, only Imperial level would receive this message. Coincidentally, Lin Huang's Emperor's heart ring was granted this authority as well. He had heard about such a defense system at the Great Foothold earlier in Division 7. However, it was his first time encountering the activation of the defense system. All the Imperial level in Wanbao City received the warning message at almost the same time. Is this a loophole in the defense system of the Great Foothold? Or is there any new monster type that managed to get rid of the detection of the defense system? If it's the latter, I'll have new research material. Is there a monster invasion? I'm bored. I can now get into the fight and get some materials. It's on yellow gold rank. It seems like I can't fight it. It's at the west of the city and it's too far away from me. If I were to go from the east, it's about 1,800 kilometers away. Why doesn't it come to the east of the city? There are so many beautiful ladies here. I can make soup with the yellow gold rank monster. I hope it's not a humanoid monster or an extremely ugly monster. Now, that'll spoil my appetite. Many Imperial level then headed towards the west of the city. There were very few people there and it was an abandoned plot of land. In fact, nobody was willing to save the coordinates of any location near this place since they could not be transported and had to fly over there. Warning. You're reaching your target. You're 237 meters away from the monster. Please get ready. The message suddenly popped up on Lin Huang's Emperor's heart ring. He then turned off the notification, lowering his head to look at the skinless monster which aura had reached its peak. The skinless monster gradually raised his head, taking aim at Lin Huang in midair with its head that had no eyes. It slowly opened its ferocious mouth wide and said in the voice that sounded exactly the same as the pale man's, "It's so difficult for me to get into the human foothold. I've been particularly careful over the past few months as I was afraid that my identity will be discovered. I even managed to get into the Great Foothold a few days ago. I never expected that I'd bump into you." Lin Huang was speechless. Before the skinless monster revealed itself, he really had no idea that it was a monster. He thought that it was the top management from the underworld. "If you had listened to me just now and let me go, perhaps you could still survive for a short period of time. However, since my identity has been exposed, I don't need to hide my true abilities any longer. It's time to deal with you. Are you sure that you're going to waste your time on me? Lin Huang pointed at the beam of red light that emerged from the sky. The defense system of the foothold has been activated. All the Imperial level in Wanbao City are rushing over here. If you were to stay here for another minute, perhaps you'll be besieged by a few of them. I'm not worried about them. I don't even need a minute to kill you. After uttering those words, the skinless monster then disappeared from its original position. The next moment, Lin Huang could detect that the skinless monster that was within his territory appeared right in front of him. He was unable to pull out his sword in time as the monster's sharp claws were about to strike the left of his chest. Lin Huang had no choice but to create a dark mirror, blocking the attack right in front of him. At almost the same time when the dark mirror was created, the ghost-like claws then hit the surface of the dark mirror. Just as they collided with each other, a crack was instantly formed on the surface of the dark mirror that used to be unbreakable. It was like a tempered glass being struck by a heavy object. There were white cracks that were visible to the naked eye all over it. However, the cracks lasted for less than a second and eventually, the dark mirror collapsed, turning into broken shards. Lin Huang's eyes dilated as it was his first time witnessing the dark mirror being destroyed in one hit. After the dark mirror was broken, the remaining force struck Lin Huang. In the next second, his body flew away from Charcoal's back like a meteorite. He then landed on the ground and a deep pit was formed. Are you still alive? The skinless monster could clearly sense that Lin Huang's aura was still there. It took a glance at Charcoal, but did not fight it. Instead, it appeared right on top of the pit where Lin Huang landed in a flash. It extended its claws and was about to make another attack. However, it could sense that there was a heat wave coming from behind. As it turned its body around, it had no idea when Charcoal appeared behind it. Charcoal opened its mouth wide and dragon flames began to gush out of its mouth. If you're on Imperial level, I might be afraid of your dragon flames. However, you're just tickling me now. The skinless monster struck a blow with its claws and it managed to get rid of the dragon flames. A trace of fear flashed through Charcoal's eyes as its opponent had managed to get rid of its dragon flames. It knew very well that its opponent's ability was far beyond its own. Catching a glimpse of the deep pit below it, Charcoal shifted its gaze, staring deadly at the skinless monster. Nevertheless, it did not retreat. Dragonkins used to be arrogant and it was impossible to tame one. You're an exception. You're so faithful to the human. The skinless monster laughed. Of course, it knew that Charcoal was trying to protect its master. Why are you commenting about me? Didn't you follow someone's instructions too? Charcoal stared at the skinless monster, confronting it. It secretly hoped that it could buy Lin Huang some time so that he could recover from his injuries. My master is on true god level rank -9. It's known as the god master in the virtual world. You can't compare despicable creatures like humans to my master. After finishing its words, the skinless monster realized that something was wrong. Are you buying time for that human? The skinless monster was mad as it extended its claws and again, it pounced towards the deep pit below it. Right at that moment, Charcoal appeared right in front of him and bit its head. Before Charcoal could sink its teeth into its disgusting head, an immense force reached Charcoal's torso and it flew away, landing in a deep pit that was hundreds of meters away. I'm not going to kill you because you're a dragonkin and the concentration of your blood is close to pure blood. If I were to catch you alive for the God Master, I can probably train a few of the dragonkins with pure blood. I can level up to a true god by then. The skinless monster looked at Charcoal coldly. However, if you were to continue bugging me, I have no choice but to kill you. I'll bring your dead body back. The sorcerer can make you into a dead puppet. Chapter 813. The Imperial level versus the Imperial level. At the bottom of the pit, Lin Huang was quietly resting. There was a bowl-sized hole on the left side of his chest that penetrated all the way to the back of his chest. He had even lost his heart. His breathing was extremely weak and his body was about to die. However, he still had his consciousness. Flesh grew out of nowhere in his chest. In less than 2 seconds, a heart was quickly formed, connecting all the blood vessels. His body was then further healed. Lin Huang's breathing slowly stabilized and he gradually opened his eyes. He then realized that he had almost died just now. However, his divine regeneration had saved him. He could feel an immense pain throbbing from every part of his body, accompanied by numbness as if he had experienced an electric shock. Through his territory skill, he could sense that the skinless monster had appeared on top of him. He wanted to get out of the pit, but he was unable to do so. Even moving his fingers was difficult for him. Fortunately, charcoal appeared and blocked the skinless monster's attack. The difference in ability is too large. Lin Huang forced a wry smile. The skinless monster managed to break the dark mirror with its claws. The remaining force even penetrated the dark mirror and struck its chest with ease, almost killing charcoal. After returning to its real body, aside from its combat strength that's being upgraded to yellow gold rank, even its strength and speed have changed. Lin Huang secretly analyzed the difference between them in his mind. It seems like I need to upgrade my combat strength to imperial level. Xiao, if charcoal's combat strength is advanced to immortal level rank 9, which level can I upgrade my combat strength to? Normally, your combat strength can be 4 ranks higher, bringing you to crimson gold rank. However, there's a limit on your body. The maximum limit is only black gold rank. Therefore, you can only reach the peak of black gold rank. That should be enough. I'll use 4 monster upgrade cards and upgrade charcoal's real battle ability to immortal level rank 9, Lin Huang instructed without a moment of hesitation. Consuming monster upgrade card X4. Monster card used. Charcoal has obtained an upgrade in combat strength. Its new combat strength is immortal level rank 9. After Xiao He had finished its sentence, Lin Huang felt an immense strength gushing into his body. There was an instant breakthrough in his combat strength, leveling him up from immortal level rank 9 to imperial level. The aura of the black gold rank that was released from his body grew stronger. It then stopped growing as it reached its peak and was about to get to the imperial level. The night skill is activated after the first ride on the summoned monster. The user does not need to be riding the summoned monster all the time. After attacking charcoal, the skinless monster was about to instruct the 2 gods figurine combat souls to capture charcoal alive. It then sensed that Lin Huang's aura was growing drastically from the deep pit. Did he just level up to imperial level? The skinless monster was shocked. Soon, it realized that Lin Huang's aura had stopped growing as it reached black gold rank. Sarcastically, it said, I might be afraid of you if you were to level up to crimson or yellow gold rank. If you're just a black gold rank, perhaps you can only stay alive for a little longer. Is that true? I think a black gold rank is enough to kill you. Lin Huang steadily rose from the deep pit, holding a golden inked sword in his hand. It was a demigod relic that he had just gotten from the Stairway Mall. The sword name was Ba Huang and Lin Huang had exchanged 120 million points for the sword. It was an expert-grade demigod relic. The skinless monster soon noticed the combat sword in Lin Huang's hand. It's an expert-grade demigod relic. Why do you have such an awesome weapon? Greed filled the skinless monster's eyes. Lin Huang stood up straight with his sword, pointing the tip of his sword towards the skinless monster. The skinless monster opened its mouth wide and it disappeared abruptly from its original position. On the other hand, Lin Huang's body transformed into a silhouette and gradually faded away. In midair, the 2 figures crashed into each other again and again like lightning bolts. Each collision resulted in a blast like a nuclear explosion. The ground that was thousands of meters away shook as if it was afraid of the collision between the both of them. The vibrations even stirred up the atmosphere and radiated everywhere. The wind was blowing strongly along with howling in the air. The ground that was hundreds of meters away from the 2 of them became flat. Even the grass could no longer be seen. On the other hand, Charcoal continued to fight the 2 gods figurine combat souls. Charcoal had leveled up to black gold rank and the combat strength of the 2 gods figurine combat souls was affected by the skinless monster whereby they had leveled up to gold flame level. Basically, Charcoal was incapable of fighting the 2 gods figurine combat souls. It was difficult for it to fight even one of them since there was a huge difference in combat strength. However, it decided to fight in a nasty way by hiding behind the dark mirror all the while. If the 2 gods figurine combat souls happened to launch an attack, it would block the attacks with the dark mirror. Since it could use all the skills possessed by Lin Huang, the effect of the skills would be exactly the same. That being said, despite Charcoal being the one who activated the dark mirror, the defensive effect would still be the same. The defensive power of the dark mirror was not 10 times of its maximum attack power but was that of Lin Huang's attack power instead. Of course, the 2 gods figurine combat souls would be unable to break through it. They hit it again and again, but they were reflected again and again. Charcoal was secretly laughing behind the dark mirror. Haha, it's such a magnificent skill to use. Thousands of kilometers away, many Imperial levels were heading towards the battleground where Lin Huang was. Many of them bumped into their friends and they headed towards the battleground together. You've just leveled up to black gold rank. Why are you going over there? It's a yellow gold rank monster. An old man with a white beard who was about 1.6 meters tall frowned as he lectured a man who was at the age of 40 with a height of about 2 meters tall. I'm going over there for fun. I'm not going to fight. The middle-aged man scratched his head. He did not expect to bump into his teacher. Sir, I thought you've gone to Division 1. I just came back 2 days ago. The old man took a glance at his disciple. Stop distracting me. Just watch the fight later. Don't fight. Don't you know how strong you are? It's a yellow gold rank monster. I need to be careful too. The middle-aged man suddenly raised his head, looking in the direction where the monster was. The vibrations are strong. That person arrived so quickly. The old man's face turned grave as he turned in the same direction. There's more than just one vibration wave. There are 3 of them. One of them is extremely strong and the remaining 2 are slightly weaker. All of them are on Imperial level. You can only feel one of them because the frequency of its collision is much higher to the point that it's covered the other 2 vibration waves. Do you mean that there are 3 battles happening simultaneously at one battleground? The middle-aged man did not sense the 2 collisions that were slightly weaker. No, from the collision itself, it seems like there are 2 monsters being blocked by 3 humans. It could also be there are 3 monsters attacking 2 humans. However, there must be more than one monster. The old man's facial expression was stern as he said this. Chapter 814. The Imperial level life palace. Lin Huang had crashed into the skinless monster more than 10,000 times within 5 minutes. The skinless monster appeared to be nervous as it knew very well that its aura had been discovered. The Imperial levels of Wanbao City would be there at any time. He wanted to leave with the dimensional portal right after killing Lin Huang. However, he was unable to kill him now and was even bugged by him now. It was difficult for it to get rid of Lin Huang. To its dismay, the 2 gods' figurine combat souls had to deal with charcoal and were unable to help it. As for its opponent Lin Huang, he only got stronger and stronger in the fight. After leveling up to Imperial level, there was an increase in his abilities. Still, it was hard for him to get used to the new combat sword. Soon, he adapted to the new combat sword after colliding with the skinless monster several times. He then had perfect control over his combat strength and life power. Lin Huang noticed that the skinless monster was being impatient. Of course, he knew the reason behind that, so he grinned widely. Are you regretting that you didn't kill me before my combat strength was upgraded to Imperial level? The skinless monster remained quiet but secretly agreed with what Lin Huang had just said. Before upgrading my combat strength, you had the chance to run away. However, that opportunity is gone now. Most of the Imperial levels in Wanbao City have gathered at the center of the foothold. They're about 2,000 kilometers away. Your aura has been targeted by the defense system of the foothold. In less than half an hour, more than 80% of the Imperial levels will reach here. 5 minutes have passed. I need to fight you for another 25 minutes and the reinforcements will arrive. White gold ranks or even the purple gold ranks might turn up. I personally think that you might be captured alive. Once you're captured alive, the people from the Union government will start digging secrets from you. For example, they'll ask how you sneaked into the Great Foothold. Why do you want to collect the god's figurine? Who's the god master that you just mentioned? The answers to all these questions will soon be revealed. Should I thank you for thinking from my point of view? The skinless monster interrupted Lin Huang. I'm just telling the truth. Lin Huang shrugged his shoulders. If I'm not mistaken, the time limit for the upgrade in your combat strength should be stricter, shouldn't it? How long can it still last? Half an hour, 20 minutes, or is it even shorter than that? You're telling me this because you hope that I can end the battle before the upgrade in your combat strength ends. Lin Huang laughed and did not deny the skinless monster's speculation. Do you think that you have any other choice? If you want to drag the battle on, I can do it with you. However, can you afford to do so? Again, the skinless monster remained quiet. He knew that that was part of Lin Huang's trick. However, he had no other choices because he really could not afford to let the battle drag on. The reinforcements from Lin Huang's side could arrive at any time. The battle was now at a standstill. If the reinforcements arrived, even if there were only 1 or 2 of them, its chances of running away would be much lower. The skinless monster soon made its decision after thinking thoroughly. "Lin Xie, you've no idea what kind of monster you've offended," said the skinless monster in a low voice as it slowly raised its head. It placed its hand in front of its chest and mumbled. Lin Huang found that it was strange as the skinless monster looked like it was mourning. A huge shadow soon appeared on top of its head. He frowned as soon as he saw the shadow. It was a very huge altar made of countless white bones. Lin Huang could see more than 10 types of skeletons. There were palms of giants, a dragonkin's spine, a wolf's fangs, and a god's blood skull. There were 9 dragon's teeth that were tens of meters long surrounding the altar. A raised platform that was about 3 meters tall stood at the center of the altar. It was made of tens of skeletons of different sizes. On top of it, there was a god's blood skull that looked similar to a human skull. It was slightly bigger in size and was golden in color. It seemed like it was made of gold. Lin Huang's face turned grave as he could recognize that it was the skinless monster's life palace at a first glance. An imperial level's life palace would usually be created in their body. One might think of a palace when they came across the name of life palace. They might think that creating a life palace was like creating an actual palace in their body. However, that was far from the truth. A real life palace could take any form. It could be a building, a mutated monster, or even a human. It could also be in the form of a weapon, armor, or a spaceship. The form of a life palace would depend on its function. The function of a life palace that resembled a weapon would be related to the increment in combat strength. For instance, it could be upgrading one's skill, attack power, or obtaining attack skills with immense power. Most of them who majored in sword would choose a life palace like that as it was the simplest one. The function of a monster-like life palace was basically related to the skill of the monster itself. Some of them would create a life palace of an undying monster. With the life palace they had, they could probably inherit the traits of the undying species so they could hardly be killed. Some of their life palaces would be in the form of a dragonkin whereby they could obtain dragon flames. The most peculiar type of life palace was the prop type of life palace. The owner of a life palace like that would obtain strange auxiliary abilities. Lin Huang had heard from Mr. Fu before that a few of them possessed such a life palace. Someone even had a life palace that looked like a clock. The ability of his life palace was to stop the time of the region covered by his life palace. Of course, it could last for only 3 seconds at the most. Another person's life palace was a multifaceted dice with a total of 160 numbers on the dice. The number obtained from the dice would be the number of times of increment in his attack, with the highest being 160 times. However, Lin Huang knew that the life palace could not be created based on one's preferences. First of all, the form of a life palace depended on the life base of the imperial level monster killed by an imperial level. Aside from that, it also depended on the skill level mastered by the person, their elemental enlightenment, and many other aspects. Thirdly, the life palace would be created randomly. Even twins who had similar qualifications and had obtained similar life bases could have completely different life palaces formed. The life palace could take any form on and would result in different effects. Just like the altar of the skinless monster, which was made of skeletons, Lin Huang had no idea what its function was. The altar was then completely formed. The skinless monster gradually raised its head, pointing its finger and slitting its left wrist. Blood started oozing out of the wound on its wrist, flowing towards the altar like a river. Soon, the blood flowed into the god's blood skull through its hollow eyes. After a couple of moments, 2 beams of red lights flashed through the eyes of the god's blood skull at the center of the altar as if it had suddenly opened its eyes. Chapter 815. Altar. The life palace was the most common building one would come across. In fact, most of the imperial levels would build a life palace in this form due to the training system of that era. Most of their life palaces were in the form of a pavilion or a palace. Among the 2 of them, many of them had palaces. Since a majority of them had a life palace, they would occasionally compare who had the better palace. Soon, the life palaces got more and more luxurious. Some of them could be compared to an actual palace, whereby it would be called an imperial palace. As time passed, people then got used to it and named the combat strength of this level imperial level. Lin Huang had heard about the building of life palaces from Mr. Fu. Most of the tower type of palaces had a suppressing effect. As for the totem type of life palace, it possessed a summoning effect. The function of a palace type of life palace was rather complicated. It could be a storage space whereby it could hold armed forces. Some of them possessed a suppressing effect, whereas some of them could teleport like a spaceship. As for the life palace that looked like an altar, Mr. Fu had never mentioned it before, and Lin Huang was seeing it for the first time. At first glance, he thought that it exuded a dangerous aura. He felt the same as when the skinless monster had first revealed its real body. Seeing the skinless monster cutting its wrists and offering sacrifices to something unknown, Lin Huang felt insecure. The ancient daggers blasted off and headed towards the skinless monster, controlled by Lin Huang's telekinesis, since he was now an imperial level, in an attempt to interrupt the sacrifice. However, they were blocked by an invisible defensive layer which was tens of meters away from the skinless monster. The daggers then struck from another side. Lin Huang frowned and immediately surrounded the skinless monster and the altar above him with more daggers, trying to find its flaw. Lin Huang activated his ocular skill but could not find anything odd. The defensive layer was like an invisible eggshell, enveloping the skinless monster and the altar above him. It was faultless. Attempting to attack with his dagger in an irregular fashion several times, his effort was still in vain. Lin Huang did not want to waste his energy any longer. Although he had no idea what would happen after the sacrifice, he still had to wait patiently to see what would happen next. After a short while, the sacrificial ceremony on the skinless monster's side finally ended. At the center of the altar, two crimson glows shot out of the eyes of the golden god's bloody skull as if it had awakened from a deep slumber. Lin Huang could feel that the aura released at the center of the altar had reached its pinnacle, and it was hundreds of times nastier than that of the skinless monster. He gripped his demigod-level combat sword tightly, putting his guard up. He was afraid that something might happen. In the middle of the altar, after the god's bloody skull opened its eyes, it fixed its gaze on the skinless monster. After sizing it up, the skull began to speak. "Little brat, I can smell the scent of the masked old witch from your body, sir. My god master is the masked master for real." The skinless monster slightly bent its body as a sign of respect. Since it dared to address its god master in this way, perhaps it was a true god that was as strong as the god master. Even if it was not, it would not be that much weaker as well. "I rarely have any contact with the old witch. It seems like we don't have any conflict to break the contract with you. The function of your life palace is quite special, as it managed to lead my conscience over here. Do tell, what's your deal? If I want to level up to demigod level, what do I need to do?" 3 ultimate grade demigod relics, the skull said. "If you're just asking for a provisional upgrade, 1 ultimate grade demigod relic is enough." It expected to pay for it. However, the skinless monster did not expect that the demands would be so greedy. What about leveling up to purple gold rank?" It did not reply the skull and made another request instead. "For a permanent upgrade, you'll need an ultimate grade demigod relic. For a provisional upgrade, you'll need an expert grade demigod relic." If the skinless monster had brows, he would be frowning. One could now see that its mouth was turned down. "I don't have an expert grade demigod relic. There'll be a time limit for the provisional upgrade. It keeps you on the purple gold rank for 3 days with an expert grade demigod relic. If you only need a 3-hour provisional upgrade in combat strength, an intermediate grade demigod relic will suffice. If you only need it for 10 minutes, then a beginner grade demigod relic will do." Exchanging a beginner level demigod relic for 10 minutes, it would be trading at a loss. However, the skinless monster had no other choice. Remaining quiet for a short while, he eventually agreed to trade. "Deal." It then took out a beginner level demigod relic from its storage space and gave it to the skull. The skull then opened its mouth and sucked it. The beginner-level demigod relic then transformed into a beam of light and entered its mouth, completely disappearing. At that moment, the skull opened its mouth again, shooting a black beam towards the skinless monster. It penetrated the position between its brows. The aura of the skinless monster immediately grew and it broke through the yellow gold rank in less than 2 breaths. After getting to the white gold rank, its combat strength continued to grow. Soon, it leveled up to Imperial level rank 5 and was a purple gold rank. Its combat strength continued to grow until it reached the peak of purple gold rank. The skinless monster felt energized and extremely powerful. Lin Huang witnessed what just happened with a sinking heart. Although he could not listen to the conversation between the skull and the skinless monster, he could see that the latter had given a demigod relic to the skull. Soon, the skull spat out a black glow towards it. Its combat strength then began to evolve until it reached purple gold rank. Lin Huang's face turned grave. Right at that moment, the skull turned its head and looked in the direction where Lin Huang was. It did not shift its gaze away though. Instead, it fixed its gaze on Lin Huang and sized him up. It then turned its body around and told the skinless monster, "The little brat won't die today." What? The skinless monster was stunned. "I'm saying that the human brat that you want to kill today won't die." There was no deadly aura that lingered around his body. Even if you were to level up to demigod level, you can't kill him. The skull continued by saying something strange. "Since your life palace looks pretty interesting, it'd be a waste if you were killed. Let me give you another piece of advice. There's a deadly aura that lingers all over your body and it's getting stronger and stronger. There are high chances that you'll die here today. Try to leave this place as soon as possible. Perhaps you can survive." After finishing its sentence, the skinless monster did not ask anything else. Looking at the center of the altar, the two red glows disappeared swiftly as if nothing had happened. Chapter 816. Killing the skinless monster. Lin Huang had no idea what the function of the skinless monster's life palace was since it was in the form of an altar. However, witnessing the trade between the skinless monster and the skull, he could roughly guess what it was. It seems like it allows communication with the god through a blood sacrifice. They then trade. I suppose they're exchanging something for abilities. He watched the skinless monster take a demigod relic out and give it to the skull, which then released a black beam of light and inserted it into the skinless monster's body. Its combat strength then began to grow. Lin Huang guessed that was the function of the life palace. In fact, Lin Huang did not find it rare. When he was at the Hunter College, he had read through most of the information regarding the life palace. Besides that, Mr. Fu had explained to him before. Theoretically, a life palace could possess any function. His opponent's combat strength was the most troublesome thing to him. After the trade at the altar, the skinless monster's combat strength advanced from yellow gold rank to purple gold rank. The purple gold rank was the last rank of an imperial level. It was the most unattainable level for anyone below the demigod level. Lin Huang knew that his opponent would have a backup plan. However, it was out of its expectations. "I'm in trouble." When the skinless monster was still a yellow gold rank, he was barely able to suppress it as he was on black gold rank. However, as the combat strength of his opponent became 2 ranks higher and managed to get to purple gold rank, even a black gold rank could not handle that. Lin Huang secretly contacted Xiao He. "If I were to continue upgrading my combat strength, how long can my body bear the additional burden? Without divine regeneration, your body will completely collapse after 3 minutes at the most if you were to level up to crimson gold rank. With divine regeneration, your body can sustain for about 20 to 30 minutes on crimson gold rank. Your body will collapse after 30 minutes. You can last for about 2 to 3 minutes on yellow gold rank. You'll definitely die if you stay at this level for more than 3 minutes. What about white gold rank? How long can my body sustain?" Lin Huang continued asking. "It's quite meaningless to ask this question. At 10 seconds the most, your body and soul will collapse." "I know. Activate 2 provisional combat strength upgrade cards." After its combat strength was stabilized, the skinless monster said, "Lin Xie, regardless of how strong your secret skill is, you'll just receive an upgrade in combat strength. You can't become a true imperial level." It actually believed what the skull said regarding the deadly aura because it was now in Wanbao City. An imperial level could appear at any time and it would be killed. Perhaps this was also the reason why its body released a strong, deadly aura. "I have to admit that you're really an amazing opponent. However, it should end here." After finishing its sentence, the skinless monster then appeared right in front of Lin Huang. It pointed its finger between Lin Huang's brows. At that moment, Lin Huang's combat strength grew immediately and had broken through crimson gold rank, getting to yellow gold rank. He extended his palm and the dark mirror was quickly formed again, blocking the front of Lin Huang. The skinless monster's finger that was initially pointing at Lin Huang's brows then aimed at the dark mirror, but its attack was soon reflected. The skinless monster was caught unaware and again, it flew away. It was difficult for it to balance itself in midair. It then stared at Lin Huang in shock. "Your combat strength, how could it be? Nothing's impossible." Lin Huang then transformed into a shadow. There was a spark in the air as his demigod relic streaked across the sky. "Since you've used your trump card, let's see who will be the winner of this battle." After uttering those words, he hurled his sword forward. In midair, the collision between the figures had instantly intensified and it was 10 times stronger than before. The area that was hundreds of kilometers in circumference was affected by their battle as well. The clouds had cleared away and the bird monsters had fled. Even the ground began to crack open and a huge gully was formed. The mountains collapsed and the peaceful lakes were stirred. The explosive sound of the battle spread throughout the entire Wanbao city. The rumbling of thunder could be heard late at night, awakening many of the ordinary people. Those who were heading towards the battleground clearly sensed the energy fluctuation as well, and their faces turned grave. The battles become much more intense now. Perhaps only the purple gold ranks can result in such an energy fluctuation. The battle is so intense. Perhaps they've used their trump cards. Right at this moment, a warning from the defense system of Wanbao City was issued. Warning: the combat strength of the invader has increased. Its combat strength is now on purple gold rank. Seeing the warning, many of the imperial levels who wanted to watch the battle began to wonder if they should go to the battleground. If the combat strength of the monster was only on yellow gold rank, it would probably miss out on achieving black gold rank if it were injured. However, it was now on purple gold rank and was just one step away from getting to demigod level. Perhaps there were less than 5 of them in Wanbao City who could fight it. They would be seeking death if they were to go to the battleground. The monster is skilled. The old man squinted his eyes. The human who's blocking its way isn't weak. The middle-aged man next to him was upset. I was still wondering if I could benefit from the fight. It seems like I have no chance to do so now. At the battleground, Lin Huang crashed into the skinless monster again and again. After getting to yellow gold rank, he knew that he did not have much time remaining. He only had 3 minutes at the most. If he failed to kill his opponent within 3 minutes, he would die. Even if his body did not collapse, the skinless monster would not let him go when he returned to being immortal level rank -1. The skinless monster was extraordinarily hostile. Its opponent's sword Dao was way too powerful. Even though it had leveled up to purple gold rank and was only one step away from getting to demigod level, it was still pinned down by the yellow gold rank. Despite the fact that it was wearing demigod level armor, it became slightly injured after each collision. No, I can't let this continue. I might be the one that dies. The skinless monster panicked. It knew that the upgrade in Lin Huang's combat strength would be limited in terms of time. However, it did not know that he only had 3 minutes. As it thought about what the skull said, it felt that Lin Huang's reinforcements would arrive very soon. Again, he recalled the skull commenting that there was no deadly aura lingering around Lin Xia's body. It had used up all its skills and had no way to defeat Lin Xia, so it wanted to retreat. It did not show any hint of its fear to Lin Huang and set its plan in mind. After a short while, it shouted at Lin Huang, "Lin Xia, since I can't run away, let's die together." As soon as it finished its sentence, blood started oozing out of its skinless body. The blood then coagulated at a speed that was visible to the naked eye and flesh was formed. It continued to grow. In just a blink of an eye, the skinless monster's body became much more muscular. It was originally 3 meters tall and it looked slightly skinny. It was now 4 meters tall and was even brawnier. Again, Lin Huang battled the skinless monster. Unexpectedly, a metallic sound was heard as his sword struck it. There were no wounds and only white stripes could be seen wherever his sword made contact. The skinless monster smiled wryly, opening its big hand and pouncing towards Lin Huang. Lin Huang frowned. Again, he brandished his sword, piercing it through its chest. He retreated as he felt the impact traveling up his arms. He then managed to block most of the impact. At that moment, the flesh on the skinless monster's spine began to creep across its body. A figure was then formed in the blink of an eye. Lin Huang caught a glimpse of it. It was another skinless monster. The muscular humanoid monster was now an empty shell. Unexpectedly, the empty shell pounced towards Lin Huang. The real body of the skinless monster took out a dimensional portal and looked at Lin Huang with an insulting expression as it pushed open the door. "Have fun with my clone. See you." It did not know that when its real body got out of the empty shell, Lin Huang had secretly contacted Xiao He. "How long can my body sustain if I were to use another provisional combat strength upgrade card?" 3 seconds. That's enough. Lin Huang nodded his head. "Do you think that you can run away?" Seeing the skinless monster that was standing at the entrance of the dimensional portal, Lin Huang gave an insulting smile. The skinless monster was afraid of him and immediately took a step forward. Just as it strode into the dimensional portal, a black glow appeared out of nowhere. At almost the same time, it felt a chill coming from its knees. It lowered its head and blood stains extended from its knees to its head. Before losing its consciousness, it finally saw that the one who had attacked it was Lin Xie, who was less than 2 meters away from it. As it shifted its gaze, it saw that there was another Lin Xie who stood where its clone was. The most surprising fact was that both of them were not on yellow gold rank but white gold rank instead. The dimensional portal collapsed on its own. Obviously, Lin Huang's attack had struck the dimensional portal as well. The dead body that was cut into half fell to the ground. The skinless monster's real body had died while its clone became limp and turned into flesh. The two gods figurine combat souls that were fighting Charcoal transformed into two palm-sized gods figurines. Charcoal gripped them in its mouth, flying towards Lin Huang. Fortunately, the cloning card can create a clone anywhere within my territory. Since he was bugged by the clone, not only did Lin Huang activate a provisional combat strength upgrade card and level up to white gold rank, but he had used a cloning card as well. He had created a clone of similar abilities to kill the skinless monster. He actually got the idea of using a cloning card from his opponent's clone. Removing the effect of the provisional combat strength upgrade card, Lin Huang's body that was about to collapse had been stabilized. Lin Huang removed the Night and Integration skills as well, and his combat strength quickly returned to immortal level rank -1. He felt extremely weak instantly. Kylie then took all the spoils of war before riding on Charcoal's back and leaving the battleground. Lin Huang then took out his dimensional portal and returned to the hotel. Chapter 817. Memory pieces. After Lin Huang had left for less than 10 minutes, two figures arrived at almost the same time at the battleground where Lin Huang and the skinless monster had fought. They were an old man and a skinny man. The elder was about 1.6 meters tall with white hair. However, what stood out was his pair of bright piercing eyes, carefully sizing up the surroundings. The skinny man was about 1.8 meters tall and he looked like he was 30 years old. He had a gloomy expression. Nobody had offended him, but he was born with that face. "Didn't your disciple follow you? He's over there. The vibrations of the battle ended just now. He's such a burden, that's why I came over here first." The elder did not turn his head around and continued sizing up the surroundings. Obviously, the two of them were very close to each other, so they did not need to be really polite when talking to each other. "I think it's because he has just leveled up to Imperial level. That's when he likes to watch battles the most," the skinny man said. "He just got to Imperial level and he thought he can go anywhere he wants. He has no idea how dangerous the world is and he'll have to bear the losses later on," the elder grumbled. He then changed the topic. "Let's not talk about him. What do you think about this battleground? No dead bodies were discovered. Aside from the traces of the battle, only 2 pieces of flesh could be seen on the ground. I've no idea where they're from. We'll need a forensic expert to evaluate it. However, looking at the traces of the battle and the remaining energy, the situation should be almost the same as what we sensed when we were on our way here. There were 5 of them, 2 of whom were extremely strong. The last explosion was on par with a purple gold rank's power. The other 3 should have been in a 2 versus 1 battle whereby their abilities were relatively weaker. Yes, what you said is along the lines of my observation." Just as the energy fluctuation ended, the warning reported by the defense system was removed. The monster must have been killed and its dead body was probably brought away. The elder nodded his head. "We can't eliminate the possibility that the hunter might have been killed and the monster has won the fight either. Since the monster was capable of sneaking into the foothold, it means it has the ability to get rid of the defense system. It's possible for it to do the same thing again. That could be true, but that's less likely to happen. I'm more inclined to another possibility whereby the monster was killed. If what you said is true, it's not difficult for us to ask around whether there's a missing person on yellow gold rank but possesses purple gold rank abilities." While both of them were chatting, the rest of the Imperial levels arrived one after another. After the defense system had removed the warning alert, they no longer needed to go there. However, almost everybody decided to go as they wanted to see the battle of the purple gold rank. Some of them hoped that the hunter had not left yet as they wanted to know him. While everybody was still searching for clues, Lin Huang had already gone back to his hotel room. After recalling Charcoal back into its card form, Yi Zheng was released from Kylie's mini-world. Just as Yi Zheng got out of her mini-world, he saw that there were blood stains all over Lin Huang's body. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Lin Huang smiled, shaking his head. He was injured, but thanks to his divine regeneration, he quickly healed. Only blood stains remained on his clothes. Where's the Imperial level? Did he chase after us? He knows that we're staying here. Yi Zheng thought that Lin Huang had escaped from the Imperial level and that it was not safe to be in the hotel room. Don't worry, he's dead. He's dead. Yi Zheng was startled. He then looked at Lin Huang with an incredulous expression. Yes, he's really strong. I've almost used up all my trump cards to kill it. Lin Huang briefly told him what had happened and was not going to explain any further. He did not want to tell Yi Zheng that the Imperial level was actually not a human but a yellow gold rank monster instead. He was not trying to hide his abilities, but it would take him a lot of effort to explain himself. When he heard this, Yi Zheng knew that he should not ask any further. Since it involved Lin Huang's trump cards, even though they were friends who trusted each other, he did not need to know about it. He then recalled the independent dimension where Kylie had brought him to. He gave up his intention of asking any further. Are you sure you're okay? However, he was still worried about whether Lin Huang's body was fine. The bloodstains looked like it was not an ordinary wound. In fact, he was injured because he had saved his life. Look at me. Seeing that Yi Zheng was still worried about him, Lin Huang sighed, taking off his clothes and revealing his upper body. There were muscles rippling across his body, but no scars could be found. I have a secret skill that can heal my body. As long as I have sufficient life power in my body, I can recover regardless of how serious the wound is. Don't worry that your combat strength is now sealed. The person who sealed your combat strength has died. Perhaps in less than an hour, the seal in your body will be destroyed and your combat strength will be restored. There's an underground auction tomorrow. Go back to your room and rest well. After sending Yi Zheng off, Lin Huang burnt the stained clothes and took a shower, cleaning all the blood on his body. He took out the 2 palm-sized gods figurines from the bathtub. Most of the rewards were still in his opponent's Emperor's heart ring. He was not going to take them out yet. After all, the most valuable items were the 2 gods figurines. One of them looked like a cat with a wry face. It had a slender body and there were cheetah stripes all over its fur. Another one was a snake-headed hooved monster with black scales all over its body, resembling a statue made of black metal. Lin Huang had never seen the 2 monsters in the monster guide before. If he managed to train the 2 gods figurines, he could level up to immortal level rank -3. However, he knew that it was not the time yet. One of the reasons was that Yi Zheng was with him. It was difficult for him to explain to him how he managed to move up by 2 ranks in a day. Another reason was that he knew that the people from the Wanbao auction paid close attention to his identity. He would be in trouble if there was an upgrade in his combat strength. Putting the 2 gods figurines away, his body slowly submerged into the water. He closed his eyes, recalling the battle that had just happened. Lin Huang had to do his homework this time. Each time after experiencing an intense battle, he would recall the entire process of the battle, analyzing every detail. He had to figure out what he did wrong so that he could avoid making the same mistake the next time. Another thing he had to do was to analyze his opponent's strength and determine if there was anything he could learn from his opponent. Also, he would also think from a different perspective, reviewing the entire battle and thinking about whether there could have been a better solution. Those scenes constantly ran through his mind. Yi Zheng had been kidnapped. He had saved Yi Zheng and got engaged in an intense fight with the Imperial level. The monster then revealed its real body, offering a sacrifice to the gods' figurine combat souls and its life palace. His brain played back all those scenes very quickly and he recalled all the details. He replayed them again and again. I actually had the chance to kill it when it revealed its real body before the appearance of the gods' figurine combat souls in the life palace. Before it offered the sacrifice to the life palace, I had a chance to kill it as well. I missed 2 chances. The dragon flames with charcoal was effective. I've defeated 5 of its combat souls. Nobody can withstand the attack by a demigod relic, not even a demigod. Its clone managed to block my attack as a result of the integration of the clone and the demigod level. Such a secret skill must have been derived from the cloning skill. Luckily, I figured it out in time and knew that the demigod level armor isn't on its body but on the clone's body instead. I eventually made the right decision, killing it with my clone. It was too risky to make such a decision. If I misjudged and its real body was wearing the demigod level armor, I wouldn't have been able to kill it. The dimensional portal would have been destroyed and I'd have killed myself, since the effect of the combat strength upgrade can only last for 3 seconds. Before he could finish analyzing everything, a few scenes suddenly flashed through his mind. He calmed himself down and began checking what they were. After a short while, he finally found out the sources of those scenes in his life lamp. These are the memories of the skinless monster, chapter 818, the images in his head in the god's figurine which had a divine fire burning. A cloud of pure spiritual energy hovered above the flames and was covered by a layer of faint green glow. It was the protective layer created automatically by the god's figurine in order for the spiritual energy to block any interference from the divine fire. After some investigation, Lin Huang realized that the images flashing through his head came from the cloud of spiritual energy. To be exact, the god's figurine had absorbed the skinless monster's soul automatically after he killed it. With the help of the divine fire, it turned the monster's soul into pure spiritual energy. Since it was filtered through the divine fire, most of the information in the cloud of spiritual energy, which was the storage of the monster's soul, vanished. Only a small amount of it remained and was not completely wiped off. The few images that flashed through Lin Huang's mind was the only remaining information. Unfortunately, there's no more information left. Lin Huang did not manage to find out more after checking out the contents of the spiritual energy. Lin Huang lost his mood for a bubble bath, so he put his clothes on again and returned to the bedroom. He was initially exhausted physically and mentally from the intense fight. However, he did not feel sleepy at the moment. His eyes were opened despite lying on the bed as he recalled the few images that had flashed through his head earlier. The first image was the back of a man. Although he could only see the man's back, he could discern that the man was young while his body was not exactly strong. He even seemed a little skinny and weak. The second image was the interior of a hall. There were 2 rows of powerhouses sitting on both sides in the bright and magnificent hall. There was a massive golden throne further in the hall with someone sitting on it. However, it was just a black silhouette of which no details could be detected, and he could not even determine the person's gender. The third image was a sky full of blood mist. Under the bloody sky was a variety of monsters gathering all over the land. There were at least millions of monsters within his field of vision. Meanwhile, the fourth image was a black crack that looked like a spider web. It was a massive crack situated in the sky. The image was dark while the crack was sucking in air rampantly from all directions. The last 3 images were all gods' figurines. Not only did they include the 2 items that Lin Huang had just obtained, even what he had just refined in his hand was included too. These must be the more important memories which it put away deep in his soul without realizing, to the point that the memories weren't erased in the preliminary filtering in the divine fire. Now, they're just static images with the audio removed. The bloody sky in the third image doesn't seem like it happened in our land. The crack in the fourth image looks like the abyss brink's crack, possibly the other side of it. If that's the case, it must have passed through the air crack and arrived at the human foothold via the abyss brink. That's a reasonable explanation. In this case, the bloody sky in the third image could possibly be the virtual zone connected to the abyss brink. The black silhouette sitting on the throne in the second image should be the god master the skinless monster mentioned, but I can't identify the man in the first image. The 3 gods figurine images should be the reason why the skinless monster came to our land, but I've no idea why would it have, or if it looked for the god figurines. It shouldn't have just created gods figurine combat souls for all the effort that they're putting in. The nature of a god's figurine combat soul isn't much more powerful than an ordinary combat souls. It's just harder to kill. Lin Huang thought a lot about the images that he saw, but the connection between the images were insufficient. He could not come up with a complete theory. If this monster really came from the abyss brink's crack, then there might be a change to the 5-year catastrophe from the abyss brink. It seems like I'll have to visit abyss brink after the auction ends. Lin Huang's mind was fully occupied that night. He finally fell asleep when it was past 4 in the morning as a result of his physical and mental exhaustion. Around 3 hours after that, Yi Zheng was going to ask Lin Huang along for breakfast after washing up. The seal was removed automatically the night before. He was relieved now. It was rare that he could relax. Just when he was ready to knock on Lin Huang's door, he heard the voice transmission coming from Bloody behind the door. Master's just fallen asleep a while ago. Let him rest during the day. I'll inform him before the auction starts in the evening. Although Yi Zheng did not communicate much with Bloody, he knew about its existence, so its voice was not a stranger to him. He nodded immediately after hearing what it said. Sure, then I won't disturb him. I'll be on my own during the day. I'll see him in the evening. After sending Yi Jung off, Bloody dashed back to the couch where it proceeded to work on the heart network. Lin Huang slept all the way past 4 in the afternoon. He only woke up after sleeping for approximately 12 hours. Although the major fight which took place in the middle of the night did not leave any after effects on him, it exhausted him gravely. His exhaustion only went away by 60 to 70% after sleeping. It's 4:21 p.m. Have I slept for 12 hours? Lin Huang projected the clock from his emperor's heart ring as soon as he opened his eyes and was shocked when he saw the time. You've overworked your body, so sleeping a lot from the exhaustion is normal. Generally speaking, you'd need 3 days at the most to recover completely. Bloody floated into the bedroom slowly. The underground auction only opens at 7:30 p.m. You can sleep for a few more hours if you're still tired. I'll wake you up by then. There's no need. My exhaustion won't be completely taken away even if I sleep for the entire day. Lin Huang hopped off the bed directly. Then, eat something. I asked Yi Jung to bring you some food at noon. It's in the cooler box. Bloody had arranged everything accordingly. Lin Huang nodded and headed straight to the kitchen. He took the food out from the cooler box and brought it to the dining hall. He asked while eating after sitting down, "Is there any news today? What happened in the middle of the night is up on the local news. The media says an anonymous powerhouse killed the monster that invaded the foothold. From the news on the media, nobody knows who exactly killed the monster. Otherwise, they would have come to you for interviews. What else?" Lin Huang asked again after swallowing the fried egg in his mouth. Also, many people from the underworld are investigating this. Some of the forces are trying to find out who killed the monster that invaded. Most of them should be interesting in recruiting the killer. How about the god's figurine? Did you find anything about it? Ever since he elevated to immortal rank, Lin Huang planned to find as many god's figurines as he could so that he could elevate to immortal level rank 9 as quickly as possible. No clue. I can't find anything on the web. I suspect the Union government secretly did something. There's no news from the black market as well, but it's only been a day, so it's normal that we haven't heard anything yet. It's been blocked by the Union government. Seems like the Union government knows what the god's figurine is. Lin Huang squinted lightly. Chapter 819. The underground auction begins. It was early autumn at the beginning of September. The weather was turning cold while the heat from the summer was long gone. The sky turned completely dark before it was even 7 p.m. After dinner, Lin Huang and Yi Jung rushed to the Wanbao auction together. The underground auction was not held there, it was just a hub. A few staff welcomed them as soon as they entered the entrance of the auction. One of them asked, "May I know if the both of you are participating in this together or do you want to be separated?" "Let's do it together," Lin Huang answered. "Please follow me." The staff who asked the question led the both of them to an elevator as soon as he was done speaking. The elevator will take the both of you to a random vacant room underground. You can pick a mask and cloak that you like. Please go to room B1 after the both of you put on the mask and cloak. Someone will bring you to the underground auction. The staff tapped open the elevator doors after the simple explanation and watched the both of them enter. Soon after entering the elevator, the doors opened again and they arrived at an exhibition hall that was more than 100 square meters in size. There were hundreds of simulation models in the exhibition hall. Each of them wore a different mask and cloak. Only a minority did not have any cloaks or masks. It was clear that they had been picked by people who arrived before they did. Yi Jung was dazzled by the choices at the moment and he had no idea which one he should go for. However, it was not an issue for Lin Huang. Each and every mask and cloak became clear to him in his head as he scanned through them with his divine telekinesis. He picked the mask and cloak that he desired in less than a minute. The material of the mask was a light alloy with a silver base and there were not many patterns on it. It seemed extremely plain and simple. For the cloak, Lin Huang picked a black, long robe. Just like the mask, there were no patterns or decorations on it while the hoodie covered most of his face. Although he had put on the mask and cloak, Yi Jung, on the other hand, had not even picked any. "Aren't you quick to pick? I'm a psychic. I'd be able to see through all of the masks and cloaks with a scan of my divine telekinesis. Naturally, it's easy for me to pick them." Lin Huang only realized that his voice had changed after speaking. It must have been a function that came together with the mask. "I'm dazzled by them. Maybe you should pick for me." Yi Jung did not bother to choose his own any longer. "Just get something that's similar to yours. The simpler, the better. I don't want anything with patterns or decorations. Sure. Using his divine telekinesis, Lin Huang soon picked 3 masks and 4 cloaks for Yi Zheng. Yi Zheng picked a set among the shortlisted ones that Lin Huang had picked out for him. He selected a golden mask that had no decorations in a long, black robe similar to the one Lin Huang was wearing. After Yi Zheng put the mask and cloak on, Lin Huang finished putting the remaining masks and cloaks back on the models. Let's go. The both of them then pushed the door open and left the room. They lifted their heads and found out that the room that they were in was room B18. The room numbers got smaller as they walked along the left side of the corridor. After walking ahead for a moment, the door to room B11 swung open suddenly. A person in a white robe and a painted mask walked out of the room. The person was skinny and one could not tell if the person was a man or a woman since the robe did a good job at shrouding the person. The person was slightly surprised to see Lin Huang and Yi Zheng, but soon snapped back to his or her senses and walked towards room B1 as he turned. Lin Huang and Yi Zheng were less than 30 meters behind the person. They were following him all the way but were not in a hurry to catch up with him. When they arrived at the entrance of room B1, the white-robed person turned around and glanced at them before going into the room. Lin Huang and Yi Zheng soon followed and entered the room. The interior of room B1 was similar to that of a meeting room. There were already 18 people sitting at the long table while there were still 3 vacant seats. Among the 18 of them, 17 of them wore cloaks and a variety of masks including the white-robed man earlier. The man who sat at the main seat of the table was the exceptional one. He wore a mask that was as white as a piece of jade but donned a black suit. He did not fit in with the rest of them. Almost everyone had their eyes on Lin Huang and Yi Zheng. However, since the masks and cloaks had the function of blocking out detection, nobody could find out anything about the both of them. Lin Huang glanced through everyone present and his eyes landed on the man in the suit. He figured that man was the staff of the underground auction. Take a seat. As expected, the man in the suit spoke after observing them for a little while. The dimensional portal can transport 20 people each time. We're only lacking one more person now excluding me. Lin Huang and Yi Zheng then sat down in the vacant seats that were close to them. The room with 20 people soon fell into a dead silence. None of them knew each other. Moreover, since their bodies were completely covered, not only were their personal details blocked, but their trust towards each other had dropped to the lowest, so there was nothing that they could talk about. Although they would check each other out, their eyes usually would not stay on the same person for too long because they could not see anything from just looking. Secondly, some hotheads would treat that as a provocation and that would bring unnecessary trouble to oneself. Everyone knew that people who were invited to an underground auction were not ordinary people, so none of them wanted to make enemies. Fortunately, the dead silence did not last for too long as a newcomer came in. The man in the suit stood up when there were a total of 20 of them. He then brought out a white dimensional portal and got everyone to walk through it after activating the transportation coordinates. As the dimensional portal shut slowly, Lin Huang and the rest realized that they had arrived in a hall as a flash illuminated before their eyes. Lin Huang looked around after hearing chattering. There was an auction stage not far away. A lady wearing bunny ears was standing on it and she was looking at Lin Huang and the rest of them. To the guests who have just arrived, please take a seat wherever you like. Lin Huang turned to the other side and found that most of the seats were vacant, but around 100 of them were taken. Their seats on the first 2 rows were almost occupied. The chattering came from there. Lin Huang glanced over and saw a few pairs of people talking to each other. He figured that they must have come together. The 20 of them scattered and found their seats after listening to the lady on the stage. Noticing there were no more seats in the center zone on the 3rd row, Lin Huang found 2 vacant seats in the middle of the 4th row and sat down with Yi Zheng. This venue's so small. There are only a total of 1,200 seats, Lin Huang said through voice transmission and smiled. The underground auction's usually small-scaled. Moreover, Wanbao City's under the ruling of the Union government. They'd need to give face to the Union government, so they have to keep it low, Yi Zheng explained. The more people they invite to auctions like this, the more trouble there might be. They were chatting out of boredom since there was still time before the auction began. More and more guests were transported to the venue while the seats became occupied. When it was almost 7:50 p.m., the 1,200 seats were all filled at the venue as all the invitees arrived. The lady in the bunny ears finally spoke again when it was 8 p.m. sharp. Good evening, our honorable guests. Welcome to the auction. I'm the auctioneer of the current auction, Bunny Ears. There's no need to suspect my name. It's obvious that it's not my real name. I hope we can have an enjoyable evening today and that everyone will purchase something that they desire. Let's cut to the chase and send the first collection to the stage. She corrected herself as soon as she was done speaking. To be exact, this is the first set of collections. As she spoke, 20 naked men walked onto the auction stage and stood in 2 rows. The opening act caused many of the guests to discuss among themselves. Are they human slaves who have been castrated? Lin Huang frowned while Yi Zheng looked displeased. There were no traces of genitals on the lower half of the 20 naked men. Isn't the surgery pretty darn clean cut? The gray-robed man who sat behind Lin Huang could not help but say out loud. It seems like I must explain myself. Bunny Ears spoke again. These 20 men aren't human slaves like what all of you are thinking. Although they look exactly like humans, they're actually artificial men made with genetic technology. This batch is just the first whereby they're small-scale tests. All of them are on the combat level of immortal level rank 9. There are 20 of them and the opening price will be 100 million life crystals each. The bidding increment has to be at least 5 million life crystals. We'll begin the auction with No. 1. Chapter 820. Mutant each and every. Artificial man was different. The auctioneer only gave a simple description like a summary about them due to the time constraint at the auction. At the same time, the organizing team projected the detailed information of each of the artificial men on the screen behind the auction stage. From the projected information, it was clear that these artificial men were very different from one another. Some of them were proficient in either sword Dao, saber Dao, close-distance combat or telekinesis. They have an ability on par with a double-mutated monster and come with 5 skills. They're similar to customized summoning beasts in the form of humans and their price is equivalent to purchasing an immortal level rank 9 summoning beast. Lin Huang raised his eyebrow after reading the details. But coupled with the fact that obtaining new skills from learning makes them more powerful than summoning beasts, I just can't understand why their price is higher than summoning beasts. Lin Huang was not exactly interested in artificial men like those. He already had more than 10 summoning beasts which talents were more powerful, so it was unnecessary for him to purchase such artificial men. Moreover, such living creatures could not be made into cards directly like how he could with Bai and the rest. He would not mind purchasing one if they could be made into cards so that he could train them bit by bit. However, Lin Huang had no idea if artificial men were classified as humans or monsters. If they were humans, there would be no monster card given when they were killed. The most one could get was skill cards. If they were monsters, the chances of getting monster cards were slim even if all 20 of them on the stage were killed. Lin Huang decided not to participate in the auction after giving it some thought. Lend me some life crystals if I don't have enough later, Yi Zheng who was sitting beside him said through voice transmission suddenly. Sure. Lin Huang nodded directly. He did not lack money and he was not afraid that Yi Zheng would not return the money. The artificial men were sold one after another on the auction stage. Yi Zheng, who sat next to Lin Huang, suddenly called his bid when they were auctioning the 6th artificial man, 150 million. Lin Huang was stunned to hear his price and turned to ask, what do you want to do with this thing? I want the military to study them, Yi Zheng replied through voice transmission. If possible, I'd like to purchase 3 of them, a spear cultivator, a sword cultivator and one that's proficient in close-range combat. Sure, let me know if you're out of life crystals. Lin Huang nodded. Yi Zheng had grown up in a military family and he actually had a job in the military. However, it was just a cinch whereby he had little power in his position. The objective of him going to Division 3 to train was mainly for him to add colors to his experience. Just like those who were studying their PhD on Earth, many of them were required to study abroad. Although Yi Zheng's direction of development in the military had nothing to do with research, it would be an achievement for him to bring the artificial men back. Furthermore, the military would definitely reimburse his spending. After intense bidding, Yi Zheng managed to purchase the sword cultivator at 270 million. Later on, he purchased a spear cultivator at 230 million and a close-range combat cultivator at 240 million. The man in red mask right behind Lin Huang and Yi Zheng could not help but mumble out loud, I wonder what's he going to do with so many male artificial men given that all of the ones he purchased are strong. He was judging Yi Zheng beneath his mask. I'd like to purchase an artificial female, but the thing is, there isn't any, Yi Zheng forced a smile while shrugging helplessly. Most of the other bidders only purchased one while a minority of them purchased two. Yi Zheng had purchased the most and he happened to purchase the three strongest ones. However, he was analyzing the three artificial men's abilities and the fact that they possessed the skills and test reports from the factory. He did not notice how the artificial men looked like at all. In reality, just like the man in the red mask, most of them were hoping to see the female version after seeing this batch of artificial men. However, the auctioneer revealed they had yet to perfect the manufacturing technique of the artificial females, so none were produced this time. It might be next year if the technical issues were solved. Soon, the 20 artificial men were all sold out. Bunny Ears then presented the second collection. The staff brought 10 cabinets that were around 2 meters high onto the auction stage. 10 metal cages were revealed when the red cloths were lifted. There was a lady in each cage. They were naked and seemed no different from humans, just that their breasts were much larger than ordinary ladies. Busty women, Lin Huang frowned. It was not his first time seeing busty women being auctioned. He had seen them once when he went to the mystery auction with Leng Yuxin in the past. Busty women were not human, they were mutants produced by human and busty monsters. However, these mutants almost went extinct 800 years ago. It was impossible for 10 of them to exist even if they were the descendants of the Sin. Clearly, these 10 busty women were created through genetic modification elixir made of living female bodies through genetical technique. One wondered how many women died from the modification process for them to come up with 10 end products. This Wanbao auction must be related to the mystery auction. Lin Huang had not thought of that earlier when the artificial men were auctioned. Now that he saw these busty women, he figured that these two auctions must have the same supplier or may even be run by the same person. Soon, the busty women created an outburst that was even bigger than before. It was clear that Wanbao auction had arranged that on purpose. They auctioned male artificial men first to gauge the crowd's anticipation of artificial females. Although there were no artificial females, they could get many busty women. Although he pitied these women, Lin Huang did not participate in the bidding while next to him, Yi Zheng did not bid since his last purchase. The reason being that it was redundant for him to purchase them. As long as there was no end to the production of such mutants, there would be more busty women and other mutants sold at various auctions. As he thought of the mutants' situation, Lin Huang could not help but think of Xiaomo who he met at the Purple Crow training camp. The kid was a mutant too. Although he seemed like a human on the surface, there was a descendance of the Sin's mark on his body. It was a mark of shame for him that would follow him for the rest of his life. I wonder how's that kid Xiaomo now. Soon, the 10 busty women were sold out in the heat of the crowd's enthusiasm. The third item was a batch of combat-type mutants. Lin Huang was in deep thought when he saw the third batch of items. There must be an organization that does genetic modification exclusively behind this Wanbao auction which captures humans illegally and creates these mutants in mass production. These artificial men might even be related to the organization. They dare to do this in the ruling area of the Union government, so perhaps even the Union government's internal department isn't that clean too. Lin Huang thought of the bunch of demigods who had plotted to kill Mr. Fu. As he thought about this, he was frowning even more now. They knew the catastrophe from the abyss brink is coming soon, but they're still thinking of ways to benefit themselves unscrupulously. Chapter 821. Auctioning the God Crasher. Time flew by and it was soon the third day of the underground auction. Lin Huang saw many genetical products on the first 2 days. Apart from artificial men and mutants, there were many genetically modified monsters that did not exist in the monster encyclopedia. It reminded him of the Scarborough workshop. He clearly remembered that there were many similar monsters on the Enigma Island created by the people from the Scarborough workshop. It seems like the supply to the Wanbao auction might be coming from the Scarborough workshop. They might even have more collaboration. After all, organizations such as the Scarborough Workshop would need massive financial backing to run studies like these. The name Lieb Lab flashed through Lin Huang's mind. Since it was an organization that originated from the Scarborough Workshop, it might be working on studies on a similar track. However, Lin Huang could not be sure of that since he did not know much about it. His mind wandered off as he sat on his seat at the auction until the appearance of the God Crashers on the auction stage. The 8th collection today is something that many have been waiting for. Thick black barrels were revealed as the red cloths were lifted. The muzzles pointed at the audience's direction, causing many to exclaim out loud. These are 28th generation God Crashers that the Union government's military has eliminated. There are a total of 30 of them. They've been left alone in the warehouse ever since they were produced and have never been used before. Perhaps some of you aren't aware of what the 28th generation God Crasher is. Let me take some time to explain this. The 28th generation God Crasher ranks second in power among all God Crashers. It's ranked right behind the 3rd generation God Crasher. However, the flaw of the 3rd generation God Crasher is very obvious. Some of you might have heard that although it's powerful, it can only be used for 10 times. It's completely worthless after 10 times. Meanwhile, the 28th generation God Crasher is the improved version of the 3rd generation God Crasher. Its power is equivalent to 82% of the latter, which is enough to cripple an Imperial level purple gold rank powerhouse. Moreover, its effect will last more than 60 times. Experienced gunmasters can even use it for 100 times. A lot of them who were proficient in guns and firearms realized that the rabbit-eared auctioneer was actually mixing up the concepts on purpose. The 28th generation God Crasher was only effective for 30 uses, whereby the muzzle would begin to deform after that. Naturally, the data was the result of test after test in which the God Crasher was not maintained at all during the process. Meanwhile, gunmasters would usually maintain the muzzle, so it would basically only begin to deform when it was used for more than 60 times. On a certain level, Lin Huang was not considered a certified gunmaster, so he was usually rough when he used God Crashers. Taking time to maintain them, he would rather spend the time practicing his sword skills. However, the precise 30 uses of the 28th generation God Crasher was enough for him. The auctioneer was intentionally mixing up the concepts to confuse those who knew nothing about God Crashers. After some introduction, the auctioneer finally named the starting price. The starting bid of the 30 God Crashers are the same, which is 150 million life crystals. Each bid has to be an increment of at least 5 million life crystals. Now, let's begin the bidding of the first God Crasher, 200 million. Someone in the audience named his bid as soon as the auctioneer was done speaking. The person who bid was even faster than Lin Huang. Lin Huang raised his eyebrow under his mask and spoke directly before the second person could bid, 250 million. As soon as the bid was out, nobody in the crowd made a sound. Most of the wise buyers knew very well that the 28th generation God Crashers were auctioned at 230 million on average. Any price higher than that was not worth it. Furthermore, there would be 29 more later. It was unnecessary to fight with Lin Huang at 250 million. 250 million, going once. 250 million, going twice. If nobody is bidding at a higher price, our first God Crasher will go to this man in the silver mask. 250 million going thrice. Sold. Now, let's begin the bidding of the second God Crasher, 240 million. Lin Huang was the first one who bid. Bunny Ears attempted to pique the interest of the others, but nobody was willing to bid at a higher price. 240 million, sold. The second God Crasher became Lin Huang's 230 million. This time it was not Lin Huang who called out the price. However, Lin Huang's voice followed. 240 million. He purchased the third God Crasher. Now, let's begin the bidding for the fourth, 240 million. Again, Lin Huang was not the first one who called out the price, 250 million. Lin Huang was the second to call out the price again. He purchased the fourth God Crasher. Now, let's begin the bidding for the fifth, 250 million. It was not Lin Huang who called out the price first, 255 million. This time, Lin Huang only added 5 million. He purchased the fifth God Crasher. The bunny-eared auctioneer was a little speechless. The starting bid of the God Crasher was only 150 million, but it rose above 250 million because of Lin Huang, which blew the other buyers' desire to bid. Lin Huang purchased 10 God Crashers at a price of around 250 million each with the same method. Finally, somebody could not help but challenge Lin Huang when it came to bidding for the 11th one. The both of them competed until the bid went all the way to 350 million. Finally, the person gave up and let Lin Huang win the God Crasher. The rest turned solemn after finding out that Lin Huang's base price had exceeded 350 million. He then proceeded to purchase the remaining God Crashers at around 250 million each. Almost nobody competed with him. When they were auctioning the last few God Crashers off, the participants could not tolerate Lin Huang for dominating the auction, so they began to bid too. The 21st God Crasher was sold at a high price of 410 million. Finally, Lin Huang was not the buyer this time. However, He was a troublemaker in the coming auction whereby he kept bidding and raising most of the God Crashers, priced to over 400 million. Meanwhile, he purchased 2 more God Crashers at 390 million and 1 more at 400 million. The bidding of the last 3 God Crashers was intense. They were sold at 490 million, 530 million, and 610 million respectively. Since Lin Huang purchased 23 God Crashers, he became the biggest winner and was resented by the participants at the auction. Aren't you afraid that you'd be targeted for buying so many God Crashers yourself? Yi Zheng teased. They don't know who I am anyway, Lin Huang said like he did not care. These are trump cards to save my life. Of course, the more the better. I just don't want people to think that I'm an idiot who splurges, or else I wouldn't have let go of any of the 30 God Crashers. He knew very well that the other buyers would definitely raise his price if he was determined to purchase every single God Crasher available at the auction. By then, 600 million aside, he might not even be able to purchase them at 6 billion. Therefore, he made up his mind to stop bidding after purchasing 20 God Crashers. The 3 that he purchased later was actually a bonus to him. Chapter 822, The Truth About the Crack. After obtaining the 23 God Crashers, Lin Huang had finally accomplished his ultimate goal of going to Wanbao City this time. The items that were auctioned later were some contrabands which sale was prohibited by the Union government. Nevertheless, Lin Huang and Yi Zheng had little interest in those items. The third day of the auction had finally come to an end when it was almost 12:30 a.m. The staff arranged for Lin Huang and the rest to remove their masks and cloaks respectively. Then, they were transported back to Wanbao City. The Wanbao auction managed the underground auction in complete confidentiality. The communication and positioning system on everyone's Emperor's Heart Ring were locked, so none of the guests knew where it took place. Although Wanbao auction clearly had the Union government supporting them and sleeper agents, they were cautious and prudent in managing the auction to eliminate the possibility of being held ransom. They're worthy of being the top 10 in Division 3. The way they handle things is extraordinary. Even Lin Huang admired their efforts on confidentiality. The night passed by peacefully. What Lin Huang was unaware about was that the Imperial-level powerhouses in Wanbao City had been looking for the killer who destroyed the monster which invaded the city. However, that had nothing to do with him since he was ready to leave. Lin Huang said goodbye to Yi Zheng when they were having breakfast early in the morning. I've sent you all the detailed documents on the segregation of Division 3's organizations. You must be extra cautious when you get into the territory of underground organizations. Never underestimate those fellas whose combat strength are lower than yours. It's messy in there and they can do anything to achieve what they want. Even a person on holy fire level could possibly plot against you. You must watch out for that. You told me that you'd leave after the auction ended. I thought you'd stay for at least another 1 or 2 days. I didn't expect you to leave so soon, Yi Zheng said while shaking his head with a smile. I came to Wanbao City to purchase God Crashers. Since I've gotten them, why should I continue staying here? Lin Huang shoved half a fried egg into his mouth. So, where are you heading to next? Mind sharing? Yin Zheng asked rather curiously. I'll drop by the abyss brink. There's something that I need to handle there. The abyss brink. Yi Zheng's pupils shrunk when he heard that name. The abyss brink was ranked the number 2 forbidden land in the entire continent. There were a massive amount of immortal level monsters wandering on each level. It was not exactly safe even for an immortal level powerhouse. Yi Zheng had some goosebumps just from hearing the name. He did not ask any further. You already have ancient relic level equipment now but have as many life-saving measures as you can on standby. Borrow life crystals from me if you don't have enough. Don't be embarrassed to do so. Please contact me if you get yourself into unsolvable troubles. You have my number. Don't be embarrassed to ask. Your reputation isn't as important as your life, Lin Huang advised. All right, Yi Zheng looked helpless. Although he was the senior between the both of them age-wise, Lin Huang was advising him instead. There's something that I almost forgot to tell you. Lin Huang recalled suddenly. I've sent you the Genius Union invitation code earlier. Take some time to sign up. There might be a virtual assessment by then, and you should be able to pass it with your abilities as long as you roughly prepare yourself. Genius Union. Naturally, Yi Zheng had heard of the organization. He was a little dumbstruck hearing Lin Huang talking about it so casually. Yes, sign up and familiarize yourself. I can be your referrer to the Heaven Alliance if you want to join the Genius organization by then. Yi Zheng had no idea what the Heaven Alliance was. Only people in the internal management of Genius Union or those in the higher management of major organizations knew the names of Genius Union's internal organizations. Yi Zheng's eyeballs might fall out now if he found out that the Heaven Alliance was the #1 organization in the Genius Union. Lin Huang got the idea of getting Yi Zheng and the rest to join the Genius Union in order to obtain more resources after seeing the latter purchasing equipment at the auction. He had always thought since Yi Zheng came from a rich family, his family should not lack cultivation resources. It was past 8 in the morning when they were done with breakfast. They walked to the hotel lobby as they chatted. Yi Zheng then sent Lin Huang to the hotel entrance after he checked out of his room. "Please don't die. Your sister's waiting for you to go home," Lin Huang said while smiling and waving after summoning a dimensional portal. "Same to you." Lin Huang stepped into the dimensional portal and vanished after the portal was shut. Seeing the dimensional portal disappear, Yi Zheng then turned around slowly while a faint smile appeared at the edge of his lips. "I can't believe this kid who wasn't even on iron level has grown to what he is now in a short 2 years. I really won't be able to catch up with him if I don't work harder." In a deserted city in a grade B foothold near the second layer of the abyss brink, a white dimensional portal slowly opened in a residential alley. A young man walked out of it. The young man mumbled softly after putting the dimensional portal away, "There's no need to stay in a hotel this time. I'll just go straight to the second layer of the abyss brink after I refine the 2 god figurines. Kylie, bring me to your mini world." A lady in black armor appeared following his soft mumbling. She grabbed the young man's wrist and both of them disappeared in the next second. Lin Huang sat in a meadow after entering Kylie's mini world. He then took out the 2 god figurines that he had obtained after killing the skinless monster. One of them was a feline with a grimacing skull face. Its body was slender while it was covered in leopard fur. It looked like a specimen that was made of a tiny feline's carcass. Another one was a hooved monster with the head of a snake. It had black armor covering its entire body like a sculpture made of black metal. The grimace feline demon and the snake ungulate are combat type of protosses. When they were alive they were true gods, which combat strength was on the medium rank true god level. The stone tablet's voice came out of nowhere. "Is it weaker than the petal devil that I obtained earlier?" Lin Huang remembered the stone tablet had mentioned before that the petal devil was a high-rank true god level. "You can't compare them like that. That's just the difference in combat strength. The petal devil's still more powerful than both of them in terms of combat strength. After all, the petal devil isn't a combat-type protoss," the stone tablet explained. "So, what kind of combat souls are these two suitable to visualize?" "The grimace feline demon's most suitable visualization is a ninetails lynx, while the snake ungulate should visualize the destructive divine mammoth," the stone tablet proceeded. "The ninetails lynx is the most energetic monster in the True Spirit Encyclopedia. It's said that a peak-level ninetails lynx has the ability to control space whereby it can traverse the world as it wishes. Meanwhile, the destructive divine mammoth is a monster of strength. It's definitely worthy of being ranked in the top 10 among the strength type of living forms. I heard the most powerful one has the ability to crash the galaxy, suppressing the other side of the world." Lin Huang was lost just by listening to that. He only grumbled to himself after a while, "The more I listen, the more I think that this True Spirit Encyclopedia is fabricated by some novel author. It's either traversing or crashing the galaxy." The stone tablet heard what he said and refuted, "What does a kid like you know? You'd know that those descriptions of creatures whose power surpasses true God are valid as soon as you witness it." It seemed to recall something suddenly, then it rhetorically said, "What do you think caused that massive crack next to this foothold?" "It's a crack in the world that was created as a result of the fight between true god-level powerhouses." "Do you mean the abyss brink?" Lin Huang seemed to have heard an earth-shattering secret. "Also, that ocean named the Peaceful Ocean or something, wasn't it caused by the collapsing of continents due to the fight between true god-level powerhouses too?" The stone tablet revealed another shocking news. Are you sure those are done by humans?" Lin Huang was in disbelief. "Well, do you think it's by natural causes?" If the stone tablet had eyes, Lin Huang was sure that it had to be rolling its eyes at him when he said that. All right then, Lin Huang felt his world perspective being reconstructed. If what the stone tablet said was true about the true god-level powerhouses being able to cause such damage to the continent, it was possible for those powerhouses above true god level to crash the galaxy. What's exactly behind the crack in the abyss brink? Do you know? Lin Huang asked in a testing manner. He was not sure if he could get a direct answer from the stone tablet. Such a crack in the world could lead to anywhere. If one's lucky for it to lead to a gravel world of the same level, the abilities of the living forms should be similar to what you have here. A world war is the worst that could happen. If one's unlucky whereby the crack connects to a higher world, a world invasion would take place even if it's just a small world, as long as it has a complete set of rules and regulations of its own. That would happen because to the higher world, your gravel world's just a subsidiary space. Put simply, your world's just a model or a test run in a game for one to brush up their experience by playing it. The stone tablet's words sent chills down Lin Huang's spine. From the conversation he had with the true god Wu Mo from the tribe, Lin Huang knew that the reason the ancient era had perished was due to the complete opening of the crack in the abyss brink. It had led to an insane amount of powerhouses from the outside world carrying out a massacre. Wu Mo even speculated that the ending of each era of the continent was caused by the same thing. If what you said is true, the latter might possibly be what happened to our continent, he said, feeling helpless although he was unwilling to admit it. Chapter 823, 1 month junk food reward. After the conversation with the stone, Lin Huang felt a stronger sense of danger and he was eager to achieve an upgrade in his combat strength. After integrating the two gods' figurines into two different life wheels, it took Lin Huang a whole day to completely refine the figurines. I've finally managed to get to immortal level rank 3. Lin Huang, who was in the meadow, slowly opened his eyes. He could clearly distinguish that there was an advancement in his combat strength. It seems like my combat strength can be quickly upgraded as long as I have enough gods figurines. I can even level up to immortal level rank 9. After confirming that, Lin Huang knew that before getting to imperial level, his main task would be to collect the gods figurines. In fact, he was already doing that now. He had contacted the black market earlier to ask about the gods figurine. He asked Yi Zheng to contact him as well if there was any information from the Union government. However, as for the secret of the gods figurine, he had a question in mind while he fought the skinless monster earlier. However, he had forgotten about it because he had been really busy these days. Stone tablet, you told me earlier that the gods figurine can be activated as long as it possesses divinity. For example, if a demigod level possesses divinity in his body, he'll be able to activate a god's figurine. The skinless monster which I encountered earlier was just an imperial level. How could it have activated the god's figurine as well? Because it's not just an abyssal monster, but also a god's blood monster. It possesses god's blood in its body. Under normal circumstances, possessing god's blood alone can't activate the god's figurine. However, it seems to have some sort of secret skills whereby the divinity of the god's blood was activated. That's how it managed to activate two god's figurines. If I'm not mistaken, the skill must have been taught by the god's master it mentioned. It makes sense for the true god level to own such a skill, the stone tablet explained. It means that most of the time, other than those who are on demigod level and me, it's useless for the rest to own a god's figurine. Lin Huang sought confirmation. In fact, that's what normally happens, the stone tablet continued. However, I realize that most of the demigods don't know that the god's figurine can actually be integrated with a combat soul. Therefore, not many people collect the god's figurine like you do. The Union government must have known something about it. Otherwise, they wouldn't have blocked all relevant news about the god's figurine on the Heart Network. I'm not sure about the other organizations though. Lin Huang was slightly relieved. That's good news for me. The lesser the number of people who know this, the better it is. I'll have lesser opponents and collecting the god's figurine will be way easier. After resolving his doubts, Lin Huang then left Kylie's mini world. By the time he returned from Kylie's mini world to the deserted city, it was about 6 o'clock in the evening. The sky was turning dark. Under the lights along the street, a faint white glow was emitted and the area was brightly lit. There was the scent of food in the air. It was time for dinner. There were two boys chasing after each other, laughing and having fun as they ran down the street. Lin Huang had an illusion as if he had gone back to Earth when he saw this. Everything will be destroyed if it's invaded by the higher world. Lin Huang clenched his fists tightly. Walking halfway down the street, he flew up into the sky, transforming into a meteorite and headed to the second layer of the abyss brink. When he arrived at the entrance, he did not stop at all and went straight into it. The time zone at the second layer of the abyss brink was the same as the outside world. The sky had also turned dark. Lin Huang gradually landed on the ground and summoned Bloody. Bloody, please check the distribution of monsters. You may then parasitize some of the monsters in different areas. Let's see if there's anything odd. After instructing Bloody, Lin Huang summoned the rest of the monster cards: Bai, Tyrant, Lancelot, Kylie, Ghastly, Thunder, the Sanguine Overlord, the Molochian Fiend, the Imp, the Eclipse Boa, the Death Knight, the Fallen Knight, and 2 Dark Crescent Snakes. Similar to Bloody, after Lin Huang leveled up to Immortal level Rank 3, the 14 monsters cards were upgraded to Immortal level Rank 7 as well. Lin Huang did not summon Charcoal because its combat strength was already on Immortal level rank -9. You are now currently on Immortal level Rank 7. However, the maximum combat strength you can actually achieve is Immortal level rank -9. Therefore, in the next few days, form a team of 2 and kill the abyssal monsters so that you can level up to Immortal level Rank 9. Lin Huang issued this instruction because most of the Immortal level monsters would occupy the entire region on their own. They would rarely come in a group. Without a doubt, allowing the monster cards to kill separately would definitely increase their efficiency instead of killing as a group. Bloody will send all the dead bodies to me and it'll take care of it. The only thing that you need to do is to hunt for monsters so that your combat strength can be upgraded. I'll now divide all of you into different groups. Bai teams up with Ghastly, Tyrant teams up with the Eclipse Boa, Thunder teams up with the Sanguine Overlord, the Molochian Fiend teams up with the Inferior Imp, and the Death Knight teams up with Dark Crescent Snakes. Lancelot and Kylie can fight on their own because they have the Sword Servants and Starlight Beasts to back them up. The 14 monsters were divided into 8 groups. Bloody, you're in charge of contacting them. You need to provide them with various information as well as the hunting paths and plans. It's now free and easy time, but there are 3 rules that you must obey. First of all, don't stray from the hunting path given by Bloody. Otherwise, you'll probably encounter Imperial level monsters or humans. Secondly, don't ever fight humans unless you're forced to do so. If you ever attempt to provoke humans or kill them, you'll be sealed and be stuck in your card form forever. I'll never summon you. As Lin Huang said that, he glanced at the Supreme Overlord. Thirdly, try not to fight the Imperial level monsters. Most of them have gone through their 3rd mutation as you have. Even if your combat strength is on Immortal level Rank 9, it's still risky to kill them. Also, it's a waste of time and strength. Lastly, let's talk about the rewards. You'll be given 1 month of junk food as a reward if you manage to complete the upgrade within 3 days. You can exchange it for other items if you don't want junk food. As long as it's a reasonable request, I'll try my best to satisfy you. Everyone was excited to give it a try when they heard this. Even Bai, who used to be calm, was about to act immediately. Although the Supreme Overlord looked like it was not interested in it at all, its eyes flashed with a trace of uncertainty. Seeing everyone being so exhilarated, Lin Huang knew that his trick had worked. Despite the monster cards being unable to go against his instructions, he still wanted them to complete the task willingly as this would obviously increase their efficiency. That's all. Bloody will contact you afterward. You can now spread out according to your groups. After Lin Huang had given his orders, the 8 teams then chose a direction and left. Bloody asked him after Bai and the rest had left, "Master, the rewards that you just mentioned, the task assigned to you is much more important than the rest. You'll be rewarded without any upgrade in combat strength." Lin Huang patted Bloody's head. Chapter 824. We fight for a head. The monsters were most active at night in the Abyss Brink. However, the second layer of the Abyss Brink was slightly different from usual that day as there were 14 rather different monsters blending in. There was a sky dragon that looked like T-Rex with a body over 30 meters long running out of control on the meadow. Meanwhile, a silhouette that looked like a human was chasing it. If one were to look closer, the human form monster was over 3 meters tall. It had a muscular body and wore a pair of army green capri pants while it chased the monster in bare feet. Deep footprints were imprinted on the ground every step it took as if it was stepping on the sand at the beach. It would move hundreds of meters forward with every leap it took, getting closer and closer to the sky dragon in front of it. The sky dragon was roaring in rage as it ran out of control. There were a couple of obvious wounds on its body. The wounds did not look like they were caused by weapons. Instead, they resembled more like the result of a monster's claws and teeth tearing through the flesh. Some of them were still bleeding continuously. However, the monster could not be bothered about its wounds right now. All it could do was to run as fast as it could. Meanwhile, The human form monster behind it was getting closer and closer. 300 meters. 200 meters. 100 meters. 50 meters, roar. As it was catching up to the sky dragon, Tyrant released a roar of excitement and accelerated. It extended its hand and grabbed the sky dragon's tail. The sky dragon that was running for its life felt the great pulling force that came from its back, and soon its feet were lifted from the floor before it was smashed hard on the ground. With both of its hands, Tyrant lifted the sky dragon's body by grabbing its tail and smashing it on the ground hard. It repeated the same thing over and over again. The gigantic sky dragon was like a giant hammer at the moment, which was continuously being smashed by Tyrant. Around 10 minutes, Tyrant released its hands and tossed the body of the sky dragon on the ground. This immortal level rank 9 sky dragon seemed to have no intact bones left in its body while it was at its brink of death now. It seemed like it would die any second. Tyrant leapt onto its stomach and stomped towards its head. However, a bloody glow came out of Tyrant's body at that moment and pierced through the sky dragon's eyes. In the next second, the gigantic monster lost its pulse completely. "Hey, you didn't put any effort this time. Also, how dare you take the head from me?" Tyrant frowned as it looked at the sky dragon's head and shouted. "Don't be selfish, big guy. All of the prey will be yours after I elevate to immortal level rank 9, a tiny brain came out of the sky dragon's nostril. It was just the size of an adult's thumb. There was a layer of semi-transparent mucus covering it. "Look at this. The fella has quite a big brain. I can give you some. Do you want to eat it?" "No," Tyrant declined right away. "I'll help you elevate to immortal level rank 8 and you'll help me back. Then, I'll help you boost yourself to immortal level rank 9 after that. But you must help me to get to immortal level rank 9 later on. If you disagree with that, we'll just part ways now." "Deal." The Eclipse Boa agreed to that immediately. "This sky dragon's brain is much juicier than those before it. Are you sure you don't want any?" "No. Finish it now so that we can proceed on our journey." Tyrant declined again. We fight for a head and we got a dumb dragon. We smash its head open and indulge in a fresh dragon's brain." A tune was sung from where the sky dragon's head was after a short moment of silence. "Shut up. Hee, it tastes good." On a cliff, there was a gigantic dark gray bird with golden patterns on it. It was looking at a swamp not far beneath it. "I see the prey that Bloody mentioned. You've such great eyes. I've looked around 3 times and saw nothing but some mosquitoes." Thick white mist flowed continuously from the sanguine overlord, white flaming eyes on his skull. He had a crown on his head and a red robe around on his body. "How does the monster look like?" "It should be a Champsosaurus type of sky dragon. It's pretty big, at least 30 meters long, but it has a great disguise whereby it almost blends with the swamp completely. It makes sense that you can't see it." Thunder's eyes did not leave the swamp when it was speaking. "The swamp's its home ground. I think it'll take us a great effort to kill it." "That's easy. We'll just have to make it our home ground," Bloody Robe snickered. "How do we do that?" Thunder turned around to look at Bloody Robe. "I'll turn this swamp into lava." Bloody Robe turned his head too and locked eyes with Thunder. "All right, let's use your method to get it out." "Wait, we must make it clear before we do it. Whose will this prey belong to later?" Bloody Robe seized the opportunity to ask. "It'll be yours, okay." Thunder was quick to respond. "You'll do the last hit, I won't do it." "Deal." As soon as the both of them came to a consensus, they then attacked the monster below. Dark red lava emerged from the underground and drowned the entire swamp in an instant. The prey had finally shown itself. It was a giant Champsosaurus close to 50 meters long. It climbed out of the lava while roaring. Then, it looked at the 2 culprits after lifting its head. It bellowed in rage, "Who is your master? Don't you know the rules?" "In fact, we don't actually know." Dark clouds were formed in the sky as soon as Thunder said that. A purple lightning bolt flashed through the night sky and struck the Champsosaurus's body accurately. "How dare the both of you attack me? Do you know that my boss is Master Kulong?" Not sure if enraged or if it was the lighting's doing, the Champsosaurus was shaking as it was speaking. As soon as it spoke, another purple lightning bolt struck, followed by the second one and the third one. Lightning was striking one after another. Not only did the Champsosaurus not have the opportunity to fight it, but Thunder also did not even give it the opportunity to speak. "I want to see your master," the Champsosaurus expressed what it wanted while being interrupted. "You'll definitely see him, but that'll only happen after you're dead." Thunder did not stop its attack. "This fella has such thick skin. It feels like your attacks are just numbing it temporarily while no physical damages are done at all, Bloody Robe, who was aside, said while stroking his chin. Let me help you. Bloody Robe extended his hand and a couple of flaming chains materialized out of thin air. The Champsosaurus that was numbed by the lightning strikes had a drastic change of expression seeing that. It tried its very best to dodge, but only managed to move 10 meters away before Bloody Robe's punishment chains bonded it tightly. Its life power retreated back into its body while it felt a clear gush of weakness spread all over its body. Another lightning struck in the next second. A burn that it had never experienced before shocked it, causing the Champsosaurus to release a devastating wail. Bondage, electric shock and devastating wail, what a perfection combination. There was joy in Bloody Robe's voice. It'd be even more perfect if there are some tentacles. I'll replace the lava with that. In the next second, the ground beneath the Champsosaurus turned into lava instantly. Many lava tentacles clung onto its body and went into its eyes, nose, and mouth like they would not let go of any holes there were on its body. Under the duo's attacks and the condition of life power being sealed, it only managed to hold on to dear life for less than 5 minutes before it was killed on the spot despite its powerful body defenses. It hasn't even been 5 minutes. How pathetically weak. What kind of male animal is this that it can't be even challenged for half an hour? Bloody Robe clearly wanted more fun. Let's go for the next one. Thunder flapped its wings and lifted into the air. Bloody Robe flew immediately and caught up with Thunder. Hey, Thunder, I just thought of a new way to play. Put your lightning onto my lava tentacles and let's see what's the effect of electrical tentacles. I disagree. Thunder, who was flying ahead, declined determinedly before Bloody Robe could finish what he was saying. Chapter 825. I'm sorry, boss. A tremendous battle was going on in a valley. There was a fiend and an imp on one side while an earth ursine was on the other side of the battle. The earth ursine was a triple mutated monster with midnight black skin and a layer of golden armor on its head, abdomen, and back. The golden armor was not put on. Instead, it grew together with their skin since birth. The strongest suit of such a monster was its body, whereby it could tear most of the double mutated monsters of the same combat level into half like a piece of thin paper. Its defense ability was strong enough to protect itself from most of the monsters of the same combat level, preventing them from breaking their defenses. This earth ursine before them had a combat level of immortal level rank -9. The shocking fact was that the Molochian fiend, which combat level was only on immortal level rank 7, was going strong against the earth ursine. His green skin showed signs of turning into a metallic armor which expanded his body further, making him look even bigger. He was initially 2 meters tall, but with the addition, he looked at least 2.5 meters. However, he was still a fat meatball. Meanwhile, the earth ursine was over 30 meters long. Even if the Molochian fiend expanded by heaps, it would still be a tiny bean before the earth ursine. The inferior imp, who was on the same side as the Molochian fiend, was hovering hundreds of meters away from the battle. It seemed like it was just a spectator. However, if one was to study it with spiritual strength, they would see the hundreds of telekinetic threads being released from his body. The other ends of those telekinetic threads clung onto the earth ursine's limbs and neck. The telekinetic threads were breaking one after another as a result of the earth ursine's immense strength. However, the inferior imp reconnected them again and again. The strength the inferior imp was putting in was nothing lesser than the Molochian fiend that was fighting on the battlefield. You damned fatty, why couldn't you have chosen an easier prey? The inferior imp's bloodshot eyes seemed like they were going to spit fire. Forget about those before this that had crazy strength. This ursine has such insane defense. The both of us might not be able to kill it even if we keep doing this until the next morning. Big bull, you don't know the fun in fighting at all, the Molochian fiend replied immediately. Such a collision of power is the biggest joy a man could have. Stop calling me big bull. The inferior imp objected. It's you who called me fatty first. It's because you're fat. Fat SS. Then, I'll call you big bull because of the bullhorns on your head and your nose that looks like a bull, the Molochian fiend retorted rudely. Do you want to fight? The inferior imp really sounded mad now. Come at me. I'm not afraid of you. I've despised you since the beginning. The Molochian fiend threw a punch at the earth ursine and turned around to look at the inferior imp. The earth ursine retreated slowly and did not attack the Molochian fiend sneakily from his back. To the earth ursine, these two foes were on par with it when they fought together. It was uncertain who would emerge as the winner eventually. However, This was undoubtedly an advantage for the Earth Ursine since both of them had an internal conflict now. It decided to strike the last blow when they seriously injured each other later. It required little effort, and the Earth Ursine was happy to do it. It chose to watch aside decisively. Meanwhile, the two silhouettes were about to collide. The inferior imp's close-range ability was not too shabby. It was just that he had gotten used to fighting methodically. However, he was not at a complete disadvantage fighting with the Molochian fiend. The Earth Ursine was watching the fight delightedly, sitting on the ground not far away. It would have been perfect if there were snacks like popcorn or sunflower seeds for it to munch on. In the air, the inferior imp soon fell at a disadvantage. After all, he did not have much opportunity in close-range confrontations in real life, and its body was not as powerful as the Molochian fiend's. It crawled out of the ground slowly after being punched by the Molochian fiend while spitting a mouthful of blood that looked like lava onto the ground. He lifted his head to look at the Molochian fiend while resentment filled his eyes. "What else do you have? Show me all of it now, or else you won't have the opportunity to when I kill you later," the Molochian fiend said fearlessly while crossing his arms. "Since you want to die so badly, I'll make your wish come true." The red glow in the inferior imp's eyes grew. "If you're that powerful, don't dodge my next attack." "I won't dodge then, I'm not afraid of you." As soon as the Molochian fiend was done speaking, a spark lit up in the sky. It was extra bright in the night sky, like a meteor that was plummeting from outer space. Evidently, the meteor was flying towards the battlefield in the valley. The Earth Ursine that was watching aside noticed that something was off immediately. It could not help but open its mouth wide, seeing the meteor that was flying towards them. "It can't be. How can he summon a meteor shower?" Before the Earth Ursine was done speaking, it saw the second and third meteor raining down from the sky. Sparks fell one after another. Soon, there were hundreds of them. This fella has such terrifying technique." The Earth Ursine gaped at the inferior imp with fear now. However, it soon noticed that the Molochian fiend was just hovering where he was, maintaining his stance of crossing his arms without showing any signs of dodging. "Is this fella a little dumb? Is he really not dodging?" The Earth Ursine was secretly glad after being concerned for the Molochian fiend for a split second. "As soon as the Molochian fiend is dead, I shouldn't worried about that inferior imp. He has already unleashed a big hit, so he should be exhausted by now. He shouldn't be able to execute such a powerful blow for the second time in a short period of time. I'll be able to do anything I want with him by then." The Earth Ursine retreated a distance away and did not leave. It was waiting for the duo to finish their fight, and it would pick up whatever was left. Hundreds of meteors come raining down from the sky. They could even hear the air-piercing whistles from far away. The meteor shower added vibrant color to the quiet night sky. However, grave danger came after the beautiful scene. Each of the meteors was burning furiously. They were dropping to the ground at a terrifying speed. One could only imagine how much damage they would bring. The more the Earth Ursine watched, the more terrified it felt. Among the meteorites, the smallest one was just slightly smaller than the Earth Ursine. It was even mourning a little for the Molochian fiend. "I'm afraid such an attack could even kill an inferior imperial level." However, the Molochian fiend remained hovering where he was with no plan to escape. The meteorites arrived close to the valley in the blink of an eye, aiming at the Molochian fiend. There's no way that he can turn the situation around at all. The Earth Ursine found it hard to watch the disaster that was inferior impending. However, something changed. The meteorites in the air moved in an arc in the air while the Earth Ursine now became their target. What happened? The Earth Ursine was stunned to see that. It reacted right away and shouted at the inferior imp and Molochian fiend, "The both of you tricked me." The first one landed as soon as it uttered its last word. Bang! A deafening thud exploded while a huge piece of the ground collapsed in the valley. Amongst the endless chunks of dirt flying in the air, a gigantic silhouette flew out in devastation and fell hard into a mountain range in the valley. The Earth Ursine fell deep in the mountainside and could not help but spit a mouthful of blood out. It had tried to defend itself from the attack with its palm in panic. Now, its entire arm was entirely obliterated as a result of the collision, while the golden armor on its chest had faint cracks on it. Meanwhile, its organs went through a serious tremor while it felt a burning sensation as if there was a fire in its lungs when it breathed. The second meteorite came crashing into the mountainside before it could even catch its breath. Followed by the third, fourth, fifth, over 200 meteorites fell like cannonballs, and the entire valley was smashed into a flatland completely. Meanwhile, The Earth Ursine was killed upon the crashing of the 11th meteorite. That Ursine's so dumb to even believe what a Molochian fiend says. He actually thought we were having an internal conflict. The Molochian fiend landed slowly on the ground, which was now completely ruined. We inferior imps are born con men and actors. The inferior imp walked over slowly too while looking at the Molochian fiend with a smirk. I've taken so much physical pain from this round of attacks which caught it off guard. I'm sorry, boss. The Molochian fiend turned into a scaredy cat in a split second. Do you think an apology does anything? The inferior imp remained smiling. I think we should look for the next prey now. If we can't accomplish the mission within 3 days, we'll lose a month's supply of junk food. The Molochian fiend changed the topic immediately. It's your fault, Fat SS. You pick preys that are getting harder and harder to kill. The inferior imp was enraged as he thought about this point. Big bull, I'm warning you. Stop calling me fatty, and don't even think about calling me fat ass. What did you call me? I'll summon the meteorites to kill you. I'm sorry, boss. Chapter 826, I'll cheer on for you in my heart. 2 black and gold silhouettes flew under the sunlight with one of them leading the way. Hey, handsome boy with the white hair before me, could you fly a little slower please? The man in the golden robe shouted at the man in the black robe in front. I can't. The black-robed man with white hair turned around and glared at him while replying with those 2 words coldly. He then accelerated after that. Hey, can you not do this? You've got the skill to boost your speed, but I don't. It wouldn't kill you to consider someone else's feelings, the golden-robed man shouted again. The man with white hair then slowed down his pace. However, he did not even turn around this time and stayed silent. The golden-robed man then caught up with him slowly and they proceeded on their journey together. The duo was the ghastly clown and Bai. Lin Huang had put the both of them in a team. Xiao Bai, we should be partners since we've been fighting together for 2 days now. Before the ghastly clown was done speaking, Bai turned around, glaring at him. His eyes were cold. Did we fight together? It was me who was fighting while you just watched. Not helping aside, you even took my prey in the end, Bai said, looking pissed. If not for Lin Huang who had asked them not to fight among themselves beforehand, he would have attacked the ghastly clown since the beginning. Is it necessary for you to be this mad? All that I did was take a couple of your victims, ghastly clown said like he did not care. I didn't help because I knew you could handle them yourself. I'd definitely have helped if you encountered one that you couldn't handle. I'd be stupid to believe you, Bai thought to himself secretly. You'll definitely run faster than anyone else if I really encounter monsters that I can't handle. After spending 2 days together, Bai knew the ghastly clown's character well now. All he was competent at was cheating. Anyone would be unfortunate to encounter him. Look, we're both on immortal level rank 9 now and we've accomplished our mission a day ahead. Shouldn't everyone be happy now? Yeah, right. Bai did not say that out loud. Bai had lost interest in what the ghastly clown was saying. Later on, he thought that communicating with the ghastly clown was a complete waste of time. Xiao Bai, we're already on immortal level rank 9 now. It's no fun killing monsters on the same level. Why don't we start killing prey on Imperial level now? I've never killed anyone on Imperial level before, the ghastly clown suggested all of a sudden. Bai pretended like he did not hear him and ignored the suggestion. Xiao Bai, did you hear what I said? Bai proceeded to ignore him. He knew that the more he responded to the ghastly clown, the more he would babble on. Xiao Bai, are you ignoring me? After being snubbed twice, the ghastly clown knew what Bai was doing in response, or lack thereof, to him. He smirked and come up with a strategy. Bloody, give me the nearest black gold ranks coordinates. Ghastly clown, please don't create trouble and stay on your mission obediently. It was clear that Bloody took the same side as Bai. I'll just go in a random direction if you don't give me the coordinates. The ghastly clown stood where he was and watched Bai go. Ghastly clown, Master mentioned that those who disobey will be sealed into card form and won't be summoned ever again. Are you sure you want to go against the Master's orders? Bloody took out the big guns. The ghastly clown had a slight change of expression, but soon he looked normal again. Master doesn't like me anyway. Even if I obey the orders, I might not have many opportunities to be summoned in the future. Go ahead and seal me. I don't care. Bloody went speechless at that moment. Feeling helpless, it sent a message across to Lin Huang. Ask him to go ahead if he wants to kill Imperial levels. It's good to teach him a lesson. Tell him that since this is his idea, he'll have to fight while Bai's only responsible for assisting. I'd love to see his capacity. Lin Huang had always been slack about the different personalities of his monster cards. Not that he did not care about them, but he thought it would be healthier for them to explore and express themselves. Even when it came to the stubborn ghastly ghost, Lin Huang did not plan to oppress or correct him. The most he would do was to guide him accordingly. He had always thought that a person's perspective on life should not be taught. Instead, it should come from self-learning and self-correction. It was something that should be built slowly within a person. Due to everyone's different genes since birth, the people that they came to know in society differed as they grew and learned in different environments. Therefore, it might not be the best for one to apply something that someone else had learned to themselves. Just like if one copied what the world's richest man did and applied it to a newborn, it would still be hard to cultivate the newborn into the next richest man tens of years later. The best view of life came from the person's personal failures. It was the value that the particular individual could come up with from the mistakes that they made. What was right, what was wrong, what could be done, what could not be done, compared to the values that you fed him, it would not be as impactful as letting him make the mistake himself. He would understand it clearly as soon as he realized his mistake. Lin Huang understood that theory very well, which was the reason why he took such loose measures with the ghastly clown. Soon, Bloody's leech pod sent Lin Huang's message across thousands of kilometers away. The ghastly clown had a rather odd expression. It was obvious that he did not expect Lin Huang to agree to his idea just like that. He thought Lin Huang would warn him, but still, he said nothing. Did he really just say that and nothing else? He said you'd learn the lesson when you get yourself into trouble. Bloody's voice came through the leech pods once again. All right, I'll give you the coordinates. Bloody called Bai, who had left far away over after showing it the coordinates. What exactly do you want? Bai advanced towards the ghastly crown while looking mad. Xiao Bai, I've told you that we'll team up to kill Imperial level prey. The ghastly clown winked at Bai. I'm not interested in that. You can go on your own. Bai rejected directly and turned around, about to leave. The boss has agreed that you'll be my assistant. I'll be fighting. You just have to cheer me on from the side. The ghastly clown grinned as he spoke. Bai looked doubtful at the leech pods, clearly seeking confirmation from Bloody. Master said it's for him to learn a lesson. Bloody's voice came through the leech pods again. Hearing what Bloody said, Bai understood Lin Huang's intentions immediately and nodded. Let's go then. The duo turned into black and gold bright glows as they turned around, heading towards their new target. Xiao Bai, I won't mind if you'd like to help me. If you fight, I'll try my very best to assist you. If you don't want me to help, I'll cheer you on from the side. It's you who chose the opponent. I'll be stealing your limelight if I interfered. I'll cheer on for you in my heart. Bai turned around and looked at the ghastly clown while smirking. Chapter 827. Army. The hunt went on for 2 days. In his dark red armor, Lancelot led 9 sword servants as they killed a variety of monsters along the way. He obtained life power and finally accomplished Lin Huang's mission, which was to elevate him to immortal level rank -9. Besides him, the 9 sword servants under him were elevated to immortal level rank 9 too. They experienced an immense boost in their ability. A cold gleam flashed through Lancelot's eyes when he looked at the 9 sword servants. Bloody, help me find triple mutated sword Dao monsters. Their combat strength must be on immortal level rank 9. No problem, but there aren't many such monsters on the second layer of the abyss brink. I've only found 3 at the moment, Bloody replied immediately. It's alright, 3 is good enough. We'll look for more slowly if it's necessary in the future. Please send me the coordinates. Lancelot nodded. After he was done communicating with Bloody, Lancelot gathered his 9 sword servants. They were the fiery swordfiend with fire attributes, the frigid swordswoman with frost attributes, the luminescent angelwing with light attributes, the hatted swordsman with many swords, the sword knight with a sword and a shield, the swordfiend soldier with a greatsword, the cursed swordfiend that was an expert in assassination, the sword dominator who could manipulate swords, and the spirit sword supreme in sword form. To the 9 of you, double mutation isn't enough if all of you want to follow me in the future. Immortal level rank 9 is the limit of double mutation and you won't be able to reach Imperial level. Meanwhile, it's just a matter of time for me to go up to Imperial level. If your combat strength stays on immortal level rank 9, I'll have to replace you guys when necessary. The 9 sword servants had special skills of their own while they were the best of the best among the double mutated monsters. However, Lancelot thought it was not good enough because being immortal level rank 9 was basically the end for a double mutated monster's combat strength. Their chances of breaking through and stepping into imperial level were slim. Many of the sword servants changed their expressions as soon as Lancelot said that. "Sword Master, please don't refrain from telling us what you need us to do directly," the Spirit Sword Supreme who took the sword form spoke right away. It seemed to grasp the underlying meaning of what Lancelot said. "All right then, I'll be straightforward. I hope that you guys can achieve a triple mutation. I have an idea on how to get you guys there." Lancelot paused and glanced at the 9 of them before he proceeded to speak, "But it's extremely risky for you guys to carry out this plan. You might even die while you're at it. Sword Master, please do tell." It was the Sword Dominator who could not wait to hear what Lancelot's plan was. Meanwhile, the other sword servants looked at Lancelot with anticipation. "I have a secret skill that can replace the life fire in your bodies, but there are 4 preconditions to perform this secret skill. Firstly, it can only be used on my sword servants. Secondly, the substitute in the monster to be replaced must be skilled in sword Dao. Thirdly, the sword servant will have to kill the monster to be replaced. The other sword servants can help, but their combat strength can't be higher than the monsters. The mutation level must be lower than the monsters as well. Lastly, the monster to be replaced must have the exact combat strength with the sword servant. To put simply, you guys will have to kill immortal level rank 9 triple mutated sword Dao monsters. I'll use the secret skill to retrieve the rank 3 life fire from the monster's body and replace the rank 2 life fire in your bodies." The 9 sword servants realized the difficulty of the plan as they listened. To be able to achieve triple mutation, they would have to kill other triple mutated monsters on the same level. A triple mutated monster was much powerful than a double mutated monster, let alone monsters of sword Dao with powerful attack strength. Although they had the upper hand in quantity since it was 9 against 1, it was possible for a powerful triple mutated monster of sword Dao to kill them with a single swing of a sword. Moreover, the more sword servants elevated to triple mutation, the fewer of them could participate in the killing. In other words, with fewer of them killing the monster, the more difficult it would be. Especially for the last one to elevate, the sword servant would have to fight the triple mutated monster on his own since the remaining sword servants had elevated to triple mutation and they could no longer help. Naturally, Lancelot hid a fact here. Although he and the sword servants who completed the elevation would not be able to participate in the killing, they could share their skills. Lancelot could share his skills with the sword servants while the power of the skills could be copied 100%. The reason he hid this fact from them was that he hoped his sword servants would fight with their own might without thinking of having a plan B to fall back on. Only 3 monsters of sword Dao fit the requirements in this area, so only 3 of you can elevate first. The 3 that I've picked are the Hatted Swordsman, the Swordfiend Soldier, and the Fiery Swordfiend. In her black armor, Kylie flapped her dozen black wings that were as sharp as blades on her back slightly as she hovered in midair, watching the battle beneath. The 368 troops of the Nephilic Judge army in silver armor formed a killing formation as they fought a triple mutated immortal level rank 9 monster. These Nephilic Judges were only double mutated beings while most of their combat strength was only on immortal level rank 5 or rank -6. However, their combat strength was on par with an Imperial level Black Gold rank powerhouse when they performed the formation. Even Kylie herself found it hard to believe. Theoretically, such a difference should not be possible with hundreds of Nephilic Judges. However, she achieved it with the formation inheritance she received from the Black Rock. Not only were the Nephilic Judges fighting hard against the immortal level rank 9 triple mutated monster, but they had also completely oppressed the monster. In less than 10 minutes, this triple mutated monster that was just slightly less powerful than Kylie was killed on the spot. It did not manage to fight back even once from the beginning until the end. Not a single Nephilic Judge was harmed. If it were me, I might have needed 2 to 3 hours to kill this monster. Kylie watched everything above the battlefield. The triple mutated monster that died was powerful, but the formation the Nephilic Judges came up with was even more domineering. As her mind wandered off for a moment, Kylie suddenly noticed something happening among the Nephilic Judges. There was a glaring white glow kindling within an immortal level rank 7 Nephilic Judge. Other Nephilic Judges moved away and watched what was happening curiously. Kylie was shocked to see threads coming out of the white glow gradually and wrap around the Nephilic Judge slowly. Is it going to perform a triple mutation? Meanwhile, Lin Huang, who was thousands of kilometers away, watched the scene through Bloody's projection. They'd be an invincible army if more than 300 Nephilic judges complete the triple mutation at once. Lin Huang's eyes lit up as he watched. The last hit was performed by this Nephilic judge that's going through the mutation now, Bloody narrated its observation. So, do you mean these Nephilic judges will mutate automatically as soon as they kill a triple mutation monster? Lin Huang raised his brows. But this isn't the first triple mutated monster that Kylie's army has killed. Am I right? The monster that's just been killed is a spirit-type monster. Maybe it's related to that, Bloody speculated. So, it's similar to the terms of Kylie's evolution back then. It's just that the condition to elevate their combat strength is stricter now, Lin Huang mumbled softly. The monster the Nephilic judges kill must be triple mutated dark creatures. Nephilic judges would have to complete the trial on the monster that suits the conditions for the elevation to happen. As he had no bond with these Nephilic judges, Lin Huang could not see their specific information. He had to speculate about most things. This is just a speculation for now, but we can get Kylie to lead them and test that out, Bloody suggested. Tell Kylie then, if she still has full control over these Nephilic judges after they've elevated, then let her do it. If these Nephilic judges will provoke her power after they've elevated, there's no need for them to elevate. Lin Huang made up his mind decisively. Even though the elevation of the Nephilic judges would make them a powerful army, Lin Huang hoped that it would not turn into grave trouble. If Kylie was unable to control such a powerful army, it would mean that these elevated Nephilic judges would rebel anytime and turn into her enemies. Such tremendous power would become disastrous as soon as they came together and might even be used by other organizations. It would be better if they were smothered in the cradle before a disaster happened. Chapter 828, Pseudo-mythical level card. The moonlight was shining brightly late at night. There were two powerful aurae colliding into each other repetitively above a lake in the second layer of the abyss brink. Many of them who had been to the abyss brink would know the name of the lake, Blackwater Lake. Due to the existence of Imperial-level monsters, many Immortal-level human powerhouses treated this lake as a forbidden land, which made it hard to discover. If anyone who learned about the lake was nearby, one glance was enough for the person to recognize the master of the lake, which was fighting above the lake at the moment, the black gold rank Devil Ray. Meanwhile, a pitch-black gigantic boa was fighting the Devil Ray at the moment. The boa was 9,000 meters long, while there was a human-form monster in black armor standing steadily on its head. The monster had a faint layer of black mist surrounding its body. A similar thing was happening above a snowy area thousands of kilometers away. A gigantic boa was also carrying a black armored monster in a human form and fighting a black gold rank frost bear. However, the boa disappeared in the middle of the battle. The human form monster with an unknown aura lingering around its body experienced a boost in its combat strength. It was elevated to crimson gold rank. The battle turned one-sided later on. In less than 3 minutes, the head of the powerful frost bear was chopped off. Bright, red blood splashed all over from its severed neck, dyeing the snow red. It was like a red rose being painted on a piece of white paper. Everyone has accomplished their mission in less than 3 days and has gone up to Immortal level rank 9, Bloody reported its observation. Some of them even took the initiative to kill Imperial level monsters. It's the 3rd day tomorrow. Should we call all of them back? There's no need. Most of them are trying something new. It's good to let them practice, but Thunder, Bloody Robe, the Malachian Fiend, and the inferior imp should be done having their fun. We can change the teams now. Lin Huang came up with a plan ahead. Lin Huang could not stand some of the repulsive addictions that Bloody Robe had when he teamed up with Thunder. Meanwhile, the Malachian Fiend and imp duo had the bad habit of torturing and tricking their prey. However, that was something that was planted deep in the Malachian Fiend's bones, and there was no way to eradicate it at all. Their behavior might worsen if they were ordered to stop behaving that way in the long run. All Lin Huang could do was to take the opportunity to let them release it moderately. Is there still nothing about the crack in the world at all? No, my leech pods have spread all over the second layer of the abyss brink these few days, but they found nothing. Nothing odd has happened recently to the monsters that were parasitized. I'll need more time to investigate this further. There's no rush. I haven't even collected half of the spiritual energy. We'll need to stay for 3 or 4 more days, or even longer. Getting by and the rest to kill in teams allowed them to obtain life power and, on the other hand, obtain spiritual energy to fill the god's figurine in his body. Bai and the rest have killed at least over 300 monsters these few days, whereby the lowest combat strength of the monsters was immortal level rank -9. How come you haven't collected the full spiritual energy? Is the conversion rate very low? Bloody could not help but ask. Yes, even with the god's figurine protection, the spiritual energy needs to be filtered by the divine fire. The spiritual energy's conversion success rate is less than 1%. Lin Huang looked helpless as he spoke. But that's not entirely bad. At least, the converted spiritual energy will be extremely pure and won't be affected by the divine fire again. The third night was the due date of the mission Lin Huang had assigned to them. All of them thought that the time given was too short and they were not done having fun. Initially, they had accepted this mission for the junk food reward or other things that they desired. However, without Lin Huang by their side for the past few days, almost all of them unleashed their true monster characters. When Bloody sent Lin Huang's order across for them to continue with the killing through his leech pods, Tyrant and the rest almost cheered. However, some of them were unhappy, including Thunder, Bloody Robe, the Malachian Fiend, and the Inferior Imp. After recalling the four of them into cards, Lin Huang summoned the Herculean King, Bing Wang, Killer and the Evil Dominator. Killer and the Evil Dominator were two pseudo-mythical level monsters, and it was the first time Lin Huang had summoned them. They teamed up with Bing Wang and the Herculean King to begin a new round of killing. Lin Huang had been watching the two teams as he was worried. However, the truth revealed that his concern was unnecessary as the two pseudo-mythical level monsters were invincibly powerful. Although they only had a combat strength of immortal level rank 7, they won the battle in less than a minute when they encountered triple mutated monsters of immortal level rank -9. The two apes only realized that the teammates they had never met before were the real bosses after seeing them fight. Pseudo-mythical level is so much more powerful than legendary level. I wonder how powerful a real mythical level monster card is. Lin Huang became excited looking at the duo's performance. The two pseudo-mythical level monsters led the two apes and elevated to immortal level rank 9 that night itself. The reason why the two teams had such high efficiency was that the two pseudo-mythical level monsters would cripple the prey since they advanced to immortal level rank -9. Then, they would get the two apes to kill them directly. Ever since they got to immortal level rank 9, Killer and the Evil Dominator brought their burden along to fight imperial level monsters. If they were in other teams, the two apes might have been able to share the responsibility and be of great help. However, in the shadow of these two pseudo-mythical level bosses, the two apes had no opportunity to fight at all. They ended up being their transportation vehicles and would sometimes cheer for them. The Herculean King and Bing Wang seemed to be treated as transportation vehicles now. They hardly get out to move around, these poor babies, even Bloody could not take it any longer. As opposed to the two dark crescent snakes which had the opportunity to fight with the knights, the two apes completely became benchwarmers. It's my fault. I miscalculated the two pseudo-mythical level monsters' abilities. I should have paired the two apes up instead while letting Killer and the Evil Dominator be on the same team. Lin Huang was not sure to laugh or to cry. The only thing I can do is to make up with free time for the Herculean King and Bing Wang next time. Time flew by and soon 3 days passed. The spiritual energy of the three gods figurine in Lin Huang's body had been finally filled to the amount he expected. Bai and the rest killed tens of black gold rank monsters throughout the past few days. There were not many imperial level monsters on the entire second level of the abyss brink, let alone black gold rank monsters. The news of a massive amount of black gold rank monsters being killed was spread a few days ago, so many of the black gold rank monsters hid. However, Bloody found most of them while a handful of them ran to the third level of the abyss brink. Since that was the case, Bai and the rest could only hunt for immortal level rank 9 monsters which were abundant in the abyss brink. Meanwhile, Killer and the Evil Dominator challenged a crimson gold rank monster each, which ended up to be a tie. They then retreated respectively. Later on, the two pseudo-mythical level monsters proceeded to challenge more crimson gold rank monsters. They won some and lost some, but did not manage to kill any. The two apes, on the other hand, were put into a team when the two pseudo-mythical level monsters were challenging their first crimson gold rank monster. They proceeded to kill immortal level rank 9 monsters. Among the 9 sword servants that Lancelot was leading, 3 of them completed triple mutation. Meanwhile, on Kylie's side, only 16 monsters completed triple mutation. The truth proved that Nephilic judges would really have to go through a trial to advance into triple mutated Nephilic angels. However, the success rate of elevation was less than 10%. Too many things had happened throughout the past 3 days, but Bloody had yet to find anything about the crack in the world. Lin Huang even began to suspect the new crack might not be on this level. If the Imperial level skinless monster managed to pass through the crack, it proves that the crack must either be on the second or third level of the abyss brink. The reason being that there's a limitation on the first level whereby Imperial levels can't enter. Now that we can't find it on the second level, the only possibility is that the new crack's on the third level. Please give me 2 more days. Let me look for it thoroughly one more time. Bloody refused to give up. At midnight of the 4th day, Bloody exclaimed out of nowhere, "I've found it." Chapter 829, Flat-chested like a boy, found it. Bloody finally managed to find the new crack after it looked around. Lin Huang was shocked as it projected the scene monitored by the leech pods. Isn't that the crack that we discovered earlier? Is the seal no longer working? The location displayed on the screen was the crack Lin Huang had discovered in a cave a few months back. The wall looked exactly the same. Right at this moment, the black mist was coming out from the purple-black crack as if it was alive, spreading out from the fissure. It's not because the seal is no longer working. Instead, the second crack was found in the same position, Bloody said, projecting an image. This is the photo I captured earlier. You can compare them. It seems like there are some cracks that look different over there. Lin Huang could immediately recognize the differences between them. That's not the point, Bloody explained. If you were to look at it carefully, you should realize that the crack initially looks like a huge spider web. The additional crack is just another spider web. The new spider web is a new channel and it's completely different from the seal that you discovered a few months ago. After listening to Bloody's explanation, Lin Huang soon realized that it was correct. The new crack seemed to be overlaid with the original crack. One would feel that the original crack was spreading, which was not true. Just like what Bloody said, there were 2 spiders forming 2 spider webs that were completely different in the same position. I didn't discover it earlier as there used to be a crack over there. I didn't pay close attention to it. Until today, the black mist was released from the crack. Only then did I notice that something was wrong. Bloody had put a lot of effort into looking for the crack. It did not expect it to be the one. I felt the same too. I thought there was something wrong with the seal. After observing it carefully, I noticed that it's a new channel created after the previous channel was sealed. Let's go there and have a look. Lin Huang immediately flew into the sky, heading towards the cave where the devil's psychid had been a few months ago. It took him more than an hour to reach there. He then immediately recorded the latest situation of the new crack in the cave with his Emperor's Heart ring as well as capturing some high-definition images. It was about 2 a.m. now after getting all this done. Bloody, you may stay at the abyss brink and monitor the killing process of Bai and the rest. I have somewhere else to go. Lin Huang immediately gave new instructions as he got out of the cave. The Emperor's Heart ring had no network connection and signal in the abyss brink, so Lin Huang had to leave the abyss brink if he wanted to send the message. Lin Huang immediately strode into it after activating his dimensional portal. Bloody waited at the entrance of the cave where the crack was, patiently waiting for Lin Huang to return. As he passed through the entrance of the abyss brink, Lin Huang immediately sent the videos and photos he recorded in the cave to Yao Lan and dialed her number as well. Lin Huang did not know many people in Division 3. Yao Lan was royalty and also the member of the Adventurer's Paradise. In addition to her previous task being related to the crack in the world, Lin Huang had thought of her in the first place. It was about 2 a.m. now. However, Lin Huang's video call request was answered in just a heartbeat. Why are you disrupting my sleep in the middle of the night? As soon as Yao Lan's voice was heard, Lin Huang could see from the video that the room was brightly lit and Yao Lan had just gotten up from her bed. Her upper body was exposed outside the blanket and she was naked. Ah! Seeing that the person in the video call was Lin Huang, Yao Lan was shocked. Soon, she heard an ear-piercing scream. She immediately grabbed the blanket to cover her body and wrapped herself tightly in the blanket. Not even her neck could be seen. She then shifted her gaze towards Lin Huang. Lin Xie, what did you see? No, I didn't see anything, Lin Huang answered innocently with his palms up. You did. I saw nothing for real, Lin Huang mumbled, you're flat-chested like a boy. What can I see? What did you say? Yao Lan heard it clearly and she got even angrier. I didn't say anything. I have something serious to tell you. Lin Huang immediately changed the topic. It's 2 a.m. now and you're making a video call. Do you think that I'm that close to you? There's another crack that's appeared at the second layer of the abyss brink. Lin Huang knew very well that there was no need to continue the conversation with her, so he went straight to the point. I've just sent the videos and photos to you. Have a look first. Yao Lan was stunned. She rolled her eyes at Lin Huang, then tapped the images open and videos. She frowned. Isn't the position similar to the one discovered earlier? Was it unsealed? It's the same position, but it's a different crack. Lin Huang shared Bloody's observation. You'll know once you compare it to the photo that was taken previously. I got it. I'll check whether if it's true later. If it is, I'll make a report immediately. Yao Lan nodded her head. Just as she was about to hang up the call, a question ran through her mind. Why did you go back to the cave? I'm hunting for monsters. I went back to the cave to have a look since I was nearby. I then saw what was captured in the videos and photos. It was impossible for Lin Huang to tell Yao Lan that he had killed an Imperial-level monster and had gotten the clue from the monster. Therefore, he then lied to her. Can you please tell a more plausible lie? Yao Lan knew that he was lying. I'm telling the truth. Let it be if you don't trust me. Lin Huang shrugged his shoulders. I'm not going to trust you. Yao Lan knew that she would not find anything out from him and did not bother talking nonsense to him any longer. She then hung up the call. Lin Huang grinned after she hung up the video call. She's really flat-chested like a boy. Lin Huang did not go to the cave after he returned to the abyss brink. He recalled Bloody instead and did not meet Yao Lan as well. One of the reasons was that the flat-chested lady would get him into trouble. Another reason was that when he last met her, he was only on Crimson Flame level. His combat strength had leveled up to Immortal level rank 3 in less than half a year. Such an upgrade was unusual. The crack in the world was found and he had informed the person in charge as well. Lin Huang had basically completed his task at the abyss brink. The last thing to do now is to obtain the cross-ranking reward. Lin Huang had gathered 30 cross-ranking rewards from Immortal level rank -1 to rank 3. Since he had used the combat strength upgrade card, the system did not consider the Imperial level skinless monster that Lin Huang killed a few days ago as a cross-ranking kill. Otherwise, there would be 29 cross-ranking rewards remaining. My combat strength is now on Immortal level rank -3. It belongs to beginner level Immortal level. My combat strength can still be upgraded to Black Gold rank if I were to combine the Knight and integration skills. Xiao He had given a detailed explanation regarding the upgrade in combat strength when the Knight and integration skills were activated. For a beginner level Immortal level, authority would be restricted to Black Gold rank. Despite achieving Immortal level rank 3 whereby Lin Huang's body could barely manage to withstand the combat strength of Crimson Gold rank, the level of authority he had would not change. Only an Immortal level rank 4 to rank 6 would be granted the authority of Crimson Gold rank. I suppose Yellow Gold rank is sufficient to perform a cross-ranking kill since the second layer of the abyss brink can only bear monsters of Yellow Gold rank. The efficiency of killing them will be increased if Killer and the Evil Dominator are summoned. Lin Huang pieced his plan together and soon, he decided his first hunting target. The first monster to kill is the Rakshasa Mother. It's never too late for revenge. It seems like it's been less than half a year since I last came. Chapter 830. It's never too late for revenge. Lin Huang encountered the Rakshasa Mother when he entered the abyss brink for the first time to hunt for the Devil's Psychid. The Devil's Psychid was the Rakshasa Mother's adopted son. After Lin Huang killed it, he was attacked by the Rakshasa Mother. The Rakshasa Mother's clone chased after him until he escaped to the first layer of the abyss brink. Finally, Lin Huang managed to kill its clone with his God Crasher. As the saying went, every dog had its day. Lin Huang was going to take revenge that day. Along with the Regal Sword Killer and the Evil Dominator, Lin Huang rode on Charcoal's back and arrived at the Rakshasa Mother's lair. It's you. The Rakshasa Mother saw Lin Huang from afar and could recognize him at first glance. Less than half a year had passed. The Devil's Psychid had been the one with the greatest potential among all its adopted sons, so of course, it could clearly remember how Lin Huang looked like since he had murdered the Devil's Psychid. It seems like you can still remember me, Rakshasa Mother. Lin Huang lowered his head, shifting his gaze towards the Rakshasa Mother in its red robe. Catching a glimpse of Lin Huang, the Rakshasa Mother soon noticed Charcoal and the two pseudo-mythical levels. Seemingly, She did not notice anything special about the regal sword killer and the evil dominator. Soon, it shifted its focus back to Lin Huang. There are 3 triple mutated immortal level rank 9 monsters and a dragonkin. It's a solid combination, but their combat strength is rather weak. Human brat, do you think that you're capable of fighting me with your 3 little monster pets? I have to admit that you're too naive and a little cute. The Rakshasa mother stood about 1.8 meters tall in its red robes. It had a curvy body and was extremely seductive. It was beautiful and it spoke like a human. However, Lin Huang knew that the monster could disguise itself as any female creature it had ever seen. Only when it was emotionally aroused or engaged in a fight would it reveal its true self. It had a green, ghastly face with fangs. One would not describe it as beautiful at all. You'll know soon enough whether if I'm capable of fighting you or not. After uttering those words, Lin Huang's night skill was activated. Charcoal and his combat strength immediately grew to black gold rank. The Rakshasa mother was surprised by what unfolded before it. It's indeed a great skill to level up straight away from immortal level rank 3 to black gold rank. However, if that's your trump card, perhaps you won't even have a chance to run away later. I'm an imperial level rank 3 on yellow gold rank. If you were to ask for help from 3 monsters on crimson gold rank, you might get me into trouble. At least, you'd have a higher chance of running away. However, since this is the case, the 4 of you came to me by yourself and you're going to be my snack. I can imagine that you're going to be delicious, the Rakshasa mother cackled, licking its lips. It still remains unknown who's the one who has to be extra careful. Lin Huang did not want to talk nonsense to it. After sending a message via his mind, Charcoal was the first one to launch an attack. It opened its mouth wide, black dragon flames beginning to gush out of its mouth and covering an area with a circumference that spanned tens of kilometers in an instant. You've destroyed my lair. You're digging your own grave. Along with the yell, dragon flames spat out of the Rakshasa mother's mouth. Its entire body was covered by a layer of red life power. Seemingly, it could defend itself against flames to a certain degree as it did not seem to be injured by the dragon flames. Its once pretty face turned green with fangs while 2 glimmers of bluish-green light glowed in its eyes. Just as the dragon flames struck, the Rakshasa mother immediately flew up into the sky, pouncing towards Lin Huang and Charcoal. Right at that moment, a shadow appeared in front of it abruptly. Before the Rakshasa mother could figure out who was blocking its way, a black sword glow flashed in the air. The sword glow streaked across the sky and spanned hundreds of meters, resembling a gulf that blocked the Rakshasa mother's way. Sensing the danger coming from the sword glow, the Rakshasa mother's flaming eyes dilated. That's incredible. It did not dare to fight it straight away. Pointing its finger at the crack in the air that was tens of meters long, it instantly collided with the gulf-like black sword glow. A snap was heard. Soon after, the crack in the sword glow collapsed at almost the same time. Just as the Rakshasa mother appeared again, another sword glow that looked exactly the same struck from behind. Even Lin Huang was startled. 2 regal sword killers blocked the Rakshasa mother's way. One of them came from the front whereas the other came from behind. They looked exactly the same. However, Lin Huang soon figured out what was happening now. The evil dominator had transformed itself into the regal sword killer. Lin Huang could still remember that one of the skills possessed by the evil dominator was called evil blood substitute. As long as it managed to obtain 1 drip of its target's drop of blood, it could create a clone that looked exactly the same as its target. Also, it could perfectly duplicate all the abilities of its target. Even if the substitute was killed, it would not die. It could still create another clone and continue the battle. It was apparent that it had borrowed blood from the regal sword killer, creating a clone that looked exactly the same as the latter and perfectly inherited the regal sword killer's abilities. The regal sword killer itself was shocked when it saw what just happened. The Rakshasa mother felt that it was facing difficulties that it had never encountered before after being attacked by the 2 regal sword killers. It used to think that they were only on immortal level rank -9. Despite the fact that they were triple mutated monsters with special bloodlines in their body, it would be amazing if their abilities were on par with the black gold ranks. However, it seemed like the 2 monsters were of crimson gold rank. Have the 2 of you gone through deification? The Rakshasa mother exclaimed. A deified 1 monster was a monster that had gone through its 4th mutation. No, we're just halfway through deification, Killer admitted its weakness. The evil dominator then continued, otherwise, I'd be able to kill you on my own. In fact, If Killer and the Evil Dominator were not of pseudo-mythical level but true mythical level, Lin Huang would have been unable to summon them with his current level of authority. The Rakshasa mother was slightly relieved. However, it began to have its guard up and staying aware of Lin Huang, who had yet to fight. It knew that since Lin Huang was capable of taming the two monsters, his abilities could probably be much stronger than the monsters. Still, Lin Huang, who was in midair, did not launch an attack. He could tell that the Rakshasa mother had not given its all yet. It was still capable of fighting the three of them. Occasionally, it managed to strike out at the two regal sword killers as well as fighting Charcoal. The intense battle lasted for about half an hour. However, no flaw was found in the Rakshasa mother's attack. Lin Huang knew that it was meaningless if he were to continue waiting. He then brandished his sword, unleashing his thunder sting. It was an extremely quick attack and was more than 10 times quicker than Killer's maximum speed. His sword appeared right in front of the Rakshasa mother at almost the same time when he wielded his sword. The Rakshasa mother was unable to defend against it in time. It moved its body slightly, attempting to dodge the attack. However, it was unable to act as fast as Lin Huang's sword. Despite not being annihilated by the attack, a wound that was about 10 centimeters long was formed on the right side of its waist. One could even see its internal organs through its wound. He joined the battle with a powerful offense, severely injuring the Rakshasa mother in just one hit. One must not underestimate the injury caused by an expert-grade demigod relic. Lin Huang did not hold back against his opponent. He did not even give the Rakshasa mother a chance to breathe. The second attack was then launched. The Rakshasa mother felt a strong sense of doom advancing towards it. Withstanding the pain coming from its wound, it attempted to flee. However, it was blocked by Killer and the next attack struck it. Again, the black sword glow streaked across the sky. It clenched its teeth, extending its claws and pouncing towards Killer. It knew that Lin Huang's attack would be much scarier. At that second, the Evil Dominator stealthily attacked from the side. The sword shot out rapidly like a crescent moon. There was nowhere else for the Rakshasa mother to dodge, and another wound formed on the left side of its torso. The injury was less serious than the one caused by Lin Huang. Still, blood dripped out of its wound. The Rakshasa monster covered its wound with its left hand, glaring at Lin Huang and the rest with a stone-cold expression on its face. She had been struck by 2 consecutive attacks. She knew that she might not have the chance to use her trump card any longer if she did not use it now. Before Lin Huang made his third attack, it summoned its trump card. A bloody red life palace appeared. Chapter 831. Die, Rakshasa Mother. The life palace lingering in midair looked like an ordinary house. It had a red roof and white walls that seemed completely new. The wooden door of the house was automatically activated right with the arrival of the life palace, and humanoid monsters then strode out of the door. The most surprising fact was that all the monsters looked like 15-year-old teenagers. There were thousands of monsters like this, and the one with the weakest combat strength was on immortal level rank -9. The one with the strongest combat strength was on crimson gold rank, placing next to the Rakshasa mother. However, there was only a small number of imperial level. There were 3 of them. There were 2 crimson gold ranks and a black gold rank. The rest of the immortal level rank 9s had just completed their double mutation. They must be the Rakshasa mother's adopted children. Oddly, their bodies did not exude the aura of a living creature. Kill all of them. The humanoid monsters immediately pounced towards Lin Huang and the 3 monsters after receiving the instruction from the Rakshasa mother. Charcoal. Lin Huang was not afraid of being outnumbered by his opponents. With Charcoal's dragon flames, as long as their combat strength was weak enough, it was just a waste of effort regardless of the number of opponents. As an advanced dragonkin that had completed its 3rd mutation, its dragon flames would rip off the skin of the triple mutated monsters of the same rank, let alone those that were weaker in combat strength. Charcoal was now on black gold rank. When he encountered the double mutated immortal level rank 9s, they would turn into ashes in less than a minute if they were tainted by its dragon flames. There would be no exception. Upon receiving the instruction, dragon flames then gushed out of Charcoal's mouth. The ocean of black flames instantly engulfed the thousands of monsters summoned by the Rakshasa mother. The 2 teenagers on crimson gold rank managed to break through the dragon flames and fought the 2 regal sword killers. Lin Huang smirked as he looked at the Rakshasa mother. It seems like your troops made of your children are going to die soon. Don't count your eggs before they hatch. The Rakshasa mother did not look nervous at all. At that moment, Lin Huang heard Charcoal whisper, "They have a tremendously terrifying recovery ability. Their recovery rate is on par with the speed that my dragon flames can harm them." Lin Huang's vision penetrated through the dragon flames with his ocular skill, and he could see how the humanoid monsters looked. Charcoal's dragon flames had destroyed their bodies at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, their body recovered rapidly as well. It looked like the effect of divine regeneration. I guess it's not divine regeneration or any regeneration type skill. That'd consume an extremely large portion of life power. Their life power is in its active state and still at its peak condition. There are no signs of their life power weakening. Lin Huang felt that it was suspicious. Moreover, divine regeneration is an extremely rare secret skill. It's impossible for thousands of monsters to possess such a secret skill. It seems like you've found out. The Rakshasa mother noticed Lin Huang's facial expression as she smirked. My children are immortal. Regardless of the way you use to harm them, they'll be able to recover on their own in an instant. This is the effect of your life palace. Lin Huang soon understood after listening to the Rakshasa mother. You made the right guess. The Rakshasa mother clapped its hands and laughed. The power of my life palace is called Mother's Love. As long as my children are cultivated by my life palace, they'll be protected by their mother's love. No matter what injury it is, they'll instantly be nurtured by their mother's love. Therefore, my children will never be killed. Are you feeling disappointed now? Your life power will eventually be drained. I'm still going to be the winner. I have to admit that the ability of your life palace is immensely strong and you've got a sound plan. However, you didn't realize that you're the weakest link in your entire plan. As long as you die, all the little monsters that have been assimilated by your life palace will immediately perish. Lin Huang grasped the key point. Then, let's see if your dragonkin is capable of killing me before its life power is depleted. How long can the spitting of its dragon flames last? Is it 3 minutes or 5? The Rakshasa mother grinned evilly. The only thing that I need to do is to wait until the exhaustion of its life power. My children will be able to get rid of its dragon flames then. Trust me, you'll never be able to wait until its life power is depleted. Lin Huang did not bother to explain any further as he encountered another opponent that mistakenly estimated the timing of the dragon flames. With his black gold rank combat sword in hand, he brandished his sword with his fastest skill, Thunder Sting. His legendary level sword skill, Star Dome, was used as an outline, and the pseudo-mythical level Almighty Surgical Knife was the core of the skill. There were also hundreds of human and monster sword skills being integrated as the basis of the skill. His level 5 sword realm would play a leading role. The modified Thunder Sting could never be compared to an ordinary epic level sword skill. Thunder Sting maximized the speed of the sword attack. Each attack was unleashed at lightning fast speed. The attack struck just as he brandished his sword. The same thing happened to the yellow gold rank Rakshasa mother as well. It was unable to capture the entire process when Lin Huang advanced. It could see that him brandishing his sword. In the next moment, it appeared right in front of it, and his black gold rank combat sword then struck it. It attempted to block the attack with its claws. In midair, 10 black claws hindered the attack from the black sword that looked like a crescent moon. Right at this moment, tens of daggers shot out of Lin Huang's sleeve, streaking across the sky. The daggers then made their way through the Rakshasa mother's arms and crushed its vital parts. The Rakshasa mother's pupils dilated. The attack was out of its expectations. It stomped hard and immediately retreated as its body made several turns in the air and managed to avoid most of the attacks. Still, a few of the daggers managed to penetrate through its body. Lin Huang did not give it any chance to rest. Before it could balance itself, his Thunder Sting was unleashed again. It appeared right in front of the Rakshasa mother in a flash. The Rakshasa mother felt a strong sense of doom as it was struck by the attack. It retreated again, and the wounds on its body did not have time to heal. Lin Huang flourished his sword, which sliced at the Rakshasa mother like tarsal bone maggots. The Rakshasa mother extended its claws and collided with his sword. A loud clang was heard, and the aftershock of the collision spread throughout an area that was tens of kilometers away. Lin Huang took a step in the air and chased after it. Both of them then pursued each other, and the battle lasted for about 10 minutes. The Rakshasa mother was severely injured. However, Charcoal's life power had not been drained yet, and its children had no way to get rid of the dragon flames. Lin Huang did not expect the Rakshasa mother to withstand the attack for so long. It was just trying to dodge Lin Huang's attack, not initiating any attack at all because it wanted to drag the battle on. However, It never knew that with the condition that Lin Huang and charcoal could both share their life power, it would be impossible to drain charcoal's life power. Its life power would never be emptied despite spitting dragon flames for 3 days and 3 nights. The Rakshasa mother that was severely injured withstood the attack for 10 minutes and it seemed to have reached its limit. How could it be? Why can't it use up its life power? There's something that I forgot to tell you. Lin Huang grinned as the Rakshasa mother mumbled. Charcoal is rather special as its life power can never be drained. It can continue spitting dragon flames for 3 days and 3 nights. That's why I told you that you won't have the chance to wait until its life power is depleted. The Rakshasa mother was stunned. Although it did not completely believe what Lin Huang said, from the aura released by charcoal, it could tell that charcoal's life power had never become weak. As the saying went, one false step might ruin you forever. The Rakshasa mother had risked its own life because of a misjudgment. Thousands of immortal level rank 9s in a black gold rank were drowned in the dragon flames and they had no way of escaping. The 2 crimson gold ranks were fighting the 2 monster pets and could hardly escape from them as well. They were unable to fight Lin Huang even if they were to fight face to face. The situation had worsened as the Rakshasa mother was now severely wounded and had to fight Lin Huang on its own. After checking its own condition, the Rakshasa mother pondered to itself. It decided to continue defending itself from Lin Huang's attack while waiting for its children to escape from the dragon flames. Still, it did not believe that charcoal's life power was inexhaustible. Its heart sank as time passed. 11 minutes, 12 minutes, as it reached the 16th minute, it could not hold it any longer. His thunder sting that was akin to a black electric glow streaked across the sky, piercing through the Rakshasa mother's neck. Immediately, blood began to drip out of its wound and soon, its head fell off. Blood then gushed out of its neck like a fountain, splashing all over the sky. After the Rakshasa mother's death, the red house lingering in midair broke into pieces. The body of the 2 crimson gold rank monsters that fought the 2 regal sword killers began to collapse. Besides that, the thousands of monsters that were shrouded in the dragon flames began to collapse. After a couple of moments, everything turned into ashes. Aside from the dead body of the woman with a broken head, there were only traces of blood splatter that remained. Chapter 832, War Overlord. Soon, 3 days had passed. In the past 3 days, Lin Huang along with charcoal and the 2 pseudo-mythical level monsters had been busy hunting for monsters. They managed to kill 30 imperial level monsters in 3 days, slaughtering almost all the yellow gold rank monsters in the 2nd layer of the abyss brink. Many of the imperial level monsters went back to the 3rd layer of the abyss brink when they knew this. They were afraid that they would be involved in the slaughter. Despite Lin Huang killing all the yellow gold rank monsters, they were completely different in terms of their strength and weaknesses. The first Rakshasa mother killed was not considered weak in terms of its overall ability. Among the 30 yellow gold rank monsters, it was moderately competent. Its life palace was indeed strong but had been restricted by charcoal. However, its ability was considered the worst among the rest of the yellow gold ranks. Lin Huang managed to kill most of the 30 yellow gold rank monsters within an hour. It even took him less than half an hour for some of them. However, as for those that were extraordinarily strong, Lin Huang spent more than 3 hours destroying them. One of the most difficult monsters to handle was a humanoid monster called the War Overlord. It was a mechanical monster with an appearance that looked like a black metallic egg about 1 meter in diameter. Although it looked ordinary, its overall ability was immensely powerful to the point that Lin Huang used up all his trump cards. Under the condition where he was not allowed to use any cards, Lin Huang had no choice but to kill it with a God Crasher. It was also the monster that took Lin Huang the longest time to kill at exactly 6.5 hours. During the fight, Lin Huang was overwhelmed by a few of the skills possessed by the War Overlord. One of them was the Grandmaster level mechanical building. This skill enabled the use of a variety of materials to build a mechanical weapon with the best function and quality in an instant. Another skill was known as the Grandmaster level mechanical recovery. The skill was capable of recovering all the weapons destroyed in an instant, transforming back into its raw materials so that they could be reused for a mechanical building. There was also the dimensional shift, which was somewhat similar to Kylie's teleportation. However, it was not a space warp. It was short-distance teleportation, creating an effect similar to the space warp, although it was unable to create an energy wave in the space. Another one was the ability of its life palace, the intellectual territory. All the mechanical weapons within this territory possessed an intelligence that could be compared to humans. They would automatically strike and attack and defend against their enemy, judging the right timing during a battle like an army. Lin Huang felt that he was fighting a fort that could move. Most of the time he seemed to be playing kites as he had to attack from afar. There had been many times when Lin Huang was very close to his opponent, but it managed to flee with its teleportation and distance itself from Lin Huang. Nobody could approach it. Fortunately, Lin Huang's dark mirror had the ability to defend and reflect. Moreover, his life power was supported by his divine fire and would not be exhausted. Eventually, he still had to use his God Crasher and kill his opponent when it was unaware of him. He was lucky though, as the War Overlord with the strongest overall ability was the only monster card through which Lin Huang obtained a complete set among the 30 king level monsters. Monster card: Unnamed, Rarity, Legendary, Monster Name, War Overlord, Type of Monster, Mechanical Type, Combat Level, Immortal Level rank 9, Yellow Gold Rank, Life Palace, Mechanical Territory, Major, Mechanics, Major Skills, Mechanical Building, Grandmaster Level, Mechanical Recovery, Grandmaster Level, Minor Skills, Dimensional Shift, Gunmaster, Defensive Fort, Summon Authority, Activated, Card Remarks, Intensive Training is recommended. As soon as he got the monster card, Lin Huang began to consider whether he should become a Gunmaster. The War Overlord performance had simply been amazing. The monster card was a surprise to Lin Huang as he had obtained a lot of card rewards in the past 3 days. He performed a cross-ranking kill to kill a yellow gold rank with a combat strength of Immortal Level rank -1 to rank 3. He was rewarded 40 card draws each time. There were 30 cross-ranking kills in 3 consecutive days. He had used 30 double reward cards and was rewarded with a total of 2,400 card draws. He had never reaped such huge rewards before this, as the rewards he got covered 3 ranks. Aside from that, he obtained a small reward whereby 39 of Kylie's Nephilic judges had completed their triple mutation, evolving into 6-winged Nephilic angels. The reward Lin Huang got during his trip to the Abyss Brink was far beyond his expectations. It was in the early hours of the 4th day after killing the last yellow gold rank monster. It was meaningless for him to stay there any longer. After telling Bai and the rest, he then recalled all the monster cards and headed towards the exit of the Abyss Brink. As he returned to the deserted city, he checked into a hotel. Lin Huang then immediately tapped open his communication page to check his messages. He had been waiting for the news of the god figurine when he was at the Abyss Brink. However, no news came from the black market or Yi Zheng's side. The same thing happened now. There were 3 missed calls from Yao Lan. There were also 2 unread messages from her as well. Lin Huang frowned and read the 2 messages. The first message was sent to him 3 days ago. He had informed her about the crack and she sent him a message half a day later. I've seen the crack and it's there for real. I've sent the videos and photos as well as a report to my superior. Someone will deal with this matter. The second message was sent to him 2 days ago. The Adventurer's Paradise and the Union government have sent 4 demigods to seal the crack. At the same time, the Union government will send investigators to each layer of the Abyss Brink to investigate whether other cracks actually exist. Fortunately, the crack was discovered in time as it's been formed for less than a year. The Union government is going to reward you and you can probably choose a demigod relic. However, I've not been able to reach you in the last few days. Let me know what you want and I'll pass the message on to the person in charge. Please reply me as soon as possible. Lin Huang's eyes brightened after reading the second message. I wonder if I can get a god figurine. It'd be amazing if I can exchange for one. As he thought of this, he immediately replied Yao Lan with a short message. The reward I want is pretty simple. I want a god figurine. What's a god figurine? Yao Lan replied within seconds. Please keep it a secret. Just inform the Union government that this is what I want. I guess they'd know what I'm looking for. Yao Lan then replied with an eye-rolling emoji instantly. Lin Huang grinned as he closed the communication page. If the Union government agrees to reward me with a god figurine, that'd be great. I can then level up to mid-level immortal level. The combat strength of Bai and the rest will also be upgraded to black gold imperial level. My overall abilities will have a substantial increase. If they don't agree to do so, I can make another reasonable request. Chapter 833. Non-elemental life palace. Now that it was the end of September, the weather in the deserted city had turned cold. Early in the morning, the sun was high in the sky. It felt warm as the sun shone down. It was the second day since Lin Huang had come back from the abyss brink. He had been really tired in the past few days and he woke up at about 8 a.m. today. After washing up, Lin Huang immediately changed his clothes, sitting on the sofa in the living room without having his breakfast. He suddenly had 3 additional monster cards in hand: Killer, the Evil Dominator, and the War Overlord that had not been named. Due to the fact that his summoning authority had previously been limited, Lin Huang was unable to extract the skills of the 2 pseudo-mythical level monsters. He could now extract the skill together with the War Overlord skill that he had just obtained. Lin Huang showered early in the morning in anticipation that the skill would be randomly extracted for the first time. He began to extract the skills before having his breakfast with the hopes that he could pick a good one. He somewhat had to believe in spirituality as it might probably work. He closed his eyes, calming himself down. Then, he slowly opened his eyes. Xiao, extract all 3 skills at once. Skill extraction activated. Randomly choosing a skill, random selection has completed. Congratulations, you've obtained a skill, Mechanical Recovery War Overlord. Congratulations, you've obtained a skill, Sword Realm Killer. Congratulations, you've obtained a skill, Super Clone the Evil Dominator. Mechanical Recovery. It seems like I can only extract Mechanical Building as the second skill. Without Mechanical Building, this skill can only be used to recover equipment to become raw materials, Lin Huang thought to himself when he saw the skill extracted from the War Overlord. I guess Sword Realm can integrate with my territorial skill. Lin Huang then looked at the last skill. Super Clone. Although it's just a minor non-combat skill, it isn't weak. Seemingly, it's possible to easily integrate it with Super Disguise. However, nobody knows what the new skill card that will be produced is after combining them. The 3 randomly selected skills were not what Lin Huang wanted. However, they were not weak. Taking out 3 skill extraction cards, Lin Huang specified the skill to be extracted for the second time without hesitation. Xiao, I want to extract Mechanical Building from the War Overlord, Killer's Sword from Killer 1, and the Evil Dominator's Evil Blood Substitute. Congratulations, you've obtained a skill, Mechanical Building War Overlord. Congratulations, you've obtained a skill, Killer. Congratulations, you've obtained a skill, Evil Blood Substitute. Evil Dominator. Mechanical Building was being selected as it paired perfectly with Mechanical Recovery. Having had great interest in gunfighting, Lin Huang was actually quite interested in the War Overlord set of skills. He thought to himself, after obtaining the 2 core skills from the War Overlord, I can now figure out how they can be played. No. I mean figure out a brand new battle mode. As for Killer, it was the Regal Sword Killer's strongest sword skill where it was on pseudo-mythical level. Choosing this skill was like learning a pseudo-mythical level sword skill from scratch without wasting any time. The Evil Blood Substitute was rather different from the Golden Cicada secret skill. Without killing anybody, a clone could be created with a mere drop of blood. Its advantage was that it was extremely easy to be used. However, its weakness was that the clone could only exist for 24 hours. As for the Golden Cicada secret skill, the created clone could exist forever as long as it was not murdered and could be summoned at any time. Xiao, activate Skill Combination card. Skill Combination card activated. Choose from the below 2 combinations. Combine Territorial Skills. Sword Realm, Exclusive Territory, Combine Minor Skills, Super Clone, Super Disguise. Are you sure you want to combine them? Please do. Lin Huang nodded. Skill Combination card has been consumed. Monster Skill Sword Realm and Exclusive Territory have been consumed. Producing new skill card. Congratulations, you've obtained a new card, Life Palace Non-Elemental. Life Palace Non-Elemental creates a Life Palace whereby its ability can be defined by the user. Upon confirming the ability, Life Palace will be created. Remarks: it doesn't affect the formation of the Imperial level Life Palace. Skill Combination card has been consumed. Monster Skills Super Clone and Super Disguise have been consumed. Producing new skill card. Congratulations, you've obtained a new minor skill card, Perfect Disguise. Perfect Disguise. It is a flawless disguise whereby it is able to deceive those below God level. Remarks: demigods who possess unique detection ability can probably see through it. How did I just produce a non-elemental Life Palace? It was an unexpected surprise to Lin Huang as he used to think that there would not be a substantial change by combining the 2 territorial skills. Obtaining a non-elemental Life Palace could probably be Li Huang's greatest reward in the extraction of skills. After completely forgetting that he had to christen the war overlord, Lin Huang immediately recalled the 3 monster cards and tapped his personal data open. He then checked it. Host: Lin Huang, gender, male, age, 18 inches combat strength, immortal level rank 3 inches inheritance, demigod's brain, 1-page sword scripture, sorcerer goddess, moon engulf, telekinesis, secret skills, superhuman strength, seraphic speed, substitute, engulf power, golden cicada, demon hand, life palace, unnamed life palace non-elemental, sword Dao level 5 possesses sword heart, sword spirit, sword skills, almighty surgical knife, killer, star dome, royal sword, wildfire, thunder sting, great sword scripture, 100 flowing blades, mountain blade, gunfighting technique, thunderstorm, sandstorm, torrent, movement skills, thunder steps, cloud steps, spectral snow steps, imperial flight, minor, the twisted fate scripture, seamless, fatal tactic, undefeatable warrior, heaven's wrath, omniscient nature, monster skills, telekinesis, pseudo divine regeneration, pseudo holy power, elemental immunity, leech pods, absolute control, purification light, revival, warrior body, vampire particles, immense strength, absolute defense, lightning control, dark mirror, doll secret skill, punishment, witchcraft, night, integration, mechanical building, mechanical recovery, evil blood substitute, perfect disguise. Summon authority. Activated pseudo-mythical level, available number of summons, 15 inches remarks, finally managed to be on the same level as primary school kids. The life palace alone was separated from the monster skills and did not occupy any of his monster skill slots. Exclusive territory had disappeared from the secret skill as well. Killer's sword did not occupy any monster skills slots either. It was dragged to the sword skill slot instead. Super clone that had been combined with super disguise had also disappeared in. It was replaced by the new skill, perfect disguise. The remaining 3 monster skills had occupied 3 monster skill slots. What ability should I choose for the non-elemental life palace? Lin Huang took a look at his exclusive card, stroking his chin and falling into deep thought. Chapter 834. Monster Paradise. Lin Huang summoned the 2 intelligent monsters, bloody and ghastly, to discuss the construction of the life palace. According to what Lin Huang and Bloody had read, and by referring to all the life palaces owned by the imperial level that the 3 of them had encountered, it took them the entire afternoon to come up with 3 solutions. The first one was most people's popular choice, which was to upgrade themselves as a whole and build a life palace that could strengthen them in a fight. With such an elemental life palace, Lin Huang would become stronger regardless of the weapon he used. Be it a sword, life power, gun, or even mechanical skills, they could be boosted. The second one would suit Lin Huang best, which was to simply build a sword Dao life palace. Such an elemental life palace could further improve Lin Huang's sword Dao and upgrade Lin Huang's abilities directly. Such an upgrade would, of course, be much stronger than the one that improved one's ability in a fight. Furthermore, it could probably derive other abilities in his sword Dao. The third idea was a result of the Rakshasa Mother's life palace, which was to structure a life palace that gathered all the monster cards. The life palace he attempted to build was the one that possessed unlimited revival ability. After all the monster cards were inserted into the life palace and connected to it, the spirit would return to the life palace on their own each time after death. They would then be revived with life power and could be summoned again to engage in the next fight. As long as there was sufficient life power, they could be revived endlessly. Lin Huang named the life palace Monster Paradise. Bloody had something to comment about this. It's a great idea, however, the ability of such a life palace is way too complicated. Also, the building process of the life palace is out of your control. It might turn out not to be the effect that you desire. I personally do think that the first 2 ideas are rather safe. At least, its final product won't deviate much from the targeted one. As for me, if there are a total of 100 marks available, the first idea would have failed. The second one would get a score of 70, whereas the last idea would get 99 marks. Ghastly fully supported the third idea instead. I'm more inclined to the third one. After falling into deep thought, Lin Huang then decided, if it turns out not to be the effect I desire, I'll just take it as I've never obtained a life palace card before anyway. Lin Huang then took out his life palace card. Activate life palace card. Life palace card, non-elemental, activated. Please name your life palace. Monster Paradise. Please briefly describe the ability of the life palace that you would like to set up in 1 sentence. Do not exceed 20 words. I want my monster cards to have unlimited revival abilities with my life power. Lin Huang intentionally restricted it to his life power as he was afraid that during the construction of Life Palace, other types of energy would be used to revive his monster cards by default. They could be spiritual energy, spiritual strength, or even one's life. All this were possibilities. As for Lin Huang, who possessed the divine fire, what he had in excess was life power. The idea is verified. Beginning construction, the Life Palace card transformed into a golden stream and trickled into Lin Huang's chest. After a short while, Lin Huang noticed that a golden palace had quickly formed in his body in less than an hour. As soon as the luxurious golden palace was formed, all the monster cards in Lin Huang's body transformed into beams of lights and were inserted into it. Soon, the lights became real objects with monstrous physiques. In the Life Palace, a dimension that looked exactly the same as Lin Huang's surroundings had been created. The hotel room looked exactly the same and there were buildings of different heights outside it. Even the shape of the clouds looked exactly the same. The entire dimension was exactly the carbon copy of Lin Huang's physical world. However, aside from Bai and the rest of the monster cards as well as some plants, there were no other creatures. Lin Huang soon discovered that there was a border in the dimension of the Life Palace. If he were the center point, the area that was 3 kilometers away from him was separated by an invisible, hemispherical isolation layer. Bai and the rest could look at the scenery that was 3 kilometers away from them. However, they were unable to leave the radius. Their movements were restricted by the isolation layer. Perhaps this is the active range of the territory of my Life Palace. Lin Huang was not surprised by it. As I grow stronger, the range will probably increase. The construction of Life Palace, Monster Paradise, has been completed. Life Palace, Monster Paradise. Life Palace ability. If the monster dies within the active range of the territory of the Life Palace, its spirit will return to the Life Palace and its body will be restructured with life power, completing the revival process. Territory of Life Palace. Taking the host's body as the center point, it will be within a 3-kilometer radius, expandable. Ability restriction. Each monster can only be revived 3 times at the most within 24 hours. The spirit will immediately collapse if it exceeds 3 times and it will be unable to return to its Life Palace. Can be trained. Ability to derive. None activated for Imperial level. The card information was soon revealed after the construction of the Life Palace. In fact, it's unable to have unlimited revivals. 3 revivals in 24 hours are pretty decent though. The number of times can be increased later on. Lin Huang was quite satisfied with the construction of the Life Palace. He then immersed his body in his consciousness while observing the situation in the Life Palace. Bai and the rest had separated, exploring the completely new world. Although the radius in which they could move was not large, there were quite a number of houses available. It would be good for them to familiarize themselves with the environment. Just as Lin Huang was checking on his Life Palace, his emperor's heart ring suddenly vibrated. Lin Huang immediately regained his consciousness. Seeing that the caller of the video call was Yao Lan, Lin Huang knew that it was regarding the rewards dished out by the Union government. Answering the call, Yao Lan had donned an office lady look with black framed glasses on her nose bridge. What is a god figurine? As soon as the video call was answered, Yao Lan immediately demanded. Good afternoon, Lin Huang greeted with a smile, completely ignoring her question. Stop interrupting me, I'm asking you what a god figurine is. It's just a statue that's used for decoration, Lin Huang answered as he raised his brows. You lie, if you're not telling the truth, I'm not going to give it to you. Yao Lan intimidated him with a smile. You didn't manage to get it, did you? Lin Huang said confidently. What makes you think so? It's simply because right until now, you didn't take anything out. Lin Huang remained calm. If you've already gotten the god figurine, you'd have taken it out in the first place when I answered your call. You'd show off before asking me what it actually is. Alright, it's true that I didn't manage to get it. The Union government has rejected your request. They said that the reward that you requested has exceeded what they can give and asked if you can request for something else. Yao Lan had no choice but to admit. Still, she did not give up and asked, what is a god figurine? I can't seem to find anything about it online. Apparently, the information has been blocked by the Emperor's heart. It's just a unique god item. You don't need to ask anything about it anymore. For those below demigod level, it's similar to an ordinary decorative item but its hardness is slightly stronger. Lin Huang briefly explained and changed the topic as he did not want to get into trouble. Since I can request for something else, I'll do so. I want to be granted the highest reading authority in the Central Library in Division 3. Chapter 835. The Fallen God Land. There were a total of 183 monsters being recorded in the True Spirit Encyclopedia. Each of them was born to be a true god. Some of them were of a higher level whereby they had immense strength to destroy everything in their adult phase. The most surprising fact was that with the visualization skill, Lin Huang only had to stare at the image of the monster for 10 seconds. The image of the monster would then be created in his mind. He could visualize the growth experienced by the monster and each of its battles could clearly be seen. He was like an onlooker, watching the entire life of the monster. However, the progress of the visualization was extremely slow. The first monster he visualized was the sun tree. It took him exactly 3 days to visualize the germination of the sun tree seed. A sprout that was shorter than the little finger then grew. According to my current process, I guess I'll need to visualize for another 10 years to be able to see the formation of the sun tree. Lin Huang was speechless. The visualization skill was not as simple as he thought, but he did not expect it to be so difficult. The visualization speed is related to your spiritual strength and your comprehension ability. Your comprehension ability usually won't change much. However, your spiritual strength will grow as your combat strength becomes stronger. The stronger your spiritual strength, the faster the visualization speed will be. Therefore, you definitely don't need to wait for 10 years. I guess 2 to 3 years should be enough for you, the stone tablet explained. If you happen to have a chance of epiphany, it'll probably be created in less than 2 years. 2 to 3 years were short to the stone tablet. It gave Lin Huang the True Spirit Encyclopedia for his long-term development instead of accomplishing it within one stroke. However, 2 to 3 years were very long to Lin Huang. After all, it had been 2 years since he traveled to this world from Earth. However, Lin Huang was suddenly enlightened after listening to the stone tablet. Epiphany can speed up the process. Exchanging 10 card draws for an epiphany card, Lin Huang crushed the card without a moment of hesitation. Again, he began to visualize. With the effect of the epiphany card, Lin Huang felt that his brain seemed to have detached from his body and his mind had never been so clear before. He seemed to own the whole world and the entire growing process of the sun tree could be observed. It seemed like someone had fast-forwarded the growing process of the sun tree as well. Time passed very quickly in this dimension. In just the blink of an eye, the sun tree that was about 1 meter tall grew. The life soul in Lin Huang's first god figurine had completely turned into a tree with a height of 1 meter as well. It looked exactly the same as the tree visualized and it was surrounded by the aura of an imperial level. Right at that moment, the effect of the epiphany card disappeared. Lin Huang then snapped out of his visualization. Before he could check on his body condition, Bloody's voice was heard. You've been visualizing for 9 days. The reading authority that you asked Yao Lan to apply for has been approved. However, the first level of authority is only open to you for 3 days and you have complete access to the second level of reading authority. She said that this is what the Union government can do at the most. If you're not going to accept it, you can ask for other rewards. Also, Chan Do from Division 1 has called you twice. He's left a message, asking you to contact him immediately once you're free. He didn't tell what has actually happened. Lin Huang did not know that the epiphany would have taken so much of his time. After replying Yao Lan's message regarding the reward, he immediately called Chan Do's number. As soon as the video call was answered, Chan Do appeared, still looking the same. He was in his elegant white shirt, holding a green beverage in his hand. Lin Xie, how long has it been since you showered? You need to shave. I've been really busy these days. I immediately called you back as soon as I received your message. What happened? Lin Huang then noticed that he did appear rather sloppy. I heard that you're looking for a god figurine. Chan Do took a sip of his drink and asked. How did you know that? Lin Huang was stunned. I have my way. I even know that you've bought the god figurine sold at the Wanbao auction. Chan Do laughed as he said. Lin Huang frowned when he heard that. The information of the VIP members at the Wanbao auction was supposed to be kept private. Don't worry, everyone has their secrets. I'm not interested in knowing the reason why you're looking for a god figurine. Chan Do knew what Lin Huang was worrying about. I'm calling to tell you that I know there's a place where you can probably find one. Where? Lin Huang immediately asked. Fallen God Land, Chan Do uttered. Are you referring to the war ruins where many of the true gods died? Lin Huang had heard of the ruins before. It was the second largest ruins in Division 3. Isn't it only open to Imperial level? A new crack has appeared at the abyss brink in Division 3 recently. Those from Division 1 and Division 2 have been investigating this issue and the crack has been discovered as well. Although we managed to seal it in time, it shows that the condition at the abyss brink has deteriorated. We predict that the crack will become uncontrollable within 5 years. However, it seems like it can't even last for 3 years. The Union government from different divisions have been discussing this. However, they've not come up with a solution yet. There are a few things that have been confirmed. One of them is to train more transcendents, increasing the number of Imperial levels. Therefore, many of the sites and ruins that are only open to Imperial level will be open to Immortal levels and Holy Fire levels too. The number of people allowed has been increased as well. Also, the Union government and other organizations fully support the development of the Genius Union. Aside from some of the extremely dangerous areas, we have access to almost all of the ruins and sites. Only the members from the Genius Union are given the privilege to access the sites. The Fallen God land in Division 3 will be activated once in 100 years. It's now about a month away from the next opening. It's going to be the first 7-star ruins open to Immortal levels and Holy Fire levels. The 5-star ruins could be threatening too. Demigod levels and the 6-star ruins could be dangerous to virtual gods as well. As for the 7-star ruins, they were the sites and ruins with the highest danger level and could even be threatening to true gods. However, the Fallen God land has been activated many times. It's been explored by many Imperial levels in the past. Lin Huang was not really interested in it as the 7-star ruins were too dangerous. Moreover, the ruins had been explored by many people and the rewards were very limited. The probability of obtaining the god figurine would be too low. You're wrong. The area of the Fallen God land is extremely big. The war ruins keep on drifting in the dimension and they merge with other war pieces as they drift. The area will be expanded each time during the activation of the Fallen God land. Furthermore, the ruins are only open for 3 months. In addition to the limited number of Imperial levels available in Division 3 not allowing people from other regions to enter, not even a fifth of the area has been explored. The area of the Fallen God land will become larger this time and probably only a seventh or an eighth of the area has been explored, Chando explained and Lin Huang began to feel excited. So, are you asking me to go into the ruins? Yes, you're right. The Heaven Alliance was given 10 quotas and I'm going to give one to you. Chando placed the beverage that he was holding down and said, one thing good about it is that your combat strength is only on Holy Fire level. The Imperial level won't fight you. The Immortal levels from other organizations won't fight you as well. In addition to you being capable of fighting the high Immortal levels, as long as you keep a low profile when you enter the ruins, most of the enemies that you'll encounter will be on Holy Fire level. Therefore, you have a higher survival rate compared to the others. Obviously, he could not sense Lin Huang's aura from the video call. Chando thought that Lin Huang's combat strength was still on Holy Fire level since it had just been a few months since they last met on the stairway tree. Lin Huang did not bother to explain that his combat strength had been upgraded to Immortal level rank -3. He asked another question that he was rather interested in instead, who's the most powerful person among the Immortal levels that enter the ruins? Why are you asking about this? Chando found it strange. I have to run away if I happen to bump into them. Lin Huang sounded reasonable. Chando was stunned. Soon, he said, the Holy Sons from a few of the organizations are going and they're very powerful. Although they're the Holy Sons that have obtained a lower ranking, they're all supreme geniuses. They're on at least black gold rank. The strongest one has to be the 7th prince. His abilities are capable of fighting a crimson gold rank. The one who's capable of fighting a crimson gold rank is only ranked 7th. Lin Huang was bewildered. Chando and the rest who were capable of fighting crimson gold ranks had been the 5 princes in the old days. However, since Chando sounded calm, Lin Huang began to feel that his capability of killing a crimson gold rank was merely what Chando showed the others. His true abilities could be much stronger. The dynasty is strong. Even among the underworlds in Division 1, their abilities are ranked the top 3. They're doing pretty well in Division 2 and Division 3. Especially in Division 3, they're undoubtedly strong. The first prince is one of the 5 princes, Royal Infinity. Aside from the Holy Sons like the 7th prince, there are also the EA.2 members from the Union government, the Hunter King from the Hunter Association, and the Adventure King from the Adventurer's Paradise, their abilities can be compared to the Holy Sons from the Underworld. Other than that, try to avoid the Imperial levels as well. Under normal circumstances, an Imperial level won't bother to fight a Holy Fire level. Many of them are from the Underworld and some of them might have psychological problems, so they might probably fight you. And also the demigods. Lin Huang forced a smile. You don't need to worry about them. The demigods aren't going to enter the ruins since it's less likely they'll get an upgrade. Therefore, they gave the opportunity to the rest. Those that enter the fallen god land with the highest combat strength will be on purple gold rank. Can you please tell me who are the 9 of them that will enter the ruins? Lin Huang asked again. It hasn't been confirmed yet. I've just come up with the list, but not everyone is willing to take the risk. Chan Do had nothing to hide. I can now confirm that Tan Lang is going. His abilities are on par with the 7th prince. The rest that I've chosen are those with strong survival abilities and are on immortal level rank 9. Among the 3 deputy chiefs of the Heaven Alliance, Tan Lang was one of them and he had the strongest abilities in the Heaven Alliance. Is Tan Lang going to be the leader? How are we going to divide the rewards then? Lin Huang asked realistically. It doesn't have to be in teams. Everyone will go by themselves. As for the rewards, they belong to the person who manages to get it. The Heaven Alliance isn't going to divide the rewards. However, if there's anything you want to sell, please first consider selling it internally in the Heaven Alliance. Alright, I agree to join. Lin Huang then accepted the invitation to join. The Fallen God Land will be activated on the 1st of November and the gathering point is at the magical Sky City. You may arrange your time and don't delay. I got it. Chapter 836. Pre-battle preparation. It'll open on the 1st of November and last for 3 months, which means it'll be the 1st of February when I get out. Will I miss the new year then? Lin Huang checked the calendar immediately. Next to him, Bloody spoke directly. The new year falls on the 8th of February. You'll still have time to head back to Division 7. Alright, great. Lin Huang was relieved, but he checked the calendar anyway as he was still a little worried. He wanted to make sure that what Bloody said was accurate. After all, he had promised Lin Xin he would go home for the new year. The girl would definitely be hopping mad if he were to miss it. Is it already the 28th of September today? Lin Huang also noticed the date shown on his Emperor's heart ring. I've already told you that you were in an epiphany for full 9 days and your body began to smell. Bloody moved a little further away while looking disgusted. Lin Huang pulled his shirt and sniffed it. I really do. He stood up from the couch and stretched his body while his bones cracked loud and clear. He then walked toward the bathroom. After taking a shower and eating, Lin Huang returned to his room again after getting the hotel staff to clean it. In reality, the hotel staff had been wanting to go in to clean it for the past couple of days, but they had been sent away by Bloody who had disguised as Lin Huang. The reason why Lin Huang was not chased out of the hotel was that Bloody had been extending his stay for him. After returning to the hotel room, Lin Huang sat with his legs crossed on the couch again after informing Bloody. He then crushed another Epiphany card and entered the 2nd round of the Epiphany mode. It was only a month before the opening of the Fallen God Land. He had to consolidate the combat souls as soon as possible. For the next 20 days or so, Lin Huang spent 9 days consolidating the Ninetails Lynx's combat soul. And 10 days consolidating the destructive Divine Mammoth's combat soul. At that moment, the 3 combat souls were formed preliminarily. All of their combat strength was on Imperial level Black Gold rank. If not for the 30 Imperial level Yellow Gold rank monsters that were killed in allowing Bai and the rest stay for another 3 days in the Abyss Brink, the amount of spiritual energy Lin Huang accumulated might only be enough to consolidate 3 immortal level rank 9 combat souls. That was one of the God figurine's advantages. As the God figurine's spiritual energy storage was on par with a true god, a powerful combat soul could be consolidated as long as there was sufficient spiritual energy. Normal immortal level powerhouses, on the other hand, were limited to the life fire and life wheel power in their bodies. They could only consolidate combat souls that had the same combat strength as the powerhouse himself. For instance, a powerhouse with immortal level rank 3 combat strength could only consolidate a combat soul of immortal level rank 3 at the most. It was impossible for them to even consolidate a combat soul that was a rank higher. After the 3 combat souls, consolidation, it was half a month before the opening of the Fallen God Land. Lin Huang took a shower and changed after he was done visualizing. He packed his stuff as well. He checked out of the hotel room on his emperor's heart ring directly and stepped into the dimensional portal without hesitation. He arrived in No. 3A1 Foothold, the magical Sky City. After checking into a hotel in the magical Sky City, Lin Huang frequented the black market, the auctions and the Chamber of Commerce for the next few days. He purchased all sorts of metallic and non-metallic materials in bulk as well as ancient and supreme relic pieces. For the next few days, Lin Huang put his hotel room into soundproof mode as he summoned the War Overlord to make a variety of mechanical weapons with his insane mechanical crafting skills. He initially gave the War Overlord a cool nickname which was Metal Egg. However, due to strong objections, it was changed to Warlord. Lin Huang did not stay idle during the days when Warlord was making mechanical weapons. He redeemed 2 sets of ancient relic-level telekinetic flying daggers from the Stairway Mall and began practicing Seamless. When he was on Gold Flame level, his telekinetic cultivation arrived at a bottleneck. Due to the restriction of combat strength and low spiritual force, he could no longer divide more telekinetic threads. Now that his combat strength had experienced a 3-rank leap and his spiritual force had a boost, he could divide the telekinetic threads further. Days passed and the amount of Lin Huang's telekinetic threads did not stop growing. He had been focusing on his cultivation to the point that he did not even have time to read the news. It was more and more crowded in the magical Sky City these few days. Almost every transcendent knew of this place since the Fallen God Land was the second biggest ruins in Division 7. Although it was a Grade 7 ruin that was full of danger, everyone was flocking there as they figured that this round of searching could get them something advantageous that would allow them to skyrocket. However, to maintain the stability of the ruins, the search was only limited to 8,000 people. Moreover, among these 8,000 people, almost everyone in Division 3 participated apart from more than 300 Imperial-level powerhouses and some other powerhouses from Division 1 and Division 2. In other words, almost all the outstanding powerhouses of Division 3 were participating. Among the 8,000 people, at least half of them were members of the Genius Union while more than 80% of them were high immortal levels. Although only 8,000 people were allowed into the ruins, there were more than 8,000 transcendents in the magical Sky City. Almost all of the hotels in the central area of the entire magical Sky City were fully booked. It was as crowded as the new year. Not only were the transcendent powerhouses from Division 3 talking about this, but even the cultivators below transcendent level also heard of this and began all sorts of discussions on forums. Some of them posted invitations that they had screenshot somewhere else, and the post went viral from people commenting. Lin Huang only received the official invitation from Chando on the 29th of October. The invitation was exquisite. It was a card that was only the size of a palm and it was bright red. There were 2 big, black words stamped on top of it. The handwriting was beautiful, clearly the hand of a famous calligrapher. Personal information was not shown on the invitation but was hidden inside. One could only see the invitee's personal information by scanning it. Lin Huang was almost done with the division of his telekinetic threads when he received the invitation. The initial 10,000 telekinetic threads increased to more than 18,000 threads. However, his cultivation on Seamless came to yet another bottleneck. Although his spiritual force was a few folds more powerful than the time when he was on Gold Flame level, it was harder to divide telekinetic threads as the cultivation of his Seamless skill went on. Looking at the current process, Lin Huang speculated he could only divide 30,000 telekinetic threads when he was on Immortal level rank -9. Until the 29th of October evening, Lin Huang had finally ended his cultivation in the Seamless skill. Meanwhile, Warlord had exhausted all of the materials. Most of his previous mechanical weapon materials came from monster bones and some human relics, which were disintegrated from machinery recycling. The materials Lin Huang purchased were not only given a boost in his mechanical weapon power, but the number of mechanical weapons was also at least 3-folds more now. Warlord's current overall ability might be more powerful than Bai's. I can finally rest well for the next 2 days to adjust my body. Ever since he had promised Chando, Lin Huang had been worried that he might not have enough time. No matter whether it was the previous epiphany or the cultivation of Seamless during this period of time, he had cut his eating and sleeping time down drastically. On average, he might not even eat, drink a glass of water, or shower in a week. He would only take a nap for 1 or 2 hours when he was exhausted, but that only happened every 4 to 5 days. The truth had proven that such management of time allowed him to reach his goal and he completed all of the basic preparation he needed before the battle. He could finally feel relieved and the exhaustion kicked in quickly. Chapter 837. 7th Prince Lin Huang slept from past 8 in the evening on the 29th until 8 in the morning on the 31st. He had slept a whole day, so he felt refreshed when he woke up. After taking a shower and having his breakfast, Lin Huang headed to the biggest supermarket nearby and spent almost the entire morning there. He bought a variety of food and drinks in bulk before heading back to the hotel. He just recalled he would have to spend 3 months in the ruins this trip when he woke up in the morning. If he did not bring anything with him, he might have to eat grilled meat for 3 months continuously. While grilled meat was delicious, he would definitely be sick if he had to eat it for 3 meals a day for 3 months. Drinks were mandatory. It would be huge trouble if there was no clean water source in the ruins. Although Transcendence would not die from not drinking water for a long time, it would still affect his body condition as well as affecting him from performing his abilities well. After the trip to the supermarket, Lin Huang began to think what he might have missed out on. After all, he had been sleep deprived before this and was not 100% there. He might miss out on something, just like how he had almost forgotten to prepare food and water. After some thorough thinking, he relaxed upon confirming that he did not miss anything. After lunch, Lin Huang read some news and looked at a few social media sites. He smiled when he read the hot discussion on the fallen god land. He even saw a fake Heaven Alliance invitation being posted. It was the same red design but the words were golden in color and written in cursive. It was even prettier than the one Lin Huang had received. There were up to 1 million comments on the post, consisting mostly of compliments. There were also people who were asking what the Heaven Alliance was. Soon someone found out that the Heaven Alliance was the most powerful organization in the Genius Union while the chief was Chan Do of the 5 princes. The comments section was then flooded with praises and fawning upon the person who had posted the fake invitation. Lin Huang was not sure to cry or to laugh reading those comments. As every organization had a different invitation design, there were many exquisite ones posted on the web, and Lin Huang could not identify their authenticity. He also saw people he followed posting similar things. Yi Yayu posted an invitation screenshot that she had gotten from somewhere. The caption was, "Should I go or not?" The first comment came from Yi Zheng. "You're thinking too much, sister." Li Lang used the same screenshot Yi Yayu had but he posted a couple minutes later than she did with the caption, "Selling this invitation. The bid starts at 100 million life crystals and each increment has to be at least 10 million. The highest bidder wins." Yi Yayu was the first one who commented, "Aren't you shameless to be stealing my screenshot?" The second comment came from Yi Zheng. "Shameless. How dare you steal my sister's screenshot?" Lin Huang smiled and took a screenshot of his invitation, then sent it to his friends. The caption was, 3 months. Please leave a message if you need me. The first comment came from Li Lang. "Great job, brother. Your invitation looks exactly the same as the real one. And it's from the Heaven Alliance. But it'll look even more authentic if the words are in gold." He had browsed through the web and found out what kind of organization the Heaven Alliance was. The second comment came from Yi Zheng. It was clear he knew Lin Huang's invitation was authentic. "You shouldn't have accepted the invitation. The fallen god land's too dangerous." Lin Huang smiled as he replied, "I'll just take a stroll in there. It's good to learn something." The third comment came from Leng Yuexin and was just a simple, "Be careful." The fourth comment came from Yi Yayu. "You're going to the grade 7 forbidden land. Are you crazy?" Li Lang commented again subsequently. "The heck, your invitation's real. I must kiss your ass now." After chatting with a couple of friends, Lin Huang then turned off the chat. For the rest of the afternoon, he drank tea while sunbathing on the balcony. He completely indulged in relaxation and laziness. He watched the evening news after dinner and went to bed early. Early the next morning, Lin Huang checked out of his room right after his breakfast and walked towards the Union Government Office building like he was taking a stroll. The hotel he stayed at was less than 300 meters across the Union Government Office building, so it only took him a couple of minutes to walk there. A female staff welcomed him. After he scanned his identity and registered himself at the entrance of the office building, she got Lin Huang to show his invitation. After the scanning went through, she led him to a room entrance. It was a small meeting room with only 300 seats as he looked. There were already some 10 people sitting in the room. Lin Huang took a glance at those people. All of them had a combat strength of immortal level rank 9 with no exception. Since he knew no one there, he occupied a vacant seat in the first row. The people were pretty curious about Lin Huang too. He did not hide his combat strength after all. Everyone was clear that he was on immortal level rank -3. Most of them only took a glance at him, and that was it, while a minority of them began to discuss among themselves softly. Even an immortal level rank 3's invited. He must be from some insignificant organization that has no high immortal level powerhouse. He might have come in from the back door by using his connection. Although those people were discussing softly, Lin Huang heard them loud and clear, but he did not bother to take it to heart. More people came in continuously a while after he took his seat. Basically, all of them had a combat strength of immortal level rank -9. Finally, a short, young man appeared at the entrance after 10 minutes. His combat strength was only on immortal level rank 6. He glanced through the room at the entrance, appearing a little fearful upon realizing that everyone in the room were immortal level rank 9 powerhouses. However, very soon, he saw Lin Huang, who was in the first row. He was slightly relieved and walked towards Lin Huang quickly, sitting next to him. "Hi, my name's Tong Lin." "Hi, I'm Lin Xie." Lin Huang nodded while smiling. "Oh my god, I thought I'm the only one who isn't immortal level rank 9. Tong Lin felt like he had just met someone similar to him, seeing that Lin Huang had a lower combat strength than him. Lin Huang smiled and said nothing. He knew 80% of the participants were high immortal levels this time, and only 80% of them were on immortal level rank -9. That being said, participants with a combat strength of immortal level rank 9 only consisted 64% of all the participants. The reason why everyone in the room was on immortal level rank 9 was that it was still early, so there were less than 40 of them. Just as expected, more people on immortal level rank 7 and rank 8 came into the room after Tong Lin. When there were almost 100 of them in the room, a few silhouettes wearing golden vests appeared at the entrance out of nowhere. The entire room became silent as soon as they appeared. Everyone recognized them. They were from Dynasty. The leading person was a young man who looked like he was in his early 20s. He had slicked back hair, and instead of a vest, he was wearing a black suit with a golden trench coat on top. The seventh prince from Dynasty, Tong Lin, who was sitting next to Lin Huang, said softly. Lin Huang could not help but frown when he heard that. He remembered clearly that Chan Do said this seventh prince should be the most powerful immortal level in the participant list this time. The seventh prince took a glance around the room and merely paused when he saw Lin Huang, then looked away. It was probably not because he realized how powerful Lin Huang was, but a little surprised that even a person with an immortal level rank 3 combat strength would be invited. He lingered at the entrance for less than a second and led the few people behind him towards the last row of the room. The people who were sitting in the last row took the initiative to give up their seats immediately. Ever since the people from Dynasty came, more and more people came. The room was almost full after 5 to 6 minutes. At that moment, a male staff in a uniform walked in. He explained after bringing out a dimensional portal. Behind this dimensional portal is the entrance to the fallen god land. There'll be staff attending to all of you when all of you are transferred, and they'll assist you in the fallen god land. Now let's begin from the first row. Please queue to enter the dimensional portal. Why aren't you starting from the last row? At that moment, one of the Dynasty members wearing golden vests and sitting in the last row shouted. The man in the uniform lifted his head and took a glance at him. He then looked at the seventh prince sitting next to the golden-vested man, who was waiting for an impressive show to begin before he spoke, because the first row is closer to the dimensional portal. If you were to calculate the distance between the first row to the last row and everyone's walking speed on average, getting the first row into the dimensional portal first would take 1 minute and 40 seconds faster than getting the last row to queue first. The people from Dynasty did not seem to expect the person to give such a serious explanation, which rendered them speechless. Lin Huang smiled but said nothing. Alright, we'll start from the first row. Stop wasting time. Lin Huang and the rest then walked into the dimensional portal one after another. After all 300 of them entered the dimensional portal, the man in uniform then closed the dimensional portal. A lady's voice came into the meeting room all of a sudden. 1 minute and 40 seconds faster. You're so good at making things up. A tall lady in heels walked in while smiling. Haha, you heard that. The man in uniform smiled as he said, it's not every day that they can come to the Union government headquarters. The people from Dynasty are always looking for ways to stir things up so that they can brag to their acquaintances when they go back. They'd make noise if I insisted on letting people in the first row go first. Although I'd definitely oppress them, it'd only delay the time. If I do what they want me to, which is to let them go first, they'd tell everyone that the Union government's afraid of dynasty. So, why not just come up with a lie which solved the problem like a piece of cake? Chapter 838. Two familiar people. Lin Huang only snapped back to his senses after staring at the black, gigantic crack that seemed like a virtual eye for a while. Almost everyone who was transported together with Lin Huang had the same shocked expression on their faces. Lin Huang looked around and very soon saw a bunch of people on his left. There were about 300 of them, and they should be the team that had been transported before them. There was a bunch of men in military uniform under the crack in the sky. The leader, a hulking, tall man who wore a white cloak, walked towards Lin Huang and the rest. He did not hide the powerful aura on him at all. This person's definitely a demigod. Lin Huang could clearly sense that the aura on this man was much more powerful than those imperial-level yellow-gold rank monsters that he had killed. It was the distinction between a candlelight and a sun. It was so powerful that it made one tremble. Please project your invitation. We need to verify your invitation once again. As soon as he spoke, he moved his fingers slightly while the 20 men in military uniform began to verify the invitation. After a couple of minutes of verification, the leader of the army spoke again after confirming that everything was all right. The ruins will officially open at 9. Before that, all of you can take a rest at formation No. 2. Don't run around or create trouble. If any of you do that, you'll delay the opening time of the ruins. You'll be executed even if the delay is only by a mere second. The leader glanced at everyone coldly when he uttered the last sentence. A terrifying intention to kill swept across the 300 people including Lin Huang in the blink of an eye. It gave them chills and goosebumps. He did not seem like he was joking at all. Nobody objected, even the 7th prince only glared at the man for a second while scowling. He then followed everyone and walked to the space in formation No. 2. Oh my god, it's Bai Qi, the god of slaughter from the army. Tong Lin, who was next to Lin Huang, mumbled softly. Bai Qi. Lin Huang was familiar with the name. However, it was clear that this person just happened to share the same name with the historical person on Earth. Do you mean the fellow wearing a cloak just now? Haven't you heard of Bai Qi? The god of slaughter from the Union government military, the number 1 in Division 3's army. I heard that his ability ranks top 5 among the demigods in Division 3. Ever since Lin Huang arrived in Division 3, he did not follow such news and it was his first time hearing about Bai Qi. How did he get the nickname, God of Slaughter? Did he kill many monsters? Not monsters, human, Tong Lin said through voice transmission. He was put in a special force in the military and was responsible for wiping out underground organizations. There are at least tens of thousands of underground organization members who died by his hand within the past century. Otherwise, why is the 7th prince so quiet like a coward now and even followed the team here? If he really stirred things up, Bai Qi would surely kill him. Among the underground organizations, Bai Qi has killed at least over 20 holy sons, including the first holy son. Even the dynasty would have to accept it if Bai Qi killed the 2nd and 3rd prince, and they wouldn't take revenge, let alone if he annihilated the 7th prince. The price to pay for killing Bai Qi's too high. It might even cause the demigod in one's organization to be killed. There's already been 2 cases like that. Bai Qi's ability alone caused powerful underground organizations to fear him, which proved how terrifying his ability was. That was the direction Lin Huang had been working towards. Lin Xie, you're not a local from Division 3, am I right? Even the local transcendents on Holy Fire level would have heard of Bai Qi. Tong Lin was very sure of that. Indeed, I'm not. I came from another safety zone, Lin Huang confirmed. I saw that your invitation came from the Heaven Alliance just now. Don't tell me that you come from the Heaven Alliance's headquarters in Division 1. Tong Lin's eyes lit up. I thought you're a member from the Heaven Alliance's branch in Division 3. I didn't come from the headquarters but another division. It must be Division 2's branch then. Tong Lin thought of Division 2 immediately. Lin Huang smiled without saying anything since he was lazy to explain. Then, you must be powerful, aren't you? Tong Lin asked immediately. There are indeed many powerhouses in the Heaven Alliance. I'm just a normal member who just joined not long again, Lin Huang said humbly. He did not have the habit of boasting about himself before others. His skin was not that thick. The more humble you are, the more I think you're hiding who you really are. Tong Lin had disbelief written all over his face. I think it's impossible that the Heaven Alliance would send someone incompetent here to die. They would definitely send powerhouses here to make the quota worth it and to obtain some resources. Also, I think you must have been specially transferred from Division 2, Lin Huang smiled and said nothing again. He really did not bother to explain anything to him. More people were being sent through the dimensional portal as the both of them chatted. Those people verified their identities again and were arranged to group at formations number 3 and no. 4. After 8 o'clock, the frequency of people being sent in through the dimensional portal became higher and higher. Soon, there was a batch every 2 to 3 minutes. Lin Huang saw someone familiar among the crowd, Wangfu Lin from the Sweep Alliance. Judging from her aura, she had elevated to immortal level rank -8. However, Wangfu Lin did not notice Lin Huang's presence. Perhaps, she did not imagine that he would have managed to score himself a place there. After all, Lin Huang's combat strength was only blue flame level when they last saw each other 3 months ago. After Wangfu Lin's batch, Lin Huang saw another Heaven Alliance member, Shen Dao. The last time when they had entered the tribe's floating land, it was the immortal level rank 9 Shen Dao who had led the Heaven Alliance team. Although his combat strength remained on immortal level rank 9, it was clear that his aura was much stronger than it had been a couple of months ago. He was almost on the verge of breaking through to Imperial level. Lin Huang guessed that his goal of coming to the Fallen God land this time must be to break through to Imperial level Black Gold rank. However, Shen Dao's aura was not considered the top among those people. Lin Huang sensed at least 20 people on immortal level rank 9 who had more powerful auras than Shen Dao did. Judging by aura alone, the 7th prince was considered the best of the best among the group of more than 20 people. However, what Lin Huang cared about were those Imperial-level powerhouses who were mixed in the teams. Almost every one of them had a much more powerful aura than the 7th prince. They were like firewood that burned in the night which nobody could ignore. Naturally, the strength of one's aura could not be used to determine one's ability. Lin Huang was a great example himself. His aura strength was only on immortal level rank -3. Without those tens of holy fire levels, his aura was the weakest among the crowd. However, if his overall ability was taken into account and the comparison even included Imperial-level powerhouses, he would easily rank in the top 100. When it was close to 8:50 a.m., all 8,000 of them were assembled. Many of the armies were secretly relieved. They were worried that there would be a delay and were scared that Bai Qi would be mad. Bai Qi had an obsession disorder when it came to time. Almost every military in Division 3 knew about that. He had even snapped at the current Division 3 Union government chairman at a meeting for being late for 3 minutes. Alright, you can relax since everyone is here. We'll open the ruins officially at 9 sharp. Bai Qi looked at the time and his rather serious expression finally eased. Chapter 839, Nephilic Judge Army. It was 9 a.m. sharp on the 1st of November. Bai Qi flew slowly to the crack in the sky and produced a golden key in his right palm. He flicked it softly, the key turning into a golden stream that flowed into the black crack in the air. Subsequently, he began to perform a set of complicated seals at a rapid speed. The black crack gradually turned golden until eventually, there was a golden glow that shot out of it. It was like sunshine that shone through clouds onto the ground. All of you, stand where the golden glow is shining. As Bai Qi ordered them, the people from each formation hurried to the area where the golden glow was shining. Lin Huang walked over there, following his team. As soon as he entered the glowing region, he felt his body seeming to lose gravity and he began to float. He was drifting rapidly towards the source of the glow. In less than 10 seconds, Lin Huang and the rest got into the golden crack in the air following the stream and vanished completely. After passing through the golden crack, Lin Huang could feel his body descending slowly. As his feet touched the ground, his sight that was covered by the golden glow finally recovered gradually. Lin Huang looked everywhere. Apart from himself, there was nobody else in his field of vision. It was clear that the entrance would send the person to different locations of the ruins randomly. The sky above his head was gray and he could not see the sun. It was a little similar to the hazy weather back on Earth, just that the light was even dimmer here. It felt like dusk when the sun was setting. There were cracks as well as potholes all over the ground. They were war scars everywhere. Lin Huang did not see any plants at all. All he saw were bones that were covered with some soil and a couple of broken swords and sabers. After a slight observation and not finding anything odd, Lin Huang then focused a small part of his consciousness into his life palace. He was surprised to find that the space in his life palace had completely simulated the environment of the ruins. After a moment of shock, Lin Huang recalled his main objective and summoned Bloody and Lancelot. He did not lose his sensing ability since his territory had been converted into his life palace. However, his territory had become his life palace's subsidiary skill, which was now on par with Lancelot's, so the coverage of his territory skill depended on his combat strength now. Now that Lancelot's combat strength had reached immortal level rank 9, the radius of his territory skill had expanded to 9 kilometers. The coverage far surpassed Lin Huang's, which was merely 3 kilometers. Summoning Lancelot could undoubtedly expand the coverage to sense danger. After all, Bloody's leech pods could only sense sight and sound. They could not sense anything intangible. Meanwhile, summoning Bloody was something that Lin Huang had to do whenever he went somewhere new. In reality, Lin Huang knew that Bloody's leech pods had powerful functions and applications. However, they were best used in investigating logistics. Bloody was fond of collecting information itself, whereby it would browse through different information on the heart network whenever it had nothing to do. To Bloody, investigating a new place was collecting information as well, which it enjoyed. Planning logistics was the basics of battle strategy. Compared to fighting, Bloody preferred being a military advisor as well as feeling in control of the whole situation. Bloody received the preliminary investigation report in less than 10 minutes while Lin Huang stayed where he was. There's an immortal level rank 6 spirit skeleton at hour 1 o'clock, 252 kilometers from us. Judging from its aura, it should a triple mutated monster. It's suitable for Kylie to lead her Nephilic judges to hunt it down. Out of 368 Kylie's Nephilic judges, only 39 of them had evolved into triple mutated Nephilic angels. All of the local monsters in this ruins were either spirit or undying types, which were the targets for Nephilic judges to evolve. Bloody, look around for triple mutated immortal level rank 9 sword Dao monsters for me please. Lancelot gulped the dried vegetable in his mouth down instantly and said to Bloody. Don't worry, I always have that in mind, Bloody said while smiling and nodding. Lancelot then put another dried vegetable into his mouth and chewed on it slowly. Do your best in these 3 months. You'll be rewarded with 3 months' worth of junk food if you perform well. Lin Huang patted Lancelot's shoulder. 2 blue rays shot out of Lancelot's blue eyes when he heard that. He said to Lin Huang immediately, I would like dried carrots, please. Lin Huang nodded while smiling, and he thought to himself, am I feeding a rabbit now? Lin Huang only summoned Kylie and Thunder after setting his coordinates on the dimensional portal. They then sat on Thunder's back and headed toward the destination Bloody had told them about. Soon, Lin Huang saw the spirit skeleton that was almost 3 meters tall with red flames burning in its eyes. The monster noticed Lin Huang and the rest at an instant. However, it turned around in an attempt to run away when it sensed Lancelot, Kylie and Thunder's powerful aura. As usual, Bloody curled itself around Lin Huang's arm and hid its aura just like Lin Huang did. As Kylie waved her hand, at least 300 Nephilic judges made their glorious entry. Although the Nephilic angels did not participate in the confrontation, the spirit skeleton was drowned by the overwhelming amount of Nephilic judges. It was killed in the blink of an eye while its bones were scattered all over the place. Wow, a human wave attack is kind of scary, Lin Huang could not help but exclaim out loud after witnessing that. 2 o'clock, 128 kilometers. Thunder deviated immediately. They arrived at their second destination in less than a minute as Thunder flapped its wings. The Nephilic judges were just as fast as Thunder as they caught up with it subsequently. The target was another triple mutated spirit monster in the form of a beast skeleton. Its eyes were the same with the skeleton earlier, whereby they burned with red flames as well. However, it had a more powerful combat strength at immortal level rank -8. The Nephilic judges charged at it all together again. The spirit monster only managed to hold on to its dear life for less than 5 seconds before it turned into a pile of broken bones. At that moment, one of the Nephilic judges experienced a blaring, white glow shooting out of its body, and soon it turned into a white cocoon. Is the evolution of a Nephilic judge into a triple mutated Nephilic angel this simple? Lin Huang thought it was a little odd as he witnessed that. He had spent quite some effort to elevate Lancelot and the rest to perform their triple mutation. It should have something to do with the mini-world in my body. It was clear that Kylie shared a similar thought. I've been having a subtle feeling recently that I might elevate to quadruple mutated mythical level directly if all of them elevated to triple mutation. Lin Huang was elated to hear that, but he realized something immediately. As soon as Kylie elevated to mythical level, she would surpass his own limit and he would not be able to summon her any longer. By then, the army of over 300 triple mutated Nephilic angels would be sealed altogether and he would not be able to use them in battles. I can clearly sense that the mini-world in my body has been urging me to make this happen as soon as possible in order to elevate to mythical level. Kylie could not help but reveal the secret that she had been hiding all this time. Actually, I've been having this feeling ever since the first Nephilic judge evolved to a Nephilic angel. The feeling's getting more and more intense following the increasing number of Nephilic judges evolving into Nephilic angels. Don't overthink so much, just go ahead on your elevation. My summoning limit should open when I break through to Imperial level. Lin Huang did not plan to stop Kylie's evolution, especially when she was currently in such a situation. Lin Huang knew if he was not mistaken, the summoning authority of mythical level monster cards should expand when he elevated to Imperial level. Even if Kylie elevated to mythical level now, she would only be sealed temporarily. Chapter 840, Kylie's battle formations. The ruins was huge. Bloody spent 2 full days spreading up to 1 million leech pods to complete the preliminary search. This ruins is insanely huge. It's almost 10 times bigger than the surface area of Earth that you mentioned. The reason why Bloody would say that was that Lin Huang would always compare this world's footholds with the size of the countries on Earth. Bloody had asked about Earth before and found out its surface area was 510 million square kilometers. No wonder Chan Do said he has explored less than a fifth of the place. This is simply too big. Lin Huang projected the explored regions that Chan Do had sent him while Bloody began to draft the complete map on the existing map. Bloody only managed to come up with the first draft of the map half an hour later. What's with the area marked with question marks? Lin Huang could not help but ask, noticing that Bloody had drawn question marks on a couple of spots on the map. There are some areas where the leech pods failed to enter. There seems to be a thin layer of transparent film around them. There are also some of them with odd occurrences. For instance, the leech pods lost their signal as soon as they entered one of these areas. I'm not sure if they were attacked or something else caused that. There are also areas covered in fog, thunderstorms, special magnetic fields. Then, how about those marked with a skull? Those are areas where the leech pods basically found demigod-level powerhouses. The Imperial levels ranks are marked by colors. Black for black gold rank, red for crimson gold rank, yellow for yellow gold rank, silver white for white gold rank, and purple for purple gold rank. Since the base color is white, we could only use silver white color for white gold rank. So, where are we now? Lin Huang asked again. We're here. Bloody extended a tentacle and marked a red dot on the map. The red dot was located on the southeast of the map. This map's just a simple first draft. I'll put in the detailed information into your Emperor's Heart Ring tonight and make a virtual map of this ruins. By then, the positioning system would have come up with the calculation following the location on the virtual map and note the virtual positioning. It's like playing a single-player game whereby no network signal is required. Lin Huang had no idea that Bloody could do that. Bloody, did you find any target that suits my requirement? Finally, Lancelot, who was standing aside, could not hold it in any longer and asked again. He did not interrupt Bloody since it had been investigating the ruins the past 2 days. I've found a total of 31 triple mutated immortal level rank 9 sword Dao monsters that suit your requirement, but they're quite far from where we are now. I'll complete the map tonight and plan the route again. If everything goes as planned, you should be able to get your sword servants to kill the first target tomorrow before noon. Bloody laid out the preliminary plan. Since entering the ruins, Lin Huang had not let Bai and the rest out. The reason being, Bloody had yet to complete the logistics planning while they had no clue about the distribution of monsters or where the other human powerhouses were transported to. Letting Bai and the rest out like that would risk their lives for intruding dangerous monsters, territories, or even be killed by human powerhouses. This was a grade 7 ruins after all. There were too many powerful monsters in there. Moreover, among the people who had entered this time, a third of them were the outstanding ones in the entire Division 3, excluding demigods. In the past 2 days, along with Thunder and Lancelot, Lin Huang had been trailing Kylie to watch her Nephilic judge army battle. Within the short 2 days, there were 11 of them in the Nephilic Judge army that had elevated to triple mutated Nephilic angels. It increased the number of Nephilic angels to 50. In reality, the Nephilic Judge army had killed more than 100 undying and spirit monsters throughout the 2 days, which far surpassed the amount of Nephilic judges that had elevated. However, Lin Huang witnessed how terrifying the Nephilic Judge army's ability was. In actual fact, among the Nephilic judges, most of their combat strength were only immortal level rank 6 and rank -7. However, when they created a battle formation, they could fight straight on even if they encountered an imperial level black gold rank monster. Whenever they encountered immortal level monsters, even if those were triple mutated, they would not be able to withstand the Nephilic Judge army for more than 20 minutes. That was the result even without the 50 Nephilic angels and Kylie joining the battle. Your battle formations are really powerful. They almost unleashed the full advantage of these Nephilic judges' speed. Lin Huang recognized the amazing result too. I'll improve the battle formation slightly. Then, I should be able to use it on my parasitic puppets. Bloody began to consider the practicality of Kylie's battle formations. I'll share them with you. This isn't considered a core inheritance, so it can be shared. As soon as Kylie said that, she pointed her finger between Lin Huang's brows while laying another finger on Bloody's head. A while later, the complete inherited information was sent into both of their heads directly, 36 sets. That many. Lin Huang was a little surprised. He had only seen the Nephilic judges using 2 sets of battle formations, so he expected Kylie to have only 2 sets of battle formations in the inheritance. Although there are a total of 36 sets, you'll need to practice the battle formations. They're only familiarized with 8 sets of battle formations at the moment. The first 18 sets are still manageable, but the last 18 sets are very complicated. Also, I don't have enough Nephilic judges. Kylie was not entirely satisfied with the current progress. Bloody got some ideas after studying them for merely a couple of minutes. Among the 36 sets, the first 18 sets aren't complete battle formations. They were put together from 3 different complete battle formations for simple application. They were disassembled intentionally for one to learn them easily. The second half are real complete battle formations. However, they are still just the foundation. They can be developed into more complicated and powerful battle formations. I've understood their application mechanism roughly. I'll spend some time developing them, so I should be able to fortify the battle formations for you. I can also tweak them a little and make a puppet battle formation. The impact should be impressive. Bloody had created up to 1,000 parasitic puppets in the Abyss Brink. Most of them were triple mutated immortal level rank 9 monsters that Bai and the rest had killed, but which brains were still well maintained. Their brains had been parasitized by leech pods when they were still active. A small amount of them were triple mutated immortal level rank 9 monsters which Bai and the rest had killed along the way. They were then parasitized by leech pods directly. Naturally, it was more taxing for Bloody to cast parasites on living things. There were 2 failed cases as proof of that. Apart from that, there were 32 Imperial level black gold rank puppets. They were flying puppetry monsters which were brought back in time for Bloody to cast parasites on when their brains were still active. After all, leech pods could not cast parasites on monsters which rank was higher. Hence, Bloody had to do that itself. Unfortunately, the 30 Imperial level yellow gold rank monsters Lin Huang killed surpassed Bloody's parasitic ability. They were then left in Lin Huang's storage space. However, since their brains had lost activity, they could no longer be parasitized. They could only be summoned into spirits with a witchcraft rune. However, that could only be done when Bloody reached Imperial level black gold rank. Otherwise, there would be a high possibility that the summoned spirit would lose control and might even backfire. After obtaining Kylie's battle formations, Bloody was more confident in its puppet army now. It even had the confidence to fight Imperial level yellow gold rank powerhouses with its puppet army after they successfully practiced the battle formations. Chapter 841. Bloody's puppet army in the blink of an eye. It was the 3rd day since they entered the fallen god land. Early in the morning, Lin Huang went all out to summon 15 monsters, which was the limit of his summoning authority. They were Killer, the Evil Dominator, Bloody, Kylie, Lancelot, Bai, Tyrant, Grimace, Charcoal, Warlord, Bloody Robe, the Death Knight, the Fallen Knight, and the 2 Dark Crescent Snakes. Bai with Grimace, Tyrant with Charcoal, Warlord with Bloody Robe, and the 2 Knights with the 2 Dark Crescent Snakes each. The Evil Dominator, Kylie and Lancelot will be fighting alone. I wouldn't have released all of you if not for the sprawling ruins. There are a total of 8,000 people who've entered the ruins this time, which is over 20 times more than the last search. However, from Bloody's investigation, there are still many areas that have yet to be explored by humans. The places that all of you are going to are those that humans have yet to step foot in. Those who perform well in the next 3 months will be rewarded, while those who underperform will have their previous reward taken away. Lin Huang looked at Grimace intentionally when he said that. Grimace had not asked for junk food for his last reward. Instead, he had asked for an ancient relic level puppet whose price was double of an ancient relic level telekinetic weapon. It had been painful for Lin Huang. However, the puppet doll was rather practical. At least, it could be used to fight an Imperial level black gold rank powerhouse under Grimace's control. Can I ask for 3 puppets this time? Grimace asked with anticipation written all over his face. 2. Lin Huang bargained. The toy Grimace wanted was too expensive. He began to worry that he might not be able to afford to keep Grimace. Deal. Grimace agreed directly. Lin Huang was secretly relieved to see Grimace so obedient. After a round of simple briefing from Lin Huang, Bai and the rest dispersed under Bloody's guidance. Lin Huang together with Bloody and the parasitic puppet army it moved from Kylie's mini-world were the only ones left. That many of them, Lin Huang was shocked to see the army. There are a total of 1,128 of them. 32 of them are black gold rank while the rest are immortal level rank -9. Also, all of the puppets are tripled mutated. It was clear that Bloody was bragging a little bit judging from its tone. I've tweaked the battle formations that Kylie gave me last night. I've also done some preliminary development and come up with 21 foundation battle formations and over 400 combo battle formations that suit these bunch of parasitic puppet army the best. We can officially begin practice now. What are you waiting for then? Let's go. Lin Huang was interested to see the power of battle formations from this parasitic army. Soon, Bloody found its first target, which was an Imperial level black gold rank corpse ghost. Its height was around 2 meters and it looked like a dead human corpse that was going through the first stage of rotting. However, there were red flames burning in its eyes like lava. The 32 Imperial level black gold rank puppets did not participate in this battle. Over 1,000 immortal level rank 9 parasitic puppets formed into a battle formation instantly and began to fight the corpse ghost. The corpse ghost almost escaped in the first couple of minutes, but soon, Bloody was at its peak of controlling the battle formation. In less than 5 minutes, they managed to kill the corpse ghost. Later on, it spent a couple of minutes parasitizing the corpse ghost, adding another member to its Imperial level black gold rank puppets. Your battle formation seems to be even more powerful than Kylie's. Lin Huang voiced out what he thought after watching the battle. Mine is a complete foundation battle formation and I've more puppets than her nephilic judges. Also, my puppets' combat strength and mutation level are higher than her army's. Furthermore, I'm controlling everything in this battle formation whereby I can adjust them whenever I want. It makes sense that the overall ability is more powerful than her nephilic judge armies, Bloody explained, but Kylie's upper hand is that her nephilic judges have a high growth rate which my parasitic puppets don't. I can only replace the parasitic puppets with higher combat strength ones continuously to strengthen the battle formation. For the next few days, Lin Huang stayed by Bloody's side at all times. He saw it performing different versions of battle formations every day while they got more and more powerful. Bloody would parasitize the Imperial level black gold rank monster every time whenever one was killed. More and more Imperial level black gold rank puppets were added to its collection. Until the 3rd day, the parasitic puppets finally mastered the foundation battle formations fully, so Bloody began to practice the combo battle formations. The power of the combo battle formations was undoubtedly a few folds more compelling than the foundation battle formations earlier. They could kill Imperial level black gold rank monsters almost like a piece of cake. They then began to hunt for higher ranked prey in the form of crimson gold rank monsters. The truth proved that the Imperial level black gold rank puppets that were added to Bloody's puppet battle formations were good enough to fight Imperial level crimson gold rank powerhouses face on. Ever since the Imperial level black gold rank monsters were added into their battle formations, they slaughtered the Imperial level crimson gold rank monsters easily. Bloody then began a new round of hunting and parasitizing, possessing more and more Imperial level crimson gold rank puppets. In this ruins, Bloody's puppet army was like a bulldozer, killing everything wherever it passed. All of the deceased monsters became one of the puppet army. During these couple of days, the other monster cards did not stay idle as well. Lin Huang felt the spiritual energy in his god figurines growing each day. Although the amount of growth was minor, he knew it was possible for the combat soul in his body to grow to imperial level crimson gold rank during this trip to the ruins. The objective of letting Bai and the rest out in the ruins was to help him to hunt for spiritual energy. Looking at the current progress, it was almost 10 times faster than him hunting on his own. Lin Huang had accompanied Bloody all the time during the past few days. He did not fight even once. Apart from the time they were on the move, he was always practicing his swordsmanship. The pseudo-god level sword skill Killer had gotten from the regal sword Killer had yet to be integrated into his sword Dao system. It was the best time to practice it. Lin Huang's sword Dao reached bottleneck since he achieved gold flame level, which caused him to almost stop practicing entirely. Now that he had broken through to immortal level rank 3, he already had the basic foundation to advance further. What he was lacking the most now were his sword skill resources. He had only mastered less than 80 types of legendary level sword skills, which was the reason why he had requested access to the central library. The level 1 reading authorization even gave him the access to pseudo-god level methods, but he could only read one set of method per day at the most. Lin Huang only had 3 days of authorization, which meant that he only had the opportunity to learn a maximum of 3 sets of pseudo-god level sword skills. A level 2 reading authorization would give him access to any legendary level methods with no restrictions. This authorization was usually given to imperial level powerhouses who contributed to the Union government. I'll make a trip to the central library after the 3 months of searching the ruins is over before heading back to Division 7, Lin Huang secretly planned. However, Lin Huang and Bloody had no idea that they were targeted, even though they avoided all the areas where humans were hunting along the way. It was the middle of the night when 5 people gathered in a tent hundreds of kilometers away. The 5 of them wore white robes with a golden cross on their foreheads. They were the members of the underground organization, the Saints. The reason I ask you all to gather is because I noticed a huge amount of beasts 2,000 kilometers away. There are over 1,000 beasts. Most of their combat strength is on immortal level rank 9, while there are tens of black gold rank beasts. I think we can sweep them together. Immortal level beasts living in such a massive scale. Are they beasts living in groups? One of them could not help but ask. I've no idea what beasts they are exactly, but all of you know about that demigod level detection relic that I have. It can detect the rough condition of creatures within 3,000 kilometers. It can only be activated once a day, so it's a yes or no for this mission. But I must warn you, I'm not sure when will we ever see such an insane number of beasts in the future if we miss this opportunity now. I'm in. 1,000 immortal level rank 9 beasts are worth some great sacrifice. I think that's a sign that God is showing us. Thank you, God. Chapter 842. Meeting the Saints again. It was in the middle of the night. Lin Huang sat in the tent with his legs crossed while he tapped open the virtual map to look at Bai and the rest's coordinates. Bloody had planted virtual positioning in them, so they could see everyone's exact location. The evil Dominator, Kylie, the 2 knights, and the Dark Crescent Snakes were still on the move while the rest of them were on idle mode. Kylie's still leading her army to hunt. The 2 knights' killing efficiency is higher at night due to the 2 Dark Crescent Snakes. Bloody had been watching them at all times. Meanwhile, the evil Dominator challenged a powerful Crimson Gold rank, but he failed, so he's running for his life now. Is the evil Dominator going to be alright? Lin Huang did not want to lose a pseudo-mythical level monster card. He's alright, none of his substitutes are dead. He seemed to be waiting for the opportunity to turn the tables around, so he provoked the monster along the way. If not for that, he'd have gotten away from the monster long ago, Bloody said while projecting the video that its leech pod had taken earlier. In the video, the evil Dominator took off his pants and farted at the monster. Most importantly, he was not using his own image, but the regal sword Killer's image. If Killer found out about this, he'd definitely kill him. Lin Huang was speechless. The evil Dominator was pretty close to Killer. Due to their close relationship, Killer gave a lot of his blood to evil Dominator to duplicate his evil blood substitutes over and over again. If Killer found out that the evil Dominator had used his substitute to do this, he might not provide evil Dominator even a drip of his blood ever again. Ask Kylie not to rush things. Tell her to rest when she needs to, Lin Huang told Bloody to pass his message. After turning off the map, Bloody's voice transmission came out of nowhere just when Lin Huang was going to sleep. We might be targeted. A Saints team is coming close to where we are at rapid speed. They're less than 300 kilometers from us now. A team from the Saints. Lin Huang put away his tent immediately and got into fighting mode. How many of them? What are their combat strengths? 5 of them. 2 Imperial level yellow gold ranks and 3 Imperial level crimson gold ranks. Do you have the confidence to defeat them? Do you need me to hold the 2 Imperial level yellow gold ranks for you while you take the 3 Imperial level crimson gold ranks first? Lin Huang asked. No need. I happen to have 28 Imperial level crimson gold rank puppets that I've yet to put into battle formation. They can practice by joining the battle this time. There are only 2 Imperial level yellow gold ranks, so we should be able to handle them. Bloody was always confident in its battle formation. In reality, even without Imperial level crimson gold rank puppets participating in the battle formation, a battle formation with Imperial level black gold rank puppets as its core was sufficient to fight Imperial level yellow gold ranks. It was just that they did not have the ability to kill an Imperial level yellow gold rank. Bloody had not hunted any Imperial level yellow gold rank monsters for the past 2 days. The reason being, it could not parasitize them, so it had been hunting Imperial level black gold rank and Imperial level crimson gold rank monsters to increase the number of its parasitic puppets. At the moment, apart from the 28 Imperial level crimson gold rank puppets, the number of Imperial level black gold rank puppets had skyrocketed to 96. However, to avoid scaring their prey away, the 28 Imperial level crimson gold rank puppets had been in hiding mode. That was the reason why the Saint members did not manage to detect the 28 Imperial level crimson gold rank puppets. After confirming the 5 Saint members' whereabouts, Lin Huang was ready to fight on his side. The 5 Saint members, on the other hand, had no inkling about that. They were rushing towards the coordinates following the detection relic. They traveled across hundreds of kilometers in a couple of minutes. The 5 Saint messengers saw the group of a variety of monsters far away. Just when they thought that it was odd, the monsters suddenly moved. They went into their battle formation and surrounded all 5 of them. The 5 of them had a slight change of expression at that moment. Soon, they realized that someone was controlling the monsters because most of the monsters were obviously foreign. The ruins, local monsters only consisted of undying and spirit types. Soon, apart from almost 100 Imperial level black gold rank monsters, they saw the tens of Imperial level crimson gold rank monsters among the group. They looked even more aghast now. A human powerhouse who could control up to 100 Imperial level monsters and up to 1000 of Immortal level rank 9 monsters was not someone that they could defeat. Senior, the 5 of us are messengers from the Saint. We've made a mistake coming to your territory. Please forgive us. We'll leave right away, apologized one of the Imperial level yellow gold rank messengers who was the leader immediately. He was the one with the demigod level detention relic. I didn't hunt you, but you showed up at my doorstep. Since you're here, let's just stay. Lin Huang did not reveal himself, but his voice came from the monsters and entered the ears of the 5 messengers loud and clear. After the command, the parasitic puppet battle formation launched their attack. The participation of Imperial level crimson gold rank puppets boosted the battle formation power. One blow was all they needed to kill one of the Imperial level crimson gold rank messengers. The remaining 4 of them then come together in an attempt to launch a sneak attack. However, the 2 Imperial level crimson gold rank messengers were killed in less than 3 minutes. The 2 Imperial level yellow gold rank messengers were the only ones left. Now that we're done warming up, let's play. Bloody's voice subsequently rang out. More than 1,000 parasitic puppets changed their formation in an instant, forming a 6-armed giant with the 28 Imperial level crimson gold rank puppets as its core. The giant was 10,000 meters tall, whereby a single palm alone was 1,000 meters long. The giant slammed its palm towards the 2 Imperial level yellow gold rank messengers. Bang! As the palm smashed into them, the ground within hundreds of kilometers radius shook. The ground where the palm was hit had sunken in while a gigantic crater thousands of meters deep was created. Although the 2 messengers were not killed by the attack, they were badly injured and they spat out mouthfuls of blood. Let's split up, one of them whispered softly. The 2 silhouettes emerged underground and escaped towards 2 different directions. Stay, the 6-armed giant shouted while extending both arms in an attempt to catch them. The duo saw a black shadow coming from above their heads, and in the next second, they were wrapped in an immense force, unable to move. Die. The six-armed giant clapped its palms hard together with the duo trapped in them. Both of them felt like their bodies were crushed together by giant walls. The attack almost broke every bone in their bodies while none of the organs in their bodies functioned after that. They were almost killed by the attack. Not dead yet, the six-armed giant threw 6 giant punches at them continuously after tossing them onto the ground. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches, the ground trembled intensely with each punch that was thrown. Lin Huang was a little speechless as he watched. Both of them were already dead when the six-armed giant threw its third punch, but it still ravaged the 2 corpses. Bloody only got the six-armed giant to stop after it threw 100 punches while the duo had completely turned into a pile of mushy meat. You were venting because you can't parasitize them since they are Imperial level yellow gold rank, am I right? Lin Huang said while pouting. Bloody looked embarrassed when Lin Huang called out its game. Bloody told the six-armed giant's battle formation to retreat and began the parasitization on the 3 Imperial level Crimson Gold rank messengers after handing over the items from the 5 of them to Lin Huang. You can use the 3 of them, but you must change their clothes and remove the cross on their faces. We'll bring unnecessary trouble to ourselves if someone sees this. Lin Huang then turned around and began to set up the tent after he was done speaking. Yes, sir. Chapter 843. The third pseudo-mythical level monster card in the fallen god land before daybreak. The golden cross on the forehead of a man in white robes shone brightly out of nowhere like it was burning in flames. The glow dimmed quickly a moment later. In his white robes, Min Zi opened his eyes all of a sudden. Yuan Feng and Luo Liang are dead, and so are 3 of our Imperial level Crimson Gold ranks. Everything that happened before the 5 of them were killed came clearly into his mind. A battle formation made of up to 1,000 different monsters and its ability is close to an Imperial level white gold ranks battle form. Min Zi frowned while feeling perplexed. There must be someone controlling these monsters. Who exactly is that who can control up to 1,000 monsters at the same time? In reality, not only did Min Zi see that, the other saint messengers saw the same thing too and they were horrified. The saints had sent a total of 10 Imperial level messengers and half of them were killed. Furthermore, they did not see the murderer's face from the beginning until the end. Min Zi, the number 1 powerhouse among the saint members who were sent into the fallen god land, did not see any information about the murderer from the scenes that were transmitted from the 5 dead men. Apart from knowing that the person was a powerful Imperial censor, he did not have any idea about the location where they were killed. He could not avenge them even if he wanted to. I've no clue apart from knowing that the person's a powerful Imperial censor. I can only hope that I'll have the opportunity to bump into this person who controls the monsters within these 3 months. Lin Huang, who was over 20,000 kilometers away, had no idea that the news about the saint members being killed had been received by the remaining saint members. To him, the death of the 5 saint members was just a tiny bump which did not affect him much. In less than a week, Bloody accumulated over 150 Imperial level black gold rank puppets and it even had over 50 Imperial level crimson gold rank puppets. The battle formation consisting of those puppets gave them the ability to fight Imperial level white gold rank powerhouses. However, Bloody knew that was the limit of its puppet battle formation. It was not about the battle formation itself, but the core level of the battle formation. To be able to reach a level whereby they could kill Imperial level white gold ranks, it must have at least 20 Imperial level yellow gold rank puppets as the core of its battle formation. However, with Bloody's current combat strength, it could not parasitize Imperial level yellow gold rank monsters at all. While Bloody's battle formation had almost reached its bottleneck, Kylie's battle formation was soaring. She now had over 120 triple mutated Nephilic judges which made up a third of her army. Furthermore, since her Nephilic judges had elevated to immortal level rank 8 and rank 9, the battle formation power was much more compelling than when she had just entered the fallen god land. The army was powerful enough to kill most Imperial level black gold rank powerhouses. Lancelot surprised Lin Huang even more as he spent most of his time on the move these days. The reason being was that the hunting condition was too strict. The prey had to be sword down monsters whereby their combat strength had to be immortal level rank -9. In addition to that, they must be triple mutated too. There were only 31 monsters that fit the condition in the entire fallen god land and they were scattered far away from each other. However, after spending over 10 days, Lancelot had finally elevated all 9 of his sword servants to triple mutation. They even encountered prey that was immensely powerful along the way, so Lancelot was forced to fight. That caused the elevation to fail twice and they had to look for prey all over again. Although there were some bumps, all 9 sword servants completed their elevation. Lancelot might not have expected this himself, but since the 9 sword servants completed their triple mutation, he was elevated to pseudo-mythical level. Lancelot becoming the 3rd pseudo-mythical level monster card went beyond Lin Huang's expectations. Even since he had elevated to pseudo-mythical level, Lancelot did not only experience a boost in ability, but his sword servant quota had increased by 1-fold. He now had 18 slots for sword servants. He had been busy looking for new sword servants since then. I've never expected this fella who loves vegetables to become the most powerful one among all of you. Lin Huang could not help but chuckle when he said, he should have the ability to kill Imperial level Crimson Gold ranks together with his sword servants. Master, I should be the most powerful one overall ability-wise, Bloody corrected him with full confidence. Oh, I almost forgot about you and your army. Lin Huang just recalled that Bloody's puppet army was truly invincible now. They would fight Imperial level White Gold rank powerhouses head-on whenever they encountered one. They were more powerful than a few pseudo-god level powerhouses combined. If my combat strength breaks through further and I get to Imperial level Black Gold rank, I'll be able to control Imperial level Yellow Gold rank puppets. By then, we'll be able to even kill Imperial level White Gold rank powerhouses. Bloody was not boasting at all. As soon as the core of the battle formation rank was elevated, the entire battle formation power would be boosted by folds. Compared to Bloody, Kylie, Lancelot, and the other monster cards did not go through that much increase in their abilities. After all, their combat strength was still stuck on immortal level rank -9. There was no way that they could elevate further. It was even more impossible for them to mutate further, so it was only natural that their ability had an insignificant boost. The only improvement they could have was richer battle experiences. After watching Bai and the rest battle, Lin Huang was planning to buy some pet equipment for them when the search in the ruins ended. He had always thought pet equipment was expensive and impractical for them. However, after seeing Grimace control his puppet relic, he realized that the elevation in a summoning beast's ability was correlated with their equipment. Grimace had killed Imperial level Black Gold rank monsters with Bai earlier, whereby they would have to show their trump card almost every time they fought. However, with the puppet relic, it was clear that killing was much easier for them. The puppet alone minimized the stress from all Imperial level Black Gold rank monsters. I'll get Bai 2 demigod Longsword relics to boost his attack ability. I'll get Tyrant either a demigod level battle hammer or battle axe which can boost his attack ability by a few folds at least. Charcoal 2, I'll get it a fire attribute crystal. Lin Huang was thorough with his plan, but he knew his pathetic savings was unable to buy all of his summoning beasts equipment. Most pet equipment was even more expensive than human equipment, as some of them had to be customized according to the pet's ability, allowing the pet to boost their ability to their maximum capacity. As time went by, half a month passed since the opening of the Fallen God land. The intensity of the combat souls in Lin Huang's god figurines rose rapidly every day from the continuous hunting by his 15 summoning beasts. Looking at the progress, the 3 combat souls in my body will be able to elevate to Crimson Gold rank in 5 days at the most, or the soonest, in 3 days. The elevation speed was much faster than what he imagined. The monsters that we can kill away from human-populated areas are getting lesser and lesser. More than 80% of the immortal level rank 9 and Imperial level Black Gold rank monsters in these areas have already been cleared. Bloody told Lin Huang a piece of rather bad news: those humans who've entered the ruins are searching towards all directions continuously, so our activity range is getting smaller and smaller. It's very common for the collision force to spread up to 1,000 kilometers away with fights involving Imperial levels. People will find out about us sooner or later. It's just a matter of time. Bloody voiced a realistic opinion. I've thought about what you said, but I didn't expect it to come so soon. Lin Huang frowned. How about we get them to kill underground organization members whenever they encounter one? They'll kill them if they're capable to, and they'll avoid them if they're unable to fight them. We won't fight if we encounter any non-underground organization members. We'll avoid them entirely. Also, handle their bodies cleanly and don't leave any traces so that we won't bring any unnecessary trouble to ourselves. Chapter 844, Golden Cicada Substitute. It was a windy night. Wang Shu stood next to a beast's carcass whose head was severed. He took out a piece of paper from his emperor's heart ring and wiped his demigod relic, the waning moon, that was covered with blood. The waning moon was a scimitar that resembled a crescent moon. Wang Shu had this mid-grade demigod relic scimitar customized especially before he entered the fallen god land. He had spent almost all of his savings on it. However, he thought it was worth it. He had gotten the hang of it these days and felt that his ability had elevated like never before. A ferocious glow was glistening on the silver saber body after the blood was wiped off. As he put the carcass away, he tossed the paper onto the ground and was ready to leave. Just as he was turning around, Wang Shu suddenly felt a stirring force coming from far away. Is that a fight between Imperial-level Crimson Gold rank powerhouses? He lifted his head and looked towards the direction of the force while showing hesitation on his face. He would have definitely avoided such a situation in the past. The reason being, he had just broken through to Imperial-level Crimson Gold rank less than half a year ago. The chance of him defeating an Imperial-level Crimson Gold rank expert was extremely slim. Wang Shu was in a pickle for a moment as he looked at the waning moon in his hand. Eventually, he made up his mind as a fierce gleam flashed through his eyes. Those who have guts will benefit while the timid ones starve. I might not lose even if I fight him now. Moreover, since both of them are fighting now, I'll just hide while waiting for them to finish. By then, I'll reap what's left without putting any effort in. Wang Shu put the scimitar away as his thoughts flowed. He then hovered in the air and flew quickly towards the source of force. His black robes seemed to be invisible in the night sky. However, the white circle on the back of his vest stood out. There was a purple crow standing on a branch in the circle and it seemed lively as if it were alive. His collar that was lifted fluttered in the wind. There was a purple metal piece the size of a thumb inside the collar. Like the crow on his trench coat, the metal piece was a purple crow. Sensing the force that was getting more and more intense, Wang Shu slowed down and flew lower. After flying for around 800 kilometers, he finally saw the duo that were fighting. It was an Imperial-level Crimson Gold rank human fighting an Imperial-level Crimson Gold rank monster. The human was covered in black robes which made it hard to identify which organization he came from. His weapon was a demigod longsword relic and he had extraordinary abilities. Meanwhile, his opponent was a seven-tailed scorpion, a poisonous undying monster. This monster had a super regenerative ability whereby it could recover from almost any wound immediately. The only way to kill such a monster was to destroy its heart. The black-robed man seemed to be aware of that, so he had been trying to aim for its heart. Unfortunately, the monster had a seamless defense. Both man and monster seemed to fight equally as they had powerful abilities. Wang Shu realized that the difference between him and the old-time Imperial-level Crimson Gold rank powerhouse was very clear now. Even with the waning moon, he would still rank slightly below average. However, he did not plan to leave just yet. Instead, he proceeded to hide in the bushes a couple of kilometers away and hid his aura as much as he could. The fight between man and monster went on for some 10 minutes while the black-robed man's stance turned weak all of a sudden. What happened? Is he poisoned? Just when Wang Shu was in doubt, the black-robed man began to retreat quickly. He was retreating towards the direction where he was hiding. **T. Wang Shu did not think that the man had noticed him. He thought the black-robed man might have been poisoned and attempted to flee since he could not defeat the monster, and just so happened to run towards his hiding place. The seven-tailed scorpion caught up with the black-robed man as soon as he began to run. However, the black-robed man was simply dodging the monster's attacks or running towards some other direction instead of retaliating. Tail whips struck through the air continuously, creating massive potholes in the ground. The black-robed man happened to deflect one of the attacks from where it was and slammed towards where Wang Shu was hiding. Feeling helpless, Wang Shu retreated immediately and managed to dodge the attack. Although he dodged the seven-tailed scorpion's attack, Wang Shu had revealed himself. "Brother, you're finally here." The black-robed man shouted to Wang Shu suddenly, "Help me quickly. Let's get this monster together." The seven-tailed scorpion began to attack Wang Shu right away as soon as it heard that. Wang Shu only snapped back to his senses after a while of being stunned. He did not expect his plan of waiting for free fortune to end up making the seven-tailed scorpion thinking he was the black-robed man's partner. He was being attacked just like the black-robed man was. "I know you're hiding here to wait for the reward, but there's nowhere for you to escape now," said the black-robed man through voice transmission. "Let's kill it together and half the reward. Or you don't have to agree to my plan. I'll just retreat now and you won't get anything." Sure, let's kill it together. Although Wang Shu agreed to him, he had another plan in his head. Since you're poisoned anyway, we'll kill the monster together, then I'll kill you, he thought to himself. You'll contain its tail and I'll find ways to attack its heart. The black-robed man came up with a plan immediately. Why don't you contain its tail instead? Wang Shu was a little reluctant. Your scimitar's more suitable for defending a wider range while my sword's more suitable for a focused attack. Wang Shu had nothing to retort back to the black-robed man. The reason why he had picked the scimitar as his weapon was because of its powerful cutting ability, and indeed, he had a defensive saber skill that was suitable for a scimitar of such form. Feeling helpless again, Wang Shu charged towards the seven-tailed scorpion. After blocking the seven-tailed scorpion's tail whip attack, Wang Shu felt a sense of threat coming from his back as he was thinking about what he should do to the black-robed man after killing this monster. Just when he wanted to dodge, the seven-tailed scorpion's tail came whipping before him and he had nowhere to run. In the next second, a silver ray pierced through the left side of his chest. As he was going out of consciousness, he heard a voice by his ear, "I'm sorry. I wasn't poisoned at all. I pretended to retreat so that I could end you first before I could fight this seven-tailed scorpion in peace." After killing the core member of the Purple Crow, the black-robed man did not even glance at the body and proceeded to fight the seven-tailed scorpion. Around half an hour later, the seven-tailed scorpion became the second dead body on this battlefield. The black-robed man took off his hood and picked up Wang Shu's scimitar. His face then turned into Wang Shu's instantly. Lin Huang grinned as he nodded, watching the result of this battle 10,000 kilometers away. The evil dominator's performance isn't too shabby. He killed an Imperial level Crimson Gold rank and Imperial level Yellow Gold rank in the past 2 days with the help of Bloody. After obtaining 2 Golden Cicada substitutes, he possesses the ability to kill Imperial level Crimson Gold ranks now. If he takes his trump card out, he'll be able to fight Imperial level Yellow Gold ranks, Lin Huang said. Unfortunately, the Golden Cicada can only make human substitutes. Otherwise, he'd have at least 10 Imperial level Crimson Gold rank monster substitutes. Although the evil dominator doesn't have such a limitation, he has a time restriction. The 2 skills have flaws of their own, Bloody commented. Lin Huang smiled without saying anything. The evil dominator would be almost invincible if there were no flaws in either skill. Lin Huang had both of the skills while his evil blood substitute was exactly the same as the one the evil dominator had. However, his golden cicada had been extracted from the evil dominator's body by Xiao He back then. It was the lower-end version which he could only use 3 times per day *. Lin Huang did not really care about the substitute's ability back then. After all, the substitute had not exactly been powerful when he had used it to kill an evil spirit type of monster, as it just seemed to be harder to be defeated. However, its terrifying ability seemed to be coming out as his ability elevated. Just like the evil dominator, which was on immortal level rank 9, his ability would elevate to Imperial level Yellow Gold rank as soon as he summoned the Imperial level Yellow Gold rank substitute. It was many times more powerful than his own combat strength. Looking at my current body strength, I could bear an Imperial level Yellow Gold rank substitute forcefully, which is a rank higher than the boost using the Knight's skill. Moreover, the Golden Cicada can copy the substitute's inheritance, memory, and abilities completely. A new idea popped into Lin Huang's head instantly as he thought about this. Bloody, please look for some Imperial level Crimson Gold rank sword cultivators from an underground organization for me. I would like a few of them, also some Imperial level Black Gold rank sword cultivators as well. Chapter 845. We didn't hit it off ever since entering the Fallen God land the past half a month. Han Jia's journey had been a smooth sailing one. As a Duke of Dynasty, the members from the other organizations would avoid him no matter what kind of monsters he was hunting. Although his combat strength was only on Imperial level Crimson Gold rank, which was the lowest among the 20 Imperial level dukes from Dynasty who entered this round, even some Imperial level Yellow Gold rank powerhouses dared not challenge him for prey due to the golden cape he was wearing. Once, he even encountered an Imperial level Yellow Gold rank from the Hunter Association, but the person did not fight him. This Fallen God land's such an amazing place. I've already killed more than 20 Imperial level Crimson Gold rank monsters in the past 20 days, while I've already killed up to 100 Imperial level Black Gold rank monsters. I'll make a clean cut of tens of billions of life crystals just by selling all these monster carcasses. With the extra reward, I'll make at least hundreds of billions. Han Jia grinned while looking at the corpse wearing a trench coat under his foot as he spoke. The body was lying facing him, and there was a logo of a purple metal crow on the collar. As a member of an underground organization, although his main goal was to kill monsters every day, Han Jia did not let go of other organization members whenever he encountered one. No matter if it was members of the Union organization or an underground organization, he basically destroyed everyone that he could defeat. The body below his feet was the 5th Imperial level Black Gold rank powerhouse that Han Jia had killed ever since he arrived at the Fallen God land. 3 days ago, he attacked an Imperial level Crimson Gold rank powerhouse from the Union government when the person was fighting a monster. Eventually, he killed the powerhouse. Everything in the person's Emperor's Heart ring naturally belonged to Han Jia eventually. I'll make billions selling these human bodies as puppets. After browsing through the items on the body, Han Jia was planning to let go of them. As a member of Dynasty, he did this kind of business frequently. Even if it was a naked corpse, he would sell everything he could possibly retrieve from the body. In reality, all organizations would recycle dead bodies and bury them. Since there were few human corpses with high combat strength, the selling price was many folds higher than monster carcasses of the same level. Although Lin Huang would take everything from the dead people that he killed too, he had never done any business selling human bodies. Who is that? Just when he was ready to leave after putting the dead body away, Han Jia lifted his head all of a sudden and looked towards one of the directions. A man in a black trench coat walked over, and he had a purple crow pin on his collar too. Han Jia was stunned for a moment when he saw the person's attire. After all, the Imperial level Black Gold rank powerhouse that he had just killed was from the Purple Crow, and now, he was caught by someone else from the same organization. He was slightly relieved after sensing that the person had the same aura as he did, which was Imperial level Crimson Gold rank. Brother, I killed him because he attacked me first. Han Jia turned the tables around before anything could happen. Really, I might believe it if you're from a Union organization, said the man in the trench coat as he walked towards Han Jia slowly. Han Jia knew that what he said was hard to believe. Dynasty was worthy of being called the #1 underground organization in Division 3 with which other underground organizations were unwilling to have any conflicts. Even an Imperial level Yellow Gold rank Purple Crow member might not attack Han Jia if they bumped into each other, let alone an Imperial level Blank Gold rank member. So what do you want? To avenge him? Han Jia had his guard up slightly, but he still thought it was quite impossible for the person to attack him. Why would I do that? I wasn't close to him. The man in the trench coat shook his head while smiling. Let's just share 50% of the reward since he belongs to the same organization as I do. What makes you think that you deserve that? I was the one who killed him. You did nothing and you're asking for 50% of the reward. Han Jia scoffed in disdain. It was clear that the person did not plan to attack him, so there was no need for him to be afraid of him. I'm leaving now. Don't tell me you're going to stop me. I won't stop you, but I'll tell on you. The man in the trench coat continued to grin. The father of this person you killed is a demigod while his brother's in this ruins as well. He's an Imperial level Purple Gold rank powerhouse. What are the odds of you walking out of this fallen god land alive when I tell them who the murderer is? Even if you manage to survive the remaining 2 months or so, do you think Dynasty would protect you if a demigod demands for you by then? Han Jia was sweating profusely when he heard this revelation. He had no idea that he had killed such a prominent person. However, he now had the intention to kill this black-robed man before him. Naturally, I won't sell you out as long as you give me 50% of the reward. I'd be asking for death if I did that, proceeded the man. I'll give you a minute to think about it. You can reject me, then I won't ask you to stay. I'll leave and report about you. How do you want to do it? He only has one Emperor's Heart ring. Han Jia chose to compromise temporarily while looking irritated. Give me the Emperor's Heart ring. I'll give you half of the contents after I unlock it. No way. What if you ran away after taking the Emperor's Heart ring from me? It was clear that Han Jia did not trust the man in the trench coat before him. Don't worry, I'll definitely share half of the items with you. I don't want you to turn the tables around and tell people that I killed him when you get out of this place. The man looked down and glanced at the time on the Emperor's Heart ring. Also, you don't have any other choice now. You only have 30 seconds. I'll leave if you don't decide. Fine, I'll give you the Emperor's Heart ring. Han Jia tossed the Emperor's Heart ring at him while looking reluctant. Just when the man reached out to grab the ring, Han Jia moved all of a sudden. He tore towards the man in the trench coat while unsheathing his battle sword in an instant. A fleeting green sword ray flashed through the air and arrived at the throat of the man in the trench coat while the Emperor's heart ring was still in the air. However, an intense sense of danger came at this moment. Han Jia saw a black ray radiating through the air and the man passed him in the next second. He felt a devastating pain radiating from his chest at the moment. Han Jia looked down and suddenly noticed a gash which appeared on his chest without even realizing it. The wound went through his chest and his heart beneath it was crushed. As his vision was fading slowly, the voice of the man in the trench coat came from behind faintly, "Your sword's too slow." The man's body changed as soon as he put away his sword into its sheath. Soon, the person took on Han Jia's appearance. "This is the 6th Imperial level Crimson Gold rank substitute now." A cloud of purple mist came out of the sleeve of the substitute Han Jia slowly. "You could have killed him in one hit. Why did you have to talk so much with him? Why must we use violence so soon? I think it's nice to chat. I might let the person go if I encounter someone who hit it off with me," said Han Jia, while smiling. "Too bad this fella from Dynasty didn't hit it off with me." Bloody roughly understood what Lin Huang said. Not everyone who joined an underground organization was wicked. Some of them were forced to enter, but they were not evil, just like Xiaomo, the boy Lin Huang met in the Purple Crow training camp. The reason why Lin Huang chatted with the person was because he was deciding if he should kill him. For the past few days, Lin Huang had been killing underground organization members. Since the Golden Cicada secret skill would give him their inheritance, everyone he killed was sword cultivators. There had been 17 Imperial level Black Gold rank sword cultivators and 6 Imperial level Crimson Gold rank sword cultivators who died by his hand in the past few days. With his current ability, he could even fight Imperial level White Gold ranks with an Imperial level Crimson Gold rank substitute. If not for the heavy burden an Imperial level Crimson Gold rank substitute brought him and the time limitation that was restricted to half an hour, he could even kill Imperial level White Gold rank powerhouses. It was not difficult for him to kill an Imperial level Crimson Gold rank powerhouse in one blow under the condition of using an Imperial level Crimson Gold rank substitute. Meanwhile, he could kill Imperial level Yellow Gold rank powerhouses within 10 swings of his sword. Apart from the increasing number of substitutes, the 3 combat souls in Lin Huang's body completed their breakthrough 2 days ago. They elevated from Imperial level Black Gold rank to Imperial level Crimson Gold rank. His overall ability was considered a rank higher now. However, his summoning beasts began to face trouble. Due to the ever-growing expansion of human exploration areas, Bai and the rest could not avoid encountering humans. Their hunting speed was plummeting more and more in the past week due to the encounter with humans. As Lin Huang asked them to avoid members from the Union organization as well as the underground organization members that they could not fight. This caused their activity range to be more and more limited. Moreover, the army Kylie led was too large. They were sought after a couple of times as their whereabouts were revealed by the humans' detection relics. Her Nephilic Judge army had close to 200 triple mutated Nephilic angels now. With Bloody's improved battle formations, they could even fight Imperial level Crimson Gold rank monsters. However, there were some Imperial level Yellow Gold and White Gold rank people who joined 2 of the hunting expeditions looking for Kylie and her army. If not for her mini-world, Kylie and her Nephilic Judge army would have been caught alive. Although the rest of his summoning beasts were doing better than Kylie, Lin Huang speculated their hunting range would be completely occupied by humans in a few days. By then, he would have to turn them back into cards. However, Lin Huang did not consider that as a setback. What upset him was not having any news about the god figurines since the day he set foot in the fallen god land over 20 days ago. Did Chan Do trick me? Lin Huang even began to suspect that Chan Do had misled him about the god figurines being in the ruins just to trick him to enter. Chapter 846. A sudden, unusual phenomenon. As time passed, it had been more than a month since Lin Huang entered the fallen god land. A few days ago, since the number of human explorers was constantly growing, Bai and the rest did not have any place to hunt. Aside from Bloody, the rest of the summoning monsters had been recalled back into their card forms. More than 200 Nephilic angels from Kylie's army had completed their triple mutation. Despite the fact that all the Nephilic judges had completed the upgrade, her army was still incapable of fighting a Yellow Gold rank. However, there were not only Yellow Gold ranks but also White Gold and Purple Gold ranks. Although Kylie was unwilling to do so, she still accepted Lin Huang's arrangement. Lin Huang promised her that she would be summoned again when the time was right. He had never stopped hunting for those who majored in swordsmanship from the underworld. The number of inheritances he obtained increased as well. The number of legendary level sword skills he used to have was less than 80, and there were more than 180 of them now after they had been multiplied. He even obtained pseudo-mythical level sword skills, the Void Sword and the Instantaneous Slash. The Void Sword was a very powerful skill, but it was rather different from Killer. Killer leaned more towards a close-range attack, whereas the Void Sword tended to be a life power attack. Of course, it would not be weak if one were to use it for a close-range attack. As for the Instantaneous Slash, it was a completely different kind of sword skill, as there was only one hit for the skill. It was an extremely fast attack. Lin Huang had practiced sword skills of such speed before. He had even derived many legendary level sword skills from Thunder Sting. The sword skill that he recently used to kill the Crimson Gold rank was the new version of Thunder Sting. However, be it the speed of the sword, its cutting ability, or its speed when the attack was launched, it was more than 10 times faster than the new version of Thunder Sting. Despite the fact that the skill consisted of only one single hit, its power was tremendously terrifying. Even Lin Huang dared not fight such an attack. Lin Huang felt that the Instantaneous Slash would be on par with the mythical level skill. The one who created this skill was definitely on God level. The scariest part of Golden Cicada was that not only did it allow others to learn the skill, but it could be directly inherited and the memory could be retained. In the past 10 days, each time when Lin Huang killed a person who mastered swordsmanship, he was able to completely obtain their experience in sword training. He could even get the hang of the skill. Lin Huang's sword Dao was improving by the day. Aside from taking a good rest, he basically did only 3 things every day, which were to proceed with his journey, kill sword majors, and go for sword training. As for Bloody, it had stopped hunting for the parasitic puppet. Its responsibility was to provide Lin Huang with a hunting target and parasitize the sword majors that had been killed by Lin Huang. Also, it had to look for the god figurine, which nobody had any idea about. Lin Huang practiced his sword skills as usual tonight. Before midnight, a silver glow lit up abruptly in the sky as if there was an explosion. The silver cloud lingered in the air and did not clear away even after a long while. Seeing what just happened, Lin Huang stopped his sword training and asked, "Bloody, can you see what's happening out there?" A beam of light was released from the foggy area, which I've no way of exploring. However, there are no changes in the fog. Bloody's leech pods could immediately identify where the silver glow originated from. "Hey, it's kind of weird. What happened?" Lin Huang immediately asked. "There are people heading over there right now. It seems like even the people that are tens of thousands of kilometers away from the ruins have witnessed this phenomenon," Bloody explained. "If it's bright enough, there's nothing unusual about everyone seeing it. Just like how we're able to see the sun and the moon. However, it seems like only immortal and holy fire levels can see it. The imperial levels can't seem to see the strange phenomenon at all," Bloody said, projecting a few of the imperial levels. The 3 imperial levels are less than 100 kilometers away from the fog. The one who's farthest away is only 300 kilometers away. Look at their reactions. From the projection, the 3 of them ignored the strange phenomenon above them. It seemed like they could not see it at all, and they were busy getting their work done. One of them ran in the opposite direction while another one was setting up a tent, getting ready to sleep. The third one got into an intense fight with the imperial level monster. Aside from the 3 of them, it seems like all the imperial levels are unable to see this phenomenon. They're busy with their own work and none of them even bother to look in the direction where the strange phenomenon occurred. Bloody projected more than 10 of the imperial levels being monitored. Lin Huang frowned. "Only those who are below imperial level are able to see it. That's really strange. Do we need to go and have a look?" Bloody asked. It was feeling worried because its leech pods were unable to explore that area. "Let's go." Lin Huang nodded his head without a moment of hesitation. Chan Do mentioned that the god figurine is in the ruins. I guess he's not bluffing, as he won't tell such a joke. "You haven't been able to find anything regarding the god figurine for the past month. That being said, the god figurine might be in an area that you're unable to detect. If we don't go and have a look, it's a waste coming to the fallen god land. However, I think it's too risky, as it's an area that can distract the imperial levels." Bloody tended to avoid those unknown areas. "The rest of the immortal levels have the courage to go. Why don't we give it a try?" We're capable of fighting a white gold rank. Even if we encounter any danger, I guess our survival rate will be higher than the immortal levels. Lin Huang was quite confident in his abilities. In addition to having so many god crashers in our hands, even if we happen to bump into demigod levels, we can fight them. If we're in really great trouble, we can even hide in Kylie's mini world. After listening to what he said, Bloody frowned. It knew that Lin Huang had made up his mind and very unlikely that it could do anything to change his decision. The foggy area was at the northwest of the ruins. It was an extremely huge stretch and was approximately half the area of Earth. It had attempted to explore this region with its leech pods previously. However, once the leech pods entered the foggy area, they would completely lose connection. This was the reason it wanted to stay away from this region all the time. However, the appearance of the phenomenon indicated that there might be hidden danger lurking there. It could be an opportunity for Lin Huang, as opportunities were often accompanied by risks, and it was inevitable. If Lin Huang managed to obtain the god figurine, he would level up to immortal level rank 4 and advance to the intermediate level of an immortal level. Its combat strength would be upgraded to black gold rank as well. It would not be a problem to parasitize a yellow gold rank by then. The upgrade in its abilities could even surpass more than that. As it thought of this, Bloody no longer stopped Lin Huang from entering the area. However, it made a request. We can go, but you have to promise me that you'll quit if one of your clones dies. Sure, Lin Huang promised. If it was so dangerous to the point that his crimson gold rank clone died, he would probably perish there. After coming to an agreement, the two of them departed. Lin Huang then summoned thunder and headed towards the fog. Chapter 847. Tan Lang. It was past 10 in the morning on the second day when Lin Huang arrived at the entrance of the foggy area. The entrance of the foggy area was located in a valley and there were already hundreds of people gathering there. Lin Huang saw a familiar person there, Wangfu Lin. He saw her even before they entered the ruins. However, Wangfu Lin did not notice him among the crowd. Startled was her first reaction when she saw Lin Huang. His presence was out of her expectations. However, after sensing his powerful aura, her frozen reaction turned into shock in the blink of an eye. It's been a while. Noticing that Wangfu Lin had seen him, Lin Huang knew there was nowhere he could run, so he walked towards her while smirking. The reason he did not really want to meet Wangfu Lin, his old friend, was that of the illogical elevation rate of his combat strength. As expected, the first thing Wangfu Lin said was, "Your combat strength's on immortal level rank 3 now." The last time they had seen each other was merely half a year ago, and Lin Huang's combat strength had been only blue flame level back then. Leaping 5 ranks above within half a year and elevating by a level from holy fire level to immortal level in between, his cultivation speed was so fast that it was absurd. "Yeah, I just happened to have great luck." Lin Huang nodded while smiling. However, that simple response halted the topic completely. What he really meant was that he did not want to talk about it. Wangfu Lin did not ask further, so she changed the topic. "You shouldn't have come even though you've advanced to immortal level rank 3. I just thought of taking a look since there was quota available." Lin Huang did not bother to explain, although he knew he was being underestimated. After all, apart from a couple of people on holy fire level, his combat strength was indeed the lowest among all who were present. It would be ridiculous for him to tell Wangfu Lin that he was actually so powerful that he could even fight an imperial level white gold rank. Why is everyone gathering at the entrance but not going in? Lin Huang changed the topic to avoid Wangfu Lin discussing his combat strength. "We can't go in yet. The area covered in white fog seems to be blocked by a layer of invisible film. You'll know what I mean if you touch it with your hand," Wangfu Lin explained. She had arrived a few hours before Lin Huang, so she already found out what had happened. "So what do we do now? Do we just wait?" The people from the Union government said the defense layer will only be effective for 24 hours. It'll fade away automatically 24 hours later. We can go in by then. It was not confidential information, so naturally, Wangfu Lin did not have to keep it a secret. After chatting with Wangfu Lin for a while, Lin Huang saw Shen Dao from the Heaven Alliance descending from the sky, riding on a beast. Shen Dao noticed Lin Huang in the crowd in an instant. After putting the beast away, he walked towards Lin Huang in large strides. He only noticed how extraordinary Lin Huang's combat strength was when he got closer. "Lin Xie, your combat strength, just luck." Lin Huang shook Shen Dao's hand while smiling. Compared to Wangfu Lin, Lin Huang had fought alongside with Shen Dao at the tribal land before, so it was natural for them to be closer. You guys go ahead. Wang Fulin nodded to both of them and left. Shen Dao took a glance at Wang Fulin, then patted Lin Huang's shoulder and gave him a thumbs up when she left far away. He said softly, "That chick's not bad. You're thinking too much. We've just met once before this." Lin Huang shook his head while smiling. "Let's meet more frequently. Work harder. It's possible to meet her for another 10 or 20 times." Shen Dao winked as he spoke. "Let me tell you, you must be clingy if you want to win a lady's heart. I don't need you, a single dog, to teach me how to woo a lady. I'm afraid I'll have an even harder time to find a girlfriend after listening to your advice." Lin Huang attacked him verbally in a straightforward way. Shen Dao had nothing to say. "What do you guys know about this foggy land?" Lin Huang said through voice transmission all of a sudden. "We know nothing," Shen Dao replied in all seriousness. "The fallen god land is a grade 7 ruins. The Union government in Division 3 is keeping it confidential. Although the ruins opened on a major scale, they only provide us with the most basic information. Although they've only explored less than a fifth of the ruins throughout the past hundreds of years, the Division 3 Union government must have collected quite some information. As for this foggy land, I think the people from the Union organizations such as the Union government and Hunter Association might know something about it." Shen Dao voiced his speculation. Recalling what Wang Fulin had said earlier about the people from the Union government knowing the defense layer would only be effective for 24 hours, Lin Huang figured that Shen Dao's speculation was accurate. "Let's not talk about this. Since you're here, let's join the rest, so we can take care of each other." Shen Dao pulled Lin Huang towards the direction where the few Heaven Alliance members were gathering. "Big brother Tan Lang's here too. He's been wanting to meet you." Lin Huang had only heard of Tan Lang but had never seen him before. In reality, Lin Huang had never seen any of the 3 Heaven Alliance deputy chiefs before and had no idea how they looked like. 5 Heaven Alliance members arrived before Lin Huang and Shen Dao did. Seeing Shen Dao walking over with Lin Huang, the 5 of them from the Heaven Alliance were observing him while feeling a little curious. They did not expect Lin Huang, who was only Holy Fire level from what they recalled, to elevate to Immortal level rank 3 now. They were all surprised by the elevation speed of his combat strength. Lin Huang scanned through the 5 of them. Although all of them had a combat strength of Immortal level rank 9, he recognized Tan Lang immediately. He was not as tall as Lin Huang had imagined at a little over 1.8 meters, which was similar to Lin Huang's height. He wore a black, slim-fit trench coat with a stand-up collar while his body was rather skinny. However, Lin Huang was almost sure that he was the kind who appeared skinny but was chubby underneath those clothes. His skin was tanned. Although his appearance was not considered handsome, he was very manly. There was a scar across the left side of his cheek which was almost 3 centimeters long. However, instead of making him hideous, it made him cool. Although they were all Immortal level rank 9s, Tan Lang, who was clad in black, had the strongest aura which was much more powerful than the 3 of them among the 4. "He's indeed on par with the 7th prince from Dynasty," Lin Huang secretly commented. Apart from Tan Lang, there was a baby-faced person who made Lin Huang do a double take. That person's aura was just slightly weaker than Tan Lang's, but it was clear that he was a supreme genius too. His age should be at least 28, but he looked only 17 or 18 at the most. He dressed like a student with a gentle smile on his face which made him look rather harmless. He disguises himself to be harmless, but he's actually not. Lin Huang secretly gave him a label. "Hi, everyone, my name's Lin Xie." Lin Huang walked forward and greeted them. Tan Lang. Tan Lang was the first one who shook hands with Lin Huang. Li Jia, the baby face, was the second. After some introduction, Lin Huang found out that Tan Lang and Shen Dao both came from Division 1 while Li Jia came from Division 2. Among the 10 quotas that the Heaven Alliance were given, Chando gave 2 to Division 1, 1 to Division 2 while the remaining 7 were assigned to the local members from Division 3. "Lin Xie, I know that your ability surpasses your combat strength. Although your combat strength's only Immortal level rank 3 now, your real ability might be more powerful than many Immortal level rank 9 powerhouses. But there are many Immortal level rank 9 supreme geniuses who are coming into the ruins this time. Some even have the ability to kill Imperial levels, while there might also be many Imperial level powerhouses who participated this time. To put it simply, and although it was rather displeasing to hear, your ability's not worth mentioning among these. People, Chando gave me a mission before I came. If I happen to see you in the ruins, I must do my best to protect you. He thinks you've got the potential to be one of the 5 princes and hopes you won't die here. I don't want to judge if what he thought is accurate or not, but I don't want to fail my mission. Hence, I'm giving you a mission here. The mission sounds simple, but it might not be easy to fulfill. Protect yourself, Tan Lang said in all honesty and straightforward. Although it was rather displeasing, it was clear that he came with good intentions. All right then, Lin Huang had no idea how to respond to what Tan Lang said. Don't leave the group once we get into the foggy area. We must move together. If we're separated, you must follow me first, Li Jia second and Shen Dao third. Understood, Lin Huang agreed while nodding calmly. Chapter 848. Bug Master at midnight. The silver clouds in the sky dispersed slowly while the phenomenon finally began to fade away. Everyone knew that the isolation layer lingering around the foggy area should be waning soon. There were already over 5,000 human powerhouses gathered at the entrance of the foggy area. It surpassed half of the total people who had entered the ruins. Among the thousands of people, most of them were immortal level rank 9 powerhouses while a minority of them were holy fire levels. There were even over 30 imperial level powerhouses among them. These imperial level powerhouses could not witness the phenomenon in the sky at all. Most of them came here following the news spread by the immortal level members from the same organizations. Although the communication function on the Emperor's heart ring could not be used, these major organizations had their unique way of communicating. However, it was not as convenient as the Emperor's heart ring, which had a limited communication range too. There was also a minority of them hunting around the area and could not help but go there to check it out after noticing many immortal level powerhouses gathering towards the direction. Among the crowd, many of the immortal level powerhouses were complaining discreetly. With more than 30 imperial level powerhouses there, they might not even get a piece of monster bone if they got in. The phenomenon in the sky was fading quickly and many of them began to touch the invisible isolation film at the entrance of the valley. Soon, someone in the crowd shouted, "The isolation layer's gone." The people became excited when the scream rang out while many of them began to rush into the valley. Lin Huang and the rest were behind them. They saw many of them entering the entrance and disappearing into the fog. In a while, they could no longer sense any of their aura. The members of the few major organizations under Union government did not rush in like the rest. Instead, they got their members to join hands and walk into it in groups. I don't think the people from the Union government joined hands because they're afraid they'd be separated. They might be transported when they go in, Tan Lang voiced his speculation as he watched. The rest agreed with what he said. Just when the 10 of them from the Heaven Alliance joined hands before entering, an imperial-level powerhouse dashed towards the entrance all of a sudden. However, the person seemed to have smacked himself onto an invisible glass and his face deformed a little when he bounced back. Everyone was stunned to see that. As the entrance closed, someone shouted in surprise. An immortal-level member from a group extended his hand and passed through the layer of isolation easily. He then disappeared with his team into the fog. Later on, other immortal-level groups went in one after another and none of them faced any obstacles. Imperial-level powerhouses then extended their hands, but they realized that they were blocked out. It was clear that the foggy area stopped Imperial levels from entering. An Imperial-level white gold rank powerhouse frowned a little and appeared next to a group of immortal levels that was going into the valley in a flash. He grabbed one of the group members' hands. "Bring me in." The member dared not deny him, so they had to bring him in. The group of 5 passed through the isolation layer very soon, but when it was the Imperial-level white gold rank's turn, he let go of the immortal level's hand that he was holding automatically when he bounced back. Looking at that, the rest of them basically confirmed one thing. This foggy area prohibited Imperial-level powerhouses from entering. Tan Lang and the few of them were secretly pleased. Without the participation of Imperial-level powerhouses, it would mean they were the most powerful powerhouses in the area. They would not have to tiptoe around other powerhouses when they were looking for resources, so it was undoubtedly great news for them. The rest of the Imperial-level powerhouses looked extremely horrified. They had spent the entire day waiting outside, but they could not enter in the end. "Let's go." Staying there and watching would only make the Imperial-level powerhouses even madder, so Tan Lang urged them to join hands and dash towards the entrance. The 10 of them made it through the isolation layer successfully as they vanished into the fog. All Lin Huang felt was that he passed through a layer of white fog and his vision became clear all of a sudden. The fog around vanished completely and the 10 of them appeared on a field while joining hands. There was a fresh floral aroma in the air. There was a red and a purple crescent moon hanging in the sky above their heads, giving the night a mysterious cast. It kind of looks like we're back in our world, Shen Dao mumbled softly. Can we let go of our hands now? Lin Huang turned to look at Tan Lang beside him. After letting go of their hands, Tan Lang looked around before speaking. There's no one else's aura around. We should be transported somewhere in the foggy area as a team while the other teams should be experiencing the same thing. Does anyone have any detection abilities or detection relics? Let's see if there's anything odd happening around here and see if there's anywhere to rest our feet. I'll do it, Li Jia walked out from the crowd and said to Tan Lang. Tan Lang nodded. As the deputy chief of the Heaven Alliance, he had a rough understanding of his Heaven Alliance members. Especially before going there, he did his homework as he had gotten the list from Chan Do beforehand. Li Jia closed his eyes slowly. A while later, black, flying bugs that were the size of mosquitoes came out of his collars and sleeves. They flapped their wings and flew towards all directions. A bug master, someone among the crowd shouted out loud. Lin Huang was a little surprised too as it was his first time seeing a bug master. He had heard of such profession before whereby he knew that a bug master was even rarer than an imperial censor, but he had never seen a real one. In the ancient times, a bug master was actually a branch under an imperial censor, a bug imperial censor. However, due to further studies into varieties of bugs, the bug imperial censors came up with all sorts of new abilities and new battle modes. That was how they got their independence from the imperial censor, and a new profession was born, the bug master. Bugs had the most varieties among all monsters, hence the battle style of a bug master was more colorful than an imperial censor's. They walked on a different path which only got further away from imperial censors. Now almost everyone agreed completely that the bug master was an independent profession which was different from the imperial censor. To Lin Huang, Li Jia's detection skill was similar to Bloody's leech pods. However, the number of bugs was limited while its detection range was smaller. Their detection accuracy was definitely below Bloody's. After all, Bloody possessed supreme intelligence which allowed it to control information coming from tens of millions of leech pods. Li Jia definitely would not be able to do that. However, Li Jia had released up to 10,000 bugs now. It proved that his soul was much more powerful than those who had the same combat strength as he did. Around some 10 minutes later, the bugs came back and entered Li Jia's body. He then opened his eyes slowly while looking a little peculiar. What's wrong? Tan Lang asked immediately. There are natives here, what Li Jia said shocked everyone. He then proceeded to give a detailed explanation. In our 10 o'clock, 120 kilometers away is a little town where people live. They're all ordinary people who have no cultivation base and they dress rather strangely. They kind of dress like those ancient people, like the kind of clothes I've seen in the museum. Chapter 849, Little Town. Li Jia's discovery was rather unexpected. Even Lin Huang was a little surprised by that. Are you sure it's a mistake? Are they really human and not disguised by monsters? Tan Lang still thought it was a little unbelievable. They should be real. It's clear that the buildings in the town are made by humans and it's brightly lit now. I don't think monsters are able to build such a human town. Li Jia was sure of that. Could they be survivors from the ancient times? Shen Dao could not help but frown. It's possible that the people who survived during the war gathered and bred, then slowly built a town of their own. It's certainly possible theoretically. Lin Huang nodded to agree with what he said. What Shen Dao said was logically reasonable. Maybe this foggy area happens to protect them and prevents outsiders from interfering with their lives. Maybe that's how they managed to live for generations until now, Li Jia added. His voiced thoughts made everyone believe those people might really be survivors of ancient times. Then, let's check it out together. We need a place to rest anyway, so we can ask around about the area as well. Tan Lang came up with a plan after some thinking. However, he did not forget to remind them, no matter whether these people are ancient time survivors or not, we should have our guard up. Remember, we're still in grade 7 ruins. It's possible for anything to happen. After that piece of short advice, Tan Lang then led them to fly towards the town ahead. Soon, they saw the town that Li Jia was talking about. The town was small. It was approximately 40 to 50 square kilometers large. The buildings in the town were almost all low houses with red bricks and green tiles. There were hardly any double-story houses. There were red lanterns lit up at the entrance of every house. The fire burned inside the lanterns, the light did not come from energy stones. I've seen such lanterns at the museum before. I remember them being used by the commoners in the Middle Ages as a source of light, recalled an immortal level rank 9 powerhouse. I think the fuel is made of animal fats. They descended slowly from the sky. There really isn't any energy around. The people around here should be ordinary people who have no cultivation base. Tan Lang finally proved that Li Jia's speculation earlier was accurate. He was relieved after finding out about it himself. Meanwhile, Lin Huang noticed a 12 or 13-year-old boy looking at them descending from the sky through the window in a house not far away. He turned to look at where the young boy was. The young boy hid his head under the window immediately and only revealed half of his head slowly to peek at Lin Huang and the rest after a while. Lin Huang smiled while nodding at him. The boy was stunned for a moment and seemed troubled for a while before he opened the window and shouted at Lin Huang, "Are you guys immortal?" Lin Huang and the rest were stunned to hear his question. "Kid," Lin Huang held Shen Dao's shoulder just when he was going to say something and shook his head. Lin Huang took a step forward and said to the young boy with a smile, "We're not immortal, we're cultivators. But I saw you guys fly from the sky. It means all of you are immortal," the young boy said with conviction. "You mean like this?" Lin Huang hovered from the ground slowly and flew towards the window. "You guys really are immortal." The young boy's eyes lit up and he was no longer scared upon realizing that Lin Huang was friendly. He then said to Lin Huang in excitement, "You guys must know how to kill demons then." "Demons?" Lin Huang was stunned again hearing that, but he responded, "How does the demon you mentioned look like?" The young boy was interrupted all of a sudden. "Xiao Yu, who are you talking to?" A woman suddenly opened the door to the young boy's room. "Auntie," the young boy turned to glance at the door immediately. "Who are you?" The woman looked at Lin Huang warily. She then stepped forward and pushed the young boy behind her. "Auntie, he's an immortal." The young boy named Xiao Yu exclaimed excitedly. "Immortal? More like a con man." The woman seemed even more skeptical now. "He's not a con man. I really saw him fly." Xiao Yu explained on behalf of Lin Huang quickly. "Are you leaving? I'll call the police if you don't." The woman threatened Lin Huang fiercely. She was sure that Lin Huang was a con man. "Sis, please calm down. I just want to ask about the demons." Lin Huang wrung his hands helplessly. "Oh, you want to know about the demons? You really think you're immortal, don't you?" The woman said in disdain, "I've seen so many scammers in my life. You're not the only one who can fly. Do you think I don't know the tricks that you guys play to scam people? If you really are who you said you are, then make me fly. I'll believe that you're immortal if you make me fly. If you say so." Lin Huang could not help but smile hearing what the woman said. He extended 2 telekinetic threads which tangled around the bodies of the woman and the young boy. Lin Huang moved his fingers slightly while the duo's feet floated from the ground. The woman wanted to say something but she realized that she was hovering in the air. She swallowed the words that were coming out of her mouth. "I'm flying." Seeing that he was flying, Xiao Yu was cheering and dancing with excitement. "So, can we talk now?" Lin Huang said with a smirk after a while, waiting for the woman to snap out of her bewilderment. "You really are an immortal," the woman mumbled softly. After opening the door and letting Lin Huang and the rest into the house, she realized that there was not only one immortal who came, but 10 of them. Please take a seat." The woman brought all of the stools that she had at home out clumsily, but there were only 8 of them. She was panicking even more now. "Sis, don't panic. We only have a few questions." Lin Huang knew the woman might be spooked. "Please do shoot away. I'll definitely tell you everything that I know." "Well, we've just arrived at this town, so we've no idea what's the situation here. I heard from Xiao Yu that there are demons here. Could you tell me more about that?" Lin Huang went straight to the point while Tan Lang and the rest listened carefully. Because they did not want to miss a thing. "Oh, so you guys are here to kill the demons. That's great." The woman was relieved and started rattling on like a bullet train. "There's this black dragon mountain near our town and there's a super powerful demon on the mountain. I heard it's a black, one-eyed dragon. The black dragon has tens of small demons as its minions and each of them is insanely strong. Even the officers from the local authority can only fight equally with the demons. One small demon can take on 3 officers. Those small demons would come into town to devour people every 3 to 5 days. My poor son was taken away by a wolf demon even though he was hiding under the bed. Sis, how do those small demons look like?" Lin Huang asked after listening to the woman narrate her story in tears. All of them look different. Some look like monkeys, some like wolves, and some of them are like humans and they walk as we do. No matter what, they have sharp teeth and claws. They're stronger than tigers. Lin Huang looked at Tan Lang and the rest. They were almost sure that the demons the woman was talking about should be monsters. Sis, why don't all of you move away since there are demons in this town? Lin Huang proceeded to ask. Wouldn't it be the same no matter where we move? Which town doesn't have demons now? I heard that people from a town died of no reason every day before this. And nobody even saw any demons in there. They had no idea where to hide, so all of them ran away. At least, we can still see the demons here and we can hide somewhere, explained the woman helplessly. The cities are safe, but they're too far away. We don't have the money to live there. Why are the cities safe? Now, Lin Huang finally understood that this town was not the only town in the foggy area. There were many towns, and there were more people living there. There are walls around the cities and guards. Of course, they're safe. The woman did not know much about the cities. After confirming those pieces of information, Lin Huang asked a couple more questions and found out that her knowledge was limited. It was clear that she had heard rumors and hearsay, some of which were exaggerated and fake. Moreover, she told many things that were unrelated to what Lin Huang asked, such as Xiao Yu's parents being captured by the demons and that she was taking care of him out of pity. Since he was sure that he could not ask any further, Lin Huang and the rest then left her house. Chapter 850. The Remnants of the Immortals. The Good Luck Inn was one of the rare double-story buildings in town. Lin Huang and the rest stayed in the biggest dormitory in the inn. Now, we're basically sure that there are many humans living in this foggy area as well as a massive amount of monsters around. People are living in two types of places. One is the town that we're currently in where security is low while the other one is the cities, which is the safest place. They're similar to the human footholds in our world, just that the classification isn't as detailed. There are many towns while the guards depend mainly on the officers from the local authority. The officers are called warriors, and their aura is basically below holy fire level. People who are more powerful than warriors are called immortals. To the commoners, only immortals can fly. I'm guessing that the immortals they've labeled are cultivators above holy fire level, but they have a different cultivation system than we do. There are only 12 cities with high walls surrounding them and immortals guarding them. They have to pay a high accommodation fee in order to live in the city in return for the protection. Hence, most of the people who can't afford it only live in the towns. Although the towns are invaded by demons, it's still much safer than living in the wild. The demons that they talk about are monsters of our world. These monsters are scattered all over with many varieties. Most of them consume humans and other animals. A minority of them don't consume humans, but they're not exactly friendly to humans since they hunt and kill them for fun. These demons live in groups while many of them are of different kinds whereby the most powerful one will be the leader. Some of the demon leaders can even speak the human language. These demons usually live near towns where humans are easy prey. Apart from that, places with more monsters have a head honcho which they call a demon king. The demon king is in charge of a territory. According to what the local authority said, demon kings have powerful abilities while some of them can even kill immortals. From my speculation, those so-called demon kings have a much more powerful ability than the leaders. They should have immortal level combat strength, but we've no idea for now if there are any monsters that are more powerful than Demon King. Tan Lang summarized the information that he had gathered one by one. He had gotten most of them from the local authority earlier. After leaving Xiao Yu's house earlier, Lin Huang and the rest headed straight to the local authority. The officer saw all 10 of them flying, so he told them everything that he knew and answered every question quickly. The information they obtained from him was much more detailed and clearer than what the woman had told them earlier. I guess only immortals can give us more detailed information. I think we should head straight to the city to know more about the situation from the immortals, Li Jia suggested. The cities have curfews at midnight when people are prohibited from entering and exiting. The officer said that demons that fly won't be able to fly into the cities as there's a prohibitive barrier in the sky above the city wall. We can only head over there when the city door opens tomorrow morning. Let's rest well tonight. Tan Lang came up with a plan. I think we should clear the demons nearby before we leave, Lin Huang, who was standing aside, said all of a sudden. The rest looked a little uneasy upon hearing what he said. Lin Huang could roughly figure out what they were thinking about. After all, the people in this world were different from theirs. It was unnecessary for them to protect the people, so they were unwilling to put in any effort to help. I'll take a walk. You guys rest well. I'll go with you. Seeing that nobody responded, Shen Dao patted his thighs and stood up. It's all right. I'll go on my own. I'll come back in a couple of minutes. Lin Huang rejected Shen Dao's kind intention. He could feel that Shen Dao was actually unwilling to do it, but he initiated accompanying him just so Lin Huang did not seem so awkward alone. Lin Huang hovered into the sky after getting out of the inn and headed towards the Black Dragon Mountain. Li Jia shook his head and said while smiling and watching Lin Huang vanish into the sky, "Young people just can't sit still." "You look even younger than him," Shen Dao teased. "I'm already 28, which means I'm already an uncle." Li Jia wanted to look mature, but his baby face was not convincing at all. "Your constipated face makes you look nothing older than 18. What Shen Dao said made everyone burst out laughing. Black Dragon Mountain was less than 300 miles from the town, so it only took Lin Huang a short while to arrive above the mountain range. The mountain range stretched up to 100 miles across and it was filled with dense, lush greenery and hulking trees. "Bloody, release your leech pods and see what's the deal about this world. Also, look where those demons are hiding." Lin Huang had hidden Bloody when he was with Tan Lang and the rest, so he did not get it to release its leech pods to look around to prevent Bloody from exposing itself. Although the leech pods could hardly be discovered under usual circumstances, it was possible for one to see them if the distance was very close. After all, Tan Lang's ability was considered the best of the best among immortal-level powerhouses, while Li Jia had extraordinary spiritual energy since he was a bug master. Although they were all from the Heaven Alliance, Lin Huang did not want them to find out about Bloody's skills. Hence, he used an excuse to get away from the people before getting Bloody to release the leech pods. Killing the demons surrounding them was just something he would do conveniently. Bloody found a demon after releasing its leech pods for a moment. Found it. Bloody projected the demon right away. Lin Huang raised his brow slightly as he watched the projection. "I thought it would either be a dragonkin or a sky dragon." It's just a boa." Lin Huang remembered the woman from Xiao Yu's house claiming that the demon on the Black Dragon Mountain was a black, one-eyed dragon. However, what Bloody projected was a humongous black, one-eyed boa. The boa was hundreds of meters long and had a green eye with black scales all over its body. Half of its body was hidden in the swamp, which was pretty terrifying to look at. Its combat strength's just purple flame level on the holy fire level. It should be double mutated judging from the intensity of its aura. Bloody voiced its observation. "Cast parasites on it then. See if there's any useful information in its head." Such a holy fire level monster was too easy for Bloody to cast parasites on since Bloody was on immortal level rank -9. The leech pods went into the demon's body like a piece of cake without it even realizing it all. Its consciousness was taken away and replaced in the blink of an eye. It only took less than 3 seconds to retrieve its memory. Just like that, Bloody received everything in its head. This demon's called the Dark Water Boa. It has a demon king behind it called the Bewitching Spider Lady. It's a monster that can turn into a human lady. The Dark Water Boa received her orders to watch the Black Dragon Mountain. It has to hand 100 humans to her to consume on time every month. The Bewitching Spider Lady has 16 leaders guarding each spot under her. The other leaders have a similar ability as the Dark Water Boa. It seems like this Bewitching Spider Lady should have a combat strength of immortal level. It's very possible that it's triple mutated since it can turn human. Lin Huang nodded lightly after hearing the report and asked immediately, "Is there anything about the demons above the Demon King?" "No. According to the memory of this Dark Water Boa, the Bewitching Spider Lady has the most powerful ability it has ever seen. It has some images of the Bewitching Spider Lady fighting human powerhouses from this world in its head. Looking at the images, the Bewitching Spider Lady's ability should be mid-immortal level while the human powerhouse who fought her should have a similar ability as hers. So, there are immortal level powerhouses among those immortals." For now, Lin Huang could only be sure that there were immortal level powerhouses in this part of the world, but he could not confirm if immortal level rank 9 was the highest combat strength in this area. He was not even sure if imperial level powerhouses existed in this world. This monster doesn't know much about human cultivators. It's killed a few immortals, but they had inferior abilities, Bloody proceeded. "How about the remnants of those immortals? Did it keep them?" Lin Huang asked. "Not because he figured there might be something valuable from those immortals. Rather, he wanted to learn more about the human cultivators from those remnants. It kept them. They're all hiding in his stomach, Bloody confirmed, I'll bring it over. A while later, the black boa whizzed in front of Lin Huang and spat everything out of its stomach. Apart from a few weapons and armors, Lin Huang saw a few rings. He extended telekinetic threads to retrieve the 4 rings into his palm and began to take a good look at them. These should be storage rings to store items, but their craftsmanship is completely different from an emperor's heart ring. Lin Huang attempted to insert his life power, but the rings showed no response. He then used divine telekinesis, which activated the rings in an instant. He began looking into the space of the rings right away. I see. They can be activated with spiritual energy. Lin Huang was elated by the unexpected discovery. As opposed to the Emperor's heart ring, these storage rings would not be locked after the owners died. Instead, the rings would go back to ownerless mode. They would be activated again as soon as spiritual energy was inserted, while the items inside could be explored and taken out as one wished. Soon, a gray crystal that was the size of a thumb appeared in Lin Huang's hand. This was what occupied most of the 4 storage rings. It has a massive amount of active energy, but it's completely different from life power. Lin Huang studied it for a while with divine telekinesis. All the crystals are of the same standard. If I'm not mistaken, this should be a currency similar to the life crystal, which could be the exclusive currency used among the immortals. Looking at its active energy, the immortals' cultivation system here should be completely different from ours. After peering into the storage rings for a while, apart from the gray crystals, Lin Huang found many tiny bottles too. There were tiny pills with different colors in those bottles. There were many metallic and non-metallic materials as well as some herbs. Eventually, a couple of crystal-clear jade slips caught Lin Huang's attention. Are these accessories? Lin Huang was a little perplexed as he picked up a jade slip. But there's no hole, so how does one wear it? Lin Huang could not help but release his divine telekinesis to see if he missed out any details. However, an extensive amount of information rushed into Lin Huang's head as soon as his divine telekinesis touched the jade slip. Ice Heart Tactic. After taking some time to read all of the information, Lin Huang came to a realization. These jade slips contain methods and tactics. Chapter 851. City. Lin Huang used his divine telekinesis to inspect the jade slips one by one and found out that all 6 of them had cultivation methods recorded in them. However, those were incomplete methods which could only get someone to immortal level at the most. The system of these cultivation methods was completely different from the usual cultivation system outside. Instead of elevating by killing monsters, it involved internal cultivation. They belonged to the same system as the Twisted Fate scripture Lin Huang had cultivated before, but these methods had a much lower threshold than the Twisted Fate scripture. One must know that Lin Huang had to cultivate the army attack tactics to level 10 before he could learn the Twisted Fate scripture. The threshold stopped most cultivators out there from developing the method. However, the difficulty in cultivating the methods recorded in these jade slips was just slightly higher than cultivating the army attack tactics. Basically, anyone who was on holy fire level was eligible to cultivate them. To Lin Huang, it was easy to cultivate these methods to immortal level. However, since the method content did not include anything beyond immortal level, it prevented him from identifying if these methods were similar to the Twisted Fate scripture, whereby they required the cultivator's innate ability to develop them. He had no idea what level those methods could get a person to. If it could get someone to virtual god level and the requirement was low, it would mean that many powerhouses would be elevated to virtual god level in the future. It was great news to a certain extent, because the more powerhouses there were, the more force could be used to fight the Abyss Brink crisis. However, it was bad news for Lin Huang and Mr. Fu. Mr. Fu was the only virtual god in the continent, at least for the moment. Although he was dying, he could still fight anyone who was less powerful. His rivals and those who wanted him dead dared not do anything to him for now. As soon as the new cultivation system spread out, there would be a boost in virtual gods in the world and Mr. Fu would be in danger. Lin Huang had yet to mature entirely. Even though he could fight imperial-level powerhouses by using all of his trump cards, he could not fight demigods at all, let alone virtual god-level powerhouses who were even more dominant. Lin Huang was thinking a lot while holding the jade slips in his hand. Eventually, he decided to keep this a secret for the time being. He planned to discuss this with Mr. Fu after getting out of the ruins to decide what to do about them then. Whether others would discover this secret or not, there was nothing that Lin Huang could do about it. All he could do was to let God take the wheel. After putting the jade slips away, Lin Huang glanced at the dark water boa while a ferocious gleam flashed through his eyes. Kill it. Kill those little demons too. Spare no lives. In the next second, the one-eyed boa's humongous head exploded right away. Its headless carcass fell onto the ground while black blood spilled all over the place. The heads of the tens of small demons more than 10 kilometers away exploded like watermelons falling from a high place. All of them turned into headless carcasses. After putting the one-eyed boa's headless carcass away, Lin Huang brought Bloody back to the inn. A couple of them had fallen asleep at the inn. Tan Lang sat on the couch as he was on night watch duty. Seeing Lin Huang coming in, he asked while keeping his voice low, "Is it done?" Lin Huang nodded. Li Jia sat on the bed with his legs crossed, only opening his eyes upon hearing their conversation. He looked at Lin Huang with a rather surprised expression. So quickly. Although the Black Dragon Mountain was not far from them, it was rather difficult to find monsters on the mountain range that stretched 100 miles across. I was rather fortunate to have found that snake monster not long after I got there. It's not a sky dragon. Shen Dao, who was sitting aside, asked. No, it's a boa. Go to bed early, get a good night's rest. We've no idea what's the condition in the city that we're going to tomorrow. Tan Lang stopped the few of them from chatting. Lin Huang had something on his mind and had no mood to chat anyway. He went to a vacant bed and lay on it after taking his jacket off. Shen Dao and the rest figured he must be tired, so they did not bother him. Lin Huang did not sleep at all that night. Although his eyes were shut the whole time, he was thinking about the methods and tactics in the jade slips. They headed straight to the closest city the next morning the moment the sun rose. They had no idea that the news about the immortals coming to town had spread early that morning. The innkeeper and the servant found out that the 10 paupers who were staying in the dormitory last night were immortals. However, Lin Huang and the rest had arrived in the city when the news spread. Cities would collect fees from commoners and warriors, but it was free for immortals. Lin Huang and the rest found out from the local authority in the little town last night that immortals held an exclusive privilege in this world and they were treated properly everywhere they went. The 10 of them waited for the city gates to open before they descended from the sky, attracting many to watch. The city guards welcomed the 10 of them into the city, smiling all the way. The reason they did that was because they did not have any local currency. They had borrowed money from the officer at the local authority to pay for their accommodation at the inn and stayed in the cheapest dormitory. If they did not reveal their immortal identities, they would need to pay a large sum to enter the city. Can we go to a market or an auction? At least, get us some local currency. It feels terrible to not have any money, Shen Dao was the first to suggest as soon as they entered the city. I agree. Experiencing the life of a pauper for a night is more than enough, Li Jia added immediately. Also, I want to stay in a room of my own tonight. You guys have stinky feet. That excludes me. My feet have no odor, Shen Dao defended himself immediately. I'm talking about you. The odor on your feet stinkier than salted vegetables that have been marinated for 18 years. Li Jia glared at Shen Dao when he said that. Alright, stop fighting. Let's go to the market and get some money from selling monster carcasses. Finally, Tan Lang could not take it anymore and interrupted the conversation. Soon, they found a market that was exclusively for immortals. Each of them took out a few monster carcasses that they had killed in the ruins and sold them for money. The first monster carcass Lin Huang brought out was the one-eyed boa that Bloody had just killed by making its head explode. He then brought out 2 high immortal level monsters' carcasses which heads were destroyed and could not be used for parasitization. Looking at the monster carcasses in their mortifying condition, Tan Lang and the rest looked at him rather oddly. I didn't know you've got a fetish of blowing monsters. Heads up, Shen Dao rubbed his nose and teased softly. Lin Huang did not bother to explain anything. He had always assumed the identity of a psychic on the stairway tree. A psychic who used flying daggers to attack a monster's crucial parts such as its head would indeed cause its head to explode. The currency used to purchase monster carcasses at the market was the same currency used by immortals, the spirit stone. It was the gray crystal that Lin Huang had found in the storage ring earlier. A high immortal level monster carcass could be sold for between 1 to 10 million spirit stones. After selling just a few monster carcasses, they went from broke men to rich men. Having gotten their hands on spirit stones, Tan Lang stayed at the market for a little while and brought the rest to an inn called the Hidden Dragon Inn after speaking to some people around. He heard that the owner of the Hidden Dragon Inn was a powerful immortal and that the inn was most frequented by immortals in the entire city. They only took spirit stones at the inn and no commoners, currency was accepted. As soon as they stepped into the inn, Lin Huang and the rest sensed the cultivator's aura. There were holy fire and immortal levels. However, the most powerful powerhouse there only had an aura of mid-immortal level, which was far behind Tan Lang and the rest who had a combat strength of immortal level rank -9. Tan Lang gave Shen Dao a signal upon noticing many cultivators ogling them. Shen Dao took a step forward and spread out his terrifying immortal level rank 9 aura in the inn. The inn then fell into dead silence from the pressure. Some of them who had been looking at them with ill intentions seemed petrified now. After sending out the intended warning for a moment, Shen Dao withdrew his aura and turned to the counter. "Servant, get us 10 premium rooms." The servant actually had a combat strength of golden flame level, but he was nothing compared to the 10 of them. He was shocked after sensing Shen Dao's aura earlier. He only snapped back to his senses when he heard Shen Dao speaking to him, so he greeted him passionately. After checking them in, he eagerly brought them to look at the rooms on the 3rd floor right away. He only returned to the counter on the 1st floor to work on other stuff after they had picked 10 rooms that they were satisfied with. "So, what should we do now?" All 10 of them gathered in Tan Lang's room. "We'll wait for the people from the government residence. According to the person I spoke to at the market, the governor will meet any immortal level powerhouses who enters the city. It should apply to us." Tan Lang got Shen Dao to release his aura intentionally so that the news of their arrival would spread out faster. "As soon as we manage to speak to the governor, many of our questions will be answered." Chapter 852, Hidden Sec. Just as Tan Lang expected, the deputy governor Lu Wen visited Lin Huang and the rest early the next morning. He invited them to the government residence. Naturally, they did not decline the request since that was their intention. They then followed Lu Wen and the 2 guards in silver armor into the monster car. The monster car appeared to be the size of a horse carriage from the outside, so theoretically, it would be a little crowded carrying 4 adults. Lin Huang and the gang hesitated a little when they were getting in. After all, there were 10 of them in the group. Together with Lu Wen and the other 2, that would make a total of 13 of them. It would be too small for all of them to squeeze into even if they were to stand. However, they went in anyway upon seeing Lu Wen waving at them from the car. As soon as they stepped into the monster car, they realized that the interior of the monster car was a rather spacious guest lounge. Lu Wen poured some tea for them and began to chat while smiling. Lin Huang and the gang learned about the rough situation going on in the city from him. The city's authority body was called the government residence. It was similar to the union government outside, which was the proper, official organization of this world. The city was run by a governor and his 2 deputies. The 3 of them were picked among the most compelling powerhouses in the entire city. Apart from the governor and the deputy governors, there was another institution called the Elder Institution which was made of 12 powerhouses. The Elder Institution was responsible for making decisions about a variety of meetings and they shared the same voting power as the governor and the deputy governors. One could say that the development of the entire city was set and guided by the governor, the deputy governors, and the Elder Institution. Apart from that, there were also immortal guards responsible for protecting the city. The qualification to be an immortal guard was rather low as one could enroll themselves as long as they had holy fire level combat strength. The entry assessment was very simple, more than 95% of holy fire level powerhouses could pass. Only a minority of them who had 0 battle experience would be disqualified. Naturally, that was just the requirement for ordinary immortal guards. There was an independent legion among the immortal guards called the Honorary Immortal. Guards that specially took immortal level powerhouses in. It was said that they would only be eligible to join if they brought back 3 immortal level demons that they had killed themselves. The 2 guards wearing silver armor who had come to the inn with the deputy governor were the 2 captains of the Honorary Immortal Guard. The duo had a high immortal level combat strength. Judging from their aura, they were not much weaker than the deputy governor. The monster car was driven by a humongous deer beast. Although the deer beast had no wings, it could leap into the air and fly. Despite carrying more than 10 people in the carriage, it seemed to feel no weight and its feet seemed to move as light as a feather. In less than 3 minutes, Lin Huang and the gang arrived at the entrance of the government residence in the monster car. As soon as the monster car stopped, Lu Wen guided them into the government residence. The two immortal guards in silver armor stopped following them and stayed at the entrance. Lu Wen led them into the meeting room and got someone to serve them tea. Please wait for a moment. The governor will be here soon. Not long later, a tall, middle-aged man walked towards them just when the tea was done being served. The man had a similar height with Shen Dao, which was over 1.9 meters, but he was much more muscular. Even his aura was alike. He was on his way to break through to imperial level. Lin Huang and the rest knew who he was without guessing as soon as he opened the door. The man chuckled happily and introduced himself. I'm Zhou Yunlong. Welcome to all of you. This is our governor. Lu Wen stood up and added. Lin Huang and the rest stood up to greet him. After some light banter, Zhou Yunlong sat in the main seat while the rest remained where they were sitting. I realize that all of you have extraordinary abilities. I wonder where you're from. Zhou Yunlong went straight to the subject in an instant. Tan Lang grinned as all of them had discussed what they were going to say yesterday. Governor, the 10 of us come from a secret sect called the Heaven Alliance. Our sect has been hiding in the forest since tens of thousands of years ago and the door has just been opened recently. The 10 of us are sect brothers. We're the first batch from the sect to come into the world after so many years. A secret sect from tens of thousands of years ago. Zhou Yunlong and Lu Wen's pupils shrunk when they heard this. A sect that had existed for tens of thousands of years must be terrifyingly powerful. Zhou Yunlong might not believe it if someone else had said this, but apart from Lin Huang, the rest of them had the same aura as he did. Two of them had a more powerful aura than he did, which made him sit on the fence now. After taking a careful look at the 10 of them, Zhou Yunlong's eyes eventually landed on Lin Huang. Is this little brother from the same sect as all of you? Just when Tan Lang was going to speak on behalf of Lin Huang, the latter gripped his shoulder immediately. It seems like you're skeptical of my ability, Governor. Lin Huang took a step forward and smirked faintly. He did not say much. Come out, Herculean King. As soon as he spoke, a gigantic golden ape appeared in the courtyard out of nowhere while its terrifying aura shot up into the sky. The Herculean King roared ferociously into the sky at Lin Huang's subtle cue. The entire government residence shook when the roar was released. The roar even spread throughout the entire city, shocking many. Many of them thought there was a demon attacking the city, so the immortal guards dashed towards the source of the roar and surrounded the Herculean King that was even taller than the buildings in the city. Everyone, retreat. Zhou Yunlong told them to back off as he watched. The reason why he ordered them to do so immediately was that he was really afraid the giant ape would kill his immortal guards. He clearly sensed that this giant ape's aura was just as mighty as his. So, this little brother's a demontamer. It's I who was being rude. Zhou Yunlong apologized to Lin Huang and he looked at him rather respectfully now. He was not terrified by Lin Huang's ability, but he was respectful of a demontamer. Even Lin Huang had no idea that there were very few demontamers in the world and the few top sects desired such people. Currently, there were only 2 top sects that had 1 demontamer each, and they were pampered and trained by the sects at all costs. The 2 demontamers had more powerful abilities than Lin Huang did, but their demon-taming ability was not as impressive as how he summoned this giant ape. Since Lin Huang had revealed his hand, Zhou Yunlong and Lu Wen stopped doubting their identities as hidden sect disciples. After recalling the Herculean King into its card form, Lin Huang noticed that Tan Lang and the rest were looking at him in a rather odd way. He had summoned the Herculean King at the stairway tree before. Back then, the Herculean King's combat strength was only immortal level rank 2 and many of them knew that. Now that just half a month had passed, the Herculean King's combat strength had skyrocketed to immortal level rank -9. Such an acceleration in combat strength was incredibly terrifying. Since confirming Lin Huang and the gang's identities, Zhou Yunlong's attitude was much friendlier now. I wonder how can I help you since you came to our Gushan city? We're just here to ask around. We want to know how has this world changed. After all, our sect's been hidden for tens of thousands of years. We have limited information about the outside world. Tan Lang finally told them their objective of being there. That's easy. I'll give all of you access to the library and the government residence's database. All of you can come anytime you want to access the information. You can ask Lu Wen directly if you've any questions at all. Zhou Yunlong made the arrangements immediately. Governor Zhou, there's something that I think you should know, Tan Lang called out to Zhou Yunlong who had stood up and was about to leave. Yes, actually, we're not the only hidden sect that's been coming into the world recently. There are tens of them. A portion of them are like us who want peace, but there are some of them who are devil cultivators. They kill and take, and they are the essence of evil. The devil cultivator that Tan Lang was talking about were the people from underground organizations. As soon as they discovered human cities, they would definitely kill and loot without respecting the house rules. The devil cultivators of this world were a similar bunch, and they would do anything for resources. There are hidden sects with devil cultivators. Zhou Yunlong frowned when he heard the news. He asked after a moment of silence, "How are the devil cultivators' abilities compared to all of yours?" "Their personal abilities are similar to ours, but there are some devil sects that have released many disciples this time, possibly up to 100 people." Tan Lang shared this information because he knew that they were fighting the underground organizations. As soon as they bumped into each other in this world, a battle was unavoidable, so he thought of asking for the locals' help. 100 people who have similar abilities as you all do. Zhou Yunlong inhaled sharply. "Although we don't have cold, hard proof whether these devil cultivators are on their way, I thought it's better for you to prepare ahead before the battle so that you won't be caught off guard when the devil cultivators arrive." Chapter 853, The Immortal Path that was cut off. For the next 2 days, the 10 members of the Heaven Alliance were divided into 2 groups. A team of 3 stayed in Gushan City mainly to source for information, while the other group of 7 was assigned the task to hunt for items. They came to an agreement whereby the 7 of them would share the items they found with all 10 of them, aside from the monster carcasses that they obtained. Lin Huang chose to stay in Gushan City, where he was responsible for collecting information at the library. For the past 2 days, apart from the library closing at night, Lin Huang practically did not leave the library at all. With Bloody's help, he was wading through a sea of information rapidly each day. This world had a completely different cultivation system compared to the outside world. In the outside world, life wheel level cultivators were called mortal levels. In this world, the more common name for them would be warriors. People on 1 level higher, which was holy fire level, were called mortal transformation levels there. Meanwhile, immortal levels were called ascendance levels. People on the next level, which was imperial level, were called human immortals. Lin Huang read about even higher levels, which were the earth immortals and the celestial immortals. He speculated that those were virtual gods and true gods in the outside world. Since the ancient books had such complete recording on different levels, Lin Huang was sure that there must have been virtual gods and even true gods in this world. However, he was not sure if there were any now. Ever since they entered the foggy area, the most powerful local powerhouse that Lin Huang and the rest had seen was just ascendance level, which was the same as immortal level. They did not even see a single human immortal imperial level. Full of doubts, Lin Huang skimmed through many other books, but he did not find any explanation about the disappearance of human immortals. Eventually, he had to ask Lu Wen about it. Hearing the question, Lu Wen looked at him rather oddly, but he explained anyway. "You should know that people on ascendance level will have to go on the immortal path to obtain immortal roots in order to elevate to human immortal level, don't you?" "I know that." Naturally, Lin Huang knew about the requirement to get to human immortal level. "We've never seen any human immortals until now. Is it because it's difficult to go on the immortal path?" "Difficulty isn't the only factor." Lu Wen looked helpless as he let out a long sigh while shaking his head. Throughout these tens of thousands of years, nobody came back alive after taking the immortal path. Not even one. How can that be? Lin Huang was shocked to hear that. Aside from humans, the same goes for those demons too. Everyone who goes on the immortal path goes missing. Lu Wen continued further. There has been a rumor in the past 1,000 years that the immortal path in our world has been cut off. You mean there are no human immortals in this entire world? Lin Huang queried immediately. I'm not sure if there are any now. Lu Wen shook his head, feeling helpless. All I know is that there were human immortals in this world tens of thousands of years ago. Even more potent powerhouses existed. But one day, all the powerhouses above human immortal level vanished out of nowhere. Later on, something happened to the immortal path. Since then, nobody has ever elevated to human immortal again. The stars above seem to be cut off as well, so there's no way for human immortals to elevate to earth immortals. People on mortal transformation level live up to 1,800 years, while ascendance levels can go up to 3,000 years. No matter how powerful a human immortal is, he can only live up to 10,000 years. In order to live, they have to seal themselves. Since then, there have been fewer and fewer human immortals in this world. Now that tens of thousands of years have passed, nobody knows if those human immortals who sealed themselves are still alive. Furthermore, there are no longer any ascendance-level powerhouses who dare to go on the immortal path now. Didn't any human immortal try to take the immortal path to see what went wrong? Lin Huang could not help but ask. Of course, there were. Many human immortals volunteered to take a look at it when the immortal path went wrong. But just like the ascendance levels, none of them come back alive. Speaking to Lu Wen provided Lin Huang much more information that was not recorded on the books. However, he had yet to confirm whether there were still any living human immortals in this world. While Lin Huang had his hands full in the city, outside, Tan Lang and the rest did not stay idle. The 7 of them maimed and slaughtered all the way even when they encountered demon kings. Small demons were just appetizers to them. Moreover, with Li Jia the bug master with them, they managed to dig out everything, no matter how secretively the demon kings and demon leaders hid their treasures. In the short few days, the 7 of them killed almost every single demon within a 1,000-kilometer radius around Gushan City. They obtained over 200 storage rings alone. In the middle of the night, the Heaven Alliance members sat in a circle once again. Tan Lang took out all of the items they obtained and began to distribute them. I really couldn't fight the complete ascendance-level monster that we encountered today. I might not really have been able to kill her if we didn't fight her together. Tan Lang could not help but lament over the rather unsuccessful hunting experience that happened that day. But there's so many good stuff in her lair. I'm guessing there are 3 storage rings that belong to powerful peak ascendance level powerhouses. There are billions of spirit stones in the spirit cards and many rare metals too. There's even a storage ring with a demigod relic. Although they had different cultivation systems in this world, the weapons and equipment could be activated and used through life power. I'll give everyone the life crystals after I sell the demigod relic when we're out. We'll share the other items equally as we agreed. Put those items that you don't want aside. Don't throw them everywhere. After distributing the items, the remaining ones were just miscellaneous items. Lin Huang collected all of the jade slips from the miscellaneous pile. In reality, Li Jia had discovered the local cultivation methods in the jade slips on the first day. He was a bug master after all, and he had extra sensitive spiritual energy compared to others. It was a piece of cake for him to find out about the secret. However, the methods recorded in those jade slips could only get a cultivator to ascendance level. Furthermore, he had lost all interest in the jade slips since he found out that it had been tens of thousands of years since any human immortals appeared in this world. However, those jade slips were treasures that were hard to come by to Lin Huang. Since he was done browsing for the information 2 days ago, he began to run simulations of the methods from the jade slips and those that he had found in the library in his head. He wanted to know how it was like to cultivate them. Surprisingly, he found out that the simulation of the methods boosted his proficiency in the Twisted Fate scripture. His cultivation of the Twisted Fate scripture had been increasing bit by bit initially, but since he performed a simple simulation of the methods in the jade slips recently, his proficiency skyrocketed. In those few days, he came close to the 1 million points required for the first rotation in the Twisted Fate scripture. Lin Huang used his divine telekinesis to read all of the jade slips as soon as he received them. He was surprised to find 2 methods that allowed one to cultivate straight to human immortal imperial level. After the distribution of items, Lin Huang and the other 2 shared what they found for the day. Meanwhile, Tang Ning, who was in charge of communicating with the government residents and market, broke a piece of bad news. The underground organizations are on the move. They've seized 7 out of the 21 cities. The news was blocked a few days ago and was only spread out today. For now, we know that those underground organizations who have started wars include Dynasty, the Purple Crow, the Saint, and Charm. Chapter 854, Invasion. This happened a few days ago in North Sand City. It was evening when Ni Jun returned to an inn in North Sand City after a whole day of hunting. Waiter, get me 4 caddies, 1 of oxen meat, 3 ounces of boiled peanuts, and a bottle of flour wine. That was a classic warrior's meal. However, Ni Jun was not a warrior. To be exact, he was not a warrior at that moment. He had been practicing martial arts for years and only joined a cultivation sect after spending 30 years in martial arts and advanced to mortal transformation level. Although he was already a great mid-ascendance level cultivator, a warrior's habit was forged in his blood. He was not fond of staying in a crowded, luxurious inn with other cultivators. It was not that he had no spirit stones to spend, he despised talking about things cultivators were always going on about. Compared to that, staying with warriors gave him peace of mind. Looking at those drunk warriors who were chowing down on meat and gulping swigs of wine, he felt like he was looking at the very person he used to be. However, those brothers who used to dine and drink with him had passed away. He could not find anyone who would drink with him now. After ordering from the waiter, Ni Jun headed upstairs right away. The waiter knocked on his door with a tray as the sky was getting dark. "Sir, the food you ordered is ready. Come in." The waiter opened the door and placed the tray on the table. He then turned around and left, shutting the room door as he went out. Ni Jun stood up and walked to the food that was served on the dining table. He did not bother to use the chopsticks as he grabbed the sliced meat with his hands directly. A mouthful of meat, a sip of wine, followed by a mouthful of appetizer. Soon, the plates on the table were emptied. After swilling the last drop of wine, Ni Jun put the bottle down and belched loudly. Just when he was ready to get up, he felt a sense of danger coming from behind. Before he managed to react, a silver dagger was on his neck, causing him to sweat. "Don't make a sound and get up slowly." A deep voice came from behind. "Brother, if you're robbing me, my storage ring's on my left middle finger. Just take it, I promise I won't come after you." Ni Jun raised his left hand to show the attacker the storage ring on his left hand. The reason he did that was because he was sure that the person was a professional assassin. Only a professional assassin would be able to find a place to hide himself perfectly in such a small room, to the extent that Ni Jun did not realize his existence throughout his meal. Looking at the person's speed, his ability was definitely on par or even more powerful than him. Pain flared from Ni Jun's left hand just when he spoke. "I warned you not to make a sound." Ni Jun looked towards his left hand and noticed that his left middle finger had been chopped off simply because he had spoken. The person was obviously ruthless. Ni Jun's heart sank to the bottom at that moment. Not letting him speak would mean there was no room for negotiation. He had met people of all walks of life during his 30 years in martial arts, so he roughly knew what kind of person he was dealing with from the signals the person sent. "It seems like I won't be able to escape death today." Ni Jun forced a smile quietly and did not attempt to speak again. He knew the person would give him an even more intense warning if he were to talk again. The person might kill him right away. "Pick up the plates and bring them to the door." Ni Jun placed the plates and wine bottle onto the tray as he was told. As he walked to the door and opened it, the dagger distanced from his neck all of a sudden. Ni Jun's eyes lit up, but he noticed that something was off just when he was going to run. A thread that was as thick as human hair wound around his neck. "I'm glad that you didn't do what you were attempting to do. Otherwise, your head wouldn't be on your neck right now," said the deep voice from behind. Ni Jun was sweating all over his forehead. He just realized what had sliced off his finger earlier. After opening the door, Ni Jun bent at the waist and placed the tray on the ground. As he got up, a short blade appeared from his right pocket. He cut through the narrow space between his neck and the transparent thread. He squatted down as he did that, causing him to dodge the threat from the colorless thread. Without the thought of fighting the man, Ni Jun pumped his legs in an attempt to run. However, both of his ankles screamed immediately. His body lost balance and he slumped onto the ground. At the same time, he finally saw how the assassin looked like. It was a skinny man who was covered in a black robe and wore a black mask on his face. There were 2 oval holes on the mask, revealing his black, cold and emotionless eyes. "Smarty pants." The man in the mask walked towards Ni Jun slowly. Ni Jun lay in a pool of blood, appearing like he was dead inside. After closing the door, the man grabbed Ni Jun's collar and threw him onto the chair in front of the dining table. Ni Jun had lost his will to fight since his legs were severed together with his chance to run. He just allowed the person to do anything to him. The man took out a syringe from his storage ring and injected it into Ni Jun's arm. Without knowing what its contents were, all Ni Jun could feel was his whole body turning numb. Not only could he not speak at all, but he also could not even move a finger now. Later on, he watched the man bring out a dagger and slice open his skull slowly. Before his consciousness blacked out, he heard the man in the mask mumble faintly, "Let's see if there's anything that I want in your head." In the middle of the night, 20 people in masks wearing black robes gathered in a dark room. Although their masks were all black, each mask was of a different design. "How's the investigation going?" It was a lady who asked that question. There was a red ruby the size of a thumb at the forehead area on her mask. "I've got something," spoke up a skinny silhouette. His mask was exactly the same as the person's who had killed Ni Jun earlier. I caught a fella who was on his own today. His combat strength is on par with mid-immortal level. I found something pretty useful in his head. They call people on imperial level human immortals in this world. It has been tens of thousands of years since any human immortals have shown themselves, and there's nobody who has elevated to human immortal level for the past tens of thousands of years. Currently, the most powerful people in this city are the 3 governors who have a combat strength that's on par with immortal level rank -9. The 3 of them are the enemies that we must face. Apart from that, the people that we must be careful of should be the honorary immortal guards. It's said that all the honorary immortal guards in every city have mastered battle formations, and with their abilities, they can fight human immortals that are less powerful. Did we alert anyone? The lady asked. No, the earliest they'll discover the body should be tomorrow morning, said the skinny man confidently. Then, let's do as we've planned. We'll move out today. The lady in the ruby red mask seemed to be the leader of the pack as she made all the arrangements immediately. There are only 20 of us from Charm who came in. We're not like those major organizations like the Union Government, the Hunter Association, and Dynasty, so we have to try our best to minimize our losses in battles and maximize our advantages. After midnight, all of you will kill every living thing in the government residence as fast as you can and rob the treasury. Try to leave before the honorary immortal guards come. Chapter 855, We're from the Heaven Alliance. It was before daybreak in North Sand City. 20 black silhouettes gathered around the government residence quickly and hid in dark corners. Nobody noticed their existence since there was a wall outside the government residence. Go. As a lady's voice transmission came into their ears loud and clear, 2 silhouettes moved almost simultaneously. 2 black rays flashed through the air like needles. In the next second, 2 honorary immortal guards that were guarding the door pressed their temples and collapsed onto the ground quietly. Before they fell, the 2 black silhouettes dashed towards them immediately and dragged the 2 bodies into the bushes. From attacking to handling the dead bodies, the entire process took less than 2 seconds. After settling the guards, the 20 black silhouettes slipped into the government residence. They slunk out of the dark corners and scattered around, beginning the official hunt. In the government residence, the powerhouses, who were in deep sleep, died silently in a variety of ways. Some of them had their heads severed right away, some had a blade pierced through their head while some had tiny needles stabbed through their heads. There seemed to be no wounds on the surface. In the governor's room, Wei Yun, who was sitting with his legs crossed on the bed, opened his eyes all of a sudden. Who is that? He fairly sensed that he was being watched by a poisonous snake in the shadows and would experience a fatal attack anytime. You've quite an extraordinary sensing ability. A black silhouette revealed itself from the shadows slowly. There was a black mask on her face and a red ruby mounted on the forehead of her mask. An assassin. Wei Yun's pupils shrunk a little. Although he saw the lady before him, he did not sense her existence at all. Only a top professional assassin would be able to hide her aura to such an extent. You got that right. I'll reward you for that. The black-robed lady walked towards Wei Yun slowly, not seeming to be in a rush to kill him. Why don't you choose how you want to be killed? I choose for you to be dead instead. Wei Yun got up and launched his attack. He threw a hard punch at the lady's face right away. However, a silver ray lit the room up all of a sudden while a spike bayonet pierced through Wei Yun's face. The room fell into dead silence. After removing the spike bayonet from Wei Yun's face, the lady took out a white handkerchief and wiped it in her hand. I forget to tell you that I'm not only good in assassinating, but I'm also pretty good at fighting too. After wiping the blood off the spike bayonet, the lady then tossed the bloody handkerchief onto Wei Yun's deformed face and opened the door as she turned around. At the door entrance, the 19 black-robed men gathered and waited. There's still 57 minutes before the honorary immortal guards change shifts. Let's look for the valuables as fast as we can. What was happening in the North Sand City government residence was happening in a few other cities at the same time. The only difference was that the people and the plans in each city. After 1 to 2 days of lurking, the underground organizations only revealed their ruthless side after finding out there were no imperial-level powerhouses in this world. The massacre in government residences and plundering of resources were nothing. Some of them carried out massacres in the entire city. Powerhouses such as the 7th Prince were almost invincible when they fought people on the same combat strength. They broke through the honorary immortal guards' battle formations easily. Moreover, since all underground organization members were genius powerhouses on immortal level rank 9, nobody at the government residences could fight them. The whole world was plunged into a panic of invasion and plunder. In the middle of the night, the Heaven Alliance members gathered again. "I've two pieces of bad news," Tang Ning spoke in all seriousness before they distributed the items. "People from the Saints invaded the city today. Over 3 million in Fenglai City were killed. Nothing was left." All of them were horrified to hear that. How did that happen? Don't they only use virgins for their sacrifice? Why do they have to kill everyone in the city? Tan Lang was a little puzzled. Their sacrificial ceremony was interrupted. They killed the entire city in their rage, saying that they had to do that in order to put out their god's anger, Tang Ning explained while feeling a little helpless. Did nobody from the Union government and the Hunter Association do anything? Lin Huang asked while frowning. The Union government has their hands full dealing with Dynasty for the past few days, so they wouldn't have time for this. Dynasty has robbed 2 cities and tens of smaller towns. If nobody stops them, I wonder how much resources will be taken away. The Hunter Association's dealing with the Purple Crow, so it's hard for them to spare time to help as well. The adventurers are the only ones that are allocating people to try and stop the Saints and prevent them from doing more harm. How about Charm and the Heretics? Are nobody dealing with them? Shen Dao asked immediately. That's the second bad news. Tang Ning looked perturbed all of a sudden. People from Charm seem to be coming for us. Everyone was overawed with anxiety upon hearing what Tang Ning said. The room fell into pin-drop silence. Should we retreat? We've no upper hand if we're dealing with Charm. Li Jia consulted Tan Lang. If we're fighting, we still have the upper hand to win if we fight one-on-one. But they have double our people. The odds of us winning are slim. Moreover, Charm is an organization of professional assassins. Their people are experts in assassination and other sneaky techniques. It's impossible for us to watch out for their attacks. Tan Lang became silent and nobody knew what he was thinking about. I think it's possible for us to give it a shot. Lin Huang could not help but speak up. We can work with the government residents to fight them. In that case, the number of people from Charm will no longer be their upper hand. In terms of assassination, we've Li Jia who's skilled at sensing. I suppose they won't be performing at 100% with their sneaky techniques since Li Jia is with us. I've some techniques in that aspect, so I should be able to help. Moreover, we can ask for help from the Union organization. We just have to stall until the rescue team arrives. We don't have to kill everyone from Charm. Although Lin Huang said that they would not have to kill everyone from Charm, he was already thinking about how to kill all of them in one shot and take everything that they had plundered. He even thought of getting away from the group and hunt for the people from Charm if Tan Lang and the rest decided to retreat. After all, they had sent themselves to their doorstep and he could not let them get away just like that. After a moment of silence, Tan Lang finally spoke. Retreating without trying isn't who the Heaven Alliance is. Even if we have to fight Dynasty, we'll fight and not retreat. Our enemy is Charm this time, so not only will we stay, but we must also win. However, this battle is a tough one and some of us might even die. Please be prepared for that and don't take any chances. We're from the Heaven Alliance. We're the #1 genius organization in the world. We'll show everyone in this battle that we, the Heaven Alliance, deserves the #1 title. Chapter 856. The Exterminated Charm. Lin Huang knew nothing much about Charm. He only knew it was the #2 assassin organization in Division 3. Overall, ability-wise, they were slightly weaker than the Purple Crow and the Heretics. However, they were considered an outstanding underground organization. The assassin organization that ranked #1, Shadow Killer, had their hands full with the opening of another set of ruins in Division 2 lately. They allocated most of their powerhouses from the Division 3 branch to help, so they did not participate in the Fallen God land this time. Lin Huang knew about the news of Charm before Tang Ning broke it to them. He had been getting bloody to monitor all the organization's movements. Apart from Charm, even Dynasty and the Union government were under Bloody's watchful eye. He had gained a better understanding of these underground organizations through Bloody's projections in the past few days. To those people, humans were no different from animals. They were killing people, destroying entire cities, and making people puppets. There was completely no limit to what they did. Since Charm had sent themselves to their doorstep this time, it was only natural that Lin Huang would not let anybody live. Bloody projected a video when the sky turned dark. There were 20 black-robed men going at full speed in the video. They'll be here soon. They're just less than 1,000 kilometers away. Let's go. We'll go meet them. Lin Huang crushed a provisional specific transformation card and he turned into Spectre slowly. He penetrated the wall and glided down deep into the ground through the wall. He then tore towards the gates of the city. After getting out of the city, he headed straight to the battle location that Bloody had picked and surfaced from the ground. He then removed the card's effect. The reason why he did all this was because he did not want Tan Lang and the rest to see his real ability. Lin Huang had decided on going up against Charm since the beginning. It was just a distraction when he talked about asking the Union organization to help. He did not really plan to get Tan Lang and the rest to fight Charm. It was true that every one of the Heaven Alliance members had a compelling ability. Their combat abilities might even be more powerful than the members of Charm. However, it was difficult to deal with Charm since they were experts in assassinating. The deaths and casualties of the Heaven Alliance members would be inevitable if they were to fight. He would rather interrupt the operation in the middle, kill all of them, and reap all of the rewards all for himself. Not long after he arrived, he saw the 20 Charm members speeding. In the sky, he hovered into the sky slowly and blocked their way. "You're not allowed to enter." Lin Huang's calm voice went into all of their ears. "Kill him." A lady's voice rang out without hesitation. One of the black-robed men disappeared and appeared next to Lin Huang in the next second. He pointed a dagger straight at Lin Huang's face. However, a black silhouette appeared at that moment. The black-robed man became stiff all of a sudden. The bunch of Charm members saw a black spear protruding out of their partner's chest. There were neat purple patterns on the spear. "How dare you compare your speed with Kylie's? You must be crazy," Lin Huang mumbled softly. Just as Kylie was done with killing the man, Bloody completed its parasitization. It controlled the black-robed man to draw the spear out from his body slowly. He then stood next to Lin Huang and looked at the Charm members who had once been his partners. Watching that strange phenomenon, the Charm members had fear in their eyes. They clearly sensed that their partner had been dead earlier, but he was now alive. More outrageously, he had now become Lin Huang's partner. "Who exactly are you?" the leading lady asked fiercely. "Lin Xie from the Heaven Alliance," Lin Huang reported his name and the sect he belonged to. The lady was stunned to hear him. She did not expect Lin Huang to reveal his name. However, she thought that the name was rather familiar. "Lin Xie, are you the Lin Xie who ranked number 1 on the Stairway Tree scoreboard this year?" A black-robed man could not help but exclaim. They were many Genius Union members in all organizations and naturally, that included Charm. Many of them had actually seen pictures of Lin Huang, but the combat strength of the Lin Xie on the Stairway Tree's scoreboard was very different from that of the person standing before them. The change in attire and hairstyle was also another factor why they did not recognize him. He should be the real Lin Xie. He looks exactly like the picture. Also, Lin Xie is an Imperial censor, confirmed another black-robed man. It can't be. Since when does Lin Xie have such powerful combat strength? Wasn't he only Crimson Flame level a few months ago? Many of them thought secretly, his abilities terrifying. "Lin Xie, are you trying to stop us on your own?" The leading lady took a step forward, her terrifying aura spreading all over Lin Huang. Lin Huang did nothing about the pressure exuding from her aura. He had killed more than one Imperial level yellow gold rank powerhouse, so an Immortal level rank 9 powerhouse who had an ability comparable to Imperial level black gold rank could not scare him. "Firstly, I'm not on my own. I've got summoning beasts. Secondly, I'm not planning to stop all of you. I'm planning to kill all of you." Lin Huang took a step forward as well as he corrected her. "Nonsense." The lady screamed and turned to order the people behind her. "I'll fight the summoning beasts and all of you will kill him." As soon as the order went out, the 18 black-robed men attacked Lin Huang from all directions. Meanwhile, the lady gripped the spike bayonet tightly and charged at Kylie. Lin Huang stood where he was without moving, his face remaining calm. Kylie did not flinch at the sight of the black-robed lady dashing towards her. As she waved her hand, 368 of her Nephilic Judge army advanced. All of the Charm members were stunned when they saw a bunch of silver-armored monsters coming out of nowhere. The Nephilic Judge army formed their battle formation as soon as they arrived and surrounded all of the Charm members. "We've surrounded all of you," Lin Huang declared while smirking faintly. "Retreat." Looking at the battle formation, the lady knew they could not win this battle, so she ordered them to retreat immediately. "Kylie, kill all of them. Spare no lives." Lin Huang was cold as he ordered. "Kill." Kylie hissed the word softly while her Nephilic Judge army attacked in an instant. The charm members attempted to break the formation, but it was to no avail. In less than a minute, all 18 of them were killed. The female leader was the only one left. Lin Xie, my father will definitely come for you if you kill me. He's an imperial level purple gold rank powerhouse. We came into the fallen god land together this time. He won't find out. Lin Huang's tone was calm as he said, it's fine even if he does. Although she was powerful, she did not last more than 3 minutes when Kylie joined the battle formation. Kylie's spear pierced through her heart, killing her. After recalling Kylie and letting bloody performing parasitization on all 19 of them, Lin Huang summoned the inferior imp to destroy the battleground with meteors. After confirming there were no traces left behind, Lin Huang returned to the room at the inn quietly. It took him less than 10 minutes to leave and return to the room. Chapter 857. Augur. When it was slightly after 10 at night, Tan Lang instructed Lin Huang to meet. Tan Lang led all the Heaven Alliance members and went to the government residence. In order to fight Charm, Tan Lang made a plan with the government residents. He even asked the Union government and the Hunter Association for backup. Lin Huang pretended as if he knew nothing about the extermination of Charm. He went to the government residence with the team. They waited until 7 o'clock in the morning but nothing happened. Can we go back to our hotel room and get a decent rest? Lin Huang yawned as he was really sleepy. It's daytime now. According to Charm's fighting behavior, it's less likely that they'll fight us now. Li Jia's bug did not detect anything unusual. Let's continue waiting. They might be waiting for us to slack off before fighting us. Still, Tan Lang was worried. 1 day and 1 night had passed. Of course, the exterminated Charm would not appear. It has been 2 days and they haven't done anything. What if they've retreated because there are too many of us here? Shen Dao speculated. Let's continue waiting. Tan Lang remained alert. Lin Huang was speechless. Had it not been for him not leaving any traces, people would have known that Charm and the rest had been killed. Tan Lang would not have asked everybody to stay up all night with him either. I'm fooling myself. Lin Huang had no choice but to stay up all night with them as well. However, it did not last for a very long while. In the afternoon, Li Jia received a message from the Union government. You guys don't need to wait here anymore. The people from Charm won't come. They've been killed. Apart from Lin Huang, everyone felt doubtful after listening to what Tang Ning said. Were they attacked by the Union government? Tan Lang's first thought was that the Union government had done something. No, Tang Ning shook his head. We did nothing this round. The Union government would definitely admit if they were the ones who did that. It's a military glory. Shen Dao seemed to have something to comment about the people from the Union government. From the message they sent, they mentioned that they didn't do anything, so they're definitely not the one. If it wasn't the Union government, how can they confirm that the people from Charm are dead? Tan Lang continued asking. There are 2 augurs in their team. Both of them got the same prediction results. 20 of them from Charm were killed. None of them managed to survive it. Tang Ning told them what the Union government said. The crowd then no longer suspected the truth after knowing that it was the prediction. Results of the 2 augurs. It was said that the main criteria of being an augur was to possess an ability related to time. The secret of being an augur was related to time, without which, regardless of how knowledgeable the person was, one would be unable to become a true augur. A true augur had to be capable of using the secret of time, exploring the past and predicting the future. The 2 augurs were, of course, true augurs as they were chosen by the Union government and were sent to the God's land. Since the 2 of them received similar prediction results, it meant that the prediction had come true. Does the augur know which organization did it? Lin Huang paid attention just as Tan Lang asked this question. It would still be fine if the Heaven Alliance knew about it. In fact, he did not want the Union government to find out about his true abilities. Somehow, Mr. Fu being set up had something to do with the Union government. In addition to the Union government being a very large organization, nobody knew how many of them were Mr. Fu's enemies. Despite the fact that he did not leave any traces, the augurs possessed unique abilities, so they might have seen something. The officers from the Union government said that the 2 augurs attempted to check who did it. However, they didn't manage to do so. Both of them saw a scene where meteorites struck the ground. Tang Ning shared what he heard. Meteorite showers. Other than Lin Huang, the rest of them were confused. Meteorite showers, is there any chance that this is a prediction? Tan Lang said while stroking his chin. I've really seen meteorites streaking across the sky a few days ago, Shen Dao suddenly said, right before the sky turns dark. Are you sure? Tan Lang immediately asked. I guess my eyes didn't fail me. Did anyone of you happen to see that? The crowd shook their heads, including Lin Huang. It's on the east of the city. The meteorite struck somewhere less than 300 kilometers away from the city. Shen Dao could remember it clearly. Bring me there, Tan Lang immediately requested. It seemed like he would only feel relieved after seeing the dead bodies of the charm members. Li Jia, follow me. Let's see if we can find any clues over there. Tan Lang asked 2 other people to follow after him and they headed towards the east of the city. Since the 3 of them had left, Lin Huang was not worried. He was pretty sure that they would be unable to discover anything there. Did you manage to find it? Lin Huang, who was lying on a deck chair under the sun, gradually opened his eyes to look at Tan Lang. We found a meteorite crater, but there's nothing there. Lin Huang frowned without saying anything. He took his hat off to cover his face and continued sleeping. Since the augurs have already come out with the prediction results, I guess we don't need to be really particular about what has actually happened, Li Jia advised. Yes, that's right. Instead of wasting time investigating this issue, why not let everything work as usual? Our main purpose of entering the ruins is to get more resources, Shen Dao suggested. Let it be. Still, Tan Lang did not reveal what he was worried about as he shook his head. Let everything end here and have a good rest. We'll leave Gushan City early tomorrow morning and head towards Enlightenment City. Are you going to leave Gushan City? Li Jia asked. We've hunted most of the monsters at Gushan City within 3,000 kilometers. It's time to go to the next station. Tan Lang nodded. He had prepared for this earlier. His initial plan was to overcome the danger before leaving. However, since Charm had been wiped out, there was no need for them to stay there any longer. Gushan City seemed peaceful that day. However, there were many rumors going around. The news regarding the extermination of Charm soon spread to most of the organizations. Exterminated, nobody managed to survive and not even a single dead body can be discovered. Do you think that the Union government did this? I guess the Heaven Alliance is incapable of doing so since there are only 10 of them. It's less likely that they can wipe Charm out without injuries. Although Tan Lang from the Heaven Alliance is strong, Yi Yi from Charm is not that much weaker than him. He's incapable of defeating Charm on his own. Unless Chan Do was the one who did that, he could have also probably done so. Could it have been the human immortals? There were all kinds of speculations regarding the extermination of Charm. The underworld organizations kept a low profile after receiving this news as what Charm encountered was really weird. Most of the Union government were thrilled upon receiving this news. A minority of them was worried about it. If it was an unknown who had done this, the level of threat in this world would be beyond their expectations. The people from the Heaven Alliance did not ask about it any further. The next morning, Tan Lang and the rest left towards the second government residence.